60% longer lashes from Easy Breezy Beautiful CoverGirl.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
In San Jose, mostly cloudy today, highs near 60.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Wiseman for 3 straight on. That's good. His confidence is soaring right now.
Well, he's obviously been the best player on the floor tonight for the Warriors. No question about it.
17 first half points.
The best I've ever seen him play.
Final score, Nets get the win, 143-113. Warriors will try to get healthy. That's the most important thing. As they get ready for a long homestand, a chance maybe to improve their play and get better.
What'd you think?
You know,
supposed to be the holidays. We're supposed to be jolly. We're supposed to be happy.
Uh-oh.
No.
Did the Grinch make an appearance this morning?
No.
You
Didn't
could
make
do
an
that.
appearance. No, I don't.
Black is your color.
I can pull off red, green, blue,
Excuse
gray.
me.
I'm versatile when it comes to that stuff. By the way, remind me to rip Carlos Ramirez today.
Why is that?
Oh, he's feeling himself.
What do you mean?
You know what he told me yesterday? We're watching the game, first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
This guy goes, Bonte, that's a rookie move that you're pulling.
What?
Wearing a tie with the matching pocket square.
No,
and I looked at Carlos and I said, Carlos, I've seen what you wore on Giants pre- and post-game show. You don't want to do this. And Mully and Taylor's looking at me like, and I'm like, Carlos, you don't want to do this. He goes on the website, this is how you can do it. And I said, oh, okay, Carlos.
Hey, B, did you tell him in these Frisco streets, we don't need no website to tell us how to dress?
I mean, I was blown away.
You were pissed, weren't you? Keep it real.
Oh, yeah, I was running hot. I was running hot.
Honestly, there's nothing that bugs me more than getting fashion tips from somebody that you don't think should be giving you fashion tips.
No joke.
Although he's maybe a better dresser on television than myself, I would argue I've got my own style.
I've seen the bifocals he's worn. I've seen the outfits he's worn. I've seen the shoe game.
So
anyway,
look, you know what? You sound like you're grinching out on me. Because I've got something special for you.
I'm in a great mood.
Are you?
Actually, well, not sports-wise. How can I be in a great mood?
Oh, my God.
When the Warriors got beat by a combined 68 points in Madison Square Garden at Barclays Center. They gave up 91 in the first half.
Adam Snyder, 68?
I mean, it's Adam Snyder. There you go. Eric Heitman, too, right?
McKivitz?
Was Eric Heitman 68?
No, Heitman was 66. Broke his leg. Horrible.
Yep.
Ended his career.
Seriously, how can I be happy as a sports fan? Everything else is fine.
I'll tell you how to be
Everything
happy.
is fine. So the Giants pissed all over themselves yesterday.
Well, we reached a point with the Giants, and I'll let you finish, but ownership have to sell.
So
I'm convinced it's over for them.
But Farhan also has to go.
Oh, well, that's,
I think what people,
duh.
I think people need to realize Farhan and ownership are hand in hand.
100%. I told you
hand
yesterday.
in hand. Oh, I said that too. You're going off on ownership. I was going off on Farhan. Now, there's rumblings that players don't really want to play for Gabe Kapler.
Well, that's the most obvious
you know what?
thing.
Well, you know what? That's on Farhan.
Yeah.
He hired Gabe Kapler when nobody wanted Gabe Kapler.
Whether you like Gabe or not, I'm not here to let him be the fall guy, though. That's the one thing I'm not here for.
He will be the fall guy.
No, but that's not even fair. That takes all the heat off of them.
But we knew.
That's so weak.
2 years ago.
You did. You called this.
3 years ago.
This is so weak.
That Gabe Kapler will be a fall guy.
Yeah, it's so weak.
But you know what?
And I don't even like Kapler in terms of his managerial style, but that's a weak cop-out to me.
No doubt. So we'll get to the Warriors. And I know you want to get to the fun stuff, but let me get this out.
Yeah.
Let me get this out. So we got Marky Ibanez, who's going to empty the chopper on all these teams.
Ibanez?
We got Nick Friedel. Yeah, Ibanez, 8 o'clock. We got the Doobie Awards today. We give out a couple Doobie Awards in the 7 o'clock hour. We give it a couple out at 8:30.
Yes.
But you know what?
What's that?
Like the Giants, and I said this yesterday, I'm not spending a dime on them. I have to walk that back only for this reason.
What's that?
My daughter loves baseball.
See? I'm glad you're here with me.
However,
yes,
when she wants to go to a game, we'll go to a game. But I promise everybody out there in these streets, I will not be wearing San Francisco Giants gear. I will not be wearing Giants gear.
So what are you going to be like Rob Lowe? You're going to wear the Major League Baseball umpire hat?
No, I'm not even going to do that.
That would be actually hilarious because you hate officials.
That would be hilarious, but I will not do that. I will not do that. I will be wearing. I would love to see you wear a Mookie Betts jersey. No, I'm not going to go that far. I'll never.
What about a Jackie Robinson?
Nah, I can't do that.
Let
Jackie Robinson, UCLA.
Ooh, I like that.
But
I like that. Was he number 6 at UCLA?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
But, however, Orioles gear will be getting shipped to my house. Bird hats will be getting shipped to my house. I will not be rocking Giants gear. And then, A's games, I see a lot of people saying, hey, take her to an A's game. You know what?
I love that one.
I'll take it to. You know what? That's actually a good point. Forget Third and King. You want to go to a baseball game, baby Chess? Let's go to an A's game. You're right. You're right. You're right, Dave Johnson. You're right. I'll just take it to an A's game. So I'm not going to Third and King.
He was number 18 in basketball because he's obviously a 4-sport athlete, if I believe. Track and field, baseball, basketball, and football. And I think baseball is his worst sport. 28, Jackie Robinson, for football. I'm trying to find his baseball number.
Right. All right. So, anyway, good morning, everybody out there. on the roadways. It's nasty out there. A lot of traffic building up early in the morning. Lubman. One take Jake's back. One take Jake. He looks actually composed today.
You know
YouTube's back up.
One take
and,
Jake.
And you know what? Go ahead, buddy.
I was talking to him, and he's very befuddled at the lack of college love in the Bay Area. And I'm like, dog, we don't care.
Well, speak for yourself. I care.
Oh, here we go.
I care, but not everybody cares. I care about Bay Area college football. I care about I was at Stanford when it was humming.
Do you know what Cal basketball's record is right now?
Oh, they haven't won a game. Actually, they may have won their first game last night.
Last night
They won their first game. Yeah.
I mean, no.
They just lost to Santa Clara. I should actually keep it up with that.
You know,
USF was blowing out Arizona State on the hilltop.
I want to do a quick little palate refresher since it is our final day of the year. Can you play me something to make Bonte smile? And it's not my rap.
I'm not going to smile.
No. Well, I'm going to make you smile.
No, I'm telling you.
Play me our man, DMX. Come on, dog. What?
Yo, DMX is one of my favorites.
This is funny.
I'm not in the laughing mood right now, man. Maybe I will be. Maybe I will be in the 7 o'clock hour.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
You know, how are you the most quote unquote the passionate fan in the Bay Area? And I'm pissed off about what happened yesterday.
Your boy is taking a drive down to Pebble Beach today. I'm floating.
No. See, this stuff pisses me off. I'm reading all the tea leaves about how the Giants botched the Correa deal. How they and Scott Boras he basically had no problem talking to Susan Slusser and anybody who would listen about what happened.
He's doing his job.
But the Giants sent out a 2-sentence statement.
They're a joke.
That I had to read over and over on Warriors pregame and Warriors postgame.
What are they saying at NBC? What's like the general consensus?
It's a laugh. It's a joke. It's a joke.
You know in Godfather where he comes in and he hugs Fredo, and you know that he's dead to him.
Yeah.
And
then he looked at his boy. It was like, yo, mom's died. It's time to snip him.
And then in Goodfellas, when Paulie gives him the money when he's all drugged out, Henry Hill, and he basically says, and now I got to turn my back on you.
Yep.
That's the way I feel about the Giants right now. Even though I love them, even though I'm going to be there because I'm addicted to the suffering, and I know people can rip me and yell at me. I love baseball. I'm done with this ownership group. I want them to sell. I'm actually demanding them to sell because they are now turning themselves into an absolute joke. 13 days ago, I was like, this is a classy, well-run organization. Maybe they're not good at the farm. You know, that they've got some holes. You know, for whatever reason, free agents don't want to come here. Seeing the timeline and seeing all of the chaos behind the scenes as it's starting to unfold. Ken Rosenthal wrote an article. Obviously, Grant Brisbee's written articles about it.
They've all written articles. Bagley's written articles.
Players, minority owners, people on the board, other free agents, Scott Boras, Carlos Correa. Nobody knew what was going on. They literally, and you hear this a lot, you left the bride at the altar. No. They had the entire church packed. They had all their groomsmen up to the left of the tabernacle. They had Father Harriman from St. Cecilia's sitting right there in the middle.
Yep.
They had her family, their own family, all in the front rows. Everybody was in a suit. The bride is coming down the aisle. Correa is dressed in a suit, ready to come out, hang the jersey up in the air, put the cap on, and they were like,
no.
Yeah, we're going to
Fall back. Well, there could be a couple things here. Doing a lot of thinking, doing a lot of talking yesterday, just kind of have my ear to the street.
Okay. Careful, you could get syphilis that way.
Nah, not if you're on the right street. Not if you're on the right street.
Santana Row in San Jose.
Got to know what block is hot.
Very clean.
Got to know what block is hot, baby. Even in San Francisco, you got to know what street is right. You know, and another thing. What? Screw Farhan for ripping the city, because now everybody outside of San Francisco has this, oh, man, you guys got a lot of homeless people. It's really dirty. Yeah. I'm tired of people talking about my city.
I told you.
I'm sick of this.
I'm done.
He's got to go.
Negative. Yes.
So anyway, what if, because I think Farhan and ownership is hand-in-hand in this situation.
Oh, they're all
Farhan's philosophy.
One bucket.
Farhan's philosophy.
Agreed.
He doesn't want to give out long-term deals like this.
They hired Farhan to execute that plan.
He doesn't want to give out 13-year deals. So ownership obviously want a penny pinch. owners around the league are not happy with Steve Cohen for spending all this money. They're saying it's going to be consequences.
I respect Steve Cohen.
But you know what? I respect Steve Cohen too. Hal Steinbrenner, you're a joke for saying what you said yesterday. We'll get to that a little bit later. But I think they realize that, damn, Carlos Correa probably ain't moving the needle like we thought it was.
Okay.
And so season ticket packages flatlined, right? You know they had the season ticket packages. Oh, man, season tickets going on sale,
It's called
all that
bait
stuff.
and switch.
They knew, damn, we didn't get Aaron Judge. You know what was getting people to the ballpark? Aaron Judge. So I think the season ticket sales slowed down. I think the jersey sales were not popping like they thought it would be. And then they were like, you know what? We got some medicals. We really don't want 13. We don't want to give away a 13-year deal. We don't want to give away $350 million. There's a loophole here. Let's back out right now. And they said to themselves, probably, we'll take the PR hit.
Bonte, have conviction in your beliefs, right? Take a big swing. Again, I remember in real time, everybody was rightfully crushing Jed York for hiring Tom Sula. And I remember when they brought in Chip Kelly. And my thing was at the time, and I remember, and look, in hindsight, I was wrong.
Right.
But I said in real time, you know what? I give Jed credit. This is a big swing. You know, Chip Kelly flamed out with the Philadelphia Eagles, but at least this is a bold move, okay? A bold move, thinking outside the box, trying to swing big. Mm-hmm. He tried it for a year, it didn't work. At least he had conviction in his thoughts on hiring Chip Kelly to begin with and giving him an opportunity to run things. Now, it did not work. And what did he do? He made swift moves to bail out of it. Have convictions in your thoughts. Scott Boras, say what you want about the guy. He hires the best of the best at every level. There's a reason he is representing the best of the best free agents year after year.
No doubt.
That's number one. His portfolio speaks for itself.
No doubt.
He does the medical for you. He knows you're going to go down and look at every little hangnail from fourth grade, every little broken toe from freshman year in high school. He knows this. And so they were out in front of this the whole time. They found something wrong with the ankle from 2014.
Oh,
I don't buy it for 1 second.
No, I'm not buying it. So that's why Farhan, and there may be something to players not wanting to play with Kapler. Kapler lost that clubhouse last season. He lost that clubhouse. When he got ejected in the game, all those players thought it was phony. I've heard from reporters who cover that team on a day-to-day basis. I've heard from people who work with the Giants on a day-to-day basis. They thought it was phony. They thought Kapler was putting on the act. And now you got Kapler as the manager. I don't think players, number one, want to play for him. Number two, Farhan hired him knowing that he had a bad reputation. We all remember the introductory press conference for Gabe Kapler for first 40 minutes. We're talking about a situation that happened in 2016. And then now you got Farhan Zaidi.
Well, they were accused of turning a blind eye to some sexual allegations in their minor league system. I mean, it was pretty ugly.
Yeah, it was ugly. It was ugly. So, to me, Farhan, Kapler, ownership, they could all go. But where does Larry Bear fall in this?
I actually think, and I'm not trying to exonerate him from, what's going on here. To me, I've been talking about for a long time. They have a jumbled mess when it comes to their ownership group. I've worked in corporations where you have shareholders and you have a board. And when you have those things, you are subservient to one thing, B, profit margins. That's it. It's not about winning. It's not about putting out the best product. B, if they truly believed that Carlos Correa was a really good player that could help them win or was at least the start of something, hey, even if it's an overpay, like a baseball player, and we can argue about the player and the worth and the years and all those things, but have some convictions. You did all this legwork for months on end to get to this point.
See, I don't think they knew. I think they thought Judge was a guy, and they signed Correa to kind of appease the fan base to sign somebody.
Well, that's bad business.
They knew the fan base wanted a star. And really, I told you this, and maybe this isn't the week for it, but Carlos Correa, to me, he's a very good player. Very good player. I like Carlos Correa. But to me, it didn't move the needle. Now, I played the games like, hey, man, we got somebody. Wow, they actually did it. They actually signed a big-time bat. But the truth is, he's never hit more than 26 home runs. I get it. But in this lineup, you had to start from somewhere. I'll listen to that.
It's the symbolism of the acquisition.
I'll listen to that.
Bonte, it's the symbolism of the acquisition more so than the player. We can argue about whether, and there's a lot of people I'm glad they got out of it because 13 years.
No. You needed to start somewhere to attract other free agents. Now what happens is you got Kevin Gausman tweeting about the Giants, basically sticking the middle finger at them. Did you see his tweet?
Oh, I saw it all. But Bonte, if you were, I want to know these people that like 12 years, 13 is too many. Then where were you pumping your chest out saying they should have signed Swanson for 7?
Right.
I heard nobody say they want to sign Swanson for 7.
Nobody
you know
wanted
why?
that.
Because Swanson don't move the needle either. And actually, Correa is a better ball player than Swanson.
Yep.
So this whole thing, what it's taught me is that if you dig into the details, the Giants are a complete mess.
They're a mess.
And they need a complete reboot. Somebody's looking at this organization and they're saying to themselves, if I'm a billionaire, if I am, and this is what it is, it's a billionaire's toy. If I'm a billionaire, I'm sitting here going, this is a depreciated asset. I could turn this. How have the San Diego Padres become a more valuable franchise and a more valuable team to Major League Baseball than the San Francisco Giants?
Well, I tell you how. They're spending money.
Yeah, and
they're appeasing their fan base.
Somebody's going to be looking at this on Craigslist, this Giants team, and they're going to say, I'll get that organization for $5 billion bucks, and I will turn it into a perennial powerhouse and a cash flush entity.
Maybe if they sell. They may not sell like John Fisher.
I'm demanding them to.
Well, they're not going to listen to you.
I know they're not, but
I'll tell you this. This is how. This is how I operate.
Yeah.
So ownership group is a joke. We know who they donate to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of Farhan Zaidi. Bonte Hill will not. Baby Chaz will go to A's games. We will go to A's games. Bonte Hill will not be at 3rd and King next season until I see changes.
That's fair.
Until I see changes. I swear to God, I will not be in that stadium one time. Can't do it. Will not do it.
If I gave the keys of the organization to Joe Lacob or Jed York, wouldn't you have more faith in what they're doing right now?
Of course.
Think about the sentence I just said.
Of course.
This is a guy, Joe Lacob, who was booed off the court at half court year 2. This is a guy, Jed York, who was ready to be run out of town for a decade.
This is what I demand for fans, though. If you're really outraged and you're really ticked off at this organization, don't go to the games. Don't give them a dime. Don't be a sucker. Shasky, I'm begging you. Don't be a sucker and go down there. I'm dead. I drive by that place every day.
I know. It's a gem.
And I'm looking at it. I'm saying it looks depressing now.
I know.
The way I look at it, I'm like, that ballpark looks depressing.
Who's going to be on that?
Nobody's played in there.
Who's going to be on that big banner this year? Is it going to be Kapler again?
Grateful Dead's up there right now.
My dad must be happy about that.
Kapler was up there last year. I'm not going to the game. I'm not going to one. I don't give a damn. Nino, Palo Alto, what's happening? Good morning.
Yo, Bonte, what's up? I just wanted to tell you, everybody was like, right now, even the guy, you not calling for Willard? Because me and Willard, I go crazy on him. But you doing such a good job. I love you and Shasky. I just had to tell you, even if Shasky gets in a good mood, whoever, the energy you have to keep that throughout as long as possible, because this really is not a game. And how we look like a spectacle and a laughing stock. This organization has never been like this.
Nope.
Since I was born, before this organization, this ownership, they weren't there before I was born. This ownership will be gone probably when I'm still here, because I'm a real avid fan.
Yep.
So I just wanted to tell you, you have to keep on, because the ownership, Farhan, these people hear you, even if they don't say anything.
Oh, they know.
They have to get the whole fan base is feeling like you. We are beyond mad. You can't even have a good Christmas.
No, you can't.
I heard from about 7 different people on Instagram that they had bought Giants gear for their family, and they now feel like they were bait and switched for Christmas gifts and stuff. And they felt bait and switched. That's bad, dude.
You should see what I got you guys for Christmas. I feel terrible. The segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Mark Ibanez, 8 o'clock. Nick Friedel, 7:30. And look, man, we're working on new merch designs as we speak. And YouTube's back. YouTube's back. We missed them. I'm not going to a damn Giants game. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services. Oh, and Doobie Awards. Yeah, thanks, Levin. Doobie Awards coming up. Doobie Awards. We'll talk about that next segment.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Vontae and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today. Journey wonderful with Celebrity Cruises' biggest offer of the year. Enjoy 75% off your second guest, savings of up to $800 per stateroom, and up to $800 onboard credit. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises' semi-annual sale ends soon. Call 1-800-CELEBRITY, contact your travel advisor, or visit Celebrity.com. Offer expires January 31st, 2023 and applies to non-refundable deposit rates and select sailings. Additional restrictions apply. Ships registry, Malta and Ecuador.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
The Doobie Awards happening a little bit later. Lutman, we're going to do a couple at 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah, so the first round will be at 7:20. That'll be our best guest of the year and our top roaster of the year.
Top roaster of the year, best guest of the year. We have 5 Doobie Awards for our first annual Doobie Awards. Next year, we may flush it to 10. Do the entire show with Doobie Awards. First annual Doobie Awards on the morning roast. Couple awards. We'll give out a couple awards at 7:20. By the way, this date in history, James Wiseman makes his NBA debut.
No way.
Against the Brooklyn Nets. Scored 30 last night, career high.
What'd you think of that?
Good for the young man. I felt, even Mully said, I was very disappointed in his performance Tuesday at Madison Square Garden.
It was the worst I think he's ever looked, which is a statement in itself.
Yeah, he looked awful.
Yeah, horrific.
Last night, look, I get it. You're down 40. You're down 30. You gave up 46 points in the first quarter. I got Draymond Green. It's just.
By the way, Ben Simmons looked great.
Ben Simmons set the tone against Jordan Poole and took him out the game.
Yeah, he looked great.
He took him out the game.
I know I've walked back the Ben Simmons thing. I might want to walk back into it, or I don't even know what the phrase is. He looks great.
Ben Simmons ain't going nowhere. I don't think Brooklyn's trade at all.
He looks great, doesn't he?
He physically set the tone against Jordan Poole. Took him out the game. Jordan Poole, 4 for 17.
Bonte, they are
1 of 11 for the three-point line. They are rolling right now.
I want to just take a step back. I'm just going to ask you a big question here. My grandpa asked it to me. The Warriors even going to get to 15 road wins this year?
Don't know. Depends on Steph. We've got a couple games at OKC.
Let's say they did get Steph back in a reasonable. Let's say a couple weeks from now, right? I'm hypotheticals here. Just all hypotheticals. This road thing is like, I can't unsee it. It's bad.
Well, last night you knew they were going to lose. Last night just throw it out the window.
Yeah, but I don't want to move off that. That's my biggest issue when we discuss the regular, the playoff Warriors are a different story. You got to get to the playoffs, and that everything changes once you get to the playoffs. But that's my biggest problem with regular season Warrior talk is there are too many nights like last night where it's baked into the schedule because of some of the deliberate, which I would be doing too, rest things to keep guys Yeah,
I don't know if they're going to win 15 road games. Honestly, don't know.
So that's where I struggle with this whole they can get right. I want them to tread water.
They got to do things at home.
They got to be prolific at home.
And they have been so far.
Okay.
But the road thing, when you go 0 for 5 on a road trip in Charlotte, Orlando, Miami, Detroit,
even just
and then New Orleans. Fitz said it, man. You win a couple of those games. They've blown 4 games that they should have won, right? They're 19-12 going into the last night. You're tied for first place, but you're not. You are what your record is, right? That's what Steve Kerr said last night.
And the injuries are just killing me, too.
Last night was just...
It was a hollowed-out version of themselves.
Wiseman looked great, but how can I...
I know. And Patrick Baldwin Jr., I like him.
I'm looking at Draymond Green, right?
He had a couple nice passes to Wiseman.
I look at this road trip for him. Take away the Toronto game. My man scored 12 points in the other 4 games he played on his road trip.
Ugh.
That's 3 points a game. That's 3 points a game. He had no impact. Last night, you could see right away, he don't got it tonight.
So, okay.
So So when I look at a guy like him who says, I'm the greatest defensive player of all time, well, there's Kevin Durant. It's regular season. It's Brooklyn, New York. It's national TV. Greatest defensive player of the year. Check Kevin Durant.
I mean, that's not. Kevin Durant is all-time great. He was so much fun to watch last night.
But still, Draymond, check him. Set a toe.
He can't. I mean, who can guard? Honest to God question.
No,
who is guarding
that's
Kevin
not
Durant?
What I'm saying.
I know. I get what you're saying.
You're not going to stop him.
Yeah.
Last year, Draymond took the assignment to guard Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And he made it difficult for him. Last night, there was no physicality.
Yeah, what?
You're leaving Kuminga on Kevin Durant? Jonathan Kuminga, really? I'm going to do that to JK? Hey, go out there and guard Kevin Durant. Go, Moody, go ahead and try to guard Kevin Durant. Oh, man, we're going to get to switch Wiseman. Go guard Kevin Durant. Draymond Green, take the assignment.
On one level, I'm very conflicted with the Warriors right now because on one level, I totally understand the team and the fan base's approach to, well, they've never been beaten when they've been quote unquote whole. The big three I'm talking about, right? And the loyalty and the desire to want all those guys to finish out as Warriors and blah, 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 blah. On the other hand, my brain is telling me and my eyeballs are telling me, and I've said this from the beginning, we could talk about all these minor trades and moving this young guy for that young guy. I don't think their best players are good enough.
Right.
I just don't.
I do. I think their top six is good enough. The starting roster has been good enough. The bench has been the problem. And the way the bench has been managed has been the problem. The way the youngsters have been managed has been the problem. The development has been a problem. I need 8 to 9 guys. When they were humming at 18-2 last season, they were going 9 to 10 deep.
Yeah, but Draymond was outstanding every single night.
Draymond has played actually good basketball up until this road trip this year.
Well, I mean, this is when I needed him.
But up until this road trip, Draymond's played good basketball.
Yeah, but when Curry went down in this road trip is when I need him.
Up until this road trip, he's played good basketball.
I hear you, but like if you're going to thump your chest,
well, I just said
I'm not saying you. I'm saying Draymond Green about how I'm a top 75 player. Klay Thompson too, same thing. They were all super mad, and I have reached the point with Klay where I'm just going to be. I'm going to disagree with a lot of people. The knee thing. This is to me, this is a red flag. I'm really worried about Klay Thompson.
Well,
I'm not disrespecting him. I'm assessing in real time what the pivot should be with him and how to manage him moving forward. And I just don't know if we can rely on these top six the way that people think that you can. I don't think it's fair.
He's had a great 11-game run and then just slumped for the last 4 games. Klay Thompson's always going to be up and down.
He's a 31-year-old player who has got a sore knee again after missing multiple years. Like, that's who he is. And I think we're all in denial.
They say it's a sore knee. They say it's a sore knee. They say it's a sore knee. They say that. Just lit up Boston 2 Saturdays ago. Lit their asses up and defended at a high level.
He will have his moments, Bonte. I'm not denying.
He will have his. Clay's not the problem.
Bonte, you've got 2 players making $80 million, and then the third guy making another $30 million. But that's part of their situation.
You keep looking at
part
the money
of why they couldn't
Clay.
Keep certain bench players was because of the money.
You keep looking at the money. You keep looking at that. Clay's not the problem. What you get?
Is he an answer?
Steph rolling.
Let me ask you: is he an answer?
When Steph's there, yes, absolutely.
On this team, is he
absolutely?
Is he the 3rd best player?
He's probably 3rd or 4th best player. Who's better? Jordan Poole hasn't been better this year.
No, I'm not going to make that argument.
No, you better not say that.
Steph
he hasn't been
Wiggins,
better.
And I think there's an argument to be made that Looney's been more impactful than Clay.
Looney has not looked great this road trip.
I know, but I think he might be more impactful.
They need bench. They need...
No bench pieces solving their problems.
No, I think you need to add 2 guys. I think the West is... The Warriors are 3 games back of the Sacramento Kings for the top 6 seed. This thing could flip in a heartbeat. They go 15-5 and over a 20-game stretch, and all of a sudden they're in the top 6 of the Western Conference. Then what have we said? Oh, the Warriors back. The Warriors back. Oh my God, the Warriors are back. So we're screaming.
I don't know.
So I'm not going to panic yet. I need to see the team whole. Maybe they don't get whole, and it's a wash season.
It feels like that. I feel like, and Sam and I were having this conversation, and maybe people don't want to hear this because you're wasting a year of Steph. I honestly feel like for the organization, if they're being sincere about themselves, you're not a champion this year. It's okay. The years happen.
How could you say that? We haven't even got to January.
Because everyone's hurt and they don't look good.
Last year they said Boston wasn't a playoff team in December.
But that was a young team before they're even in their prime.
This is a championship team.
And
I'll take a championship team over a young team any day of the week. I don't think
this is a championship team.
I got championship pieces.
I agree with that.
When they're whole,
I agree with
championship caliber.
I do, but I just don't think it's in the cards this year. And sometimes that happens for you, And I look at them and I say, you might have to take a step back here. Take a step back in the small term to let some of these younger, if you are committed to the younger guys, take the step back, take your lumps, and let them play to take a step forward next year. And I know people don't want to hear that. But I'm starting to lean in that direction. That's why I'm conflicted with where the Warriors are at. I feel like they're at a crossroads. And I don't think there's a right answer.
I don't think these young guys are ready to roll.
I agree, but that's my point. And that's where Moody showed more flash yesterday. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but they were down 40 points.
I know.
They were down 40.
But you're going to have to embrace that.
Can I critique a team when they're down 40? They're down 40.
That's part of the maturation process of young players.
These young players, if they want to ball out, they got to ball out against the KDs. They got to ball out against the Kyries. They got to ball out against the Ben Simmons to help you win championships.
I can't even get Jordan Poole to ball out against them.
They're playing against the Coney Island Typhoons or whatever in the second half.
I don't know.
And we're going to, man, Moody looked good.
We have a philosophical difference.
They were playing pickup basketball last night in the second half.
No doubt. But Bonte, like when you're playing, you're expecting Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb to give you significant minutes.
Absolutely
you're
not.
not a champion.
Absolutely not.
When you're expecting JMG to be an impact player, you're not a champion.
That's why you may have to make moves to become a championship team.
To me would be pennies on the dollar. That to me is penny wise, pound foolish.
Man, I don't know. I don't know how good Wiseman could be. I don't know about Wiseman. He wants to play a different. Warriors centers play a different way, and I love the young. I think Kuminga's a keeper. Kuminga's a guy I can keep. So when I look at the Warriors, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Poole, Looney, Draymond, that's 6. DiVincenzo's 7.
Mm-hmm.
Kuminga's 8. Can I find 2 other guys?
Yeah, I don't think that 6 is good enough. That's me.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. They got the best net rating in basketball. All right, more coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at BayAreaPanthers.com.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com. Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this December with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 200 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
It's the best part. It ain't over, though.
It's the best bar. Second verse is awesome. It was awesome.
You feeling that?
It was awesome. As we talk a little Dubs, Giants.
Admit your favorite part is when I said rappers come to the gatehouse and pay respect.
Yeah, that
you
was.
love that.
That's that's legit. Look, when it comes to the Golden State Warriors, and I'm happy. Trust me.
It's
our last show of the year. Got the Doobie Awards. We got Cousin Nick coming on.
If you and I just agreed on everything, would that be even like?
No, this is what we do.
Yeah, Bonte, you're right.
No.
Yeah, Shasky, you're right.
Look. It's been a mess of a year so far for the Golden State Warriors.
It's been
a mess. And it started in training camp.
Yes.
When they were in Japan and they came back from Japan, I felt so good about this team. It was a palate cleanser because the Niners were struggling. The Giants we knew sucked. Actually, they were limping their way to 81-81. And I was just like, damn, we got the Warriors back. They start off the season, 3-2. They get beat. Give up like 60-plus to Denver on that first Friday night at Chase Center. All right, whatever. Then they go on the road, and they go 0-5 on that road trip. And they start 3-7. And I'm just like, damn. And now it just leads me to believe that with this trade deadline coming up February 9th, this will be the most interesting, I guess intriguing, whatever word you want to use, deadline for the Golden State Warriors. Now, do they make a move? I have no idea. Do they stand pat? I have no idea. What if they fall out of the race and decide to trade Draymond Green? I have no idea. I have no clue what's going to happen here. But I did not anticipate them being 15-18 at this point of the season and looking this bad on the road and still having question marks about James Wiseman and Moses Moody. And if I had one issue, the number one issue with the way the season has gone, Shasky, is the handling of the youngsters. The way they handle the youngsters early in the year.
Okay.
Kuminga all of a sudden is getting DMPs. He can't play. But you're playing Wiseman. And then at one point, you're playing all 5 youngsters. And then at one point, you're not playing Moody. But you're playing Kuminga and you're sending John Wiseman to the G League. Again, the first 10 to 15 games, the youngsters should have played at least 15 minutes a night. At least. To where they didn't have to look over their back and just play. And you should have mixed them up with the starters. Let Kuminga play with Steph a little bit. Let Wiseman play with Poole and Clay a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, to let them just go out there and die by themselves. And then everybody's pointing the finger at the youngsters. That mishandling of the youngsters annoyed me. All right? It annoyed me. The starters, let's be real, they blew a game in Orlando. And at the end of the game, they blew a game in Miami. They blew a game. They blew the game in Charlotte, up 4 with a minute left, and then losing it overtime. Your veterans lost that. So it's just been a tumultuous start for the Golden State Warriors, and you could point the finger at everybody, but how did they fix it? Well, you get Wiggins back hopefully on Christmas Day, and you get Clay back. That sure the hell could help.
So you're keep pointing to the punch, which a lot of people are going to point to.
Not my first
I'm not
issue.
saying you're not saying,
but the vibe changed after that.
That's undeniable. Like anybody that wants to argue about it, it's undeniable at this point. I was asking you, like, wait a minute, Clay isn't playing during the summer, and everyone's like, oh no, that's okay. But that did set them back early on in the season. It set him back early on in the season. That's I think that's undeniable as well. And then when your Iron Man, Andrew Wiggins, who hasn't missed any games in multiple years, when he goes down, that's a monkey wrench that none of us could foresee. And that to me should have been the first thing, like, Joe, this might not be their year. Now, look, I know they just won it all. I don't want to be Debbie Downer. I'm saying, how can a Warrior fan who has watched this team night in and night out sit here and say, this version of the team, with all of the reality that's going on with Steph hurt, with Wiggins hurt, with them trying to figure out what's going on with their bench, and all this, how can you sit here and say that this is even, right now, a championship caliber team?
No, it's not.
We got to go step by step. I'm not even sure they're a playoff team. Now, I want to believe, because of the benefit of doubt that they've earned, that they should be.
Without
but their
Steph
road
and Wiggins,
record, Bonte, their road record's undeniable.
Without Steph and Wiggins right now, they're terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible. And with that said, Sacramento's sitting at 6, and they're 3.5 back of the Kings for the 6th spot. You got to start winning some games here on the road. 12-2 at home, and you got an 8-game homestand coming up. And I think they can go no less than 5-3 on this 8-game homestand. And they got a back-to-back in there. Is Clay going to be able to play it? Is Rick Celebrini going to sign off on that? If not, how do you replace Klay Thompson? How do you win those games? How do you steal a game here and there? How do you start to win on the road? You know what I'm saying? Like that's so my frustration is It's with the handling of the youngsters. The youngsters haven't developed in a way that I wanted them to. But how can I fault them, man? You're throwing them into the fire with the vets. The vets haven't done a good job of holding leads.
Agreed.
I'll say this, Clay's been inconsistent.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Jordan Poole has been inconsistent.
He's been horrific at times and really good at times.
Right.
And it feels like nothing in between.
Draymond, if I could just get him to be aggressive, like he was in Toronto on Sunday. Can I get that every game?
Well, I need him now more than ever. With Wiggins out, with Curry out, I need him more than ever. And it feels like you get the flash where he scores the 3 threes early in the game the other day, but then it's like, it's just not enough.
Right. So Looney kind of hit a wall on that road trip, and I can't fault him. He's played in 144 straight games, 144 consecutive games. Looney's going to hit a wall here and there. He needs the 3 days off. I got no problem with Loon Dog. I think we agree. Steph is Steph. He's the one.
He's the outlier. He's the reason
outlier.
why you have, if you are like, Joe, you're panicking, there's still shit, it's because of Steph.
Right,
and I don't deny that. If you had Michael Jordan, I would say the same thing.
Right.
If you had Kevin Durant, I would say the same thing. Like, that's the benefit of the doubt Steph gets. Without him,
it's not good.
Yeah.
I think we all can agree. Wiggins is your second best player.
100%.
We know that.
I think there's an
Everybody can
argument
agree
on
with
a
that.
night-to-night basis who the third best player is.
It's a night-to-night basis.
Exactly.
It's on matchups.
Exactly.
It's on matchups. I need more from Draymond Green. He scored 12 points in 4 to 5 games on this road trip. He played in 5 games. He had the 17-point night in Toronto. The other 4 games, he scored 12. But he's got the player option. What do you do there? What do you do? JaMychal Green, inconsistent. Soon as JaMychal Dante DiVincenzo turns a quarter, boom.
I know. It sucks.
And now
they miss him bad.
Not only do you have the injury worries now you got the Bob Myers situation, Looney. Bob doesn't have a contract.
Oh, I don't even want to think of that.
Steve wants to get some money. I did not, going into the new year, think that the Warriors would be this much of a mess. They're just a mess right now.
I know.
And to go out there in Brooklyn and New York, it's one thing to get beat. They just weren't physical. They didn't look like they cared. And they let the Knicks steamroll them. First of all, you lose to the New York Knicks by 38 points at the Garden. You played at Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden, the Mecca. And you get blown out by 38. And then last night, you allowed the Nets to score 46 points in the first quarter and then 45 in the second. Watching that game, I just said, damn, they don't even want to be there. Like Jordan Poole's face didn't even want to be there. Ben Simmons took him out of the game in 3 minutes.
All the youngster talk and the trade and this, like, I know you disagree with me on this. I'm telling you, for right now, just seeing this, with not seeing Wiggins for a couple of weeks, which they've really missed him, no idea where Steph's going to be at. Even before the Wiggins injury and the Steph injury, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if their top 6 is good enough. I know it was last year. A lot of things fell their way. I'm not taking it away from them. They made the most of all those opportunities. They were awesome. But to expect good fortune and good health as the team gets older is asking a lot.
No doubt.
There's a lot of tread on the tires. They were very lucky that Steph is. How many guards have been this good at 34 years old?
Not many.
I know. Health and nutrition and what he does with his body. He's an outlier. I get that. But like to think Dre wasn't going to slip a little, to think Clay was going to, like, what he did is miraculous in the playoffs. It's not, I think 10 years from now, we'll really like, wow, what he did was really miraculous. Today, I'm probably not even close to appreciating what he did. But to think that he would be, inconsistent early, like, I kind of did expect that, honestly. Even though everyone's like, he'll be better next year, he'll be better. It's like, oh, no.
So you look at the way they play. Only 6 times this year in 33 games, the Warriors have shot more free throws than their opponent.
Well,
so they're not getting to the free throw line.
They have a historic disparity between what the opponent is shooting and what they're shooting from the free throw line.
The points of the paint is not favoring them.
No. They're not athletic. They're not
fouling.
Long. Yeah.
They're getting blown by. So I'm not saying trade right now. I do think it will be intriguing February 9th what happens, though. What happens February 9th? Do you roll with the youngsters? Is Wiseman a fit? Because here's my issue with Wiseman. And it's not Wiseman himself. It's the coaching staff. If you drafted him to be Andrew Bogut and Festus and Zaza, well, you drafted the wrong guy. This guy can get buckets. He's offensive driven. Defense will come later, hopefully. And it starts with positioning, not being in the restricted area, grabbing more rebounds. He's got to become a menace on the boards. That's a work. Same thing with Kuminga. They got to attack the glass, grab rebounds, go get that ball, be ferocious on the glass. It's not there yet for him. But, like, if you wanted him to just, set screens and pass out of the split action and pass out of the mid-post, dude, that's not James Wiseman. So you drafted the wrong guy. And that, to me, is on the scouting department. It's on the coaching staff for not developing him. Go down to the G League for what? Get numbers? For what? He's not going to play that way with the Golden State Warriors.
So the Wiseman thing is interesting because I think we're recalibrated to what the team is now and not what they were when they drafted him. We thought when they drafted him, like, they might not have another opportunity to draft someone with high upside. Like, I think it's easy in retrospect to say they should have taken a more polished player. I think the majority of Warrior fans were still in the denial mode. We're like, we're not going to be drafting that high ever again.
No doubt.
This is a once in a generation opportunity, and you got to take a guy with the highest possible upside. And I think that's what they thought they were doing.
And I still agree with the pick. I'm not going to do the revisionist history where, people, you could got Tyrese Halliburton or LaMelo Ball. I'm not going there.
And let's also remember, like, 2019, they went to the finals, but KD was on the team. 2020, Steph hurt his hand.
And Clay was out.
But we really didn't even know, like, how much better is Steph? Like, I think the last couple of years has really cemented who he is as an individual player.
No doubt.
I think his legacy as a teammate was already cemented, but I think he's elevated himself the last 2 years.
Right.
And that's before they picked Wiseman. And then the night Wiseman gets hurt, the night Clay gets hurt, they draft Wiseman. Like, I think it's easy to go back with revisionist history and say they should have taken this guy or that guy. I remember nobody wanted LaMelo Ball.
Nobody.
This thing that they wanted LaMelo,
Yeah,
nobody
it's a
wanted.
lie. It's a flat-out lie.
Yeah, nobody wanted
It's a flat-out
LaMelo
lie. Nobody wanted Halliburton either.
No.
Nobody really wanted Halliburton that high.
Not that high.
You would have had to trade down. And a lot of teams didn't want to trade down in that draft. They didn't.
No.
They were like, no, we're going to stand pat. The Bulls floated a rumor about Wendell Carter Jr. or whatnot to get the Warriors to bite. But that was it. So the Warriors are in some funk, man. They're in some trouble. They are in some trouble. And then, look, people every day, again, in my life, there's three things they want to talk about. Brock Purdy. They want to talk about the Giants and how they're whiffing on everybody. And they want to talk about how the punch affected the team.
Well, that's something.
And there's a lot of people in the basketball world who think karma got the Warriors this year for the way that was handled. So, look, that's not going away. And especially if you continue to lose games, that's never going to go away. That's the worst part about it. We're all hoping that, you know what? Maybe you start 18-13, or maybe you start 18-15, or you're 19-14, or you're 20-13, and you're at the top of the West. Nobody's talking about that. But you're 3 games under 500. It steps out for at least another 2.5, 3 weeks. At least.
That would be a total of, 5 to 6 weeks, I guess, essentially.
Yeah. He's not even lifting the basketball right now.
And that's being optimistic. And that's being optimistic. But that's kind of where I'm at. Like, so, I know we want to make this trade and everything. I'm going to go in the other direction. And I'm not. It's just, it might not be their year. Now, maybe I'm proven wrong.
No, it
but
might
in
not
my
be.
estimation, if you're a Warrior fan and you take a deep breath, taking a little step back in the next couple of weeks and letting the youngsters get their footing. You're going to have to take a step back, let them find themselves a little. I don't think that they're allowed to breathe and make mistakes because you're trying the pressure cooker of winning.
But Kurt, Lakers paying the luxury tax.
No, I know
he's
that.
Sitting up there, he's not going to sit. He wants the youngsters to play, but he also wants to win.
You're already set into the luxury tax, so you're already paying.
But he wants to win.
I get that.
Lakers not going to sit here and say punt the season.
But what I would tell him
luxury tax.
But what I would tell him is that if you truly believe in these young players, which I feel like they do, if you truly believe in them, you owe it to yourself to take a step back, play them a little longer, stop with the Ty Jerome minutes.
That's on Steve Kerr.
No, I agree. And take the step back, and then maybe 4-5 weeks from now, they're all in a little bit better spot. And I'm not saying they're going to be, championship pieces or whatever, but it'll pay dividends down the stretch. It'll pay dividends next year and the year after that.
We don't know who's going to be here next year.
Because the other way I look at it,
Draymond may not be here next year. Klay Thompson's going to be on his last year of the deal. Steph's going to be 35.
Bonte,
you have a championship window like this, you can't blow it.
Well, so then, okay, let's play it out in your direction. So you have a championship window, you can't blow it. And you make a bunch of deals, and now you got no future, and now you're the Houston Rockets?
Listen. Let's be real. Once Steph retires.
Of course.
It's going to be some dark days around
Of course.
these parts.
Look at San Antonio.
Exactly. So let's like this whole thing, like, the future, we got to have once Steph retires because he's the system. That's the system.
I agree with that. But
Once he retires,
why can't you build a team around an aging Steph Curry that doesn't have Draymond and Klay Thompson also there as centerpieces clogging up 80% of the cap?
Well, Clay's going to be here. They're not going to trade Clay.
But I'm asking you that question.
I don't.
See, I think we can.
I don't think these pieces. Like, is Kuminga going to be ready? Like, it's Steph's twilight.
No.
Is Poole going to be ready to take over the throne? He's struggling against top defenders in the league. Ben Simmons took Poole out in the first 3 minutes of the game, and he was never heard from ever again.
Bonte, this is part of the taking a step back. Jordan Poole now got the money. Jordan Poole is now someone that you're going to be building around for the long term. He ascended. Now he has to adjust to the league adjusting to him. This is part of the growing process.
This is interesting. 888-957-9570.
I would take the step back.
How many Warrior fans are willing to take a step back and let the young guys play and sacrifice the season? That's basically what you're doing.
I mean, are you? So Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb and JaMychal Green are actually going to salvage the season while Steph Curry's out.
No.
That sounds insane.
That's what you said. I'm not saying that at all.
So Jakob Poeltl, right now, I'm just saying, hypothetically, you trade for Jakob Poeltl, Miles Turner, the season is saved.
I don't want those guys.
Okay, then what do you want?
I don't want those guys. I'm asking you. You take a step back. Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman.
Yes.
They play all these minutes.
Yes.
Are you going to win games?
No, but I don't think you're winning that many games even if you make a trade for a veteran.
How's Steph going to feel about that? I mean, don't you think Steph wants to win?
Of course he does.
Steve Kerr wants to win?
Of course they do.
Joe Lacob wants to win?
Of course they do. They wanted to win in 2020.
How do you sell that to the fan base that's paying top dollar Chase Center? You talk about the consumer all the time.
Doubt.
That's what you always talk about.
I know.
Paying top dollar Chase Center to go buy tickets.
Injuries, the way I phrase this, guys, injuries happen. We're trying to make the best of the situation. Now we're trying to, make our assets as best as they can be. And here's the thing. If they start to show promise, Bonte, it's a double-edged sword. Not only can they maybe help you, maybe they have more value on the open market. They're at the lowest they possibly could be. Moses Moody's value is at the lowest it can be.
Maybe.
James Wiseman's value is at the lowest it can be. And you can say, Joe, there's a sucker all around. I don't think some veteran playing 20 minutes. Miles Turner, I'm just using him as an example. Right. Miles Turner is not making them all of a sudden a over 500 road team.
There's not a player out there that's jumped out to be on the trade market.
That's what I'm saying.
There hasn't.
So I would just be dedicated to playing young players.
But think about the pieces that they had last year that helped them win a championship. If they were on the market right now, GP2, Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa, they wouldn't pop out to us. We'd be like,
No, because the way that they play is a very specific way.
It's all about fit.
Yeah.
And Jakob Poeltl kind of fits. Now, am I willing to trade a high-priced youngster like a Wiseman? Not really. Miles Turner? Not really. Kelly Olynyk? Not really.
I'm being serious. You really think while Steph's out for the next 4 weeks, Jakob Poeltl
without
keeps them in the
Steph,
game?
you're not winning many games.
Okay, then.
Without Steph, you just got to tread water.
And then knowing that,
the way I think is
they're not treading
Steph
water.
Gets back. All right, we got to get the king of the hill.
My bad.
All right, king of the hill.
Sorry about that. You could edit that. My bad.
Gather round, all you fanatics of sports.
I was laughing. I had a skittle coming down my throat.
It's time for Lord Bonte of House Hill to decree the finest 8 football teams and all the NFC. For this is King of the Hill.
Bonte, you are nobody, my dude.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to breeze through this right before the break, and we got the Doobie Awards, the first annual Doobie Awards. We got a couple awards we're giving out before Nick Friedel, so we're going to breeze through this. No numbers needed. I'm just going to count them down. 7 Bucks, 6 Commanders, 5 Lions, 4 Vikings, 3, as my phone is about to die, 3 Cowboys, 2 Niners, 1 Eagles. That's your King of the Hill this week.
Oh, wow.
And that is brought to you by Fasteners Tool Outlet. Why pay more at a big box store?
I bet they've got drills, Makitas, Milwaukee's.
Got everything. I was using the drill the other day. I was impressed. Built a shelf for baby Ches. So I got to build a little fake kitchen for her, too. More drill work, more hammer work, more nail work. Just what I want to do during the holidays. You talk about the consumer all the time. Is the consumer ready to chalk the season to let the young guys develop?
I look at it from the.
I don't think so.
Well, no, it's an interesting point. B, I just look at it and I see how angry Giants fans are that they depleted everything to try to salvage what they had with Brandon Belt and Crawford and Posey. They were so loyal to them to a fault. Now look at them. And now, and look, there's no guarantee that the young guys are good. That's the risk. There's a risk on both ends. There's a risk that it just crashes and burns and you have to start over and you'll never get anywhere close. And there's also a risk that you have Steph Curry go away and you got nothing.
I don't think this regime is ready to sacrifice the season.
Well, I don't think the fan base is ready to move off of Draymond or Clay or any of those guys. I agree with that.
Tickets like that, you basically contradict yourself about the consumer, about everything like that. Like, this is a championship team. This is a championship core.
This is a championship
team. And you got
3-15 team on the road.
A championship core. Who cares about the road? I care about the road in the playoffs. They'll beat your ass in the playoffs on the road.
No one's healthy. We don't even know if Steph's coming back.
Steph's back. Steph's coming back. Steph's coming back. Steph's coming back. Don't worry. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by ChooseChange.org and Department of Healthcare Services. Boy, we're having some show. So jolly. Last show of the year. Doobie Awards coming up. Hit it, Jake.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at ChooseChangeCA.org.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Journey wonderful with Celebrity Cruises' biggest offer of the year. Enjoy 75% off your second guest, savings of up to $800 per stateroom, and up to $800 onboard credit. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises semi-annual sale ends soon. Call 1-800-CELEBRITY, contact your travel advisor, or visit celebrity.com. Offer expires January 31st, 2023 and applies to non-refundable deposit rates and select sailings. Additional restrictions apply. Ships registry, Malta and Ecuador.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Let's cheer up here. Shasky, now I'm happy. Giving out some awards. The first annual Doobie Awards. We're going to give out 2 right now before we get to Nick Friedel and talk about the Nets, and I'm sure Nick Friedel will revel in clowning the Warriors for their performance last night. Doobie Awards, baby. Doobie Awards. Love me. You ready to roll?
I am very much ready to roll.
He's ready to roll. Look at him.
Roll a joint for the doobies.
You know, possibly.
Need one of those right now.
Is that such a 1970s term, doobie?
No, we used it all through the 90s and 2000s.
Because when I think of a doobie, I think of my dad. My dad and his buddies used to call it that.
Dude, we used to save our doobies.
Gold.
We used to save our doobies when we were drinking a Patron back in the day.
Well, that's a
Patron.
roach. Yeah.
Well, doobie, roach, whatever. And put the doobie in the Patron bottle, and we stack it up. And once the Patron bottle got filled up, you take out all the doobies, and you roll a bunch of blunts, and boy, whew, that was one hell of a high.
Duh. Yeah, it's called a resurrection.
Yeah, I know.
It would also be the death of your lungs and your throat.
Depends on how you hit it. But the Doobie Awards. All right, our first.
Now I gotta go silk the shocker on you.
No.
Let me hit it.
The first.
Let me hit it. Let me hit it. Let me hit it. Let me hit it.
Oh man.
You know what song I'm talking about?
No, what song is that?
Silk the Shocker?
Nah, Silk was trash.
Charge to the Game is a classic.
Charge it to the Game. He had 2 songs.
No, he had like 3.
Okay, 3. I'll give you 3 out of 20. Silk was not a good rapper.
No, but Charge to the Game was a great album.
He on Somebody's Watching Me.
Yeah, TRU.
He had the second verse. Mia X had the best verse.
Well, Mia was,
verse.
come on.
But the second verse, Shocks.
Coming from the crest.
said, I'm paranoid. I can't sleep at night. I'm sleeping. I'm paranoid. He said something, and it was just like, bro, you just said the same thing.
Well, that's Silk.
About?
I mean, come on.
All right,
give me the Doobie Award number 1.
All right, Doobie Award number 1.
Sugar Wolf Pimp.
What is it? Our guest of the year, right? Guest of the year, Lubman.
Yeah.
Here are the nominees.
For our guest of the year,
I'm so excited.
We got Brian Baldinger.
Oh.
Dave Fleming. Our friend Anthony Slater.
Wow, Slater?
And President of Basketball Operations, Bob Myers.
Wow.
So those are the nominees for the guest of the year.
Wow, no Laura Britt gets omitted.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Alex Pavlovich, my homie.
Phil Sims. Yeah, I mean.
I texted him. We're good.
Yeah, I heard a lot about that yesterday.
What do you mean?
Just keep it moving. Drum roll, please, for guest of the year.
Come on. They mad at me?
Brian Baldinger, everybody. Brian Baldinger, our guest of the year in 2022 on the Morning Roast.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with
you. He gets the first ever
Baldy
Doobie Award. And now Baldy's so busy, he could give us
Darby Dance.
Baldy could give us a speech because he's too busy right now. So that's how janky the Doobie Awards are. All right, next award, Lubman. Next award.
Wait, time out. I want to stop for a second. Keep the music going. So Alex is mad at me? I texted him.
No,
he
he's
said
not
we're good.
mad at you. No, he's not
Are
mad
people
at
NBC mad at me?
No. I heard. Just trust me. People listen to the interview. They listened. All right? Just keep it moving.
I'm doing me. When you come into the circus tent, be entertained.
I'm coming at Alex Pavlovich like he's a Giants mascot or something. Like he paid. One thing that's annoying me these days, I will turn to a Grinch real quick.
Uh-huh.
And I checked you people yesterday for saying this.
Okay.
Oh, Pavlovich is paid by the Giants. He's a shill.
Did I say that? No. I respect his opinion.
They're doing the same thing with me. Said, oh, man, Laker pays. You can't say anything critical about the Warriors as I put everybody into a damn trade. As I talk about the youngsters and the veterans blowing games. But I'm paid by Laker.
No.
Some of you clowns, don't try me.
But Bonte, I love you, and you're not paid by the Warriors. You're not paid by the Warriors.
I know.
Your opinions on the Warriors just suck.
No, they're the truth. They're the truth.
I'm just teasing. He knows I love him.
Can we continue the Doobie Awards, please?
What?
We got Will Smith and Chris Rock up here.
Take that back. Because your Clay take may have been the worst of the year.
He's looking more like
worst takes of the year. Your Clay take last season and this season.
Your denial on Clay is he's looking more like Carmelo Anthony the last 4 or 5 years than he is Klay Thompson.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's the reality.
Oh my God.
Call what it is.
You said that last year and he balled out.
Here are the nominees.
For our roaster of the year, so this is a shout out to all of our best roasters out there, all the people who listen every day. We got Duke in the City. We got Filmo Mike. And we got El Sleepy Floyd.
Wow.
Bonte, I'm going to give you the card. Do you want to announce the winner?
Wow. This is a tough one. And all Tyler Miller, Michael Hernandez. Wow. Just so many people didn't make the list. It's tough. Drum roll, please. Roaster of the year in an upset. El Sleepy Floyd.
Wow.
Oh, wow. El Sleepy Floyd. But you know what? When the guy makes North Faces, when the guy comes up with merchandise ideas, and he's making all these graphics with this in it.
Sick graphics.
Wow, sick graphics. It's hard not to give it to him. El Sleepy Floyd. Roaster of the year.
Wow.
And you know what? He's on the line right now.
No way.
Sleepy Floyd. Your acceptance speech, buddy. El Sleepy Floyd, are you there?
Oh, I was waiting for y'all to. Hey, what's up, Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, and Sam Lemon. I just want to say thank you, Morning Rose, for this award of handsomest Filipino from Vallejo.
Let's go.
It's the true man of the people. I want to thank my family for not following me on Twitter. But one love to my Jinky, my 3 girls, and their significant others that I call expansion packs, and my Oppo grand boy Beans. I want to say hi to all my haters first, because without them, I wouldn't understand how dope I am.
Damn.
But really, to all my followers and those that tell me I'm a goat, I'm just out here trying to do the Lord's work. And most of all, just stay positive about the Niners, Warriors, and Giants, no matter what, yo. And because good juju wins championship.
Let's go.
There it is. There it is. El Sleepy Floyd.
Where can they get your some of your merchandise? Because you whipped up some sweet stuff for us here at 95.7 The Game shop. But where can they get some of your stuff?
Bay Area Raise Apparel, wearethebar.net. We got Bang Bang, NinerGang.net coming.
Let's go.
I want to push this because this is another blessing I've had this year, other than you guys, is working with the Mossy. Get it, 3030 Records. I'm the new creative director of the Mossy.com, 3030records.com. Y'all remember the Mossy, right?
Oh, yeah,
records?
no doubt.
Of course.
No doubt.
We coming heavy this year. New album.
Let's go.
And just want to let you guys know, Bay Area, I love the Bay, Vallejo 707. And if you want to listen to some bad hip-hop, Justy Flacco on all major music apps.
Hey, El Sleepy Floyd.
Or one of my
congratulations.
bad rap songs.
We love you. Everybody loved the North Face. You hooked me up with everybody.
Yeah, it's
people
pretty
in
sweet.
Seattle were walking up to me. I just want to touch your jacket, and they were touching it while asking me. I'm like, come on, man. I don't know where your hand's been, but thank you so much. You're a true rock star. But I got to say, El Sleepy Floyd, there's a lot of people not happy, man. You get the first annual Roaster of the Year award.
Watch out for Fillmo Mike.
Watch out for Fillmo Mike. Watch out for Duke. Watch out for Tyler Miller.
Yeah.
Watch out for Danker. Watch out for Jason. Watch out for Mike. Hell, watch out for the entire YouTube chat. They think the whole damn thing is rigged. All right, El Sleepy Floyd. We got to keep you moving. Thank you so much.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm on.
Congratulations.
See ya.
Hey, listen. YouTube's not happy. Not happy.
Shocker.
Not happy. Nobody's happy today.
I know.
What a day. You know why? I'll blame the damn Giants. I knew the Warriors would lose yesterday, and I didn't know they were going to lose by 30. I didn't know they were going to be down by 40 at the half and give up 91 points. Tie for the most in franchise history for most points given up at the half when the Warriors gave up 91 to the LA Lakers back in 1972. I didn't know that was going to happen. But damn, last 48 hours, it sucked. And I'm the guy boycotting 3rd and King. Go figure. But, hey, Roasters, you know what? Tyler Miller, man, that's an upset. He didn't make the list. He didn't make the list, dude. That's tough. Now, I wasn't part of the selection committee here. So I'm going to just say that. I'm going to throw some people under the bus. I wasn't part of the selection committee.
Well, I mean, you already threw me under the bus for doing my job, and so,
how did I throw you under the bus?
Coming strong opinions about
what? How
just
did I
in
throw you under the
general,
bus?
you know?
When did I throw you under the bus?
All the time.
I never throw you under the bus.
all the time.
No, you throw me under the bus.
I make
all the
rap
time.
songs for you.
No, you went
I
to
prop you up as the
Boxer
king.
Gerson. You came in running hot, just blah, 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 blah. I carry him. I prop you up, man. Your name is on Warriors pre and post every single day.
Well, I mean, geez, you got to defend me because it sounds like NBC's mad at me now.
They're
No
not mad at
FaceTime
you.
in my
No,
future.
No, they're not mad. Just, people got to realize Pavlovich ain't paid by the Giants. You got a job to do. Got sources to protect. Damn. People ain't mad. Man. People not happy with the roster of the year. Let's go to Gene. Gene didn't make the list. Gene in Oakland didn't make the list. It's an upset.
Yeah. I'm terribly disappointed, but I'm going to shoot for next year. Okay.
Okay.
Doobie Awards, baby.
Hey, listen,
we're around next year.
Yeah. So last year I said that I was inspired by Joe's raps to the point where I was going to become a rapper myself. I call myself too old. I don't remember that. All right, so I finally got around to doing a little rap song here, and accompanied by my wife, Jen.
Oh,
this is a duet?
Oh, this is duet? Oh,
wait,
my God.
Let me stand back.
Oh, man.
You guys go.
I'm going to hit you with the too old rap. You
Okay.
guys ready for this?
Yep, I'm ready.
Do we need... Wait. Do you need a beat?
I got a beat.
Oh,
okay.
Never mind.
Me on the drums in the background.
Let's hear it.
Here we go. Can you hear it?
Yes.
All right, here we go. I'm rapper too old, but not too old to rap. Gonna bust out some rhymes, then I'm taking my nap. I'm running real hot, but not making a fuss. I'm common, too short, but he's not ludicrous. The NFL and NBA, but always here for you. Wish we all could say the same for Mr. Carlos Correa. I'm in Boston, Massachusetts, as a chowder head, but should Parsons teams now? Hell, I'd rather be dead. Because I love the Sharks, Warriors, and 49ers, you see. Love Hurdle, Curry, Purdy, and, of course, Jimmy G. Wish to hang with the Saints, talking South Dynasty, and maybe rock a TikTok with Papa Joe Shasky.
Oh, my God.
Wishing all you Yoasters, you guys especially, a very happy and healthy 2023.
Night, big boys.
Wow!
Oh, my God.
Gene!
Oh, my God.
You just shut the internet down.
Hey, listen.
Oh, my God.
Listen, we have a late entry. For Freestyle
God.
of the Year. We have a late entry for Freestyle of the Year. Freestyle of the Year will be awarded at 8:30. Late entry. Freestyle of the Year.
My God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Gene, was she banging a
Pots
pot?
and pans.
Was that what that
banging
was?
pots and pans. Holy smokes.
That was incredible.
I don't even know where we go from there.
I mean, he had my dad in there. He had Jimmy
Fredell's
G.
ready? Oh, Fredell's on.
Purdy.
Oh, we got a Fredell.
Can you play Nick Fredell, My Song to You?
All right. So we have Nick Fredell's intro.
Okay.
And then you can play the song.
Well, then I want to explain the song to him before I play it.
All right, play Cousin Nick's intro.
Yes.
He just blew my mind.
Gene.
Gene's got a better freestyle than you, no doubt.
You're probably right. This is the best intro.
This is.
Oh, dude, this beat.
What is happening? What is happening? All right, let's bring in Cousin Nick, ESPN, Brooklyn Nets beat writer. Cousin Nick, were you on the line for that Gene freestyle?
Yeah, shout out to Gene for the Papa Shasky reference, too.
Oh my
How about
gosh.
that?
Hey.
Oh, my gosh.
So, Nick, first off, we miss you. I love you.
Sorry you didn't make the list for Guest of the Year.
Yeah,
we apologize. It's a long list.
I love y'all guys. It's all good.
Slater beat you to the punch.
It's all good. And so, Nick, a couple weeks back, Bonte comes in here, and he was tongue-in-cheek with it. He said, yeah, people, the streets are telling me that I'm the king of Bay Area media, which I've been joking at him. No.
Gosh.
I'll take you behind the scenes. I've been joking with him, and I said, dude, I feel like you're the king of the media right now. Like, you're on TV at night. You're on the radio in the morning. We're killing it on both sets in terms of the ratings. You're the king. And so this whole, Bonte is the king of Bay Area sports media has really taken off. And it's tongue-in-cheek, but also very serious.
It really triggered him, Nick. It really triggered him.
Well, I could be Robin Hood.
Everybody else can brag about being arrogant and cocky and being the best. As soon as I do it, we got to make rap songs about it.
So, to make him smile during a rough week, because the Warriors, they're a sinking ship right now, I made this song because he works with, Chris Mullen, Run DMC, a.k.a. Run TMC. I made this song. Jake, you got to be ready on the beat here, bud. I mean, we've got rookie mistakes here. Nick, hang tight.
We got one take, Jake. It's his first
we
week
had a
on the
new
job.
guy behind it. Basically, we're playing Anthony Lamb right now.
It's on a two-way contract. Hey, Cousin Nick, we thought Spadoni was going to get Wally pipped. So anyway, well, let's fill some time before we find the rap.
This is like Marco Bellinelli scoring 40 in a summer league game and then doing nothing the remainder of his career.
Last night, 91
Is it like James
half.
Wiseman scoring 30 and then ...
Dude, so Cousin Nick, all right, here goes the rap. Here goes the rap.
Sire, to burn his kingdom, you must use fire. He won't stop yapping till he retires. Now he rocks the roast, so come correct. Dial 957 if you want to vent. Doing dub, pre and post on your TV set. Rappers hit the gatehouse and pay respect.
What are you talking about, Shasky? I'm the king of Bay Area sports talk. Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy.
Who do you think invented you, Shasky?
I'm the king of Bay Area sports. Hold on, Nick. It gets better. What are you talking about, Shasky? I'm the king of Bay Area sports talk.
Second verse is yours.
Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy.
Who do you think invented you, Shasky?
I'm the king of Bay Area sports.
Wait up, Nick. It gets better.
The roast ratings killer, there's no one chiller. Interviewing David Stern and Will the Thriller. He's one shot fella, I know we can hang. Leader of the trademark and the Jimmy G Gucci gang. Roll to the rock to the roll. Waller Street, Bunty Hill, Fillmore. You can see him on TV for show. And you can catch him 957 morning radio.
Nick, 1 to 10, what do you rate it?
I give it a solid 6.
Oh, I'm falling to my knees.
Damn.
I'm falling to my knees.
Did you get it? Go ahead, Nick.
It's pretty solid. I can picture Joe in the 80s Warriors starter jacket with like a massive gold chain and some black Ray-Bans up top, just going to work on that video. And maybe that's what we need. Maybe that's the next step. But the rhymes are there. I do love I invented you, Shasky. that got me every time that went out there.
Yeah. It is true.
And see what they're doing to me out here, Nick, man. They're driving me crazy, dude. Carlos Correa.
It's all love, my man. It's all love.
No, it's no love out here, man. It's bad blood right now. It's the Hatfields and McCoys, as Shasky always says. Bloods and Crips right now on the morning roast.
Yep.
It's big beef right now happening because we're all going crazy over what's happening in the Bay. You had to sit through that game last night. I had to sit through that game last night. Shasky, by choice, sat through that game last night.
With Grandpa.
I mean,
Grandpa was critiquing Bonte in a good way. He was just so proud of him on television.
I mean, these guys give up 46 points in the first quarter, 45 in the second quarter, 91. No physicality. Ben Simmons took Jordan Poole out of the game in 3 minutes. I mean, how do you describe the atmosphere yesterday? I mean, what did we watch?
Well, the atmosphere was like that of every other Nets game, which is to say there wasn't much of one inside Barclays. But, aside from that, the game itself was just bad. That was a bad product for the NBA. And I know that the Warriors have been struggling. We know the road record. But to see it up close, guys, you know the look and feel of a championship level team when you see it. And it was starting to be built early last season when I was still there. In fact, this was right around the time that I moved out to New York. But you could see they had the depth that they needed. You could plug anybody in. And I know that you guys have gone through the roster deficiencies because I listen every day. But when you take out GP2 and you take out Otto Porter, and you don't have guys that you can trust in all those kind of different spots, well, then you get a lot of what we saw last night. And, of course, not having Steph out there and not having Wiggins out there, who, to his credit, and I'm the first to say, Wiggins has been even better. I mean, when Wiggins has been out there, he's improved even more. He really has developed into just a great player for this team. But when you don't have those guys out there and you have the uncertainty of what Poole's going to give you, and we know what's going on with Clay, it is so very hit or miss right now when he is able to really give them what they're going to need. I think this team is going to be better, but to think that this group is championship caliber this year, I don't see it unless they make another move.
Well, and I know a lot of Warrior fans are going to sit here and they've said it to me like, Joe, you didn't think they were a champion last year? And it's like, well, so many things early on in the season reflected that, wow, they're way better than we thought heading into the year. Now, I know they had a really tough stretch, February, March, et cetera, and you didn't see any of the players play together. I just never have gotten that sense this year. Is it fair to be like, no, this is a championship group. We just saw them win 6 months ago. Is it fair for me to say, yeah, but this team feels so different than just 6 months ago, even the top six?
Joe, it absolutely does. And anybody who's telling you that, come on now. Let's have a little bit of a reality check. What I will tell you is that Warriors team last year taught me as a writer, as a journalist, that you can never count out any kind of team that has a Steph or that has a Draymond who is locked in and motivated, or, Clay just hasn't played very well since he's come back, but we've seen him do it before. So you don't want to just completely count him out and say, it can't happen. The difference, though, is that early in last year, right around this time, we had started to see what they were turning into. And I go back, guys. In fact, Slater and I were talking about this last night at the game. Draymond last year, before the opener at what was then Staples, is sitting there saying, we're a long ways away from a title. Draymond loves to say, I told everybody early, don't let us win. And it was on that podcast. But that was like a month and a half into the season.
Right.
On opening night, Draymond was sitting there telling us, as we're talking to him, hey, we are a long ways off. We've got a lot of work to go here. And to see the development you could see why everybody was starting to be really positive about what could happen. That development is not there. I mean, we could go through 1 through 5 or 6 on the roster, but once you get to about 6 to 10 or 11 or 12, that is rough right now. And to see it up close and to see all the deficiencies that they do have, it makes you just shake your head. But I say in the same breath, the West isn't they don't have any kind of knockout team right now. Right. I don't think the Warriors are scared of anybody on that side. I will tell you, I've seen Boston and I've seen Milwaukee up close. And the Warriors don't want any part of those two teams.
Well, hold on, Cousin Nick.
Now.
Hold on, Cousin Nick. We saw Boston come to Chase Center a couple Saturdays ago. No Andrew Wiggins. And the Warriors put it on them, Celtics. Put it on them. They turned Tatum into a pumpkin. I'm going to defend my Warriors on that one, but I do agree with you about the West. I do agree with you about the West.
You want to put that bet down right now.
Oh.
Whether the Celtics or Warriors are going to win.
Well, let's do that if they play each other. If they play each other.
We got a dinner bet right now because I'm taking Boston all the way in that one.
I'm rooting for the Celtics so hard. If we get Warriors Celtics Part 2, now I'm going to be miserable for going to Boston because that flight sucks. Shasky's going to be out there with his Boston accent out there. But you know what? We'll get a lobster roll. We'll eat crab together, and I'll gladly take your dinner bet. If the Warriors and Celtics.
Done deal. Let's do it.
We got to do dinner anyway. But
Nick,
listen.
when we went to Boston, the last day we were there, me and B ordered this giant plate of crab legs.
Oh, yeah, the Alaskan crab legs.
Oh, my God. This thing was as big as the table. The two of us put it down and then got more. You don't want to see us at a buffet.
I would expect nothing less. I am really impressed. Let's just hope for part 2 here.
Fredell knows food loves us, and we love food.
Absolutely.
We've been at the Shacks eating plenty of pizza.
Yes.
Now, Nick Fredell, ESPN, covers the Brooklyn Nets. You brought up Draymond Green, and we could get on the youngsters. I think they've mishandled the youngsters. I think the youngsters haven't been ready. That's another conversation. But Draymond Green, outside of that Toronto game, in 4 of those games on that 6-game road trip, scored 12 points. When he's aggressive, the Warriors are a different team. And then you see him talking yesterday to KD and Kyrie, and I could tell right away, Draymond, he's not into this game tonight. What are your impressions with Draymond Green from the start of training camp, which we know what happened in training camp, to what you see now?
B, I think that punch really screwed things up, frankly. And I say that from a distance because I'm not around it day to day like I was the last 3-4 years, but you just can't have something like that happen. And for as much respect as Draymond has earned through time and as much as that group just loved him, you can't tell me that incident and the aftermath of it didn't have an impact on the start of the season. Now, when you watch him play most nights, at least through the first month and a half, 2 months here, he looks still pretty solid defensively. It looks like he's given that group what they need. But offensively, it's the same old story. I mean, when Draymond's aggressive, they're 100% a different team, and he creates some more space, and they need him to be that playmaking guy. But, you know, I'm sitting here seeing Steph go down for a month or whatever it's going to be, and I'm going, oh, no, here we go again from a few years ago, guys. Because the three of us had those conversations. That year was so bad. And when Draymond would show up for those younger players, they had a chance of winning. In fact, go back to that Christmas game they played Houston that year, and that was their best win of the season. Draymond's running up and down the floor, screaming and yelling, and they're beating Russell Westbrook and Chase. At that point, that was the loudest we had heard it.
That's great.
And we're going, oh, man, like, Mari Spellman and Kai Bowman. Here we go.
Mari Spellman.
Dude, we've come a long way, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
We really did. But B, if he's not playing and giving that group without Steph and Wiggins playing at the level we're used to seeing them play at, then he's just not the same player. And I was right there with you last night. I was just waiting for the ejection because I figured, all right, Draymond is done with this, but he was kind of enjoying being out there with Kevin again and, you know, trying to get through the game. So that's the only surprise last night for sure.
All right, I'll ask you a question about the young guys in a second, but on the Draymond Clay thing right now, Warrior fans are always going to cape up for two legends. Two legends. I mean, their resume is so decorated and without any argument. They are all-time Warrior legends. The question that I have is, what are they now as players from a league perspective? How do people view them now? We view them as Hall of Famers and All-Stars, but how do you and the league view them right now currently?
Clay's just not that good right now. It's sad, guys, because, look, I watch Clay. I loved seeing him play at the level that he has been at through all those years, Joe, before all the injuries piled up. But when you watch Clay right now, it's not pretty. And that's just reality. I mean, the difference between Clay before the injuries and Clay now is that every time Clay went out there, you knew what you were getting. In that first year when they were still at Oracle and I was living in Oakland, remember in those first few months, he could not make a shot.
Yeah.
He just was in such a terrible slump. He was at that game in Portland. He was talking to his hand after he finally knocked down a few shots. But you knew that Clay defensively would give you everything he had, and he would be at least serviceable enough offensively where teams would have to still guard him even if he was slumping because they knew it was only a matter of time before he got rolling. The Clay that has appeared after these injuries, he's just not the same defensively. And offensively, he's had some really big nights, and everybody wants to go, oh, man, there he is. There's the old Clay. We know it's in there. The problem is in the consistency. And I don't know if it's going to be able to come back all the way like it has, but if we're talking about the totality of the last year, he's just not a very good player right now. With Draymond, defensively, he is still a very, very elite defender. But with Draymond, it's the same issue over and over in that when you watch him play early, you go, all right, does he want to play tonight? Is he fully invested tonight? And I'd say most of the time when I've been able to watch this season, I feel like he has been. But you need that Draymond all the time, especially when you're dealing with these absences. And when you don't get that type of performance, this team and this roster, especially the back end of it, isn't good enough to compensate when he's not there in that way.
Nick Friedel, ESPN, here on the Morning Roast on 95 Silver the Game. What are your impressions of the way Steve Kerr has handled the youngsters? James Wiseman, Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kuminga.
Oof, Wiseman. Let's start there. It's rough. I mean, I know everybody's going to focus on he had 30, but B, you were watching the same game I was.
It was a pickup game. Come on.
Oh my God! It reminded me. I can only imagine, and you guys are coming at it from the Giants' perspective with Barry Bonds. I'm coming at it from the Cubs' perspective. The Cubs would be down like 8-1. It'd be like the 8th inning back in the home run chase, and Sammy would hit a ball like 500 feet. He'd be like, oh, damn, Sammy hit one today. Everything's good. I think people focused on that Wiseman box score last night, but they're still not viewing it like, how's he doing setting screens, and how's he doing holding on to the ball and working in the post,
boxing out,
and running through
rebounding.
The offense.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he has regressed from what I saw in that beginning before he got hurt that first year. He has just absolutely regressed. Now, B, is that on Kerr? Is that on the whole coaching staff? Take your pick there.
Right.
As far as Kuminga and Moody, you still see the flashes from Kuminga, and I was talking to some of the Warriors people yesterday, and they still like what they see from both of those guys, from Kuminga and Moody, and they think that time is on their side and they're continuing to develop. But when I watch Kuminga, I thought we'd see more consistency, a little bit more. And when I watch Moody, I think he's still going to be really solid, but I don't know what the ceiling is at this point, because I think that they thought that he was going to be ready for 10 or 15 minutes a game, and it is very clear that it's not just on Moody, but a lot of those guys aren't ready for the minutes they're getting. So there was so much hype around, all right, well, we changed the coaching staff and we changed how we're developing these guys behind the scenes and the 2 tracks and on and on and on. those guys, the proof is in the pudding for all three, although I think Wiseman is in a different category in that regard. Wiseman, guys, just does not look like he is going to find his way in the next year or two. The other guys with Kuminga and Moody, I think that there's still plenty of time for them to develop and to be helpful in the rotation for this Warriors group. But there's no question, when those players aren't developing, that goes on Kerr. I mean, he's the head coach. He's in charge of the whole deal. But something has not clicked for all three on a variety of levels up to this point, because the organization was absolutely expecting more than what we've seen to this point.
Cousin Nick, ESPN, covers the Brooklyn Nets. We know Nick Friedel. We love him here on the Morning Russ. Shaska and I were having a conversation. What do you do without Stephen Curry? Do you play the youngsters and just sacrifice wins and losses, or do you try to win games and put yourself in a position at the trading deadline to possibly make a move to get into the Western Conference playoffs that is wide open, as you just mentioned, Nick? Do you think this organization, you're tapped in with the Myers and the Lakers and everybody with that coaching staff, do you think with how much they're paying in terms of the luxury tax and salaries, do you think they would sacrifice this season to try to develop the youngsters?
I don't because I think they know they've got Steph still in his prime, playing like the MVP when he's healthy on the floor. And the tenor of the conversation around this team, when you look at the schedule that they have coming up, I know they got that, 8-game homestand?
Yeah, 8-game homestand, yep.
Look at the teams that are coming in. I know that a few of them have gotten hot lately, but there is no reason why we're not going to sit here in 3 or 4 more weeks and the ship won't have been righted for now. And if you can't win those games in the short term without Steph, although you are getting Wiggins back and there's not as many back-to-back, so Clay's going to give you whatever he can in those moments. If they win a few of those games and Steph comes back, I still think they're going to look to acquire at the deadline, because they know how much money is invested and that Lacob and the ownership group put in this summer. Right. And they know they can't run the risk of, Steph will just keep being this good for the next few years. Steph is incredible. There's no telling how long he can stretch this. But I would still bet on shorter rather than longer, because that's the history of the league. No star at the level Steph's played at just continues to play like this year after year after year after year. The injuries start to pile up, and you wonder sometimes how the rest of the roster around those stars goes. The Warriors are in that right now. But I'd say all of that to say, yeah, I still think they'll be buying at the deadline. But this is where I want all Warriors fans to take a deep breath, because they won last year. And that really is the bonus title. Nobody, and I mean nobody, expected that title to actually happen. The fact that it did, people need to embrace in these rough times that are ahead the rest of this season at various points and in the future, because that title was so unexpected and so awesome for the Bay and for all the people that have followed this team for so long. When you're getting really frustrated, it's not that this team can't win again. It's that you need to remember how special that run was and the fact that they actually got it to the top again.
Nick Friedel, ESPN. Merry Christmas, my brother. We'll see you next month.
Merry Christmas. I love you, buddy.
Merry Christmas, guys. I miss you like crazy. I had to laugh the other day watching that Bucks-Niners game, because I know we had talked a few months ago about flying out there. And as I'm watching Brock Purdy demolish the Bucks defense and Brady just continue to, I don't know what the hell is going on there, but
yeah, we don't.
I'm going, if I had flown there and I had sat with B and Mr. Shasky and the whole crew, I would have been just looking down like, get me out of here.
It would have been a rough one for you.
It would have been really rough. So good luck to the Niners. I hope they keep rolling for everybody's sake, but just remember that Warriors title last year. Remember the parade. Remember all the good times, because it's not that it can't happen again, but embrace what happened already, because it was pretty cool.
I got to say, Nick, our YouTubers just love you. They just love you, cousin.
Oh yeah. I mean, not as much as all the Nets fans love me here.
Boy, hey, Kyrie, I heard you guys are best friends again. White Elephant games at Kyrie's house with cousin Nick and KD. Hey, cousin Nick, man, happy holidays, man. We love you.
Guys, I love you back, and I will see you here soon in about a month.
All right, buddy.
There's certain people that I hear their voice, or I see their picture, or I see them. Guru's one of those people. It makes me smile. Nick's one of those people.
Nick makes me smile. But I love him so much that I won't push back on some of the things he said.
Oh.
There's a lot of disagreements there.
Well,
I'll see Nick next month.
It's just two mensches, me and him, cutting it up, two geniuses when it comes to basketball.
Two geniuses.
X's and O's.
You guys takes age really well last season when I was telling everybody it's going to be a championship run. Get ready for a parade.
Thank you, Bonte.
Yeah,
thank you,
please.
Bonte.
No. It's not Bonte. It's the king of the Bay. Bow down, baby. Where's my crown at?
Wait, let me bend the knee.
My boys are around. It's the last show of the year.
Okay, can I
lighten up, everybody?
Why are we on such edge back there?
Hey,
behind the glass.
Nahegan's in the freaking air.
I don't
taking
care
a flight
what's
back
going
home,
on with Nahegan. We're working.
My guys.
The entire Bay Area media is taking the time off, and we, the two linchpins of this station, who are carrying things, are actually in here working our you-know-what's off, carrying this bad boy, and you guys are yelling at us about a break. Nahegan, go open a gift.
Injury report.
Shout out to Ashley Napa, bought one of our new DPOY sweatshirts. Get yours at 957thegameshop.com. Injury report. Charvarius Ward may be available this Saturday against the Commanders. He was in a blue non-contact jersey at practice yesterday, a sign that he's making progress from a concussion he suffered last Thursday night in Seattle. Also, Brock Purdy was limited as he continues to deal with an oblique injury. That said, it was reported that Purdy was throwing well during the portion of practice that was open to the media. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Marky Banyas!
Let's go.
Lord Marky Banyas, as there's a new king in the Bay. What's up, Mark? He's coming up on the roast.
Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers?
Sofas? Yes and yes. I think I need a bigger cart. Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Alexander Steakhouse is now booking reservations this holiday season. Look forward to handmade pastas at our newest restaurant in San Francisco, Afici. Enjoy your menu favorites at our various locations across the Bay Area, or give the gift of something sweet from Alexander's Patisserie or 165 this holiday season. Alexander Steakhouse is perfect for a special occasion or culinary adventure. Visit our website at alexandersteakhouse.com to book your reservation today.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Christmas is in season on the Odyssey app.
Whether you're out shopping, cooking up a Christmas feast, or just decorating the house.
The Odyssey app has the playlist for your holiday season.
Like Christmas classics,
Disney Christmas,
countrified Christmas,
Viva Navidad,
hip-hop Christmas, and more.
It's all here on the Odyssey app.
Download the free Odyssey app today. Search for holiday stations and get into the Christmas spirit.
That's AUDACY.
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What's happening? Love everybody on YouTube. Love everybody on Twitch. The haters, the players, everybody on YouTube. I love you all. Love all the graveyard shift workers as we say good morning the last time of 2022. One take Jake. Good morning. Lutman, good morning. We love you. Graveyard shift workers, truck drivers, UPS drivers, FedEx drivers, engineers, longshoremen, teachers, students who are enjoying vacation.
SFMTA.
Cops, MTA.
Day ruiners.
Firefighters.
AKA meter maids.
Firefighters. California Highway Patrol. Muni drivers, BART drivers, BART operators. Dwayne, what's happening?
And America, listen to me and listen to me good, in the words of Radnich. Be nice to everybody. The next couple of days are going to be chaotic. Yep. You're going to go into a retail place. They're not going to have what you're looking for. Mm-hmm. You're going to be walking around. Most men do this. This is what I do. I walk in. I don't even know what I'm looking for, but I need something for a woman who has everything. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what they do, right? And you're looking around. You got your credit card. You don't even know what you want. You don't even know what to get her, but you're looking. Take a deep breath. Be nice to people in retail, okay? It's not their fault.
It's not their fault. It's not their fault. Also, good morning to the strippers. We understand it's a rough winter for them.
And we did hear from the source.
Yeah, it's a rough winter. Shout out to the strippers. Right up the street on Broadway.
The king of North Beach, Norm Dudum, was laying down court the other day.
He was. Baby mamas, baby daddies. And good morning to Mark Ibanez, who's chilling in retirement. He's chilling as a fan. What's up, Marky Mark?
They put me on. I hear the strippers comment.
Hey, don't
got me started with a good laugh.
Listen, Mark, we just like to say good morning to everybody out there. We realize the graveyard shift workers could also be strippers too. And truck drivers as well.
You know, Bonte's got a very eclectic palette when it comes to music. So he's got friends in high places like the mayor's office, and he's got friends in low places.
Hey, to be honest, we all do and should.
Yes.
Come on. Nobody's passing judgment around here.
Nobody.
Mark, let's start here. Mark, when I first got into the industry, I want to take people behind the scene here. Like, I've always looked up to you for a variety of reasons, but one night you did a show with me and Covey, and then I got a text message from you later on, and it was me and you just kind of railing about the Giants. You love, obviously, all sports, but you love the baseball teams, you love the Giants, you love the A's. I'm blown away at what has happened over the last 2 weeks to the Giants. No, I mean this. And I feel like it has now gotten to the point, after everything that's happened with Carlos Correa, Aaron Judge, I can't look at this ownership group. Forget Farhan, because I've been out on the way they play baseball for a while. I can't look at this ownership group the same. Am I alone in that?
I am right there, and as you guys know, I mean, I've told you before, Giants baseball is what got me into sports. It was my first love, Willie Mays and all that. But and it hurts, and it's one of those situations, guys. I mean, I feel for you guys on the air going through this. I listen to so much sports talk radio the last couple of days on different stations and all that. And I can reveal right now, because what can they do to me now? But I used to work at another station, a competitor of yours, and way back when, I criticized the Giants when they traded Kevin Mitchell, who was an MVP. Love the guy.
One of my favorite players of all time.
Yeah, so get this. They traded him. I had a full-time show on that station, and I criticized the trade, not harshly, not even 0.1% of what I've heard guys talking about over the past few days. And they traded him for Billy Swift and a reliever named Mike Jackson.
Oh, yeah,
and Dave Burba.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Burba. It turned out to be a pretty good trade. You could say I was wrong. But my comments were vanilla compared to the vitriol that I've been hearing all over the airwaves from all sources. Get this. Al Rosen, general manager of the Giants, had me fired from that station.
Wow.
And he tried to get me fired from Channel 2.
Are you serious?
And fortunately, I had a general manager named Kevin O'Brien who had the guts to say, I don't tell you who to put on your roster. You don't tell me what to do with my sportscaster.
Wow.
And it brought me back to that moment about how things have changed. And I can't even imagine a grown man trying to get somebody fired like that.
Embarrassing.
Comments that, it was bad. And you guys are the first time I've ever said that publicly.
Wow.
True story. That's how I lost my talk show on that other station. And so that's how passionate I am about the Giants. And this thing has cut so deep because it's embarrassing. Bottom line, it's embarrassing.
Well, I tell you what, Mark.
The Giants organization.
I tell you what, Mark, and Shasky, he may be one of the more passionate Giants fans I've ever met. He dies with the Giants. And I love my Giants too. I love them in a different way. But I made the decision yesterday that I'm not spending a freaking dime at 3rd and King. Not next season. And I promise you I won't be there. I can't do it. I'm out on Farhan. Yeah. I'm out on Kapler. Yeah. I'm out on ownership. They lied to this organization, to this fan base. They talked a big game. Like Joe Lacob talks a big game about spending money. Well, he backs it up. Jed York, say what you want about him. They back it up down there in Santa Clara with the 49ers. Yeah. I saw Larry Go ahead, Mark.
Let me read you guys part of a text I sent to one of your co-hosts yesterday. Tell me if you agree with anything that I've said or disagree with it. Basically I said they have a mediocre at best 40-man roster, a middling farm system, a manager that nobody likes, parentheses, you better research that, baby. No overall scope, as in the general manager doesn't seem to know what direction to go in. I asked, is this a defensive-oriented team?
Exactly.
Are they a power-oriented team?
Pitching.
Are they speedy and athletic? Do they have a great bullpen? Do they have a great rotation? I fault him for not building anything. There is no vision. It's patchwork. You can call him the fall guy, but you have to signal to the fans that you understand, because we have an unbelievable fan base, loyal, knowledgeable, incredible fan base. They cannot stand for this.
No.
And I'm tired of people telling me how smart this guy is. Because he might be book smart, but he has no street smart, no savvy, and he's a nerd playing like fantasy baseball with real people's lives. And I've had enough. You can't fire the owner, but you know what? You got to send a signal to the fans, because there is no direction in this organization right now.
I love you, Mark.
No direction.
No direction. And so I'm not going. I will watch from my couch, but you will not get a single dime from me. And I can't believe I'm saying that. And I got a daughter, Mark, who just turned 2, and she loves baseball. I may drive across the bay to go to A's game to get her baseball fix in. That's how bad it is for me right now with this organization. So when you talk about Farhan and the direction and the ownership and the players and everything, athleticism, it just, you hit it right on the head, Mark. There's no direction whatsoever. So what's next? What can make the fan base happy?
This is one of those moments in a franchise where it's going to go. It's a seminal moment. Where are they going to go? This is the kind of just complete debacle that can send a franchise backwards, because, I spoke to a very well-known baseball-specific agent yesterday. I'm not going to tell you his name, but if I did, you'd definitely recognize it. And he told me that one of the underlying problems with this whole situation is that there was some kind of disagreement in the high places, and they got cold feet. They're being not transparent about the whole thing. And the other thing is that sends a franchise backwards is the reverberation that this is going to have with other players in the future. Are they going to want to come to an organization that doesn't seem to know what left hand know what the right hand's doing? And they're being very untransparent so far with the fans. There's been no explanation, and you can't use that cop-out of saying we're not allowed because of HIPAA laws to talk about medical conditions, because they can tell you exactly how it all transformed and came unglued. And I speak to you guys as a fan all the time. I'm no longer in the business, so there's much I can get in trouble for. But it's just, the passion of Giant fans. You guys is passionate. I'm passionate about it, and it's just the kind of thing that can set a franchise back for a number of reasons. And then Ned Colletti was on the air yesterday, former Giants assistant general manager under Sabian, who did know what he was doing, by the way. But he said one of the underestimated aspects of this whole thing is he told the story of after 2002 when the Giants lost Game 7 and they didn't do much over the winter. They lost some key players and they didn't do much. And he said walking into that clubhouse in spring training was extremely uncomfortable because the players know. They know when something's been turned into a debacle. And he said, man, that was an uncomfortable place. Eyes were on management like, you guys let us down big time. Do you even really want to win?
Yeah.
Do you want to win?
It's a great question, and you bring up Sabian, but B and I love Sabian. He had his own faults. I mean, he wasn't perfect. He gave out massive contracts to some failures, Benitez, Rowan, Zito, but the guy rebounded.
It's a tough job.
He made moves. Every time they were in contention, he made moves.
He took over a 68-win team in 1996. They won the NL West they won the NL West like 5 different times, 8 times to the playoffs, 3 champions. I mean, made unbelievable shrewd trades to get Jeff Kent, Jason Schmidt, JT Snow, acquired through the draft, Tim Lincecum, Posey, Bumgarner. Like, he did it in a variety of ways. To me, at least Sabian was front and center, and he wasn't gutless. This feels so gutless to leave this guy with a suit on, okay, at the altar 20 minutes before you're about to go in front of the media. Have you ever, in your years of covering this, have you ever seen or heard anything like this in sports?
Nothing even close. Nothing approximates this. And I mean, this is like being left at the altar, but it was basically right down to, do you take this man? But right down to, I don't. You know, I mean, it was like, I mean, you couldn't cut it any closer. I'm under the impression that he was actually here in San Francisco.
He was. He was here Sunday night.
They said he had a suit on.
He was here Sunday night. I got word they was going to have dinner with a couple people, the people he was going to have dinner with on Monday because his agent and Carlos flew up from L.A., and he stayed in San Francisco. Hell, I think when he signed with the Mets, he was in a San Francisco hotel, for crying out loud. And the fact that Farhan sent out a statement, because I think it's ownership and Farhan Zaidi. I believe they're all hand in hand.
They're all one bucket.
That statement yesterday, Mark, was so damn tone deaf.
Gutless.
2 sentences. Yeah. They need to come out and speak. And now they may not say everything that we want to hear, but at least show your face. Stand in front of the podium in front of on 3rd and King, where Barry Bonds built that place, and you got the Willie Mays statue and everything. They need to talk, and it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hiding behind the HIPAA law that you can't talk about medical stuff, it doesn't wash. I mean, we're a sophisticated sports market. Everybody understands that that's not the deal. And I think an explanation, an apology, I don't know. You know, do they feel like they owe it to us? I don't know, but they certainly, at very least, owe an explanation. And that's the frustrating part as a fan. And I wouldn't blame people if they gave back their season tickets and all that comes with it. At this point, it's just a dramatic situation. And then you roll that into everything else that's going on. Thank God for the 49ers here.
Oh, man, Mark, the Warriors.
Hey, Mark,
the Warriors. They just lost by 68 points the last 2 nights.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about
Mark.
the Warriors.
Oh, my God.
Let's talk about the Niners. Mark
Purdy.
Mark. Purdy. What do you think?
Hey, I'm really liking it, and obviously the first thing you could say is, how can you really put a judgment out on a guy who's, you know, not even played 3 complete games? But, you know, again, try to do my research. I've talked to a couple of very experienced guys who are quarterback-specific coaches, and they all say the same things. The fundamentals are good, and, you know, Bill Walsh, he always used to say the most important attribute that a quarterback can have is feel for the game, the intangibles, something you can't teach. And I think he clearly has it. And another thing that I really like about him is that feel and his feet within the pocket. It's almost like he's He's, you know how it is when you're jumping on a mattress and moving around on a mattress. Your feet move easily and smoothly, and I think he has all those things because when you've been covering sports as long as I have and as long as you guys have, sometimes guys just get it from the get-go, and you don't need to see a framework of 40 games under their belt. And conversely, sometimes you see it the other way, where it's going to take a long time, for instance, like a James Wiseman, to develop. You can just see it. He doesn't get it on certain levels. He doesn't fit the puzzle, and Purdy does. There are examples I could give you, a mile long on each side of it. It doesn't mean Wiseman might eventually not be a good player, but some guys it just clicks with immediately, and you can see it. And you don't need a long laundry list of games passed and experience, but he actually has had that in college, obviously. So I'm loving it. And like I say, just from a perspective of the mood and the vibe from Bay Area sports fans, well, we need what's going on with the 49ers right now, because the rest it's a pretty depressing landscape right now, you guys.
Well, if we get Steph back, I think the Warriors can get back on track. They've proven that before. The Giants, they get no love from me right now. They won't get a dime from me all of 2023 unless they do something and get rid of these guys.
That. I respect it, and I understand it.
They got to get rid of Farhan. It starts there, Mark. He's ruined this organization. And now with no shifting, they're not athletic. None of these prospects have come up yet. What are we waiting for? It's got to go. It's got to go.
It's like I said, there's no North Star in this organization, and it just doesn't wash with this fan base because we weren't born yesterday, so to speak. We've seen it all. We've experienced the highs, the lows, and this takes me back to even further back than maybe you guys. The Dave Bristol was the manager.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And it just seems brutal right now. I mean, how do they get out of this? There's nowhere to go on the free agent market, and they have no real trade value with the current roster they have, and there's nobody to pull fans in. Whose jersey are you guys going to buy?
Not a one. And Mark, happy holidays to your brother.
Merry Christmas.
It's always good to hear from you. Merry Christmas. Hope to see you at a game soon, whether it's the Niners or the Warriors. Hopefully you're chilling and enjoying the retirement, my man.
Thanks. I really am, and I'm always loving coming on with you guys. And you're, like I said, first guys I revealed my story to.
That's a hell of a story.
Hey, Mark, I'm glad that, like you, I've been getting in trouble behind the scenes. It's good to know that I'm not the only one, as we've talked many times off air.
Hey, you know what? If you're real on the air, you will get in trouble.
I know.
I'm in.
That's why I love Mark Ibanez.
Mark, I'm in the principal's office
Let's
once a month.
go.
It's
This is my man.
I can do no right.
The legend.
It could do no right, man.
Merry Christmas to you and your family on behalf of everybody here on the roast. Seriously, Mark, thank you.
Same to you guys, man. I look forward to talking to you in the new year.
No doubt. Mark Ibanez, legend.
Another guy
legend.
who I hear
Mark
his voice
Ibanez.
and I smile.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just smile.
We'll be in the principal's office due to the last show.
You know,
it's our last show of the year. We're going to get in trouble.
You know what I'm going to do?
You know what?
I'm going to do the out of office on my phone on the boss.
Oh, man. Nick J. Boycott Bonte. They don't care about your money, man. They got ads and TV money. Okay.
Well, their TV deal's coming up soon, so they better be careful.
And you saw the season ticket base. Keeps dwindling.
Sal Castaneda, who I know has season tickets, he's not happy.
No.
I'm just using this as an example.
No, he's not. I know people who've given up their season tickets over the last 5 years. They are not happy with the way things are being run at the Giants. So you can laugh all you want to. My ass won't be there. I'm telling you that right now. I'll make a crab sandwich at home. I'll go to New England Chowder House down the street from the crib. Call my bluff if you want to.
Are we going to be going to Reardon and SI and Washington High School baseball games now?
I will.
Big Rec?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Absolutely. And I'll go to A's games. Go see my Orioles come to town.
Name an A's player on the starting 8.
Langoliers, whatever his name is. Langoliers. Langoliers.
That chandelier out there in left field.
Laureano's still there, or is he a free agent?
Oh, he's got shin splints. He's perpetually on the IL.
My Orioles coming to town. When they come to town, I'll be there.
Orioles.
They'll be coming to Oracle Park, too. And I'll watch from the house. Julian Half Moon Bay bought a roast sweatshirt. Shout out to Julian and Half Moon Bay buying a roast sweatshirt. How about that? What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and calhope.org. Department of Healthcare Services. Wow, 4 sponsors in one. Guess what we got? We had the last 3 Doobie Awards to give away. The last 3 Doobie Awards. We already gave away Guess of the Year, which went to Brian Baldinger.
Yep.
Roaster of the Year and the upset, El Sleepy Floyd. And he thanked the haters and the players. Next, we got Guest Moment of the Year.
Ooh.
Roasting Moment of the Year. Wife Girlfriend Drops. And Freestyle of the Year. That's all coming up. The last 3 Doobie Awards.
And I have something special for you to make you even smile more.
Oh, gosh.
On the other side.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does. And is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
One 877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
The final days of Winterfest are here at Lowe's. Save now before they're gone. Take up to $600 off select major appliances and get instant savings on top brand names such as Whirlpool, Samsung, and LG. Plus, get free delivery on purchases over $396. You can always count on finding a great selection in-store or online. Don't miss the final days to save during Winterfest, only at Lowe's. Offer valid through 12/24. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
In San Jose, mostly cloudy. Today, highs near 60.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets for your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
All right, man, we got a special guest. We got 2 special guests coming up at 8:50. A surprise for everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch. It's going to blow your mind away. It's actually put a big smile on my face. All morning long, I've been grumpy. I've been the Grinch. It actually put a smile on my face seeing these 2 individuals. So that would happen at 8:50. But first, we got some awards to give away. The first annual Doobie Awards here on the Morning Roast.
Let's go.
The Doobie Awards.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What do we got?
So we already had Best Guest.
Speaking of which,
Roaster of the Year.
Doobie, if you're out there, we're the Morning Roast. And the roast is a quadruple entendre on many things. You're roasting weed, coffee. I don't know, we're roasting each other. I love a good roast.
More so weed.
And so Doobie is also, right into the mix. So, my dad used to call it Acapulco Gold, 4 fingers for a zip, for a lid. So that's where the whole Doobie thing came from. So let's start roasting away.
All right, we already gave up Guest of the Year, Roaster of the Year. Now we have the Guest Moment of the Year. Guest Moment of the Year.
Give it to me.
Lutman, take it away.
All right, for Guest Moment of the Year, first we have that time that Gabe Kapler scared Joe Shasky. Here it is.
And then you got Dave Roberts coming out and saying that he thinks that they can win the World Series. Now, he was kind of backed into a corner there. But when you heard the quote on the Dan Patrick Show from Dave Roberts, what did Gabe Kapler think?
What makes you think I heard the quote?
Oh, you haven't heard it? Well,
I'm not saying it, but you're making an assumption that I have.
Oh, my bad. He basically said that he thinks they can win the World Series this year and that they should win the World Series this year.
No, I was being playful.
You scared me, Coach. I thought I went one step too far.
No, you're good. I was just having some fun with you. We were on a roll.
You were off that day. You showed up late, I believe.
Yeah. That was our oversleeping sensation.
You pulled a Marty McFly.
I did pull a Marty McFly.
What? I got to go back with you? Where?
Woke up, it was 6:37. It's like, wait a minute.
I'm late for work.
I was supposed to be doing something.
And it was the one time that we had like a 6 a.m. interview. You actually were doing
What I remember most from that is I think on 4 or 5 different occasions, Shas, you're like, all right, Coach, one more question here before we get you out of here. And then you still kept going. It was
38-minute interview.
It's the only guest who said, I have to go.
Yeah,
look, 38 minutes. I'm out.
All right, next up, who's another nominee?
All right, our next nominee is Xavier McDaniel's Rick Mahorn story. Here it is.
Derek McKee got hit in Seattle, and I was livid. It was Mahorn hit him, and I mean, he hit him hard. And I told Derek, get your ass up. And I said, Nick, call the same play. And the officials knew I was mad. And he tried to come in. I said, you guys didn't do nothing. And I said, call that same play. And I promise you, any of these touch Derek McKee, I'm going to break somebody's jaw. And so we called that
Xavier McDaniel on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. He's got turned up for a second.
Yeah.
He got turned up for a second. Hold on. We'll get him back on.
We'll get him back on, baby.
We had to dump a couple things.
He got going.
Xavier McDaniel played the league a long time. Look, this was no scrub. Oh, wow. Xavier McDaniel, everybody. That was nominee number 2. Loved it.
Xavier McDaniel, that might be the moment of the year for 95.7 The Game. Keep going.
Love it. Keep going. Come on, focus, baby.
Yeah, no, I like how you got a little Langford action there, too. So our next nominee, we had Mike Florio on. I believe this was back in August when rumors were swirling over Tom Brady coming to the 49ers, and Florio offered to take a pie in the face over a certain situation. Here it is.
All right, Mike. So technically we're partners. Like, I work for NBC Sports Bay Area as the host of Warriors pre- and post-game show. Warriors are struggling right now. Obviously, pro football talk, you can catch it on NBC all the time. So basically, we're family members. We're cool now after being spicy the last time you were on here. Now, I disagree that Brady will be a 49er. And you mentioned earlier, was it late last week or something, that, hey, if Brady's not a Niner by week 1, you can throw a pie in my face. Mike, let's have some fun. You come out to the Bay Area, you come to our show, and we have some fun with the pie. We can have lemon meringue pie. We can have whatever pie you want.
Hey, first of all, I didn't make that offer. It was foisted upon me by Dan Patrick on his show. I foolishly agreed. I was drinking earlier that day than usual. But I've got a long list of people who want to do the pie in the face. It doesn't require me to leave my house. So they will be, I guess we can do a combination book signing and put a pie in my face. I'm just concerned about what is the pan going to be made out of, and how hard of a follow through am I going to get from whoever does it? That's what I'll
go soft. I won't throw a fastball.
No, I was thinking about the kind of pie in the face though.
Mike Florio, did he ever get the pie in the face?
I don't think so. And now as we stick with our Back to the Future theme, I'm thinking of the pie at the end when Marty throws it at Biff as he's about to shoot Doc in the head. That's you throwing it at, your man, Biff Tannen, a.k.a. Mike Florio. We're basically, we work for the same company. I know you're on Sunday Night in America. I'm on NBC Bay Area.
Hey, you gotta flex sometimes. You gotta flex.
That.
I was trying to get the flex
You
over the show.
I'm the king of the Bay Area.
I wasn't the king yet. No, I am. Kidding, guys. I'm kidding.
You're not kidding.
Next up.
Our next nominee. So obviously, Bob Myers once a frequent guest on the show, and the morning after. Like I said, once upon a time.
Got to spread the wealth, apparently, here. The communism at 95.7 The Game.
Anyway, the morning after the Warriors won that surprise NBA title that Nick Friedel was talking about, Bob surprised us with a call-in, and here's how that call got started.
The checkbook championship, I guess you could call it now, or some of the clowns out there are saying.
Is he wearing shoes?
Yeah, are you wearing socks, Bob? Or did you put your socks on this morning?
My pajamas. I got pajamas on, guys.
I love it. I love
shoes, no socks.
I love the PJs. How much sleep did you get last night? Are you just running off fumes right now? Did you just pull an all-nighter? Because I was worried about you last night. You were in great spirits. But, boy, I was like, man, somebody's going to need to help Bob get to the hotel room.
Oh, buddy. Do you guys do you hear about where the players, where the party was? Do you guys hear about any of that?
I heard rumblings, but I stayed away from it. I knew I had a radio show, and I didn't even want to get into that. I let you guys do your own thing.
He's drunk with happiness.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you know what the problem is? I don't remember how to go out to a club. It was kind of like a club. I'm too old. I mean, it's loud. It wasn't for me, obviously. The players had a good time, but yeah, man, I didn't sleep enough. But I'm not. I didn't get. I wasn't stumbling.
No doubt.
He did tell me that afternoon. I said, "What are you going to do if we win?" He said, "I'm going to get really drunk," and I think he did. He did.
That's a bomb.
But oh man, it's fun. You know what's going to be great is the plane right back today with all the guys, because we got to do that one other time in 2000. I guess twice we got to do it.
Yeah.
And that's the best time, because, when you win, as much as I want to win in front of our fans, when we get to experience it together, and then we get that 6-hour flight to just walk around and talk to people in the group, it's going to be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to that.
At the very beginning, when you go, yeah, I heard about it, like you were on the inside part of the team group text about the party, and it was beneath you. That's my favorite part of that entire
I had
drop.
to get in for the show. I'm dedicated to the morning roast. I want to be a professional. I knew if I partied, I wouldn't make it to WEEI in Boston to do a show with you.
You don't become the king without commitment, Shasta.
Exactly. There you go.
You know what?
That's a
good point.
Boom.
Well, usually the king's not on the front lines. You know what I mean? He stays back at the castle.
Hey, real leaders lead, all right?
There you go.
There you go.
Only fake kings sit from a throne and give orders. Bonte's not a Joffrey.
And look, dead right. I'm not finna sip no wine. I'm always looking to see who's giving me drinks. Listen, Bob Myers called us unsolicited, just saying, hey, I got to talk to my guys. It'd be nice if you called again, Bob. Go ahead and do that again.
Bob, we miss you, Bob.
That signal.
All right,
miss you, Bob.
We do have one last guest moment of the year.
Wow. A lot of guest moments in the year.
We got to ran through these.
From our friend, Brian Windhorst, who
Wendy
said something earlier this year that really lit this station up when he said that the Warriors' win over the Mavericks was a checkbook win.
Oh, boy.
And that set off a firestorm here at the station. So we decided, let's bring Wendy on and have him defend his comment. Here's how that went.
They also built a stadium with their own dollar and reinvested it back into the team. To me, they should be lauded as what every owner should be doing right now in sports, not just in the NBA. This is how you should run your business, trying to compete at the highest level. I don't know why that's a negative.
Well, first off, I don't know why you're implying what I said was a negative. Why are you implying what I said was a negative?
Well, because I think that there's a general consensus. Just real quick.
What I said was reality.
So, let me ask you this, Wendy. Would you consider the 2015-16 Cavaliers that came back from a 3-1 deficit, would you consider that a checkbook championship? Because they had the highest payroll in the league. Just because you had the highest payroll and you spend money off the court doesn't mean you're going to win a championship or play for a championship. We see teams with high payrolls all the time try to buy players and buy championships. What the Warriors have done is organic, and the tone just came out as if you undercut them saying, well, this is a checkbook win because Andrew Wiggins makes this amount of dollars. Don't forget, nobody wanted Andrew Wiggins 2 years ago.
Nobody.
Yeah, well, yes, the last team to have the highest payroll and win the title were the Cavs. It's actually been a couple of the most recent teams have had. The Lakers were not a taxpayer and won the title. The Bucks went into the luxury tax because the bonuses that they had to pay out for winning the title. So the last few champions, the Raptors, I think, might have been in the tax a little bit, but the last few champions have had lower payouts. But you're right, the 2016 Cavs spent a ton of money.
So
he should play slot corner for the Niners.
So you think what you did to Pavlovich yesterday made the rounds at NBC Sports Bay Area? Well, I got the TD Garden.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, one lady from ESPN, Wendy's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy. Remember Tristan Crick started tweeting about us, subtweeting us. I had to follow on her. These guys, hey, they're not professionals coming at Wendy like that. But he's been back on the show since. We made amends, like Mike Florio. Yeah. We break bread with Wendy.
I'm on a group thread with him and Nick.
There you go. Look at that.
So 3 basketball savants.
Did you notice the flex right there? Just a...
I had to get one more flex in before the year was over. Xfinity style. All right, what else we got? We got to run through
just
these.
Fun thing about Wendy, I texted him afterwards, just be like, hey, man, it was cool having you on, stuff like that. He's like, yeah, it's all good. I know when I'm right.
Wow.
And he was wrong then.
Wow.
He was wrong.
Sounds like someone I work with.
He got but he had nothing. He had nothing.
So, winner.
The winner is Xavier McDaniel. He gets double dumped. X-Men with the guest moment of the year. Turned the Bay Area upside down. And we've double dumped him ever since. We had him back out. We had to double dump him. I mean, he originated the term double dump.
This is not Amber Heard. We're talking about Xavier McDaniel here.
X-Man.
That's a 4.
It's a legend. I don't even know who Amber Heard is, but I like it.
Amber Heard is the one who took a dump in Johnny Depp's bed. And then she was in the Marvel or the DC comic universe.
The whole Johnny Depp thing,
the whole thing was weird.
Yeah,
I love you so much, and I'm mad so much. I'm pooping in your bed.
Yeah, it's like I could just wash the sheets and get rid of it.
I might do that to Farhan this weekend.
Just cut a horse head like in The Godfather.
There you go.
All right, let's move on to our next category. Got to try and move this along here, guys. This is our roasting moment of the year. So the top moment happened on the show without, a guest per se. Our first nominee is back during the Western Conference Finals. We had our friends. I had to figure out the words there. We had our friends Sean and RJ from Dallas on.
SHAN.
Yes, and
Shane,
RJ.
Really,
and they needed to come back on because they love getting punked. So they came back on before the series against the Mavericks, and this is what happened.
Why does your home court suck compared to the last place?
Go ask Memphis in Game 6.
and how loud it was.
Oh, wow. You guys beat Memphis for that. Way to take 3 games to close out the Grizzlies without Ja.
Grindhouse now.
Way to take 3 games to close out the Grizzlies. Real impressive.
I got a soundbite for you. Just sit back and listen from the great Luka Doncic.
I mean, that's a loud gym. I ain't gonna lie. I think this one in Utah, honestly, are the loudest gyms in the league.
What? Wait. The great Luka Doncic said what? Salt Lake City and Chase Center, the 2 loudest gyms in the NBA. That's very interesting. Very interesting.
Awesome.
And Luka doesn't just say anything. He doesn't just shoot from the hip. He speaks what's on his mind.
No, he's generic and boring.
Yeah,
learn your team. Don't you learn? Don't you know to watch?
I still want your other 2 champions. I want to hear. Oh, yeah, remember they were saying they have champions on their team?
Oh yeah, they could name their 2011 championship team.
No, at all.
They're RJ shot. We'll probably have them back on soon.
Yeah, they don't want none of us.
Cowboys, Niners.
What else we got?
All right, so obviously the Warriors won that series, and then they won the finals.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. And then so we had a parade. Parade was pretty fun. And Bonte opened up the show, as he always does, with a really loud "Oh Baby." And I'm going to play it and then afterwards kind of explain why this one's so significant.
Oh, baby!
Let's go!
We're live. It's Marcus Street. What's up, Doug?
Let's go!
What's going on,
Let's
man?
go!
Dude, that place was
Parade
rocking.
coverage brought to you
I
by
was
the
high
San
by
Francisco Zoo and
5:45.
Gardens and Zenny Eyewear for everyone. It's Muddy time. Muddy time. We got people hopping over the barricades. Security and security.
So the reason that one was so significant, unfortunately, I was not able to pull this clip, was Channel 2 was doing their broadcast about a little while away on a little platform right next to our table. And you go back, you watch the Channel 2 broadcast, the lady's doing her stand-up there, and you hear in the background, while she's doing her stand-up shot. And so I really wish I could go back and find that that part. But
right, she goes, and you can hear people hearing the parade are really happy right now.
Bro.
So it's just a radio
it was
show
the
going
"Oh Baby"
on.
heard around the world.
I forget. There's ABC, KTVU, and then
Cron 4.
They're all in a row though. And I went right down the car wash, and I got text from everyone. I literally went from one TV station to the next. I swear to God, I felt like you next to Ross Mathai.
All right. So
Typical
our next
Joe Shasky to make it all about himself. My award, or me being nominated, and he makes it about himself. Unbelievable. How do you deal with these guys?
There was so much weed that day. So much weed that day.
Oh, well, shocker. San Francisco.
I mean,
it was news at 11, weed in San Francisco.
Yeah, well,
no, but I'm saying that day in particular.
What Dallas Television Acre in
it was
2010?
5:30 in the morning.
Cannabis and marijuana here in Orca Park. Are you
it
shocked?
was 5:30 in the morning. I swear to God, I had contact high taking one step out of the Uber.
It was great.
All right. Moving on to the next one. So we had a local Bay Area legend call into the show by the name of the Whistle Man, Bub Rub, or
Bub
so we thought.
Like, this is the real you, right? Would you please tell people out there, because a lot of people think that we're fake.
Man, it's 20 years ago, too.
Man, I got to keep it real with you. It ain't even me, man. I'm whoever they want me to be.
So you're not the real Bub Rub?
No, I'm a singer, man.
You're a singer?
What?
Yeah. I sing. I don't do jingles.
So wait, so Bub Rub. So you weren't in this video with the whistles going woo woo.
Yes.
Yes, you were. Yes, you weren't in it.
Yes, I weren't in it.
So that's you with the whistles go woo woo, right?
No, that ain't me, bro.
That ain't you, wait. So wait, why would you say that? Why would you do that?
Huh?
Why would you do that to us, Bub Rub? We thought that was you with the whistle pipes.
I do whistle pipes. I like music.
Yeah, but we're talking about the woo woo, the Cry 4 video. Oh man, we've been duped.
Man, you ain't been duped, because I could have kept duping you. I'm telling you the truth. I'm trying to get on the air and let people know that Ty McCray sang.
That was just such a surreal moment right there.
Hey, honestly, when Boss said, "I've got the real Bub Rub," he was dead serious.
I talked to the guy yesterday for 20 minutes.
I swear to God,
said it was the new Bub Rub.
Down the
Pam
street.
Moore, let me flex here. Pam Moore, I texted with her, and she was going to come to the show. She goes, "Oh, I heard Bub Rub made another appearance." So we'll get Pam Moore
So
on
speaking of which, my wife's watching Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
In 2023, I'm gonna get you the guy, the Samoan dude, the Polynesian guy, who punked Dog the Bounty Hunter when he came to San Francisco.
Oh, Samoan dude punked him?
Yeah, he said, "Dog about to get effed up."
Yeah, you don't want to mess
This guy's
with
like 6'6". His name's Big Body Cisco.
Was he from Sunnyvale?
Let's just put it this way. I'm not putting his business on the street, but we're going to get him on the show.
All right, yeah.
It's the greatest episode of Dog the Bounty Hunter that ever existed.
I'll watch it today.
No, it's scrubbed from the internet because he sued them for illegally putting handcuffs on him on television.
Oh, my God. It's scrubbed?
And there's like 15 Polynesian dudes, and they're all surrounding. And because Dog the Bounty Hunter walks around like his steak don't stink. Hey, Dog. Them E-Mob boys don't play.
The Samoans, man. All right, and what else we got, Lovin'?
So our last one here is this one took place on December 7th, 2022, a date that will forever live in Giants infamy, when we walked into the studio and realized that Aaron Judge was going back to New York. And Joe Shasky, well, honestly, this might even be his best rant of the month about the Giants, but Joe Shasky had this to say.
This, a desirable place so that when all the money came off the books from the bad contracts, you could go and splash in free agency and supplement it with all of these different flowers and plants that were growing up in your farm. And he's failed to do that. Like, it's just very simple to me. He's failed to do that. And it's so obvious to me that we're going to spend as much money as possible. This dude took your offer. He was like, here, 9 for 360, which is, we'll get to that in a second. 9 for 360. Yankees, can you match that? Yes, we can. Gone. You got played. You got played. You know what you are? You're the sucker at the bar buying drinks for the girl who's never going to go home. That's who you are. You're that sucker. And the Giants got snookered by Aaron Judge and his agent. This is the most ridiculous thing of all time. And then you got so...
It should have started at $400 million. Honest to God.
To my deathbed, I'll be going down saying, no, there's a tax. You needed to be 50+ million over whatever the equal amount of years was.
Have you been that guy that's bought a girl a drink at the bar? Because I have. And you think, oh, man, I'm in the game.
Everyone has.
And you look around and you're like, Dad, what happened?
Yeah,
and she's in some dude's car out, Audi 5Gs.
Well, I mean, you were going to...
You got the assist.
You were going to throw on the 26 Fillmore or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the 22 Fillmore.
Excuse me, 26 Fillmore. 26 San Jose.
I was broke, man. What are you going to do? That's the most disappointing part. You buy the drink and you're like, I know I only got $14 in the bank account. This one's got to work out.
Yeah,
I need those $14 for that Munchie Bill and Jack in the Box.
Overdraft? Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'll do that.
Every 2 weeks, that was happening. All right, love it. Who's the winner here? What's the winner? What we got here? Bub Rub!
Oh,
the fake Bub Rub!
Oh, my
How's that not the roasting moment of the year? The fake Bub Rub. There we go. There we go. Let's keep it moving. We got to keep it moving here.
Yeah, so we got our last category here. This is our best freestyle of the year.
Category.
We have some good ones here. Right. Gene kind of gave us a late addition earlier. So here's some.
Did Shasky. That's
true.
Shasky tried to get. See, Joe Shasky the Butcher, I love him so much. He tried to get in every single category. He wanted to be a nominee. Yeah. He tried to win 3 Academy Awards.
Of course. He's trying to sweep the awards here.
So trying to be like the 2015 Warriors.
The three official entrants we have here are first from one Mr. Britt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Mr. Britt here. Hey, Sam, you want to hit that beat? Happy birthday, Shasky.
Oh, is this
Let's go. Let's go, Walker. We're ready for these bars. You've been hyping it up. Let's go.
Go.
I didn't think he was going to flow here. I got worried.
This is a little urban toast.
There's a beat. I thought he was B-Rabbit. B-Rabbit?
Yeah, I thought he was throwing up right here.
Here we go.
Let's go, Walker. Spin him. Let's go.
Like, hurry up. We're running up against it.
I'm just like, dude, I got
Like sourdough, he's Francisco grown. It's the Joe Shasky appreciation flow. But your boy so funny, jokes hit just right. Producers cutting that up for a sound bite. Early in the morning when traffic is slim, catch Bonte and Butcher at 6 a.m. Number 1, who's that? We are never second place like KMBR.
All right, so we got Mr. Britt.
That's facts.
Moving along here. Who we got next, Lovin'?
We got Duke with his freestyle action.
Duke Empire, rise up and strike back. Golden Boy Trey Lance is not stumbling and bumbling and acting like Lumpkin. The bullets that he passing got fire and got gas in. Now it's getting drastic. How you catching balls in the middle of the traffic. And then George Kittle's with the 2020 vision. He's slipping and he's slicing to make executive decisions. Got Nick Bosa. They say he's a roaster. Quarterback burnt like he came out of toaster. He faster Ferrari. 50 sack to prove by David Bakhtiari. Watch Debo run fast right past you. Receiving out the backfield. Stronger than the man is still. Leaving in the cloud of smoke. The Niners, boy, we ain't no joke. Touchdown is what they say, but get the cheddar ball out. That's what we do in the bank. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Fillmore's finest, Vontae Hill, and the pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. Niners, we ready. We ready.
Oh, my God.
To ride.
Lakefield in the house.
Let's go.
That was fire.
Incredible.
That was fire. That
was
might
incredible.
be the winner. Might be the winner. It's going to be tough to unseat
You know
that.
it's good when it's part of the official show open now.
It is the intro now.
Incredible.
It is the intro. But we got one last nomination
That
for
was
freestyle
incredible,
of the
Duke.
year. It's the fake bum rub.
And yeah, this is his attempt at a freestyle.
Well, let me hear one of your
So let me hear a
bars.
note then. If you're a singer, then you better be good, bum rub.
Check this out. I wrote this from the top of my head. Just hear it out before you judge it.
Okay.
And this is to all the fans out there. It goes, I don't go to church on Sunday. No, I don't. I don't follow my knees and pray. No, I don't. I might don't read my Bible, but I praise my Lord I praise my Lord every day. He's okay. See, I ain't got to ask him no questions. No, I don't. Because he ain't going to tell me no lies. But if you listen to my story, you see, I'm trying to testify, don't lie. He helps me on my journey. See, I ain't ready for that.
I don't know if you're bub rub or not, but this is the most incredible segment in the history of the
I had to tell.
Oh my God! I ain't ready for that. No, we was not ready for that.
Going back to
We were
Back
not
to
ready
the
for
Future.
anything that day.
The Johnny, when he goes, Johnny, be good. Y'all not ready for that, but your kids are gonna love it. That's what Bub Rub just did right
His
there,
own doubles,
bro. No, I don't.
No, I don't.
Oh my God. Oh,
my heart is hurting. All right, London. Who's the winner? Who's the winner for the freestyle of the year? Freestyle of the year. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, it's Duke from the city. Come on. How can it not be Duke from the city? Freestyle King, Morning Roast. Duke gets the love.
Oh, my God.
Duke from Lakeview. They call him Bub. They call him the Bubs from The Wire. You know, Bubs from The Wire. I'm crying, man. My heart hurts, man. The fake Bub Rub makes 2 appearances.
Mark.
Hold on, Mark. Give us 1 second, Mark, because we got to bring in some special guests. Special guests hopping on the microphone before the flex moment of the show. Look, man, he's a part of the show. He's got his own graphic on YouTube. And we got little bro. We got Deli Boy and Papa Shasky in the building. And he's got the Grateful Dead hat. Now Papa Shasky doesn't know where the microphone is. I'm afraid that once he starts talking, he will not stop talking. There we go. We got the cameras up. Get the cameras rolling. We need people to see Papa Shasky and Deli Boy in the studio.
I know how
and
much
by the way,
you can't stand me, so I figured if I bring in my family, we can end this year on a high note. They've never been to the studio before. So therefore, this is my brother. This is my
get
dad.
Deli Boy's camera up there.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate
you know what?
that.
And shout out to Ernie Chavez. He sent us
What'd he say?
$20 on YouTube. He sent us $20, and he said, "Happy holidays. Enjoy coffee on me. Bonte Shasky Lovin,
thank you.
and One Take Jake."
Thank you, Ernie Chavez.
Hey, you know what?
You're a day one.
Hey, listen, man. Ernie Chavez, Tyler Miller, Kyle Kelly, all these guys on YouTube. You guys are all roasters of the year. Trust me. You all are roasters of the year. We can't give out all the awards, though. So next year, try again. Doobie Awards, the second annual, happening next year.
Hey, Bonte, can you name one Grateful Dead song as my dad is sitting here? I told you he's a deadhead. In the shirt and hat.
That's pretty badass.
Can you wear?
look like
can you
Oracle
name
Park
one?
right now. They got the Grateful Dead banner hanging on the bricks. I can't name one song.
Dad, can you tell him one song? What's your favorite?
Scarlet Begonias.
Oh, it stays right.
Me and my uncle, Casey Jones.
Oh my gosh. I could
play the beat it on down the line.
Deli Boy. Dude, Papa Shasky's getting stage fright.
He
I love
is.
you, Papa
I'm a little
Shasky.
scared. I'm surprised.
Deli Boy, what's happening?
What's going on, guys?
What's going on with the ride to Pebble Beach? Now's your time
I don't know.
to vent. Now's your time to vent because you found out on the radio that JP Money swooped in and was going to ride with him.
Yeah.
So,
well, they don't want to ride with me and Pop. I don't know why. He's got a big ego. I don't think it's
I don't think his head could fit in my truck. I'll put it that way.
Has his ego grown since he's hosted this show?
Tremendously. I think he went from a size 7 to a size 12.
Damn.
I'm like James Robinson.
Damn.
All right, so we're playing Pebble today.
Yeah.
All right, we're playing Pebble today. You guys want to have a caddy. Mark Willard has played Pebble before. Mark, head nod, yes or no, should they pay for a caddy? Yes, he's saying yes.
Thank you.
He's saying yes.
Look, I'm probably never gonna play Pebble ever again. So I want the full experience. Why wouldn't I get a caddy?
I like that.
I mean, come on. This guy thinks he's like, I played this game so many times.
I did on Tiger Woods. I know the course.
You know, Deli, you and I can do a show
he walked
together.
The cart path
you seem very
4
humble.
times at a pro-am.
It's time I have a humble partner in 2023.
Listen, I'm never going to do it. I want a caddy. I've never done a caddy before. So I thought, hey, what's a better place to do it than at Pebble Beach, right?
Papa Shask, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Papa Shask, I love you. I do love you.
Stage fright. I'm shocked.
These guys don't want to roll with
quietest he's ever been in his
he ain't
entire
gonna be
life.
quiet the whole car ride, though.
You should be driving down to Pebble Beach. Because I know they'll get there on time.
He's going to be talking the whole ride down.
That's fine.
Because he can't get anything out right now, but he's...
Well, no, I was gonna borrow my wife's car, but she's sick, and she goes, "No, you're not taking my car." I go, "Well, you're not going to use it." She goes, "I don't care. It's my car."
So you brought the sickness into the studio.
No, I didn't know.
Shout out to Noreen. Shout out to Noreen out there who has to deal with these jokers on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Shout out to Noreen and happy holidays to her.
Oh, yeah.
It's good to see you guys, man.
Oh, we love
Day
you,
by
Monte.
day. I've had a rough 24 hours with the Giants and the Warriors.
Dad, what are you out on the Giants? You're pretty toned down.
Well, listening to
Mark Cabanas?
Mark Cabanas story, I was going to say the same thing. I think they bought a used car, right? They didn't get a chance to test drive it. They walked around it. They kicked the tires. They said, "Yeah, I don't like it," and they put it back. That's to me. That's what they did with this. And then not only that is they sold season tickets on the premise that Korea is going to play, and then I'm like Monte said, I don't think enough people bought season tickets. Right, so there's nobody on this team that I want to pay money to go put my fanny in a seat.
What are you telling other free agents now?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you telling other future free agents?
Boris is going to represent every big free agent moving forward.
Wow.
They're cheap.
What are you going to do?
I know.
I don't know what they're going to do.
They're going
to do.
They're going to do the same thing they did last year. Hope and pray that people come to watch nobody.
Are you expecting another 107 game?
No, that's not happening.
It's not going to happen.
We went to a game a Tuesday night against the Dodgers. Okay, it's Tuesday night against the Dodgers. We were throwing the baseball from sections over because there was no one there. This is against the Dodgers.
Well, we'll be doing that next year too. Well, you guys will be doing that. I'll be going to the Coliseum.
I lost faith in this ownership when I saw that they were selling Dodger gear at Oracle Park. Wow. I thought that's the lowest.
Was a horrible Friday night.
How did you do that? Will you ever see Boston gear being sold in New York?
No.
Will you ever see Cubs gear being sold in St. Louis?
You know what's ironic about that? We were all three, Papa Shasky, Butcher. We're at SoFi Stadium for the NFC Championship game, laughing at Rams fans for selling Niners gear. Remember, we were mocking them. Like, look at this. We'll never see this in the Bay Area.
Oh, the sea of red in the parking lot was absolutely incredible. I mean, we took over that parking lot.
That poor lady that you took her parking spot. That lady paid like $1,000 for her parking spot.
So we all posted up next to her. All of a sudden, all the 49er fans were like crowding her. She couldn't even breathe. Her dad had been a Ram fan forever.
Well, you can't Facebook Live it, and you almost got us all in trouble.
You got us all in trouble Facebook Live. Well, here at the tailgate, it's like everyone's blowing weed, and there's women everywhere. My mom's calling me, where is your father? What is Wiseman with all these women? All right, well,
we had a great time though, didn't we? And then on the way, Bonte got to drive the 5.0 with the top down when we left the stadium. Right, you got to drive it back. No, he drove.
I never drove. I didn't touch the wheel.
No, you were in the front seat.
Yeah.
I was in the back seat. That's right.
That's right. Front seat. You had great parking. The parking lot was great. We walked down there like old school. That was a phenomenal day.
Until
the mafia breakfast until
Jimmy Garoppolo gets the ball back with a minute to go, and this guy starts packing up his gear. I was so mad at you. I was so mad at you.
What about there was that guy that was drunk. There was a guy.
We didn't tell the story yesterday, so we're sitting half and somebody. They switch seats, so it's me, my dad, half, and what's his buddy's name?
Half and Ryan.
And Ryan, thank you.
Nice guys.
And then there's this hammered Rams fan next to us, and he's got the margarita, and he's like
with his girlfriend.
I mean, he's just floating. At one point, I had to push him down into his seat so he wouldn't spill anything on us. I wanted to knock him out, and you know me, I'm not a very violent person these days, especially when I don't drink at games. I wanted to kill this guy, and half I thought was going to headbutt him into oblivion.
Poor Y half, like at March Madness, Sweet 16, he's a big Duke fan. I'm doing something, and next thing you know, David Taylor's like, he did. That's my guy. David Taylor looks at me from NBC Sports. He goes, hey, your boy Hef is about to get into something. And 3 Texas Tech fans are going after Hef saying, hey, you, come here. And Hef's yelling at him saying, you guys are not classy. Take your L. And I'm like, Hef, dude, chill. He was like, that's what Hef does at sporting events. It's got to calm down.
Before we flex, one last flex for the new year. Mark Abanez just texted me. He loves hearing your takes, Pops. Let's flex.
Good deal. He's texted me, too. He just texted me.
Gotta love it.
Hey, he just texted me, too. He's not the only one. Look where he was.
Too old, but not too
what up, me?
He's a big leaguer. He likes the big league. What do you expect?
I'm running real hot, but not making a fuss. I'm common, too short, but he's not ludicrous. NFL and NBA, but always here for you. Wish we all could say the same from Mr. Carlos Correa. On Boston, Massachusetts, as a shout-out there. But your Parsons teams now? Hell, I'd rather be dead. Because I love the Sharks, Warriors, and 49ers, you see. Love Turtle, Curry, Purdy, and of course Jimmy G. Wish to hang with the Saints. Talk and sell Dynasty, and maybe rock a TikTok with Papa Joe Shasky.
Oh my God!
Wishing all you yokers, you guys especially, a very happy and healthy 2022.
Night, big boy.
Oh my God.
That was
Flex
incredible.
of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, couple things here. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM at HG1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game, and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Also, Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Couple quick things. First off, thank you, Mark and Kyle, for waiting for my crazy-ass family.
Patient.
Thank you, Bonte.
Oh, good.
You know, before, an earlier version of our show, we were Diana Ross and the Supremes, and now it's Bonte Hill and the Shaskies.
The king of the Shaskies. Get it right, Shasky.
Ooh,
the
I
king
like
of the
that.
Shaskies.
I like
the king
that.
of the Shaskies. You like that?
Thank you guys for letting them happen. They've never been to the studio.
Yeah, of course.
We're going to Pebble today.
No,
it's a big
I'm
family.
the holiday
season is all about family.
Papa Shasky started warming up.
He did. He was so gun-shy.
I'm glad to meet him. I'm glad to see him.
Sorry.
Obviously, I've heard 100 phone calls, and I just know it's one of those things. You know someone, and then when you get to meet the lineage, just everything starts to the puzzle pieces start to fit together.
You think he's a deadhead or what? I mean, I don't know.
You can't tell.
At all.
I think
the tucked-in T-shirt underrated.
I knew I recognized him. His photo is next to Deadhead in the dictionary.
Yeah, exactly.
You see his photo whenever he calls in. He's got his own graphic now.
That's right.
He's got his own graphic. By the way, Gene with the freestyle.
Unbelievable.
Gene in Oakland came with a freestyle?
Yeah.
Came with a freestyle today.
And they were banging pots and pans like
his
this is
wife
Italy
was.
in the early 1900s.
His wife was banging the pots and pans.
That's
For the
incredible.
drums.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet.
I love this.
It was unbelievable. So the first ever Doobie Awards. Hey, wasn't the cleanest, but it was a lot of fun. A lot of great nominations.
Some of our best work is by the seat of our pants.
I know.
Matt, you listening?
Yeah.
Boss?
Freestyle Kings over here. Willard and Matson, this will be the last time we see you guys for 2022.
I know. That always sounds like we do this every year in radio,
We'll
and
see
it
you
sounds
next year.
so final. It sounds so serious. It's actually just I'll see you next week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, we'll
Right.
see you in a week, so
We'll see
everything's
you in a
fine.
week
But
and a
no,
half.
Enjoy your
You're
time
taking
off.
next week off, right?
Next year, we're going to take 2 weeks off.
Yeah, not
Boss
tomorrow
man.
though. Not tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yes,
We're in tomorrow.
absolutely. We're taking this thing to the buzzer, man.
Yeah.
I'll also be in Saturday after the 49ers game.
We're not
I'm going to that
We're
game.
not like the Warriors. We're
Must
not
be
going to
nice.
stop playing in the second quarter. We're
I'll
going
be
to take
going
this
too.
all the way to
Dude,
the end, man.
Dude, okay.
Whenever Shasky just wants up, I'm just going to be like, hey, I'm going too.
Well, I've got a gift I got to give Baby Chest. But honestly, the Warriors, I want to get to the Giants because, Mark, we did the whole show, and I guess you were reading stuff on air, but also beforehand. And as the details have now come out, I feel a little more educated on the entire thing. And the more the details come out, the worse it looks.
gets.
Yes.
And the worse
Yes.
and worse it looks. Like, okay, we can make all these arguments about Farhan, whether the player, okay, is the player worth 13 years? Is the player worth 300-something million? That we can argue to, but that's a great sports conversation, actually. The part about them looking disorganized and getting cold feet, and then the way it went down, not talking to the guy, and I don't know how you put the toothpaste back in the.
As Carlos Rodon signs with the Yankees.
And everything
no
since
beard.
then.
Am I tripping?
And no, because it's all that. But then everything since then, they've said Nothing
I just-
outside of medical stuff. Can't say anything. Good luck, Carlos.
Faceless and gutless. And I
So
hate,
bad.
I don't want to look at. I think it's easy for me to say, "Oh, you're faceless and gutless." This is one of, and I asked Mark Ibanez this. I'm sitting here going, I can't remember anything in sports that resembles this. Like Von Miller told a story when he went to Buffalo. They had to lock him in the room. He had cold feet. He didn't want to sign. He wanted to go back to L.A. And they got him in there. And then at one point, it was an hour. It was him, his brother, and his agent. McDermott opens the door. He's like, "Hey, look, man, we're not going to put a gun to your head. You either want to be here or you don't." And then he was like, "Wow, you know what? I do want to be here." And he signed the contract or whatever. But like, I can't think of anything from the team perspective. You get this far down the line, and then no one's like.
Well, the Verducci article also sort of puts a timeline to everything and a face to what took place throughout the day, right? So, Scott Boras obviously talked to certain media members, and they've been able to put some puzzle pieces together in terms of, hey, the Giants called, there's a concern.
Yeah.
And, okay, even if we take that at face value. Then Scott Boras says, okay, we'll give you a little extra time to review this, but you got to tell me by 1 o'clock what the deal is, because if you don't, if we're not going to move forward here, I've got to engage other teams. The Giants say, okay. Then at 1 o'clock, there's still radio silence. So Scott calls the Giants and goes, what do we got? It's 1 o'clock. Their answer is, we're still not ready. And so he goes, all right, then I've got to go engage other teams. And that is the final communication that took place.
Brutal.
That shows all kinds of ineptitude, a lack of communication at minimum.
If you're
just
not
a
going
lack
to commit,
of communication.
But Mark, if you're not going to commit, well, just okay. Look, if you legitimately have concerns or whatever, explain that to them. Right? Like, because my thing is this. People could say Boras is the big bad wolf, and he is on a variety of levels. What he also is the guy who's going to represent a lot of marquee free agents moving forward.
Really good at what he does.
And has tremendous sway amongst the agent community, right? People are looking at this. And the one thing I'll give him, and I've read it in multiple articles, he pulls so much medical documents. He's like, here's everything. I've had all my people prod this guy. Here's everything, because I don't want you to renege on this. And I want you to say, we've done our due diligence. Here's everything that's ever happened. The guy got a hangnail, when he was in 7th grade. Here you go. This is what happened. And an ankle for 2014. Like, just, I don't know, man. I'm like, really, the more I hear about it, the more I've read. I listened to you guys yesterday. You guys were awesome. I'm like so out on this ownership group as a whole. I am so sad.
There's common sense that's just missing to this whole thing. And that's what is the most disconcerting thing. I was thinking about this today because as we were talking about blame yesterday, there's plenty to go around. And I know everybody, right? Farhan's the face, and that's true. So the statement that gets released, the Giants at this moment, it seems, think that they can just get away with being like, sorry, medical issue, Merry Christmas. And that's it. And if they think that that's going to work, it actually explains so many other things.
I don't think they care about
it.
Because,
no, I want to hear this.
Mark, meaning their awareness is missing at such a level. Gotcha. Imagine if you're Farhan Zaidi, and I know people like, okay, Farhan, great, let's look at him.
Yeah.
Don't you? If I'm Farhan, I know the second we renege on this deal, I'm fired.
Absolutely.
So
his name is cooked.
So why would I?
Exactly.
I would rather sign a bad deal and have it be bad 8 years from now and worry about it then. Right. He knows the second, if he is aware, and if the Giants, and maybe they're not, if they're aware of the public's thinking even a little bit, they know the second this hits social media, they're all fired.
Well,
this is unrecoverable.
That's the word you used yesterday.
Unrecoverable.
I'm with you.
So, with that said, I don't think they care about us. They sent out a 2-sentence statement.
Really?
And called it today.
Am I naive?
Called it today.
33
words. 33 words.
Am I naive to say that I don't believe that?
What? I believe it. And I believe they're going to duck and hide.
I feel naive.
They may not come out and say anything until spring training.
I don't think they understand us.
That's a better way of putting it.
They don't understand it, Mark. Well,
to say that they don't care about us is to say they don't care about themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
we're their lifeline for revenue.
But I don't think Farhan does care because what he said a couple weeks ago about the city of San Francisco and quote unquote how hard it was to attract free agents here. I've never heard a GM, president of basketball operations, baseball operations, GMs of the 9. Nobody's ever said that. Even if you believe it,
imagine the Packers
don't say it, and he still gave that quote to Susan Slusser.
The other thing that stood out from that Verducci article that just kind of shows the juxtaposition of what we're talking about with the Giants and their owners, and they run it up the flagpole and they got to talk to a million different people. Boris got Cohn on the phone while Cohn's in Hawaii at dinner, sipping a martini, hammering this deal out.
But that's how it's done. And this is
brutal. It looks so bad.
I've worked for corporations, and I still work for another one here, I guess, in a sense, but where you have shareholders and you have a board and things are slow moving. It takes a long time. And the number one thing with all of these investment firms that own big companies, profit margins. When you have shareholders and you have different people on a board, everything's about profit margins. And it sounds cynical. I know people think, Joe, you're being cynical. They care about winning. They also care about profit margins. Yes. And I think when I look at just the landscape of sports, there's a tide turning right now. Small family businesses trying to turn profits versus mega billionaires who get into the game of ego stroking and winning.
Yes.
You can see there's a clear line being drawn in the sand right now. And the Giants are trending in the direction of profit margins as opposed to we are singularly focused on winning at all costs, no matter what, even if it ruins our bottom line.
Yep.
And I'm not saying you got to be reckless with it, but my God, I don't know.
It's kind of wild. And they, nothing. And you see something yesterday from Slusser. Giants are in on Michael Conforto.
Good.
Who slipped through the cracks?
Who's represented by?
Scott Boras.
Is he? I didn't even know.
Scott Boras.
I mean, I didn't even know that. That's
classic Boras.
Chef's kiss.
Just calling the Giants right back. Like, okay.
We call that a Divincenzo.
You know what's funny?
I got a guy here healthy as an ox.
You know what's funny?
I think he missed the whole year last year.
You know what's funny too?
He'll pass his medicals because he's not going to be $350 million.
No, he won't be. But by next July, we're all going to be discussing Shohei and Manny Machado.
I will.
And we're going to go through the same cycle again.
I wonder. Well, look.
I know. I just know how
Joe,
Joe,
you've spoken to this. Like there's a portion of the fan base, and I know Bonte, you're saying I totally get this. If there's anybody out there who wants to say I'm not spending a dime on this, I hear you. I got you. Now,
that's the only way to speak up. That's the only way they're going to
totally fair.
It's fair. And I'm not going to be that sucker.
By the way. For fans who think you're powerless, I watched this when I worked in L.A. Those fans got Frank McCourt to sell the Dodgers. Like, they got him to sell the Dodgers. The pressure got so much, the fans spoke, they didn't come, and he sold the Dodgers. And look what I think they've won the division every year since he sold.
Struck the biggest television deal in the history of sports.
Not a couple years ago.
Yeah, so, no, not a couple years ago. But there's a portion of the fan base, and Joe, you're one of them, I'm one of them, and I think in a different way, Bonte, even you're like, we're going to get to the baseball season. I'm not going to ignore
That's what I'm saying.
The Giants. I'm gonna watch the games. It's our job.
Yeah.
It's our love.
And I'll
it's
take
also
my
our
dad.
love.
You know what, though?
Yeah.
But you know what, though? That's what it is for me now, Mark. It's a job.
And that's fine.
It's a job for me
That's
now.
fine.
I won't do that with the Niners because I've seen the Niners over and over. They try to win. The Warriors have tried to win with this new regime. This new regime with Farhan and the way they talked, the rumblings coming out of there about their blank check, I'm treating them as a journalist.
You're not wrong.
I'm going to be totally objective. I will watch because it's my job. That's where I'm at with the Giants.
I won't look at it that way.
There.
Yeah, I understand. There's a difference between even watching on. I know a lot of people will be like, I'm not going to spend $1, but I'm going to keep watching on TV because this is the team that I love. Right.
Exactly.
And I absolutely would put myself in that category. So it's not that we're going to completely go away, but when you look at what has transpired. I mean, even go back, like we used to have conversations about this 2 months ago on a much smaller scale with Draymond when you're talking about trust. Trust has been totally, totally broken. Mm-hmm. And when that's broken, that's the hardest thing. Like we've all been through this with someone in our lives. When trust gets broken,
absolutely,
that does not get rebirthed overnight.
Nope.
It does, if ever.
Oh, well,
if ever.
Yeah, in certain relationships. Remember that thing you did to me 19 years ago? Like, oh my God.
Yeah, that still gets brought up.
But you know, that's how life is.
That's what's so tough about this whole thing. And then the seemingly stunning lack of understanding of what has just taken place. To think that you can slide this under Christmas, to think that you can maybe throw a Michael Conforto at it, to think that you don't need to say anything, or to think in some sort of a way that you can throw out HIPAA laws or something like that. If that's what you think, then my gosh, like your awareness is so much worse than I would have ever imagined.
When are the Giants going to introduce Sean Manaea, Mitch Henniger, and Ross Stripling?
I mean, do you announce signings like that? I don't even know.
Manaea already had
like a Zoom.
Manaea had a Zoom conference already.
Henniger did
a Zoom.
Yeah.
They did a Zoom.
Yeah. They didn't do it at no media in person, just a Zoom.
No, correct.
Oh my God.
Apparently, you have to be over $50 million to get it in person or something like that.
They didn't want to have to print a jersey.
Yeah, exactly.
So Manaea and Stripling will probably be over Zoom too.
Manaea already was.
Manaea, I didn't even know this.
He did it at the beginning this week.
They were talking about his hair.
Sean Manaea.
I would lose my mind if they were like, press conference, here's Ross Stripling. Any questions?
So was Farhan there, part of that presser? I'm guessing he was, right?
I think it was just the player.
I don't think so.
They just throw the player on Zoom.
Oh my God.
So they're hiding.
This is a bigger train wreck than I thought.
Well, remember,
he was not at the Hannah.
Manaea. This is, but it's the day. But it's the day before Correa, and they had not.
Yeah, they're busy.
Public. Well, they hadn't officially.
Yeah.
It wasn't official. So they didn't want media availability yet. Now they really don't.
Carlos Correa was dressed and ready to go. For
That's the part I'm like.
He was at his hotel room.
So I know some people who were supposed to have dinner with him Sunday night. Monday. Like, they were going to have dinner with him because they knew the agent. They were going to meet and greet.
And they knew he was buying.
Apparently got canceled.
But to that note, like, my dad's in here. He would always tell me, like, you don't burn bridges. You treat people the right way.
100%.
You're right. Now, look, you're going to make mistakes as a young person. We all understand that. I've learned through trial and error, it's so much easier to just fall on the sword, face up, hey, my bad, X, Y, and Z. Here's what's going on. Because the lie is always worse, and the double down and the hide is always worse. I don't understand how they can't see the bigger picture. Forget the fans for a second. What about the greater pool of baseball players that are out there within your clubhouse, everywhere else in the league?
Total embarrassment.
Like, how do you show your face? Like, and I know we keep pointing at Farhan. To me, it's so much bigger than him. Like,
I think it's hand in hand.
No, honestly, they're all the bucket, though.
It's all as Alex told you guys yesterday, this is a very, very small group of people who's running this show.
Yeah.
This is 4 or 5 people, and they all
Is Larry Bear part of that?
Less than you think. But
really?
Yeah.
Really?
But yeah. Oh, yeah. As far as, like, having the power to make decisions.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Less than you think is the way I would answer that. But it just... Like, to think, here's another thing. Because Boris, how quickly did Boris wake up and get on the phone with reporters?
He was sharp as a tack.
So the fact that you think you don't need to speak to this, guess who's going to talk next? Yeah. You don't think Correa's got something to say?
Oh, my God. When's that presser?
Carlos put his damn suit on?
When is that presser?
His physical today is today with the Mets.
So he'll
I got a prediction.
Tomorrow?
He gonna pass.
He
gonna
pass.
Carlos Correa
has no problem talking.
No.
What are those hotel things that you go in and it circles around? Come on. What are those things?
Yeah, you know.
The revolving door?
The revolving door. That's what his physical is going to be. A little slap on the butt.
That's what his press conference was in San Francisco.
That's why I went with Bill Walton in 1986. So Red Auerbach was like, pass the physical. The doctor was like, no, he can't. Pass the physical, dude. And they won an NBA championship.
Anybody who works even a little bit in or near PR knows. Do not let other people tell your story.
Yeah.
And the Giants right now are letting Scott Boras tell their story. They're going to let Carlos Correa tell their story. They're going to let Sports Illustrated tell their story. Tom Verducci, Ken Rosenthal are going to tell their story. And apparently they're just going to sit there and, I don't know, let Santa Claus come down the chimney.
Well, they've got a Michael Conforto to try and sign. They can't be talking to reporters.
It's crazy.
So, like, I'm looking at like
Just
dark
crazy.
days in Giants history, right? Like the dark days. I'm serious. Like they had jerseys printed up on the cover of the Chronicle. We're moving to St. Petersburg. You remember that, right?
I remember that. Like it was
I remember
yesterday.
that like vividly. Mark Ibanez touched on it when they traded Kevin Mitchell. I cried. It was my favorite player. Like I loved Kevin Mitchell. Ended up being a great trade. Okay, they did the same thing with Matt Williams. People lost their minds when they traded Matt Williams.
Jeff Kent came over and
Will
the rest
Clark
is
leaving in
history.
free agency, right? Like that broke a lot of people's heart. Game 6, obviously, speaks for itself.
Still hurts.
Dusty and Jeff Kent leaving in the same offseason. Them then leaking the report of Dusty's tax stuff. Like that was real ugly, and we kind of swept that under
Cruz
the
Jr.
Jose Cruz Jr.
JT Snow
So
getting
many
thrown
dark
out.
days. Buster Posey going down, right? Like certain days, this offseason feels worse than all of them. Like those were all
because it's so much. It's such
this
bigger
is the worst.
picture.
That's a big sentence, though, Mark.
Yeah, because again, and I don't remember if it was with you guys or if Kyle and I were just talking about this yesterday. The worst thing in sports for a fan is when you realize and then experience that you have inept ownership.
Yeah.
The Washington Commanders are on a flight, I think, probably tomorrow. You should ask their fans, their players, what they've experienced the last 2 decades of their lives.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It's total joke when you are a Cardinals, when you're a Cohan Warriors, right? When you're a Commanders.
Yeah.
I know you're wearing Sacramento Kings fans feel this way sometimes. Right? I know it's Monarchs, but right, family. Anyway,
champs
point is
2 times.
when you're part of one of those groups, it's long, it's painful, it's embarrassing. And that's once I got through just the Correa-ness of all this, that's where my head went. I'm like, I don't think we knew. And it was a question. We're always like, who are the John? We don't know this group. We just got our first real good look into this ownership. And it appears right now we're on a clown car.
Well, and everything to this point, we've been able to point to, okay, well, wait until this free agency.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait until this free
Wait till the contracts
and then they
come off
did
the
it.
book.
Right.
And then they did it.
And then they didn't do it.
Right, which is
and so now
even
they're
worse.
at the finish line and they have nothing.
And
I
it's
would've
now
ra-
back to wait until 2024.
But if they would have just struck out on Correa, it would have been a total different, like the whole, it's the way
1000%.
it went down and all that.
1000%.
So I know I sound like a psychopath all the time, but when Buster Posey got announced, I remember walking into the studio at 5 a.m. and I said, Sam, did you watch the Zoom? And he's like, of course I watched the Zoom. I'm like, Charles Johnson's kid Greg inspires no one.
Yeah.
What? I looked at the Zoom and he thought I was crazy.
Again, well, these guys thought I was crazy because I said, you don't make a move like that and introduce an icon
that's
and
a
bring
good
him into
point.
the ownership group and do it through Zoom. You say, hey, Buster, when can you get it to the Bay Area? We need to introduce you.
It felt
You're
lazy
the face.
in retrospect.
Private jet,
Yeah.
you got a lot of money. We got a lot. Get your ass out here to Third and King. Let's
mean,
introduce you. I thought it was a terrible look to do it over Zoom.
His retirement press conference is literally the only major press conference I can remember since Kapler got hired.
That's a good point.
Now, part of that is the pandemic,
point.
but the Giants have not been doing that at all. And for what reason, I have
They used to do it
no
all the
clue.
time.
When Farhan got hired, remind me, because I didn't go to any of those things.
Yeah.
When Farhan was hired, he was introduced by who?
That one I don't remember. I remember him introducing Kapler.
I do remember
No,
that.
I remember the Farhan one because we ran it on the air. It was during my show.
Uh-huh.
And I remember Kawakami asking a question about Bumgarner. It's like, what are you going to do with
Yeah.
Madison
But
Bumgarner?
who introduced Farhan?
I think it was Larry.
Probably Larry.
I think it was Larry at that time.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was Larry.
I've asked the question out loud, like, who are these owners? And I know Larry Bear's been front and center in terms of a face and stuff like that. Like, to me, not that he's Dave Cavill, because obviously his resume is tremendous.
It was Larry Bear that introduced
Larry
Farhan.
Bear, I figured that, yep.
Yeah.
I always want to know what's behind the door, you know? The Wizard of Oz stuff.
I'll tell you that, and this goes back 6 months, even into into last season. I will tell you that there was a lot coming out of the Giants at every level, right? Like go to just this department and that department. Morale was cooked.
Last year.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it didn't really have anything to do with the standings.
Yeah.
So, again, we're starting to get a pile of clues into this ownership group.
And Carlos Rodon being introduced as a Yankee.
By the way, Carlos with no
we
beard
gotta
is
roll
super
here.
uncomfortable.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas to everybody out there. It's been a hell of a year on the
much
Morning
love
Roast.
you guys.
Hell of a year.
Yeah.
We'll see you
Thanks for
next year,
putting up with
Roasters.
us. Good work,
YouTube,
boys.
Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. We'll see you on the other side. I'll see you on TV. I'm probably not taking days off from that. But Happy New Year, everybody. Go Niners.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I called it a 2-bagger to you in the other room, but I don't know that it's not a 3-bagger. It might be gone. It might be an inside the park home run, and here's what I mean by that. In our business, there's things about like when something hits the front page and then when it's called quote unquote old news. And it's our job to kind of read the room, read the emotion of the fans, kind of know what people are thinking. And for a story to last, like for it to be kind of the lead deal that everyone's thinking about for 2 full days, that's big. That means it's really, really big. I don't know that this one isn't 3 days. I don't know that it's not 4 days. The 49ers play in 48 hours. The Warriors, even though there are good reasons, just got wildly embarrassed on back-to-back days. Carlos Rodon is being introduced, yet this is a 2-bagger. Like, there is still so much more to say and feel about what just happened with the San Francisco Giants and Carlos Correa. And I think the reason is not because of just what happened. I think that part it's kind of a 24-hour cycle for everyone to know it and go, okay, now we want to know what happened. But this feels like it's going to have such an intense ripple effect that is going to affect the organization for weeks, months, and years.
Yes.
That I'm nowhere near done with it yet.
And the Giants made it that way in part because they haven't done anything yet. Had they come out yesterday immediately and had something to say or held some kind of presser or anything, we could have digested that and kicked that around. And then today we're probably opening up with the Warriors.
We do have sound. We do have sound.
Oh.
We have sound from the San Francisco Giants. Here it is. All right, so.
Riveting.
React. What do you think about what Farhan just had to say?
I'm blown away.
Okay.
First of all.
That changed your opinion on
I completely
anything?
understand. The Giants are in the right.
Crazy.
It is. It is. RB24.
.com.
That's the promo code they're going to use to try and sign Michael Conforto. No, but the fact that they haven't said, like, that's what gets things through the news cycle so quickly now, right? It's, okay, here's the story. Here's everything to think about it. We get everything so quickly. Everybody talks about it. Everybody gets their takes. Okay, now what's the next thing? The takes haven't stopped on the Giants because we don't know what the hell happened.
Well, and there's this. And by the way,
they're just digging their grave.
Yeah, so 888-957-9570. If you haven't gotten your thoughts, your take off, we took so many calls yesterday, but not done yet. Mike Silver is going to join us in 24 minutes. It's not going to be 3 full hours of you yelling about Correa, but that can be, I don't know, 2.5. Like, give us a call. We would love to be your platform for your venting. You can also do it on the Xfinity mobile text line. Hello, Twitch and YouTube, and especially hello, YouTube, because you're back. We're back. Yesterday, what a crappy day to lose out on YouTube. The whole stream was down. Come on, YouTube. What are you doing? But anyway, got that thing all figured out. And so those of you who are watching, consuming, and commenting there, good morning, and thank you so much for being here. This made me laugh. So Tom Verducci, right? Sports Illustrated. You sent this to me in the middle of the day yesterday. And it looks like the link is like, okay, inside the story of what happened with Carlos Correa.
Full disclosure, I sent it prior to reading.
Okay, so I'm like, okay, here's the deal. One of these Verducci Sports Illustrated, like, all right, I'm going to click on that when I've got a good 27 minutes to sit down and read through it. So when I did, I clicked on it, and then I scrolled one time. And there was Verducci's name. In other words, it's like 3 paragraphs. The inside scoop is, yeah, he was there. And then they were like, hang on a second, and then they never called again and he left. There's your inside scoop. Like, we still don't know a damn thing about what it was that percolated in their head, that freaked them out, which is only whether they like it or not and whether it's true or not. I hope you understand, Giants. If you want to hide behind the HIPAA, if you don't want to talk about this, then guess what? We get to just go ahead and make up our own damn story.
Correct.
And I know exactly what it feels like happened because your timeline doesn't work. And even if your timeline does work, we know that you're scared about an ankle injury that happened before his career started, and his career's been great to this point. So that's my very first and maybe even only question when we get to this mythical press conference that's never going to happen. You don't need to tell me what the injury is. You need to tell me why something scared you that he's been playing with for 8 years at an all-star level.
And explain the timeline. How did you just find out about this thing? And why did you offer this deal without having the full picture in a scenario where I make it make sense?
There's no explanation.
I also need to know the story I want almost as much as I want the inside story from the Giants' perspective is what's been going on over the last 24 hours over there at 3rd and King. What conversations are they having? Are they like, okay, pivot, Michael Conforto?
So,
or are they on social media? Are they aware of the reaction?
Yeah, they're aware. They're aware. That's their job. But their lack of awareness is stunning.
Yes.
Like, here's a visual.
Because it's their job.
Right. So here's a visual. And I texted you about this morning. And believe you me, blame goes to everybody, and I'm not here to take it from anyone. But here's a visual. Because all I can do for a second is go, all right, I want to try to be in, let's say, Farhan's shoes yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm Farhan and Greg Johnson, I don't know who did what, but let's just, because you won't speak, we got to speculate. Greg Johnson says, you know what, Farhan, I'm not comfortable with this. $350 million, and we've got an ankle injury in 2014 that we feel could become chronic. And so I'm not comfortable with this. If I'm Farhan, I look at my boss and I go, hey, boss, do you want to fire me now or tomorrow? Because if you don't call Scott Boras back and we don't do this deal, I'm dead.
Yeah.
There's not a damn thing I can say to the public.
Yep.
There is nothing I can do if we renege on Carlos Correa. What does Greg Johnson say to him at that point? Sorry, buddy. Comes with the territory. Can't fire me. I own the damn joint.
Yeah.
Is that because if I'm Farhan, I'm throwing a chair off the wall in the office.
And he might have.
Going, you have to go through with this press conference because if you don't, you might as well pink slip me right here today. I can't survive this. No matter if I'm right, wrong, an innocent bystander, doesn't matter. How are you going to help me survive this? So that's a visual that went through my head as we try to guess what happened. And if Farhan didn't do that, then again, a stunning lack of awareness in terms of how the fan base is feeling, how the city is feeling, and gosh, I bet how the actual players on the team are feeling. If I'm Brandon Crawford, I'm like, what a joke. What a joke.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
You had guys
play 162 more games and get me out of here. This is ridiculous.
You had guys on social media actively recruiting players, like trying to get out there. And I'm sure there was stuff behind the scenes, phone calls made, texts sent. We had a whole conversation, or you and Dibs had a whole conversation about like who's the Giants guy, like who's getting on the horn to try and close this deal. So I'm sure some of that happened in the background. But you're right. What is this? Is Farhan saying things internally? Is he getting ready to quit because he's handcuffed to this extreme? Was he? There are so many questions that need to be answered here, and all of the answers point toward this going down the wrong road. I can't think of a thing they could say or do where we'd be like, "Oh, okay, this is good." No, this is, and I get Farhan has a job. He has to. Okay, his job now. if ownership pulled the plug, is to now pivot and try to put a winner on the
Go
field.
get other players. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they want Michael Conforto, even though they've already got 27 left-handed outfielders. But okay, yeah, go get Michael Conforto. Maybe he's going to hit 30 home runs. Sure, he's a good baseball player if he plays, but super ironic that you do pass all of these other oft-injured players through their physicals, but not Carlos Correa. I get it. I mean, here's another visual. Let's say this press conference does happen. What would you ask? And how do you think they would answer it? There isn't a great answer. They can't answer a lot of the questions, yet it's amazing that they don't understand. You got to do it anyway.
I think a good first question is, what the hell?
Yeah, what the hell?
Talk to us about this.
Well, I think, yes, the very first question is, can you please take us through your version of the events as they unfolded? Right? And you can go ahead and hide behind I'm not going to tell you what the medical said, but you can take us through the timeline, and then that's going to open them up to 1,000 other questions.
And I think that's how you have to even phrase that question is like, don't need to know the medicals. Take us through the timeline.
I don't need to know the medicals, but I can ask for a timeline on the medicals. Again, are we to understand that something popped on the medical report that you didn't know about 2 weeks before? You didn't know about because Scott Boras, did everyone catch this? He literally said yesterday, everything had been furnished to the Giants. They saw this and they chose to negotiate with the player.
Yes.
So he made the statement that the Giants were aware of this and chose to enter negotiations and offer 13 years and $350 million and then use something that they already knew about to back out of the deal. And then, if you read between what Scott said, that is in black and white on the internet right now with quotation marks around it.
And then let's take that piece of information and let's take what Susan Slusser reported for the San Francisco Chronicle that morning, that they were awaiting the results of tests. What tests?
Right. And did you ever get them?
MRI results?
There's another. Did you ever get
X-ray results?
Did you ever get the results?
Were they good?
You don't need to tell me what. No, well, that's now.
Oh, yeah.
Nope,
Okay,
sorry.
no,
Don't
okay,
need. Can't answer that.
Okay, you're right. You can't.
Yeah. Did you get the results?
Right.
Are you still waiting?
Right. What testing? What takes that long?
It's so funny. Like, you know what just went through my head is
I got MRI results for me, not an athlete, FYI.
Right. Well, that's the funny thing. This is kind of like hotels who are like, we're booked. No, you're not.
Right.
You have a room up there.
Right.
It's like I just thought of Cam. I just thought of Cam Newton. Remember when USC had to wait a year and a half for it to go for the infractions committee with the NCAA, and then there was a Cam Newton Auburn related infraction 2 weeks before. Whatever. They paid for expedited shipping. They got they're like, he's cleared. National championship games in 10 days.
Yes.
You're the Giants awaiting test results. Get expedited shipping.
Right.
Like,
right.
Whatever you're waiting for, you're the Giants. You can move to the front of the line.
But also, have that done. How are you waiting for that? Still the morning of the presser. Deal was announced days ago.
The man was here and he got dressed. He got dressed and ready for the press conference.
He was in his press conference.
Do you realize, I would love, and that's the other press conference I'd love to be at. I'm not going to because it's going to be in New York once he passes his physical today.
Which is today.
But I would love to be in the Carlos Correa press conference and dive into the emotions he was feeling when he got on that plane to leave San Francisco, potentially still in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
I hope for his sake he got into something more comfortable.
Maybe some joggers.
Before he headed to SFO.
He's got a gang of Lululemon joggers, right? Like just a
For sure.
stack of them.
For sure. Yeah, and some of them have those little electronic clickers inside and some don't. But anyway, right? Like, what are you feeling? What do you think? He had to be livid.
So that's what...
Livid. Embarrassed.
The New York media...
Lost $35 million.
New York media is going to ask. New York media will find out.
Do you know what, though? Will they? Because
I think so.
They'll ask, but they're going to ask it through the lens of we got you. Like, their focus is the Mets, not the train wreck of the Giants. If you even read, it's fascinating to go into a lot of the people who have written about this, from John Heyman to Jeff Passan, Verducci, Rosenthal. Like, a Giant fan keeps diving into these articles going, all right, tell me what went down.
Right.
And it's like 2 sentences, and then they're like, so Steve Cohn's got a big old thing, and he's now the guy that runs baseball. And Steve did this.
He was
and
sipping
then
martinis.
Steve did that. He's in Hawaii, and he had flip-flops on. And then he's on his 3rd drink, and it was the middle of the night, and he's got a whole ton of money. And the other owners all hate him because he's kind of the Joe Lacob debate. Like, the article is 18 paragraphs, and only 2 of them are like, so the Giants totally messed this up. Now let's talk about Steve Cohn for the next hour.
Because nobody
It's
knows
like,
what the Giants did.
Right. And in New York, nobody cares. They've got Judge. They've got Correa. They've got Rodon. They've got Kodai Senga. They've got Brandon Nemo. And they've got the Warriors' dignity. They've got all of those things just in the last 3 weeks.
The 49ers need to play the Giants in round 1.
Totally.
The New York Giants, and smoke them by 40. That has to happen. And even then, it won't make up for it.
Paul in San Jose. Mike Silver's coming on in 10 minutes. By the way, Mike Silver yesterday made some really interesting comments about Trey Lance. And so that's coming up in 10 minutes. Paul in San Jose, hey, you're on Willard and Dibs. That's Kyle who's in for Dibs. What are you doing, Paul?
Driving home from work.
Driving home from work. What do you do, Paul?
I work at a grocery store.
Oh.
Usually the night shift.
You're talking to 2 people who literally, if we weren't doing what we were doing, we'd be working at a grocery store.
I love grocery.
Like
I went to 2 grocery stores last night.
We're 2 of the only men on the planet who go to the grocery store on purpose, like 3 times a day. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, I was talking to one of my friends and tell him congratulations on the Giants getting Correa. And then on Tuesday, I heard that he wasn't going to do his press conference. And so then on Wednesday, I was talking to my friend at work, and I go, hey, congratulations. What happened to Correa? And he's with the Mets now. I said, that's awesome. And I said, because I'm a huge Mets fan, my license plate says MTS fan. But I just want to know, are the Giants and the A's going to be the same, where they're going to not sign anyone big or let people go?
You know what? The comparison gets made a lot. Paul, thanks so much, and congratulations on every player in the history of ever and all of your money. So that's wonderful. But the A's-Giants thing, the comparison happens a lot. For me, there's actually only one thread because they're not being run the same. The A's are actually doing a good job of drafting, and then they give them away. The Giants have not gone through the process. I don't know if they will someday. We'll see. Luciano comes up, he's a star, and then they're like, too expensive. See you later. I doubt that, but that would be the A's process. The Giants' process is very different. As I called them yesterday, they are risk-averse. They love to get into the fray. The A's don't even get into the fray. The Giants get into the fray and then bumble the whole thing once they're in there, seemingly repeatedly, or make an effort to finish second because they want to feel, it's almost like imposter syndrome, like want to feel like we're one of the big boys, but they don't actually have the wherewithal to follow through with that so far. The only thread that I see is inept ownership. It's inept ownership that is focused way more on their own bottom line than the experience their fans are having. And I'm not expecting any business owner to make it all about their customers. However, I always find it incredibly short-sighted when a business doesn't want happy customers because that's a reinvestment in your business.
That's what Joe Lacob understands.
Right.
And that's one of the kind of underlying bigger picture subplots here is The Athletic. There was a story that MLB owners hate Steve Cohn because he spends his money. And we've heard that same thing about Joe Lacob and the Warriors and how they're trying to redo the rules so the Warriors can't spend all this money.
Brian Windhorst will switch over to baseball if the Mets win the World Series this year just to do a live hit at Citi Field so he can say, this is a checkbook championship. Because it will be.
Right.
Yeah.
And I didn't take offense when he said it about the Warriors, and I don't think a Mets fan would take offense. Now, baseball, it's hard. You can't just put the Mets, give them the World Series now. Like, baseball is different. But that's the point of owning a team should be to try and win.
Right.
And it appears, it's appeared across the bay, believe me, for a long time that
that's not
their
the goal.
baseball team does not want to win. And this is why this stings so much and why this is lingering so much here on this side of the bay, is because it now appears the Giants are in that same bucket. After touting for the entire Farhan era of like, just wait for it.
Right.
Hang on, just wait for it.
Right.
Okay, here it comes. And then they got it. And then they went, oh, actually, that's not us.
You ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can? Leo DiCaprio?
One time.
One time. Okay, that's good. Because usually when I ask you the movie question, the answer is either no or huh?
Ask me about a Netflix Christmas movie and I got you, bro.
I was on Netflix last night, watched Christmas Chronicles with the kids for the 800th time. But it was just,
You watch a new Lindsay Lohan joint?
No.
Very good.
No. And I probably never will.
It's bad, but as Christmas movies go, you want it to suck.
Fair enough. But the reason I bring up Catch Me If You Can, the Leo DiCaprio, right, the fake check writing business basically that he built is this is now, at least today, this is what the Giants feel like to me. Like you're writing checks that you can't cash or you won't. You don't have it. It is a full imposter syndrome deal. You want to be living the high life and in the high rent district and tell everybody you're one of the big boys. And quite frankly, here's what's crazy. You are. Mm-hmm. You already are. The Giants are, we went through this a few weeks ago. They're a top 7 brand in baseball, there's no doubt. But brands can be driven into the ground.
Yes.
And so here you are. You're not the Penthouse. You're not the Yankees and Dodgers, but you're definitely in the next crew. You're definitely in the next group of teams. And that's what you were given. And you want to act like Penthouse, champagne, bottle service. But then when the check comes, you're always conveniently in the bathroom so that anybody else can pick that thing up.
Don't call me out like that.
Do you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's an
like,
elite
let's
move.
See that waiter's coming over. Hey, you know what? I don't feel good.
Yeah,
but then you got to do the thing where you're like, hey, I don't, and you like kind of
feeling
grab your
so good.
stomach and you're like,
right, because that
hey,
way
I'm
you can
gonna be
stay in there for a while.
Meanwhile, I'm firing off tweets.
Checking scores.
Yeah.
All right, quote. That athleticism that they saw, when you're running circles around Middle Tennessee State, that's cool, but that's not the SEC. I think they thought he can get outside a little more, and I think Kyle was running him inside because he couldn't get outside. That's what Mike Silver said yesterday about Trey Lance. He joins us next. Then we continue with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And don't forget, 957thegameshot.com. Harry in South City bought 2 of your DPOY shirts just yesterday. Thank you, Harry. All of that is what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
Whatever happened to teams saying, we're not going to pay? Whatever happened to, hey, I know you're in your 3rd year of your 5th year, contract, your 5-year contract. We're not paying you. Come back, play great. I don't give a damn if you unfollow us on Instagram.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, here we are. And I hope, Mike Silver, man, we love you, but I also hope you're honored. This right here will be the first 10-minute stretch since Carlos Correa became a Met where we are not screaming and yelling about Carlos Correa and the San Francisco Giants. How does that make you feel, Mike Silver?
I definitely feel honored, and I did somehow get drawn into it a little on social media yesterday, which is ridiculous because I don't follow baseball very closely. And back before I took the Chronicle job and was able to just be a fan since I don't cover baseball, I've been an A's fan in my past. So try telling someone who's followed the A's closely that, oh no, we didn't get to pay this guy $350 million. But I would say this, if a team really believes a guy is an injury risk, if that's real, then you probably don't want to commit $350, but we'll see how it all plays out. I think Giants fans are understandably frustrated.
Yeah, I will say this about it, and this was one of the 28 thoughts that went through my head on the first couple hours of the Correa News. Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, joining us as he always does here on 95.7 The Game. One of my thoughts was, if you had told me 3 months ago the Giants offseason would be a massive bust, the Warriors are going to be under 500, but thank God we've got Brock Purdy. I mean, my head would have exploded. Like, this is the most ridiculous 3 months I've ever watched unfold.
Hey, a lot's going on right now. Cal basketball is on a run that will surely end in the Final Four. I don't know if you guys saw, my Bears were taking over.
Did you see what USF did to ASU last night? How about that?
I haven't followed a lot of men's college basketball this year. It's been a rough stretch.
I hear you. But anyway, that's sort of where we're at, and I think he's answered all the questions that we've asked so far. But can Brock Purdy handle this? He's kind of like he's the guy now for the whole city is on his back.
Well, you know how these things go, right? So he passed a big test on Thursday. That was, on the road, loud stadium, team fighting for its playoff life, and he was hurt. So passed a lot of tests, really. There will be another test at some point, presumably, and that will be, hey, we're behind at the end. We need you to drive us down the field and make some throws and win this game for us. Or just being behind in general. And, he will probably ultimately be judged by the same standard that Jimmy Garoppolo was judged. And Jimmy Garoppolo has had great stretches, including this season, where it all looks good. But heaven forbid he throw an interception late or not be able to drive the team down, in a Montana-esque, Mahomes-esque fashion. And, we've seen what happens. So maybe Mr. Purdy, because he's young and because it's fairy tale, will get kid gloves. But I would imagine that if they're down 14 to the Commanders and he's not able to bring them back into that game, that all of a sudden people will say, well, is he a front runner? And look, they're good enough, this 49er team, that we may not find that out until the playoffs or the Super Bowl or even next year. But at some point, that's a big test.
You were on our show a while back, and you said that the one thing the 49ers can't do at quarterback next season is go in with Trey Lance as option A, and that's the only option, and that they might bring in like a veteran to either back him up or compete with him. Is Brock Purdy playing well enough, or have we seen enough to think that he could be that second option alongside Trey Lance where they wouldn't have to go make a significant investment at quarterback?
Well, he might be that first option. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's for Kyle to answer, but I would say this. You could definitely, I think, if Brock Purdy continues to, he doesn't have to be, he can have bumps, but if Brock Purdy still looks the part, I think you could definitely have a scenario where you go into next season with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance as your two guys, and they're both under rookie contracts. You don't have, there's no pressure. You can just roll out the ball and let them compete in training camp. I believe that based on what we've seen so far, Brock Purdy would be a heavy favorite, but you never know. I also think there's a scenario where there's a bridge quarterback and you keep one or both of the other two. I mean, they're definitely keeping Brock Purdy. He's in year one of the cheapest rookie deal ever, and I would assume they're keeping Trey Lance too. But if Tom Brady, for example, which we talked about wanted to come for a year or whatever, you might think about that, again, depending upon how giddy they are about Brock Purdy by the time this is all said and done. But I do think it changes that scenario where, you talk about a veteran like a Matt Ryan or somebody else. I think they probably feel good enough about Purdy that the Purdy-Lance only scenario is much more prominent.
Mike Silver with us here, 95.7 The Game. Speaking of the Lance stuff, I saw a quote attributed to you yesterday that essentially said you thought that Trey Lance was being run inside a lot because he can't run outside, maybe the way that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers were hoping he would be able to. It was one of the first, I know we still don't fully know who Trey Lance is going to be. It was one of the first things I saw someone say that would suggest an admission by the 49ers that they maybe didn't get quite what they thought they were getting with Trey Lance. Is that fair?
Well, I was talking with Colin Cowherd on his podcast, The Volume, and we got into that. And, a lot of fans have been up in arms, especially after he got hurt. Like, why do they keep running him inside? And I do think there is an element of, hey, he's not exactly racing around the edge. And, some quarterbacks can do that. Josh Allen can get there. Obviously, Lamar can. Justin Fields can. And I've heard it suggested to me that maybe when you look at him running circles around, who can I insult? The UC Davises of the world. Sorry, Aggies. I love. I love Davis, and I love the Aggies. But
fingers up.
When you're running around people at a lower level of competition, it may not be the same as watching Justin Fields on tape, let alone translating to the NFL. So. There's a lot to really like about Trey Lance. I want to remind people, like, the intelligence jumped out at them and still does. Obviously, they love his makeup as a person, and that deep ball was going to be a real thing had he stayed healthy. I believe it would have changed that offense and given them, some downfield options. The real problem was the accuracy and the consistency. He was not consistently accurate. I reported that over the offseason. People saw it with their own eyes over training camp and in the preseason and early in the season. It doesn't mean it's an insurmountable thing, but, look, if you trade 3 ones for a guy and it doesn't work out in the NFL, you're almost certainly fired, and your franchise is set back years under normal conditions. You trade 3 ones and take a guy at 3. They might get away with it, and I'm not saying Trey Lance won't be good, but if he isn't, they still might get away with it because the guy they took at 262 may be good. So we've still got a long way to go, but it is a remarkable story and a testament to the overall roster they've built.
So is there a chance that let's say Trey Lance and Brock Purdy have a competition next year, Trey Lance wins the competition, he's a starter week 1. Do you think that maybe we'll see a different version of the 49ers offense? Like Kyle Shanahan's kind of rethinking how he can use Trey Lance effectively, knowing that, okay, he doesn't maybe have the speed that they thought he did?
Yeah, I think Kyle will always try to scheme it up, to his players' strengths, and he's great at that. I think he already had seemed to concede that, that speed on the edge wasn't going to be a hallmark of what they were doing with Trey Lance. And Kyle loves to run the boots and get the quarterback on the move. So I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying they needed to have a quarterback running threat. I felt like as Trey was figuring it out, the threat wasn't going to be to the outside, so they were trying to manufacture one to the inside. This is my very amateurish way of assessing it. It's obviously much more intricate than that. But I would say this, the way they are constructed currently as an offense was based around Jimmy's strengths. Getting the ball out very quickly and accurately into tight spaces so that those guys can run with the ball after the catch. Kittle, Ayuk, Debo. That's kind of how they were built. McCaffrey gives you another dimension because he's so versatile, as is Debo, et cetera, et cetera. So Trey Lance was not fitting into that offense. He was not seeing it and getting rid of it quickly and accurately in those tight windows that Jimmy was. Again, very intelligent guy, can develop, can do some other things well. But I think you had a team that was constructed around Jimmy's strengths, and it wasn't necessarily translating to Trey's. And, a guy like Danny Gray, who they drafted to take the top off the defense, who we've barely seen, theoretically could have thrived in whatever the offense would have been with Trey.
Mike, we've been down this road before last year, all kinds of differences this year, but I think still hard to predict. So I'll ask you, now that Jimmy Garoppolo has another injury situation and it will take him into the offseason, what do you think his market looks like?
I think it's good, man. I think this is a big win for Jimmy. And, it bummed me out when he got hurt, obviously, because it's been such a cool story, an unlikely story, and he's played really, really well. I wrote right before that injury that he's playing at Pro Bowl level, and I'll stand by that because Kirk Cousins made it. I feel like that one of those NFC spots was there for the taking if Jimmy had kept it rolling. And in a way, it ends well for him financially because he did enough, I think, that he showed other teams like, oh, his shoulder's good. He's playing at a really high level. We like this guy. We can win with this guy. He didn't have to go through a playoff and maybe have another moment where, oh, God, he threw an interception in Philadelphia and that doomed them where people overreacted. Yes, his team is thriving without him, but they're a very, very good team. So I think Jimmy, the only silver lining for him, and it's a very thin one, is I think he positioned himself well for next year. I do not think he'll be back with the Niners, but I think he will be a starter somewhere, and I think it will be a competitive market for his services.
So that was going to be the next question I was going to ask. Has the door kind of, I don't never say never, but has the door mostly closed on him returning?
Well, the door closed when they traded 3 ones to draft Trey Lance. And it closed more when after Jimmy played hurt and got them to the precipice of a Super Bowl, they told him, hey, it's Trey Lance's team. And it closed even more when they had him throwing on the field as a sideshow during training camp. And then it kind of opened back up just a little bit in their mind when he was out there bawling and leading them, to the point where they were able to clinch a division in mid-December. But I think if you're Jimmy, you're not exactly like, man, I'm going to do anything to come back here. Right. Again, it's all good. Like, it's been a great story, but if I'm Jimmy, I'm trying to get out too and go somewhere where they believe in me as the guy.
Mike, great stuff as always. Happy holidays to you. Enjoy this weekend, and we're out of here next week. So we'll talk to you in the new year.
Awesome. It'll be great. And there will be hopefully a new giant free agent signee we can get into by then.
Very, very exciting. They are combing AA teams all over the nation to see who they would like to acquire.
Hey, try walking a mile in the A's shoes.
Man.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. I feel like I've walked at least a half mile in the last 24 hours.
Well, the A's have done it for 20 years.
Yeah, I know. That scab is getting pulled all over the place. All right. Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate you, Mike.
You guys, thanks.
Speaking of which, you know how the A's go through all this thing, and they are also relatively quiet unless Dave Cabell wants to come out and rip the Giants. That's usually when we hear it, right? Yeah. Dave will come out and be like, so, Giants, you stink too. I'm actually half surprised we haven't heard from him over the last 24 hours. Just some tweet that's like super told you so-esque. But speaking of what? No, go ahead. What?
I blocked that guy or muted him or something when they won a game in Tampa Bay to get to like 8-6 or whatever last year, and he's like, "Jump on the bandwagon, right. Very fun team."
How you like me now? We're 8-6.
There's 162 of these things, right?
Well, nope. At that point, there were only 136 left.
And then naturally, first year of the draft lottery, they were supposed to pick like second. Sixth.
See you later, A's.
Oh,
yeah, so
it's really
Different situations equal frustration, but allowing others to tell your story. That's a big part of what's happening right now, I think, with the Giants. Like, where are you? I mean, is there even an indication that you're going to speak? By the way, the answer is no. So Scott Boras has already been out in the public a little bit. ... He is again. Stay tuned in moments for what he said next.
Oh, no.
But in the meantime, Aaron Judge had a press conference yesterday. Carlos Rodon had a press conference moments ago. And Carlos Correa is going to pass a physical today and then have his own press conference. And to varying degrees, the Giants' ghost is sitting in all of those rooms. And yet, they still don't want to come out and say anything. So, Scott Boras is going to say more. He's never shied away from a microphone. So here's another piece of the story that you might find interesting. We know that Carlos was here. He was ready for the press conference. As Sports Illustrated reported yesterday, he was all dressed and ready to go. Turns out it wasn't just Carlos. Here's Scott Boras via SNY.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room. And
so he came into your room?
Yeah, he came into my room.
What was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly.
Obviously surprised. The pause with obviously surprised, I'm going to translate to mean obviously he was surprised and flipping furious. You got your mom, your dad, your brother. Hell, you flew out the in-laws. And they're all there waiting. Do you remember the video last week of him seeing his family after the contract agreement had taken place? The hugs, the tears that were flying down their faces because all of them knew we don't ever have to worry about money again. And guess what? That's still true.
Right.
That's still true. But to take not just this man on a ride, to take his family, his extended family on a ride, take this fan base on a ride. So many people are so correct in pointing out the ripple effect that has just taken place is not fully known. The damage that has been done is hard to describe right now because we actually don't even know. We don't know how far and how many years this is going to go. But I do know that now Scott Boras, the most powerful agent in sport, is now potentially going to share this story with every client he has. When the San Francisco Giants show up on the phone, Carlos will share this with other players. And hell, quite frankly, they don't even have to. They can all read. And they can see what the Giants just did with the biggest contract they ever tried to sign. They took everybody on a really, really bad ride. So how can you blame everybody if they want to get off now?
Yeah.
It's
completely understand.
It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
I love the idea of Carlos being quote unquote surprised. Like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, cool. We'll figure it out. Like that wasn't.
I mean, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Right. And
now
again,
what?
Again, it's not, and it's really hard. I think for sometimes for the every people like all of us, it's hard to go. Oh, I'm supposed to feel sorry for the Correas. So in 3 hours they turned $350 million into $315. Boo-hoo. And oh, by the way, Carlos Correa's already made generational money in his career. Mm-hmm. So it's not about that. It's never about that.
Right.
I do think sometimes we look at the ultra wealthy and go, so they're no longer human because they don't have problems and worries and experiences. And it's not true. It's just not true. So they've taken an entire family on an awful ride, and they did it in the middle of the most public of eyes. And so now the whole baseball world knows. The whole baseball world knows. And that's what I can't figure out with regard to this executive crew, from Johnson to Dean to Zaidi to Bear and poor Pete Patella, who's sitting over there going, dude, I haven't even put the paperweights on my desk yet. What are y'all doing?
Meanwhile, the organization he left just won a title.
Right. Oof. Right. And the player who many of us guessed he probably had a key part in grabbing because he was with Houston when Carlos was there. So that group of 5 people somehow has decided to do this, and it appears that they believed they could back out of this without it being the largest explosion in the history of this organization. And if they think that, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to them. My first question, I keep saying my first question. Apparently I've got 17 first questions. But
your 17th question would be,
how on earth did you think that backing out of this was going to resonate with your customers and with the rest of the sport?
So which one's worse here? They thought about how it would resonate and went, don't care. Or they didn't think about how it would resonate with the fans.
The second one. The idea that they didn't think that it would land this way, to me, lacks more awareness. I know that you're probably thinking the whole don't care thing, but it's like I've complimented the Giants in the past for how resolute they are. I love it when people believe so much in what they believe that their confidence is like, we're doing it anyway. I mean, when they were winning 107 games, I complimented Farhan Zaidi for this mere fact. He hired Gabe Kapler in the face of everyone going, don't hire Gabe Kapler. Don't. Farhan, don't.
Right.
Don't, because in Philly and because of the thing in L.A., don't do it. And Farhan went, yeah, we're doing it. And the very next year, he won Manager of the Year. And so it was like, dude, that's some resolute stuff right there. Like, that's really sticking to what you believe in. I love that. But there's got to be a limit on that idea. To do this here, to say, we believe so much that this contract is now bad. We believe that at such a level that we don't care what the fans think, or as you put it, we don't know what the fans think. I just, to me, all of that suggests that their head is so many feet beneath the ground. And that's terrifying. That's terrifying, that lack of connectivity.
There's 2 things I want to touch on real quick. I know we're up against it. One, this was a layup offseason for them. Sign one of the 50 big names. You have the money. Get one in the building. You're going to sell your stadium out.
Yep.
You're going to sell jerseys. The Judge thing, I don't blame them. Aaron Judge wanted to go back to New York.
He wasn't going to
pretty
come.
Clearly. If you want to say they should have given $450 million, fine. But that's not how that works. So fine. But they messed it up and had nothing for their fan base to be like, sorry, here's the plan moving forward. And that's why Joseph Dodson on the YouTube chat brought up something. He said, it's a sad situation, but you have to move on now. Totally. But you can't move on until you know what happened.
Right.
The reason this is still an issue is because the Giants haven't said anything to anyone.
I'll tell you why we're not moving on yet. I texted with a friend of mine who recently got a promotion.
Boo?
Yeah. So I congratulated him this morning. Said, hey, congrats on the promotion. Want to know what he texted me back? He goes, thank you so much, Mark. And no red flags came up in my physical. The deal went through. I texted him right back. I go, too soon, brother. Way too soon. That's why we're not moving on yet, because we're not emotionally there yet. Your phone calls on this at 888-957-9570. Coming up next, this is all brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. It's Willard and Dibbs. That's Kyle in for Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Need a great gift idea? Head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for a DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, choose gifts they'll love from a huge selection of name brands, or buy an Osh gift card. Shop Osh with 14 locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. More Correa stuff. Howard Beck's going to join us in 45 minutes, too. James Wiseman, I'd love to get excited about your 30 points, except for it was clear about 7 minutes into that game last night that it became a Summer League game. That's what that was, and I've seen you put up 30 points in the Summer League or the G League before. And so I don't want to be the Grinch, but it didn't resonate for me like, ooh, bright spot and a bad week. Not really. Like nobody in that game cared about that game. Plus, even in his 30 points, if you're a plus minus person, he was in the minus. And the main reason for that is he, just like all of the other current Warriors who are on the floor, not named Draymond, you cannot defend a park bench. So as long as that's the case, whether whoever's hurt and whoever's in the game, if you can't defend a park bench, you guys are going to stink. And that, I mean, was it 91 points in the first half?
They were down 40.
GTFOH.
In the first half. What, so bad.
Come on.
It's so bad.
What is that?
What was the phrase that Steve Kerr used when Jonathan Kuminga started turning a corner?
Ooh, what was the phrase?
Impacting winning.
Okay.
Just figuring out how to impact
winning.
When James Wiseman impacts winning this much, if you're not watching on YouTube, which you should be, I'm holding my fingers very close together.
Like not even an inch.
Like a little bit.
Not even a half inch.
Like a little bit.
Sliver.
I'll be excited.
Yeah.
But right now, he just doesn't. And that's my biggest issue with James. Like, is he clearly like, hey, basketball skills, like, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But take it with Brock Purdy. Is Brock Purdy super talented? No. But the way he maneuvers and figures out how to move in the pocket and the instincts are there, it's just not, I don't see it with James Wiseman.
957thegameshop.com. The brand new shirts are DPOY, with the Y being Nick Bosa in his shrug pose. And big shout out to Harry in South City who bought 2 of those yesterday. Get your holiday gear, 957thegameshop.com.
Not Nick Bosa, a player wearing 97.
Oh, sorry. A player who wears 97 and is doing something that Nick Bosa often does.
Yeah.
That guy.
It's not Nick Bosa,
But
though.
it's not Nick.
No.
Well, it's not. It's actually just a picture.
It's a silhouette.
It's a silhouette of a person who might be good at sacking the quarterback.
Right.
And roughing the passer. Just ask any ref. All right, we'll go to the phones in just a second, but first we have to deliver breaking news. The San Francisco Giants have just completed a trade, and they have acquired no one.
Oh, good.
5 minutes ago, and I knew, remember Gregory Santos, the reliever who throws 1 billion miles an hour, but also got popped with, I think it was some PED stuff. I don't remember what exactly went down last year. But Gregory Santos was designated for assignment a few days ago. The Chicago White Sox have acquired reliever Gregory Santos from the San Francisco Giants. That's literally the tweet. Came from Robert Murray. We've reached the point of trades are going down, and the tweets don't even address what the Giants are receiving in return. The Chicago White Sox are acquiring Gregory Santos from the Giants in exchange for a tweet to be named later. There's nothing.
If they acquired Gregory Santos for cash, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, they probably did. They probably did. Free agent Will Myers also, 1-year contract with the Cincinnati Reds, which includes a mutual option for 2024. I know some people were interested in Will Myers because he mashes at Oracle Park, and he will do so again this year in a red uniform.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. So 888-957-9570. How about Nick in Berkeley here on Willard and Dibbs? But Kyle in for Dibbs. Hey, Nick, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm perplexed, bewildered, disgusted, and disturbed behind this Giants' treatment of its fans. And I'm just like, here's the owner yesterday. Well, Farhan, I talked to my boy over at Golden Gate Fields, and he tells me this ankle could be a thing, so we're going to take off a couple years and $60 million. What do you think about that? Farhan's like, no, we can't do it. Boyd's like, no way, dude, we're out. You know what I mean? I mean, dude, are you out of your mind? Like, you leave it, I mean, how Bush League can you get? I'm like, Farhan, where are you going, dude? The River Cats, the Fairfield Indians, Nevada Knicks, Oakland Oaks, San Francisco Seals, they might have some players for you. I mean, come on, bro. This is professional sports, man. Like, you're not even trying to compete. This is ridiculous.
You know what's crazy, Nick? You're actually giving them too much credit. Thank you, Nick. They didn't do what you just said. They didn't call Scott and go, we're worried about something on the medicals. Can we readjust the numbers of the contract? They didn't do that. They didn't say anything. They just said, we're concerned about something in the medical report. And then Scott said, okay, I give you a few hours to work this out. How's 1 o'clock? Because, oh, by the way, we're over in the hotel with his entire family. His entire family's sitting here waiting to go over to Oracle Park and get introduced. So 1 o'clock, okay? And the Giants are like, okay, 1 o'clock. And then 1 o'clock comes and nobody's called. So Scott calls back and goes, hey, Giants, it's 1 o'clock. What do you think? They're like, yeah, we're still not ready. And that's it. And then he became a Met. There was never any, how about, how about 11 years and 300? Like, we'll get none of that. Mm-hmm. None of that. There was just, we're concerned. Silence.
And I almost it wouldn't have been great had they been like, we'll do 12 and 250 and taking all that money off, and then he goes to the Mets for more money. That also would have been bad. But the fact that they said nothing and then have said nothing since, that's why there's so much consternation here. Because it looks as though they went, hey, you know what? We don't want to sign this guy, and so we're just going to not say anything to his agent, and he'll go away.
Well, I mean, one thing they're doing real good at right now is being silent. So they did it to Scott.
Together we're silent.
Together, we figured it out.
There it is.
Thank you. The San Francisco Crickets. Look, this next caller is interesting. Let's go to Dan. Let's go to Dan Dibley in the back.
Deerdorf.
Dibley, what are you doing?
I'm getting ready to go into Safeway to buy celery salt and ancho chili spice, as well as Italian parsley. And so I thought about calling Spadoni because everything Italian goes through Spadoni. But as I've been listening to you and Kyle, and by the way, Kyle, you're crushing it. Very proud of you. Tibbs. But Mark, I'm concerned, partner. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, brother. I'm doing just fine. No, I'm doing. Hey, you know what the word fine?
Yeah.
I'm fine, Dan. I'm fine. Because the word fine is a cuss word around my house, unless you're talking about somebody who you find really, really attractive, right? It depends on how you say it. Like, oh, man, she's fine. Then that's an okay word. But outside of that, when people tell you they're fine, it means that they are about to explode. And Dan, I'm about to explode.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit of FOMO because I've been waiting for this explosion for 14 months. We've had a show together, and I've been waiting for this moment where you would break. Not only so I could, because I'm a little bit mean-spirited, but also I want to be there to console you and give you that shoulder upon which to cry. Because my God, Mark, your beloved Orange and Black, Black Hole Sun. Won't you come?
Oh, wow.
Dark time.
Wow. I was almost going to say too soon on that one, even though Chris Cornell, it's been shoot, what has it been, like 5 years now? It's
been a while.
Since, yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, when I say I'm about to explode, I mean, Dibs, I'll take care of your FOMO. It's not going to look like you want it to look.
Right.
Like, it's not going to be Jerry Maguire. Like, I'm not going to, like, take the fish tank out of the common area and leave here and throw stuff off the wall and quit and yell. I'm not, like, it's not like that. I mean, I'll be a Giants fan again next year. I don't know how much money I'm going to spend over at Oracle Park, but that's my team, and that'll never change. But if what you're saying is you're waiting for the first time that I legitimately look at this particular front office and I really go, I can't understand this, I can't explain it, and I cannot get down with this, we have absolutely reached that point.
You always have the pivot toward, like, okay, but maybe this. Like, this is the light at the end of the tunnel, so I'm going to look toward that. There's no light this time.
It's unrecoverable. That's the word I've been using for 2 days, Dibs.
Well, and I guess until we really find out what happened, what exactly was the reason, and, forget the medical and the HIPAA laws and all that. I get that, but I'm just imagining the way this plays out where Scott Boras says, guys, tonight it's time to either sign or get off the pot, and the Giants say, oh, okay, yeah. And then they don't call him for 12 hours, during which time Scott Boras picks up the phone and he calls Steve Cohen, who's having dinner in Hawaii. Cohen looks at his phone. He's probably holding court, having some mahi-mahi, loving life. He's probably got a Hawaiian shirt on and puka shells. He picks up the phone, and Scott says, yeah, I think this Correa thing might not be working out. And Stevie Cohen says, here's my offer. What do you think? And Boras says, done. And Cohen, ha, more champagne. And that's kind of the way that all went.
I think except for the more champagne part, like, don't you think Cohen got back to the table and whoever he was dining with, he's like, I think you should pick up the bill. I just spent $315 million.
Well, I think he goes the other way, knowing Steve Cohen, and he's like, drinks on the house, on me for the next month.
No joke. By the way, why are you going to Safeway and acting like you're going to cook something? Like, what's going on over there? What are you about to do?
Oh, I didn't say I was going to cook anything. We've got rock shrimp cakes that are going to be made for Christmas Eve at the in-laws. It's a lovely, my girl's supper. She can flat out cook. And by the way, shout out to lovely Christy and you for coming by and dropping off those foodstuffs. And, I wanted to break the news, but the Carlos Correa thing kind of trumped it. But I've got a baby who's now sleeping through the night.
Hey, come on.
This is big time.
So I get it. Gregory Santos has been traded to the White Sox in exchange for a sleeping baby. And you that's a deal that you'll do. You'll do that deal every time.
Dude, Mila is up for comeback baby of the year. I know she's going up against Jared Goff and other strong candidates, but man, she's making a bid.
Brother, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. What do we got? We got night number 5 tonight. Is that right?
Yeah, big. We're going to the second side. We're going to side 2 of the menorah.
Second half. Here we go.
Dude, second half, yeah. And, shout out the Niners and Brock Purdy. And, by the way, would you take my 3-5 offer for the Warriors over the 8-game stretch now?
I'm gonna say that is a faulty premise because when we went into that conversation, Steph Curry had 2 shoulders at that time.
It's a great point.
Yes, but if I can borrow from A Christmas Story, fragile. I think that's Italian.
I'm not calling Steph Curry fragile.
Yeah.
Nor did I. I'm just trying to channel Christmas movies.
All right. Well, listen. By the way, real quick, will you ask Supper? Am I totally? My mom broke news to me last week.
Oh, this is what I was going to ask about.
So shook. Okay, I posted something on Instagram of my kids lighting the menorah, and I grew up in a house like my whole life. They've been lighting candles from left to right, and she looks at the video and she goes, "By the way, you're supposed to light the candles from right to left. We taught you wrong your entire childhood." So are you doing it in your house left to right or right to left?
Yeah. No, we're going left to right.
You're going left to right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Apparently we're all doing it wrong, but I'm okay with it. Like I I received her message and I go, too bad. It's too late. Like the toothpaste is out of the tube. We're going left to right for the rest of our lives.
Oh, brother, she's calling on the other line, and you know I got to go.
Okay, go. All right, see you later. Yeah, we kept him too long.
Back to sleep.
Back to Safeway. There goes Dan Dibley, live somewhere in the East Bay.
Do you think right to left called to negotiate and left to right just didn't answer?
Do you not understand? I'm not ready for your jokes. People, I'm not ready for your Correa jokes.
Okay, I won't make it then.
Gimme till Christmas. Let's have some cheer. All right? I don't do eggnog, but, right? Let Santa come down the chimney. Let's do all that. Let that filter into my bones, and then you can start making your Carlos Correa canceled press conference jokes.
So I'm putting my Christmas Day schedule together.
Mm-hmm.
So the text that goes out to the show, I'll probably just do the show group thread and hit everybody at once.
Keep my phone off on Christmas.
What time should I send my Merry Christmas that has the Carlos Correa joke interwoven into it?
December 26th. That's what time. December 26th.
Okay.
Let me have dinner. Let me get to my parents' house with my children.
Midnight, December 26th.
Sleep.
You're getting a...
Night. You know what time I go to bed because I was one of the people that woke up to the Correa news. I actually got in an argument.
Wrong. I got a show email from you at 12:30 the other morning.
Right, but not that one. In fact, I went to bed that night early because I was so damn tired about how late I'd been staying up the 2 nights before. And I got into an argument with my son, and I think he was right. I got into an argument with my son over what time the Mets Correa news broke. Do you know? What time was it? Because I go, bro, it was 3 a.m. He goes, no, it wasn't. I was still awake when it went down. He goes, I knew, Dad. I went to bed. I knew. And by the way, it's weird as a parent when your kids start going to bed later than you. Super weird. But anyway, he tells me this went down at like 11:45, and I went to bed at like 11:15. So I was like, night. We're not going to know for a while. In fact, the last thing I did, I texted with a really good buddy who goes, we're not going to know for a day or two, are we? I go, I guess not. I've been knocking on every door I can think of for information right now, and people who are on the Uber inside don't know, or they're not talking.
Right.
And so we went to bed. But apparently, at least this started percolating before midnight. Is that right? Or do you not? Were you
I
asleep?
was asleep as
you were
well.
asleep.
Yeah.
You wake up at like 4, though.
Yes. I woke up to texts.
The John Heyman tweet was at 11:40 p.m.
There it is. My son is right. He's like,
Good for him.
I knew, Dad.
Shout out.
I was like, go to bed, dummy. What are you doing?
But if it was Jude, it was like, yeah, I was up.
Well, I'd have all kinds of questions. I'd be like, now you're holding the press conference because I got questions. Zach in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Zach, what are you doing?
I am, on a little commute right now, but thank you guys for taking my call. It's a great show today. I had 2 things for you guys. One, young Jewish guy living in the Bay Area. I want to tell you it's never too late. It's definitely right to left on the candles. You can just flip it around or move the candles around, but it's never too late to fix the mistake. And then second, I just want to say, as a Dodgers fan who's been living in the Bay Area for almost a decade, I told my wife she didn't need to get me any Christmas gifts this year because the Giants already took care of it this week.
Well, let me ask you this, though, Zach, before you go, how are you feeling about the Dodgers offseason?
We're taking a break for a year, it seems.
Okay.
Like. They're going to roll with the youth.
Yeah.
They're saving money for Ohtani. We've had a great run. Only positive things can happen. We're expecting a little bit of a down year, but they'll still be a 90-win team. They still got a great core. I have a lot of faith.
I love that 90 wins is a down year for the club.
Here's the thing, though, is Dodger fan can sit there based on their ownership's track record and confidently say they're waiting on Ohtani. They're going to make a real play for Ohtani.
Totally.
A Giants fan telling themselves that?
Well, see, that's a great point because I've seen a lot of people. The Giants have always been on the short list when you look at, and I'm talking national baseball writers. So forget, don't get it twisted. This isn't some sort of pie in the sky. The national baseball writers are looking at A, who is financially viable, B, where would Shohei want to play based on who he is. It's always been believed. And sometimes this is a thing and sometimes it's not. It certainly was with Trey Turner, for example. But they've always believed this is a West Coast player. He chose the Angels to begin with, which was odd, but probably because of the DH and because it was West Coast. So I've heard for over a year that if you really wanted to handicap this, sure, go ahead and call the Dodgers the favorite, but the Giants would be the second favorite. Mm-hmm. And if you do want to add in a couple other teams, it's a very short list. Obviously, the Yankees and Mets are always involved in everything, especially the Mets now. But outside of that, that's the list. And I still see that as the list, but a Giants fan's going to look at the list and go, yeah, right. Yeah, right. It almost ticks you off right now.
Yeah.
If Ken Rosenthal's like, Shohei next year, Dodgers, Giants, Cubs, Mets, you're like, dude,
go to heck.
Not today. Don't tell me that the Giants are going to go spend $500 million. They're going to find a hangnail and back out of it on the last day.
He did have Tommy John while in the majors. That could be a problem.
The damage is so deep.
Yes. That's why we're still talking about this.
The damage is so deep, no matter who's right. And you're not going to know who was right. For 3 years, you know what I mean, Giants? You might be right. Watch him come out. Oh, like here comes the story 6 months from now. Degenerative ankle injury. Carlos Correa out for the year. That could happen. They could be right. But even if they're right, you don't handle it like this. You waited for him to bring his in-laws to a hotel and put a suit on. And then you pull this and then never call again? Like, no matter even that's what I don't know if the Giants understand. Even if you're right, you're wrong. You might be right and they're a healthy number. For every 5 tweets I get, one of them is like, Giants lucked out. Would have been a terrible deal. And I'll say the same thing every time. Most of these are. Most of them are. So you can do that all day long. 80% of the time, these massive deals don't work out. The Padres signed Fernando Tatis to a $300 million+ contract just last year. He's barely played a game since. He's got degenerative injuries and a PED problem. So I get it. A lot of them are bad deals. However, if you don't sign them, you will never get any good players. And even if that's your stance, you don't handle people like this.
Yes.
So at a minimum, San Francisco Giants, at a minimum, you are lacking common sense and class. And that's one thing I never, ever in my fandom with the Giants have ever worried about.
Yep.
I've never worried about common sense and class. That's why the damage is so terrible today.
Yep. This is, if he does, I don't want to speak. Let's say over the next couple years, something happens and it looks like the Giants were quote unquote right. But they're sitting here going 81-81. Nobody's going to be like, oh, good. All right. Shout out. That's not an angle any realistic person's going to take.
Fact of the matter is it doesn't feel like it's even going to matter because it doesn't feel like the key players are even going to be here anymore.
Right.
And by the way, I want to say this out loud. I know that, Fire Farhan is going to trend on social media and plenty of people are going to say it. Mark Ibanez is a friend and he was on with the morning roast and got to let him go, got to let him go, got to let him go. It is a professional philosophy of mine because I just think it's a terrible sort of karma. I'm not judging anyone else. I don't use these microphones to call for other people's jobs.
Sure.
I don't like it. It makes me feel bad because no matter what it is anyone's doing for a living, I'm not there. I don't know the whole story. I don't know your contract. I don't know whose fault it was. So I do not take it lightly when the conversation goes to this area. And I will never, quote unquote, call for someone's job. But I can be real and tell you that right now, I just don't understand how this front office wiggles out of this. I'm not calling for any action. I'm just simply telling you, I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Right. And that's to say, this isn't...
It's wild, man.
Again, we don't know, but what we can glean from the information we have, this isn't on Farhan. So they can fire him, but that's not going to fix anything. They might do that down the road on principle because it's been X amount of years and they don't have a World Series, and okay, that's just kind of what you do, you move on. But I don't think this is a Farhan issue. And if anything, if I'm him and it went down the way it looks like it went down, where ownership went, actually, you know what? We're not going to spend that money. Then if I'm Farhan, I'm like, peace.
Right.
I quit.
Right.
I'll land on my feet with a big boy organization.
Yeah, he definitely, he would. Sponsored by Pfizer. It's Willard and Dibs. That's Kyle in for Dibs. More of your phone calls next at 888-957-9570. And Howard Beck, Crossover Pod, one of the best basketball voices out there. Wiseman and more after the New York embarrassment the last two nights for the Warriors. That's coming up in 15 minutes on 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
to donate for 2022.
Congratulations to Steph Curry, Sports Illustrated's Sportsperson of the Year.
He's a 4-time NBA champion, a 2-time league MVP, a member of our 75th anniversary team, and for the first time ever, he's an NBA Finals MVP. The 2022 Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP award goes to Stephen Curry.
What does it mean to you to finally get this Finals MVP?
I mean, I hear all the conversations, I hear all the chatter, we hear all the chatter. At the end of the day, it's about what we do on the floor. Ain't gotta talk about it, just gotta go do it, and that's what this is about.
Brought to you by Celebrity Cruises. Journey wonderful with Celebrity's biggest offer of the year. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places, like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises semi-annual sale ends soon. Contact your travel advisor or visit Celebrity.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
I stand corrected. We now know who the Giants will be receiving in return in the Gregory Santos deal. Ladies and gentlemen.
Is it Andrew Vaughn?
Right-handed pitcher, Cade McClure.
Oh.
But he does have both starting and relief experience in the minors and an ERA in AAA last year of 5.
Oh. Okay.
Now, he's played for the Winston-Salem Dash and the Keene Swamp Bats.
That great pitching program there in Keene.
I've reached the laughing point
Good.
of the story.
Good.
But it's not good laughter. I don't know if you can tell.
This is your Joker origin story.
It's sarcastic pain laughter.
Sure.
Kurt Casale just signed with the Reds. So Kurt Casale, who was thought to be maybe a good target for the Giants to bring back in partnership with Joey Bart. Give him a little spell here or there. Give the clubhouse a little presence, a little calm. Kurt Casale has joined the Cincinnati Reds.
The Cincinnati Reds, who famously spent like no money last offseason.
Right. They didn't spend much money this offseason either.
Will Myers.
Kurt Casale. Okay, so Susan Slusser, San Francisco Chronicle, joins MLB Network. And let's hear from Susan. Where do the Giants go from here?
They do have some interest in Michael Conforto, I'm told now. He's a guy whose medicals are probably going to send some red flags. You know, he misses out last season after surgery. And he's also a Scott Boras client like Carlos Correa. They did add Mitch Haniger, but they came into the offseason saying 2 outfielders would be really nice. They had the worst outfield defense in the game last year. I think they probably start looking at trades too, you know, maybe not so much for pitching, but more for everyday position players because that defense was not good and they need a more regular lineup. For too long, I think they've been a little too platoon heavy. And 2 years ago, that worked great. You know, when everybody was clicking, a platoon system is wonderful. Last year, it seemed to not work out well for a lot of different reasons, but everybody who was in the lineup seemed to be kind of on a down note whenever they got regular playing time.
Everybody in the lineup got worse the more they played. All right. So there's and by the way, Do you hear this and this is why it's so embarrassing. Do you hear sort of the wry grin behind Susan's words when she speaks about who they might go for next? Well, they might go for Michael Conforto.
She laughed.
Who, might have an interesting physical because he didn't play all last year. You're going to fail one of the best players in baseball at a physical and turn around 24 hours later and give the fans Michael Conforto, who missed the whole year because something popped in spring training last year? Man. It's just wild. And that's what I'm saying. You can be all right, Giants. You can be right, and it'll still be wrong because I don't know how you explain this. And clearly they don't either, which is why they're not talking.
So you would spurn Carlos Correa because of a medical red flag in his physical, but bring in your two outfielders, Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto, who played a combined 57 games last year.
That's what they're trying to do.
And Mitch Haniger, who missed all of 2020.
Right, but Conforto will probably sign somewhere else because he probably will. He's actually a good player.
Decent player.
He's a good player if he plays.
Well, said fair for Haniger. I think he missed all of 2020 in part because of COVID concerns, so I don't know if he played that all.
Okay, that's fair. You're
but
right.
he was
You're
also
right.
recovering from an injury he suffered in 2019, so it goes hand in hand. Just throwing a little context.
And how many games did he play last year? How many games did he play last year? Just last year.
57.
57. That's not all of them. Okay.
157 the year before that. Sam's right. COVID 2020. But then 63 in 2019.
In 2019. And the year that he did the 157 in 2021, 26 home runs? Is that right?
39.
When
26 was 2018. That was the year he was an all-star.
Okay, so 39 home runs a couple years ago, but tons of injury concerns. Okay, we've heard so many people, and Howard Beck's going to join us in 7 minutes. We've heard so many people, self-included, refer to this as cold feet. This is someone with the San Francisco Giants using the medicals to basically bail out. And so that question was put to Susan. What about cold feet?
We might never know because the Giants have cited medical as a reason, and they can't, for medical privacy laws, unless Correa were to say, go ahead and you can feel free to talk about my medicals, which heck, maybe he will. They don't have to really answer any questions. They can say medical privacy. Just knowing what we know around his medicals and the fact that these other teams seem fine with them, and the Giants' real need for a major everyday addition to their lineup, somebody who will get fans excited. They came in the offseason saying, essentially, money is no issue. And, they offered Aaron Judge $360 million. They offer Correa $350 million before it goes sideways. So it is unusual. They have not done any deals of this size before. So, again, purely speculation on my part. Purely speculation. No. But typically when that does happen, that would be more of an ownership thing. They're the ones in charge of the purse strings.
Okay. And that's what I've been saying all along. And I'm sorry, there's no way for anybody to absolve anyone of blame in this whole thing. But it just popped in my head this morning. I go, all right, because I try to do this. Like go into situations and let's try to be in someone else's shoes for a second. All right? So let's try to be in Correa's shoes. Let's be in Scott Boris's shoes. All right, let's go to Farhan's shoes. If I'm Farhan and it's 8:15 in the morning on Tuesday, I'm probably also getting dressed for a presser. I got a suit too. The presser's at 11, and it gets canceled. I don't have the power to cancel the press conference. I could express concerns, but anything north of $300 million, the final say, the last name's going to be Johnson. So if I'm Farhan, I don't have the power to end this, and if someone else does have the power to end it, Greg Johnson, aren't I going to look at Greg and go, would you like to fire me now or fire me tomorrow?
Right.
Because if you do this, if we cancel the presser and then cancel the deal, and he's a Met by tonight, you understand that me, as the face of this franchise, I'm dead. You understand that, right, Greg? And
why would you not just quit?
So what went down? What went down? Because I promise it's more complicated than we can fathom.
Are they actually just going to try to get to spring training with nothing?
Well, no. They're going to try to go get Michael Conforto.
No, I mean addressing this.
Oh.
Is our 33-word statement going to be what we get until spring training?
Well, don't sign Conforto because here's their next problem. Whoever they sign next is going to have a press conference. What do you think the media is going to show up and ask? Not the questions that...
That will happen on Zoom.
But still.
Player only.
Player only. Cop out.
Yes.
Total cop out. You can't have here's the Michael Conforto. Great. Hi, Mike. Hey, Farhan. What the hell went down with Carlos?
Or do they they do that so people can ask and then go, that's not about, this is about Michael. Please direct all questions.
Right.
At some point,
Chiz
they're going to
get
have
up there and say that these are going to be Conforto-related questions only.
Chiz, your guy.
That's my guy.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It just, there's, at some point, it's not going to be one of the Johnsons. It's probably going to be Farhan. Somebody has to say something. Not even say. I'm not even saying this from a standpoint of they owe this to us. It's not that. It's hey, he's the general manager of a baseball team, and they talk to the media points during the year. At some point, there's going to be a press conference, and this is going to be the subject, whether it's now or February or March or September.
I want the truth.
And I think we can handle it.
Oh.
That's the next line, right?
Yeah, that is the next line.
Okay.
Can we handle the truth?
I want the truth.
We
can handle that.
We can handle the truth. Yeah. I don't know if they can handle the truth. I don't know if the Giants are going to be able to handle the truth.
I want the truth. I can't handle the truth. That's okay.
That would be funny. Susan says the Giants are still looking for more pitchers.
I think they're very much looking at relievers. I mean, everyone is, and there are plenty around. I mean, who wouldn't like to see some identical twins in the bullpen? If they could get both Taylors, that would be great. But yeah, they've said they'd even look at closers. So the Giants, when it comes to pitching, are so good at identifying guys who work well in their system and who they can really help get the best out of them. And I honestly, I kind of have gone into this handful of off seasons when I've covered the Giants, thinking I'm not concerned about pitching because they always go out and kind of get what they need.
All right.
Can we pause real quick?
Yeah, what?
Did you hear what she said right at the beginning there?
I was listening. What are you referring to? You want me to hit it again?
Yeah, just
Susan Slusser.
I think they're very much looking at relievers. I mean, everyone is, and there are plenty around. I mean, who wouldn't like to see some identical twins in the bullpen?
If
they could get both Taylors, that would be
former twin
that would
Carlos
be great.
Correa?
But yeah, they've said they'd even look at
just click it again.
Yeah, I did.
There you go.
There,
All right.
it stopped.
Atta babe.
Yeah, atta babe.
Come on, choose your words.
Who wouldn't like to see some twins join the Giants?
Yep.
You know what I want?
That was the goal.
Football and twins.
Oh my God.
Remember that? Give me some twins.
Oh my God.
Tyler and Taylor Rogers.
Yeah,
I know, because you're not going to do that anymore.
No.
Can you imagine? All right, so here's my ad campaign.
Here's what we're going to do.
Here's what we're going to do.
That's an insane that's wild that happened.
There'll be beer, and there will be RVs in the background, and there will be twins. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And twins.
That is wild.
How many years ago was that? It's
20.
not that many. It's not that many.
It's got to be 20.
How many years ago was that? Jake, what year? Give me the year. What year? What year was that?
Give me a second. I got to look it up. The YouTube video was uploaded in 2006.
Quarterbacks eating dirt.
Even that today.
2022 is excuse me, Me Too and concussion protocol. We're going to need you to shut your mouth.
That is a wild ad campaign. Holy smokes. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I was like 10. Yeah.
Twins. The world changes so fast. It changes so fast.
Man.
All right, we're going to circle back to this because there's more to hear from Susan Slusser, and Brian Reynolds trade rumors are starting to percolate. Oh, and Giants fans, you'll love those too.
Do you know what else needs to change fast?
What's that?
The Warriors.
The Warriors. Let's get our buddy Howard Beck in here, the crossover pod. Howard, happy holidays. How you doing, brother?
Doing well, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing
Terrific.
fine, except for, and again, I don't. We're almost crossing sports with all of our guests. So we just have to give you sort of the background of what we've all been going through here. This city is livid on what has basically taken place with Carlos Correa. It sort of popped some memories for some people about DeAndre Jordan. Can you think of anything NBA related that's ever happened that sort of looks like this?
The real problem here is that looks like this means I actually was paying attention to this.
All right, yeah, quick backgrounder. Carlos Correa signs with the San Francisco Giants a week ago, 13 years, $350 million. Whole family comes out in the hotel, press conference set for 11 a.m. on a Tuesday. 8:15 in the morning, after weeks of due diligence, the Giants decide, you know what, there's something in his medical file from before his career started that's giving us pause. Agent Scott Boras says, okay, they cancel the press conference. He says, you have till 1 o'clock to let me know what's going on. At 1 o'clock, the Giants say, we're still not comfortable. And off Scott Boras goes to call the New York Mets, and 4 hours later, Correa's a Met.
The best NBA analog is, off the top of my head, I'm looking it up real quick. 2008, I think that's the right date. Baron Davis and Elton Brand were going to play together with the Clippers. This was when the Clippers one of their fits and starts when they were trying to become respectable.
Yeah.
Respectable. And Baron Davis committed, and then Elton Brand went to the Sixers anyway.
Oh.
So that
Warriors fans remember that.
That was kind of a debacle at the time.
Totally. And there's been, right, like there's DeAndre Jordan, there's Carlos Boozer. Do you remember that one? Where like, it's reported one thing and then people back out and switch. But I don't know if anything has ever, in any sport, been this dramatic.
The Chris Paul trade that didn't go down to the Lakers.
Well, that's a good one. I mean, in terms of drama, that one would equal it, I guess, Howard.
But I think the key thing is like the player themselves changing their mind, like making a commitment. Everybody thinks this is it. We've got it. We're leaking the news. We're planning press conferences and whatever, and then the player and their representation back out. Like that's the real thing. Like the Chris Paul thing, like that was just a really weird and once ever event and a trade that was negated. But it sounds like this situation is more analogous to DeAndre Jordan, the Elton Brand thing. There haven't been that many. I mean, it's very rare in the NBA for somebody to just be that far down the road and suddenly back out.
Yeah, this one was wild, man. His whole family is in nice outfits in the hotel down the street, and then the next thing you know, the whole thing's off for $350 million. So really, really wild. Howard Beck, one of our favorites. Hey, the Warriors looked great out in New York the last 48 hours. What do you think of James Wiseman?
Last night was the James Wiseman game. It should hereafter be known as that. Nice performance by him last night. But it was a preseason game essentially. Before the ball was even thrown up, at tip off last night, it felt like an exhibition game because obviously the Warriors just had nobody out there outside of Draymond and Jordan Poole, and the thing was out of hand immediately, and so it's really hard to judge. I mean, I think any Wiseman minutes in the NBA and any productive minutes, it's all positive. He needs the time, he needs the reps, he needs the development. And I'm not being that facetious when I say it was like an exhibition game, but that's good in the sense that I think it just gave him room to just, whatever, take advantage of some situations, to make some mistakes, get shots up, do it all against actual NBA competition against, one of the better teams in the league. And I'm going to keep saying what I've been saying. I know there's a whole, and I think probably growing swarm of Warriors fans who are basically like, they're just over it. They're done with Wiseman. I will still say the guy has not played a full 82 games. He is still a virtual rookie. Stop judging him like a third-year player. And I get it. You want to see a guy pop by now, based it on the number of years he's been in the league, technically, and based on just, after a certain point, you think a guy's either got it or they don't. And that's true for some players. And then there's some players who bloom later. But he's still super young and still super raw. And, my feeling is you can't give up on the player. That doesn't mean that the Warriors couldn't or shouldn't, right? Because their timeline is what it is.
Right.
And you know this, Willard, because you and I have talked about this multiple times over the last couple of years. I was in favor of them trading the pick when it was just a pick. I was in favor of them trading the other 2 picks when they were just picks. And this is not me slamming or criticizing what those players, what those picks became, the players that are now there. I've just always thought you got to be all in because of the players you have. And that meant you should keep trading picks and youth for veterans. And clearly, the Warriors have been really wed to this idea of the dual timeline, and here we are.
Steve Kerr said yesterday, he said, right now we're 15-18, 3 games under 500, and we've got to figure out how to reverse that. Can they reverse that with the roster they have, just kind of top to bottom? Like, I know Steph is playing like an MVP candidate, and it's Draymond and Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson, but the rest of the club, I'm not exactly sure they have the depth necessary to make a championship run. What are your thoughts on that?
In the short term, I remain a cautious optimist in that, Wiggins will be back soon, and the guys who were out ill the last couple of games will be back. Steph probably in a few weeks is back, and some things were starting to work before Steph went down. There were some signs of hope, and they were okay. I think in the near term, while it's going to be bumpy, I think they will probably be fine. But fine is not enough. This is a team that it's championship or bust as long as Steph is still there. And so that being the case, are the Warriors as constructed a championship team? Obviously, I have my doubts. This is the one team I can ever remember seeing where I'll look at that road record and go like, yeah, but it's still them. They'll be fine. Like it's irrational and probably is foolish, but I think they are probably mostly fine. I do think you have to get through a season though, and you've got to get through a season with a bench you can rely on. And I just don't know that there's enough depth there. I don't think there is enough depth there, and I don't know what you can get. So I know that's where this will eventually go. I don't know the answer to the what can you get for Kuminga, Moody, or Wiseman. I don't know. But I do think the Warriors have to find that out soon, and I do think that at some point they're going to have to swap somebody for a player who can give them night in, night out, quality minutes off the bench.
Sports Illustrated, the crossover pod, Howard Beck joining us on 95.7 The Game. Howard, what about this? And I know, he's looked a little bit better when he comes in as a starter with Steph hurt. But what is the league-wide feeling on Jordan Poole getting that contract when he did? Did they potentially pay him too soon?
I don't know about too soon. I mean, you could argue maybe too much. But I think, look, people across the league understand this. Like, you don't always get to sign the guy at the exact time you would like or for the number or for the terms you would like, right? Like, there are market pressures and there are other kinds of pressures, not even just like what the market may eventually drive this price to be in free agency later, but also the pressures of, we want this young player who has blossomed, with us and who's been a key part now of a title to be happy and to feel wanted and to be rewarded for it. And so sometimes you're having to be more proactive and acting sooner than you'd like to just because it's the right thing to do or feels like the best way to reward the player and keep them engaged. So I haven't asked anybody there exactly what the psychology was of the deal at the time. And of course, some people felt like he got an extra bonus after the Draymond Green incident. Very cynical view, but I get it. So I just think that Jordan Poole is obviously a really talented but really young player who, especially with Steph out, is now going a little bit more into overdrive and forcing things a bit. Kerr has talked about that a couple times in the last week, and that it's tough. But that's young players in this league, especially young players with the ball in their hands a lot. That is the forever battle. Is how much to call your own number versus setting up your teammates and figuring out, when is the right thing for each. That is as old as the game itself.
Howard, love having you on, man. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the holiday week, and we look forward to talking to you soon in 2023.
You too, fellas. Happy holidays, and shout out to my friend Joanne Larson, who I know is listening.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Hello, Joanne. Thank you,
Joanne.
Howard. Appreciate it. Crossover Pod is always great. Sports Illustrated. Howard is just one of the best writers, one of the best people out there. And if you are a Warrior fan, Steve Kerr, Damon and Ratto, 5 p.m. today. What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Susan Slusser on the idea of the Giants potentially getting in on Brian Reynolds' trade talk. Let's get into that. Coming up next, your phone calls welcome as well. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
At CDW, we get how to achieve calm amidst the chaos of a hybrid workforce.
Before I check our security updates, I unwind in my desk massage chair.
So I hear. But with Google Chrome OS orchestrated by CDW, you get built-in security with no reported ransomware attacks ever and simplified management so you can stay relaxed.
Sounds good, but I'm keeping the chair.
For proactive security, trust Chrome OS and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Chrome OS.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this December with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 200 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Alexander Steakhouse is now booking reservations this holiday season. Look forward to handmade pastas at our newest restaurant in San Francisco, Afici. Enjoy your menu favorites at our various locations across the Bay Area, or give the gift of something sweet from Alexander's Patisserie or 165 this holiday season. Alexander Steakhouse is perfect for a special occasion or culinary adventure. Visit our website at alexandersteakhouse.com to book your reservation today.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like tender, juicy smoked meat. So now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for holiday grilling with Traeger. Looking for a gift that will light them up? Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. And don't forget to save on Traeger sauces and rubs. Starting at $7.99, these barbecue must-haves make great stocking stuffers. Cook up success with help from your neighbors at Outdoor Supply Hardware. OSH, home, hardware, and happiness. Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama.
Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
The final days of Winterfest are here at Lowe's. Save now before they're gone. Need a few last-minute gifts that are perfect for the DIYers on your list? And maybe even a few for yourself? Get up to 50% off select tools, accessories, and smart home products from the top brands you love. Shop these savings and more during Winterfest only at Lowe's. Valid through 12/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibbs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, actually, it's Willard and Madsen. So Dibbs is off your list. Madsen's on. No, Dibbs called in earlier. Madsen in for Dibbs all week. Willard and Dibbs, how you doing? We'll get back to your calls here in a second. I want to play you some Slusser. I just saw this, though. This will be fun. And we can also test Jake to see if he can find game show music. And if you can't, don't worry. It's the holiday week. It's all good. But Danny Emmerman, who covers the Giants, he put out the current Giants depth chart with each player's projected WAR for the 2023 season.
Oh, boy.
For context, an average full-time player in the bigs, an average full-time player is roughly worth 2 in terms of WAR. A 2. That's an average full-time player. Mm-hmm. Of the entire Giants' current projected roster, this is pitchers and position players, how many of those players do you think have a projected WAR of 2 or better? Thank you, Jake.
Position players?
And pitchers.
Oh, and pitchers.
And pitchers.
Okay, Logan Webb definitely does.
That's one of them. He's a 3.
Okay, I'm giving Logan Webb. I'm going to give you Ross Stripling as well. He was really good last year.
Sorry, 1.4.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay,
not Ross
fine.
Stripling. You get 3 strikes. That's 1 strike.
Okay.
Again, 4 total players on the current projected roster.
Okay. Give me Tyro Estrada.
Tyro Estrada, 1.9. So sorry. Very
brutal.
good guess.
He was a 2.7.
That is strike number 2.
Jock
Peterson over there in the DH area, plus left field. Even if you combine the two, comes to 1.7. I'm so sorry. That's 3 strikes, and the Willard family now has a chance to steal.
And they're looking at the answers.
And they have the answers right in front of them. So they will say Brandon Crawford at 2.1. He's now your starting shortstop.
Okay.
Mike Yastrzemski, your starting center field at 2.1.
Okay.
And the other pitcher, the highest projected WAR on the team, goes to Alex Cobb at 3.1. Hey, man, I don't make the graphics. I just read them.
We could have sat here and guessed all day. I would have gotten to Yaz.
Yeah.
If you had given me 10 guesses, I definitely would have gotten to Yaz.
You would not have gotten Alex Cobb.
I would have gotten to Brandon Crawford.
Yep. You would not have gotten
You
Alex
could have given
Cobb.
me... I would have guessed Pirates.
You forget
before
it.
Before I guessed.
You're like, Correa. Yeah.
I would have just... I would have started guessing old Rays pitchers. I'd have been like Scott Kazmir, Jeremy Hellickson.
Alex Cobb was a good pitcher.
He was.
He's a good pitcher.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've got all.
And apparently still is.
Yeah, got all these starters, and we'll see. We'll see how this actually plays out.
Last year?
And yeah, he had some bad luck numbers and whatever, but he was pretty good. He's very viable. That's for sure. So. Couple
That's a
things.
3.7 WAR last year.
Yeah, he's a good player. Underrated for sure. So check this out. Loveman sent me this a little bit ago. So, a couple things on Brian Reynolds, the former Giant farmhand who was traded in the McCutchen deal, has become a very, very good player for the Pirates and has publicly requested a trade. Two things. One tweet went out earlier that the Yankees are calling the Pirates on Brian Reynolds, but that's considered unlikely because what the Pirates really want is frontline minor league starting pitching. And the Yankees farm system is largely made up of position players at the top.
Okay.
So, who's got a pitcher that they want to give? Obviously, the Giants would. His name's Kyle Harrison. I'm sure the Pirates would love that. I bet the Giants are like, nope, definitely not going to do that because he's literally one of the few things we might be able to do to save our fans this year is bring up a young, exciting player who may well be ready by April or May. Yeah, go ahead.
But they're so good at piecing together pitching staffs. Why would you not do that?
Fair, because he is homegrown and cheap. I mean, they think he's going to be the next Logan Webb plus. And they've always said you do need that. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you how they would answer it.
Yeah.
All right. So then this comes from JP Morosi. If the Pirates trade Brian Reynolds this offseason, they're looking for at least one top starting pitcher to headline the package. And they mean that out of the minors, not necessarily the pros. So he actually names two players, such as Bobby Miller, that's the Dodgers organization, or Ricky Tiedemann, that's the Blue Jays organization.
That's not a real player.
Both of them rank among the top 40 prospects per MLB pipeline. So that's two tweets this morning naming three teams in the Brian Reynolds saga. None of them call themselves the San Francisco Giants.
What if national media people are just out on the Giants now too?
Why wouldn't
the
they be?
Giants are like, yeah, hey, we're going to do that. And they're like, kick rocks.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, okay.
Thanks, Giants.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, no, very cute.
Back to MLB Network and Susan Slusser talking about whether or not the Giants would move some people out of the farm.
Out of the farm.
Yeah, we are soundless over here. It's rolling, but it's not up. Do we have it up, guys? Pot it up, pot her up, pot them in. Let me begin. I came to hear
the
Susan
Giants made an
Slusser
announcement.
Want to win. What?
The Giants made an announcement, so their Twitter account does work.
Okay.
They traded Gregory Santos.
Yeah, they traded Gregory Santos to Chicago White Sox
announced it
for someone we
officially.
never heard of. Yeah. What about now, Jake? Is it up? Yeah. All right. It's not making any noise. It's going. Can you play the one from Susan Slusser about the farm system? We can do that. You play it. I can't play
Maybe
it. So
Susan just didn't have anything to say.
No, like it's play. There we go.
But they are, whatever they do, unless they somehow manage to convince the Angels to send them Shohei Ohtani, it is not going to be the big splash that they were hoping for.
All right. So, she's right. It is. It's a middling farm system. That's better than what it was. This is my fear with what the Giants do next. They hear all of us. They know how angry everybody is. And so it's the worst negotiating position you could possibly be in because the rest of the league now knows that, and I think they knew this already. I think Scott Boras knew this already with the Correa deal. But now it's even more true. The Giants are going to be desperate to do something with name value, and that's when you get yourself in trouble. That's what the Lakers did over the last few years. Russell Westbrook, give me the names, give me the names, give me the names. And you put yourself in a really, really bad spot because the Giants now are going to be sitting here going, we've got to do something to save face, give something to our fans, and that's how you make a bad deal.
Wasn't that the Carlos Correa thing a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, maybe it's a bit of an overpay.
Totally. And nobody cared. Everyone's like, it's fine. Overpay.
There was a celebration, a citywide celebration.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, and I still, I laugh when people don't understand this because, it's an overpay. It's too many years. All of that stuff. Nobody cared because at the end of the day, at least for the foreseeable future, you got a really good baseball player. But he's never hit 30 home. Stop.
Right.
Carlos Correa is a really, really good baseball player in all aspects of the game.
Gold and platinum glover.
Athletic shortstop.
And this is where he's going to move to third with the Mets. And Scott Boras said he's excited about that because he feels like he'll be able to bulk up more than he was able to. So he's going to become a better athlete.
Boras actually said he was always going to move to third base at some point.
Right.
So again,
he's pulling the A-Rod.
It furthers the phone call I make if I'm Brandon Crawford. Hey guys, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
What are you doing to me?
Right.
Like, I don't know. Could you not kick me in my butt on the way out the door?
I think they're kicking him somewhere else, but
all right.
Just watch Carlos Correa play baseball.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Thank you again to Harry in South City. Bought 2 of the new DPOY sweatshirts on 957thegame.shop.com. You should go check them out. They're really, really good. Go check them out. 957thegame.shop.com. All right. Do we have, is it Guru and JD today? Yes. I think. All right. Guru and JD are going to jump in here. Got time for some more of your calls. If you want to scream about Correa or anything else, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Kyle in for Dibs.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as
heart disease,
asthma, diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52,
36, 42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Now Martha Stewart for Skechers.
When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes. They've meticulously designed stylish footwear with all the fits and features you want. They have fits like wide fit, relaxed fit, stretch fit, arch fit, and more. Plus, they have luxurious features including Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's like walking on a cool side of the pillow all day long. And best of all, they find a way to keep them affordable. You simply can't get more comfort and style for your dollar. So if you want the kind of footwear I'd create, get yourself a pair of Skechers. It's comfort with style and more.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Cloudy skies in Alameda, highs near 57.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Couple things I want to address here real quick. First, we don't always do this, but I just got a tweet from a very faithful listener named Jeff Porter. So I want to address this because it's come up a couple of times when we're talking about Carlos Correa, and I personally get a little bugged when it's like reverse buyer's remorse almost, right? It's like, so this whole thing goes down, and you're going to have people go, see, it was a bad deal anyway. Correa can't do this, and he can't do that. He's never hit 30 home runs. I just made the statement that he is a legitimately, like a really, really, really good baseball player in all forms. Okay? Jeff hits me on Twitter, and I know some of you agree with this. He says, you can't say Carlos is great in all areas when he literally can't hit over 30 home runs. You're contradicting yourself. If he was great in all areas, he'd hit 30 home runs. Be better when talking someone up. Be accurate. When did you all decide? Did I miss the day that the new rule came out? You have to hit 30 home runs to be a great baseball player, especially as a shortstop? When did 23, 24 home runs as a shortstop become bad? Ryan Sandberg used to do numbers in the neighborhood of whatever, 30, and they're literally like, we got no choice but to put this guy in the Hall of Fame practically before he retires because he's doing it out of a middle infield spot. Do you know how many people we need to go remove from the Hall of Fame if you're not great unless you hit 30 home runs per year? Do you get that? Like that is not a prerequisite, especially as a middle infielder.
Yeah, and he wasn't signed to hit 30 homers.
And when is 25 homers? When is that bad?
Right.
Where you're like, oh God, what a stiff. I mean, I just don't understand it. I don't understand the brigade that needs to now downgrade who Carlos Correa is. Do you understand you're literally being a part of the mob that does the horrible American thing that we do, which is build them up and knock them down? Build them up, build them up, build them up. Oh, my God, Carlos Correa is available. Here we go, build him up. And the second he gets $350 million, oh, he's never hit 30 home runs. Now we got to knock him down because he's at the top of the mountain. I'm out on this. Carlos Correa is a great baseball player in every aspect of the game. And every metric will tell you that.
Yes.
So I just wanted to get that rant off.
No, that's fair. And we saw that yesterday. Somebody was like, well, Haniger's better because he had a 39 homer season. It's like Correa hits for
He's
power.
not. He's not
gap
better.
to gap. He has fantastic bat control. He has a great eye. He gets on base.
Leader.
He pops some homers. He hits doubles. He plays platinum glove defense. Like, if your standard is 30 homers,
at your holiday party, when the Correa conversations come up, if you want to be the person in corner 4A that's like, yeah, he's not that good anyway. Go ahead. You're going to lose that argument. And then here's the other thing, because I always try to look at everything we talk about through somewhat of a human angle. Can you imagine yesterday being Carlos Correa?
No.
I want everyone, and I guess this wasn't yesterday, this was Tuesday. Can you imagine Tuesday for a second? I don't care how much money you make. Just imagine for a second. You've gone through a week of this, and the process took much longer, but you've gone through a week of the process being completed. And you've shared this all with your family. You're getting ready for the holidays. You are moving for the rest of your life, professional life. You're moving to the Bay Area. And the whole family comes out, put on nice clothes, and get ready for a press conference. That has been discussed for weeks. It's now a reality. You're ready to put pen to paper and go meet everybody and start your brand new life. That's at 8 in the morning. By 11 o'clock at night, you're moving to New York for the next 12 years of your life. Can you imagine what that turnaround feels like on a family level? And it's one of the reasons this is of such concern, because the Giants going forward are now going to be that team that did that to that person.
Right.
And other players around the league who don't look at this the way you and I do. Oh, $350 million. Gee, poor you. They're living their lives, and they've got a family. And wouldn't you, if you were Carlos's wife, weren't you looking at schools? You were looking at neighborhoods. You
done all the research.
You were doing all the stuff. And by that night, you're moving to the Big Apple for the rest of your kids' lives. And your dogs, and you're planning, and that's why this is such malpractice.
Yeah.
You don't do people like this.
Right. And players care about stuff like that.
Oh my gosh, they do.
Whether you, the fan, cares, like, that's your prerogative. Like, I'm not going to judge you if you care or you don't. Like, that's your thing. But other players will absolutely take that into account. Like, that's absolutely a thing. That's why the 49ers operating the way the 49ers operate. They're like a player-friendly organization. Like, they take care of their players. They do their best to try. Like, they're still paying Jason Verrett, and they're trying to get him in the building and get him right because he wants to play. Like, they do right by their players, and people want to go play for them. That's not the case with the Giants right now.
Not right now. It used to be. It was actually even recently. Even in the Farhan era, you'd never, like, you will still find players to be like, yeah, man, that's like a good place to play. Kevin Gausman said it recently. Gausman has suggested to other players, like, yeah, man, it's a good spot. You know? They do right by you. They take care of you. Obviously, as a pitcher, great ballpark. Kevin Gausman always had good things to say, and he stuck around for a while. Had to do it on qualifying offers because the Giants would never sign him long-term, and I get it. You don't want to do the long-term $100+ million deal for a pitcher, same way they just did with Carlos Rodon. But this is such a game changer. It's such a game changer because the underbelly of this whole experience, whether you were for Farhan or against Farhan, the underbelly of this whole thing is that we have been waiting to know who ownership actually is, and we didn't. We didn't know. We did not know. It was all kinds of questions. Would they spend? How do they treat people? I got intel last year that employees at all levels of the San Francisco Giants were having morale issues. It just wasn't a great place to work, and that's a trickle-down effect. And so you start to have questions like, okay, who's setting the tone? Who's running things? Are you taking care of people? Are the paychecks showing up on time? Are you doing a Christmas party? Are you getting holiday bonuses? Do people feel seen and heard and valued at work? And there were questions there. And then this. And so right now, that leads me to everything I've said for the last 2 days, which is I'm more terrified about the future than I am about the present. Because right now it feels like the Giants ownership is one of those ownerships.
Yeah.
And I've never had that feeling before with this team.
Especially when it was supposed to be the opposite. It was all we heard about was, they're going to spend all this money, and then it appears they are not ready to spend money. And if you're not doing that, then
what are you doing?
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, then what are you doing? All right, great stuff again, Kyle. And here comes Guru and JD. Hello, gentlemen.
No blue on today, just for you, Willard.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Give me a damn day off, the Dallas Cowboys, all right?
When you asked me the number, I said,
and I like the coat you brought in, too. You look good. You look good.
How y'all doing?
That is Willard and Dibs approved.
And then look at this guy, JD over here with the brightest,
Wilkins,
the brightest green I've ever seen in my entire life.
The Sonics.
The Kevin Durant Seattle Supersonics throwback T-shirt.
It's incredible.
I'm into it.
Yeah, digging it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of defunct teams, franchises. So
I should have never lost their team.
I've got a Houston Oilers. I've got a Hartford Whalers.
Are you going to wear a Giants shirt tomorrow?
I was going to make that joke, but it's better that you did it.
Willard.
Kyle's on board with his hat today.
Yeah.
I am.
Defunct franchises.
Defunct.
Yeah.
Don't fake defunct. All right?
That's a 4, Will.
Don't you be doing that now. What's going on, boys?
I kind of put you in JD. This is a compliment. Kyle, too. You guys are pretty reserved. Like, you don't go overboard. But when you go overboard, boy, something that went down. And the bomb that detonated here in San Francisco. You guys, like, I say stuff to JD, he'll be like, goo. He'll know it's me, but he's like, I ain't there. I'm saying some stuff this morning. He's like, I can accept that. And I'm hearing you on the air with Kyle, like, I've known you, almost 2 years, year and a half. Willard, this one hurt you.
Oh, yeah.
And it should have. It should hurt all Giant fans.
I'm
embarrassed.
Right.
Well, what started the conversation with us was, I think I said to Goo, I said, look, I don't know that this situation with the Giants is really Farhan Zaidi's fault, but if in the next year it was like, he's fired. Like, it just,
well, from what we know, he's also entering the last year of a contract.
Yeah, like
so throw that in there just for anybody who, like everybody, that if that has not been extended, I don't know, but if it has not been extended and this is the vibe for the year, then I'd be hard pressed for the ownership to be like, we've signed him to a 4-year extension and do that press conference.
And typically when things like this happen, especially if it's ownership's fault, although I don't think Farhan should be completely without fault in this deal.
Agreed.
But a lot of times if it's bad ownership we're talking about, you need a fall guy. And the fall guy, if not going to fire the owners, although maybe they are going to fire the owners. I know the Giants are in a unique situation. With that,
I don't know who the owner is. I never see him.
Who would the fall guy be at that point? It would probably be
Lee Majors
for sure.
We Guru, JD, and myself have a lot of experience in Sacramento. We saw that with the Kings for years. It was ownership was the problem there, and it was GM, head coach. There was always a different fall guy, and in this situation, it looks like the Giants are kind of going down that same route.
And I heard you. I believe it was Susan that reported. I know about Brian Reynolds, the center fielder for the Pirates, all-star.
Very good player.
Here I go. These are no excuses, but the game I love, baseball, one can make an argument if you were to acquire Brian Reynolds, who's to say he wouldn't have the same impact as Correa just on your team if he played like all-star Brian Reynolds, but that's not what this is about. This is about, JD, the bait and switch. I read the Verducci piece to where does this add to the story? His family was here. They were getting ready to come out. They thought they were going.
100% it does. And that came directly from Boris. And there's audio of it. By the way, for those of you who are just joining, here you go. This is Scott Boras today.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room, and
so he came into your room.
Yeah, he came into my room.
What was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly.
And by the way, that's Scott Boras, who fancies himself usually this time of year as a stand-up comedian in front of general managers' meetings, press conferences, and whatnot. Listen to the tone he has now and how carefully he's choosing his words. Because I listen to that and I'm like, yeah, that was nice of you to use the word surprise as opposed to furious.
Oh, man.
And I know how, and I don't like this, but I understand why people do it. I know how fans think when someone's about to get $300+ million. Oh, boo-hoo, he had to move cities. But again, I'm going to look at this through Carlos's eyes.
He's human.
Your whole family just spent weeks building toward this moment and decided to spend the rest of your professional life and raising dogs and kids and whatever in the Bay Area. And then in less than 24 hours, in one day from wake to sleep, that got yanked from you and you moved to New York for the rest of your professional life. Do you understand how incredibly unsettling that must be?
Tacky.
To a person? And so you're right, Goo. That's what this is about. It's not, in this moment, I haven't even reached the point yet of when this is going to be about baseball and the standings. The Giants just did something on an unbelievable human level. That is unacceptable.
Oh, man.
That's why.
And how do you put that back in the bottle?
Can't.
I don't think you can.
You
Jay.
can't. And I think the big problem in this whole situation is that it's worse today than it was yesterday, and yesterday was horrifically bad.
Because they won't talk.
It's going to get worse.
Everything just nuggets keep coming out.
You want to know if they don't talk, guess what the next moment's going to be? Carlos's press conference, because he's going to pass his physical today in New York.
That is, oh, man.
And then he'll have a press conference maybe tomorrow. And then he'll get asked, can you please take us what happened on Tuesday morning? The Giants are going to let other people tell their story. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
Can I tell you something I did last night?
Let's go.
I think all three of you guys did too. I know you did, Jay. I've never watched an NBA basketball game in my years on this earth where a team had 91 points in half. Wow. Not even 2K. Jay, you told me it was two other times, right?
It was the third most points in the first half ever.
91 in half. It didn't even look right. I had team total 118 for Brooklyn. But I'm like, this thing is done. But, I mean, I understand the why, but we had Bob on, and he wasn't despondent, but he was like, "Goo, we're trying to get the answers." And if Wiggins, hopefully he'll be back Christmas. I fast forward to say, Willard, there are a lot of questions about this team, and I don't know where you start or where you could start to even try to get the right answers, if that makes any sense.
Got to get healthy. I mean,
right, that's okay. You have to get healthy, but even when they were healthy, it wasn't like, this is a title team. They had problems prior to all this.
No, that's true.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying.
But they were starting to figure it out healthy.
Sure.
No doubt. Right. But I think there are larger questions. That's like in the moment, the standings right now. Let's talk about this particular team. But there's a very, very big elephant in the room that I think we're getting closer to the time where the Warriors are going to be forced to address it. If not publicly, they're just going to have to act on it. And that is, are you still believing in the two timelines?
Wow, Jay, you brought that up.
Yes. We're getting real close to where that becomes a question where you need to have a firm answer.
I think we have the answer.
Well, I think we have the answer as to whether there are two timelines, but the answer we need is whether the Warriors believe there are still two timelines.
Yeah. And Bob talked about that yesterday with us about, they still need to see more, but at some point, you're going to have to do something.
Well, remember what Tim Kawakami said a few weeks ago? He was like, Jonathan Kuminga is the timeline now. Like, that's like James Wiseman may never be in the rotation again, and Moses Moody can't crack the rotation, so it's Kuminga, and that's it.
Yeah, and he played about a half a good game on the six on the trip.
Yeah.
So
and I like, for people who got excited by Wiseman's box score last night.
I'm as big as advocate I can.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
That was not even a summer league game.
I'm not mad at you, James.
Yeah.
I can't.
No. It's just like, is that a silver lining? My answer is no.
Well, it almost makes you angry watching it. And it goes back to Guru, what you were talking about with the fact that you look up and it's like, oh, Wiseman, 17 points, 7 for 7. You're down 40.
40.
Like, that's the circumstances by which it took for Wiseman to look like you'd want him to look.
Well, and we get excited about 30
2
points
years ago.
when in theory, if you did score 30 a night, James, whoever you're guarding scored 40.
Yeah, okay.
So what does that do for anybody?
And I'm his biggest fan, but I told JD this. It's the other if I see another smaller dude go into your chest and you're that zone and those are the things I'm looking at. And the 30, Kyle, give me 8 in a close game.
Yes.
And I'll take that over last night's 30.
If he has
that was a dirty 30.
I said this earlier. Steve Kerr has talked about Jonathan Kuminga figuring out how to impact winning, and that being a big deal for him. I've seen zero evidence that James Wiseman is impacting winning in any significant way.
Yeah. And the one bright spot, you look at the NBA standings, especially in the Western Conference, nobody's running away with it. I heard Shasky this morning, shocker. He was like, do you kind of not call the dogs off and get Curry healthy? I'm like, hell no, because things can change. We saw Saturday.
Call the dogs off.
Kind of like,
Like
let the youngsters play.
So
Tank lumps with Yeah, he didn't say tank, but I kind of you could go there. But I'm like, hell no, because if you do get health on your side, you are defending champs.
No,
Boston last year, Willard.
Here's the thing: you want youth movement.
They were done.
You want youth movement.
Yeah, I saw it a couple nights ago.
Last night.
Oh, yeah.
If you want play the young guys,
no.
Hey, Warrior fans,
never.
This is what it looks like.
Can you imagine having a conversation about a youth movement after a title before Christmas?
See, it would never happen. They're not finished yet.
Although they are an injury away from that decision being made.
But everybody is. Well,
yeah,
the
you're
Warriors
always
got
that. They lose people for the season. But I mean, come on, like to even suggest that the remainder of Steph Curry's career in any way will be dotted by the words youth movement. Is
right.
Sacrilegious.
So the two timelines really is not. We're going to find out if it's a thing with the Warriors, because to me, you owe Steph, Clay, and Dre. You owe. We got action right now. We need some reinforcement. However you go get it, everybody looking around. But you owe them that.
It feels like Steph really screwed them up because they did not anticipate him being this good in 2022.
Or did they not anticipate some of their young guys being this bad?
Well, I think
that's the bigger route on the table.
This year problem is they thought Wiseman could play 15 minutes a game.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Kuminga
could play 20 and Moody could play 15 to 20, and they would be in the rotation every night, and they'd be, 3 or 4 games at a minimum better than they are right now. And it would just, some ups, some downs, some injuries. We're right there. Whatever their record is, flip their record, and 18 and 50. Like they would feel like everything's perfect if that was the case.
Yeah,
those guys were playing.
The whole two timelines thing at this point just falls on the cutting room floor, because you're like, what is your second timeline? To buy into that, that means in your mind you believe that Jordan Poole, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody are the core of a really good NBA team.
Right.
And if you believe that right now, you're crazy.
Man.
You're
not. It sounded good coming into this season.
You're not watching what is. If you now, and again, I don't know what each of them individually is going to become, but the idea that group is the core of anything special anytime soon is just not reality.
We were talking about it in the green room, and it was the fact that if you put that core together and said, "Hey, this is the franchise right now," it's no different than the franchise that you'd win 20 games like 3-4 years in a row.
Yep.
And be like, when's the next lottery pick coming in? Like, you'd be the Rockets. You'd be the Pistons.
I mean, Kyle, you know this. Like in the NBA, like the Sacramento Kings, every year or every other year, you're like, oh, interesting young player. What about this, and that, right? De'Aaron Fox and Marvin Bagley. And every NBA team has interesting young athletes. How they blend together, understand a system, and play on both ends of the floor then can become a core with which you can do something special. Jordan Poole can score 25 points a game all he wants, and it doesn't mean bupkis for now and in the future if you don't have a group of people that are playing as a team and a full basketball unit on both ends of the floor. And this particular group, at this moment, it's early, but they've shown zero ability to be that.
I'm a Howard Beck fan, and I was walking to the restroom. I heard your question, and you guys know I get excited. I lead with my heart. I'm a Jordan Poole fan. Please don't take this the wrong way. But these are grown men. I talked about the punch, the psychological aspect of the punch, if any, the residue. But now enough basketball has been played to where I'm looking at Jordan myself to where I got to quit blaming everything else. Jordan, you're going too fast. You're forcing it. You got to slow down. And the question, with all that said, is I say to myself, did they give him the chicken too soon? And if they did, well, this would be this is what it would look like where you thought a guy was just going this way and maybe he wasn't that high. How did Howard Beck answer that question about Jordan Poole?
His first thing said is, I'm not sure about too soon, but you could make the case too much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because one
Was
thing
he going to get that on the open market?
Right. I don't know. And you didn't have to do it now, and it does affect this whole picture going forward. So if you are going to try to do two timelines and then you get to the end of this year and decide that your 4 young players are not worthy of a timeline, doesn't that change what you want to do with Draymond Green and or Klay Thompson in the next couple of years? And if it does, are you still able to because of the contracts you handed out? Like that's going to be a big question next offseason for sure.
I don't think they would have imagined, being the Warriors, that Poole's contract would be untradeable by the time that it kicks in. I still don't think they're to that point.
Okay, I agree.
And I still don't think to that point.
I'm a JP fan.
But part of the reason you give him that money, I think, is to, in essence, make him more tradable more quickly. To me, you want to be I don't think they wanted to trade him this year, and obviously he's still a $4 million player for the purposes of this year. But and I said this at the time, just because you sign the extension doesn't mean you're going to be here for forever.
Yeah.
And I think he's somebody that when push comes to shove in the offseason, I think the Warriors could take a look at, all right, well, what can you get for Jordan Poole? The problem, though, is how he's played to this point this year starts to send you down that uncomfortable path of maybe the contract is too much to take on.
The other side of that, though, is I don't think they can win without him. I don't now
for this year.
Now, even in the next 2 to 3. I mean, depending on what you get in return for him.
Well, here's the other. Just to that point, Colin. Yeah. I don't think the Warriors are completely void of options, and what I mean by that is you just might have to come to grips with, hey, Jordan Poole's going to get traded, and Kuminga's going to get traded, and Moody's going to get traded, and Wiseman's going to get traded. Like you could. In some form or fashion, trade all 4 of those players and probably get a couple of players that help you.
You get something back for that.
With Steph still playing out, like
4 pieces.
Okay, but you need to make the decision is that the path that you want to go down, to maybe have another run at winning a title.
So you just did a Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Poole trade package, right?
Sure. I don't mean. It could be 4 different trades.
Okay, but let's put that. Let's just put the 4 of them together. What's that value?
Poole and Kuminga, to me, the line would be around the corner. And I like Moody.
But, okay, the line
I think he's going to be
not
an all-star, but a good player.
Who's giving up real assets for that? Who's giving up an asset that could help the Warriors win a title next year for that trade package? We're talking offseason based on what we've seen so far.
I think you could find players. I think
I would
you
look
could,
at Toronto's roster because it looks like they're going the
teams.
wrong way and about to hit the reset button.
The problem, though, and this is where it gets uncomfortable, I think, for fans, is that you're not going to necessarily get a name value. Like you're talking about, you might have to trade Jonathan Kuminga for PJ Washington. You know what?
He's so good.
That's exactly my point, though. You're not going to get a star.
Good.
Well, but my point is, do you have to get a star to make it worth it?
No doubt.
Or trade, making those lateral move kind of trade. Like, would you trade James? Would you trade James Wiseman for Jakob Poeltl? On the surface, you go, that's underwhelming. James Wiseman, he's the number 2 pick in the draft. I want that to be part of a package that gets me a star.
He's not that anymore, though.
But
it's time to remove that label.
But the reality is,
wow, Will, I got something for you.
From a trade perspective, that label's now gone.
Well, I remember 2 years ago when he got hurt, Joe Lacob, because it's up to him. He had a soundbite to where he went in on the fans, basically sharing his thoughts on what he saw from Wiseman. And his was totally different than, he ain't this or that. And Lacob was all in, and I'll never know this, but I'm wondering, I guess I can judge him by his actions here soon, but where is he at now? Is Lacob looking at Wiseman like, you know what, Willard?
I wonder.
The kid ain't got, you know what, we're using him wrong, but you would be hard-pressed. That line wouldn't be that long on what you're saying, Kyle. How many teams look at Wiseman now, just his physical presence or lack thereof? Like he's our future.
It's a thread now that's coming up in every sport, probably in every city, a bunch of places here, and that is the question about how quickly can you make up your mind about someone, and when is that fair? And even if you're not going to say, okay, I'm not giving up on him, but how quickly should you be able to see something, just like a flash? I don't need you to be a finished product. Right? Jordan Poole's a great example.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole's someone where we're just like, whatever, you're in the G League, and then he's like someone who can score 25 a night in the NBA, and we use that as an example of be patient, be patient, be patient. And then we do it with Trey Lance, and be patient. And then Brock Purdy shows up, and he's like, I got this right now. Like, I'm fine. Like, let's go right now. And so I struggle with this because I don't need Trey Lance and James Wiseman, and I don't need you to all Marco Luciano. You don't need to be a finished product, but you want to see something that gives you hope right away.
Yeah.
And James isn't doing it. Trey in Chicago, I was at the game, and at halftime, I'm like, I see things. Like, not all of it, but there were things. Remember that pass into the red zone? Like, there were a couple, to Ray. Like,
Ray.
I see pops. I see things. And then he was gone. James, I don't see it.
No, and I think Kuminga to a lesser extent.
You see it.
Than Poole, but you see it.
You see it.
You see, hey, this, wow. Okay.
Right, there are moments.
Can I throw Moody in there? Because, again, Snotty's like, he's just a player. I'm like, he's not telling you he's anything other than that, but he's a piece on a good team, I believe.
Can be, I guess, but I mean, it's
like
not.
He ain't an all-star, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like he should play more than he does.
And that, Kyle, that's all.
And there's got to be.
That's all I guess I'm trying to say.
But there's got to be a reason that he doesn't. They're not stupid. They're the Warriors.
I watch him and I watch Ty Jerome play basketball.
I understand. But it's kind of like what the 49ers are always doing with their running back room. Why isn't Jordan Mason playing? Well, my guess would be because he's missing blocks when we're not looking.
Are you comparing Christian McCaffrey to Ty Jerome?
Exactly.
Okay.
No, but even before Christian came, or even as Eli gets hurt, it's like, okay, who's the RB2? We always want something from people like, why aren't they playing? Well, like my mind always goes, do you think the coaches are like, you know what would be great this week is if we lose and get fired? That would be fun. Like there's a reason they're making that decision. And I acknowledge that as a fan, when we watch sports, we're probably only seeing 30% of the game. There's all that other stuff that we're watching the ball fly downfield. Well, what is that running back doing in the backfield? Is the quarterback on the ground right now and he just got hit in the back because the rookie running back missed a block? That matters to the coaches, and they won't put him in the game. And we're like, but he looks good when he runs. So there's a reason that Moses Moody cannot get in the damn game. There's got to be a reason.
Well, and that's what's interesting is because when you watch, it's like, yeah, okay, he's not perfect, but
he can put it on the floor. He can create. They don't have a lot of dudes that can create their own shot.
I don't look at Moses Moody as somebody that can create his own shot.
Wow, man. I think
athletically he's a little challenged.
He can make his own shot.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
But you guys don't see him with the rock
sometimes
in his hand at the top of the key and I'm going to go right or left.
No. In fact, if he's wanting to do that, that's part of the reason why I wouldn't play him.
Man.
To be perfectly honest.
Every time Steve Kerr talks about Moses, I just get the feeling that he's like, it's sort of like that thing that Kyle Shanahan, like he doesn't get it. The rotations, James and Moses, that's just my sense.
James for sure, not rooting for him.
They don't get it. They're not defensively, their liabilities.
It's a step slow, I think, to process. I think
what's Wiseman's contract status?
He's this is his third year, so they picked up his option for next year.
Oh, so all right.
So he would be a restricted free agent after next year if they gave him a qualifying offer.
Right, yeah. Four-year deal.
So one more year after this year.
So does that 30-point game keep him on the big club? I was asking JD that.
So no, he's got a qualifying offer for 24-25
to make him a restricted free agent.
Right, correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't do the qualifying offer, then
then it becomes
unrestricted.
restricted.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever. Goo, you mentioned his 30 points. I don't think I've ever been less moved by 30
Right,
points.
and it's not. I hate that it's just that was so 2 nights in a row. You know,
But,
and it's
at
like,
least it wasn't Isaiah Hartenstein, physically throwing him out of the way and then dunking
But do
on
you
his
think
head.
that keeps him up a little longer? Do you think, hey, we're going to send you back to Santa Cruz? 30 points, y'all. I know it was a blowout. Hey, you know what? He bought himself a week or two.
But we know he can. Cool. You can score the basketball in a blowout.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't.
Can you do anything else when it's close?
I hear you.
Yeah, NBA players.
Yeah.
Teams are dotted with people who put points up. If that
Give me
was
some
all they
block
want to.
shots. Give me
that
give me
game-
some 8
Yes.
on the defensive
Yes.
end.
I hate this word when we use it for anything because I think it's the biggest way to sort of criticize a team. I couldn't even. That game was unwatchable.
It was
I couldn't even stay with it.
41-17.
Couldn't stay with it, right? Like
Jay had to do a post game.
I mean, right when we do,
We've all done it.
when we
We've
do,
all done it.
when we do what we do, we plan our days around this stuff.
Oh, I was ready.
I'm like running errands like crazy because I'm like 4:30, brother, and you get in front of the TV, and 7 minutes later.
Like
what else? What is it? What,
everybody can hit a 3 on the Warriors.
Yeah. I'm like, what else
they
does
were
everybody
just-
want to do
yeah.
tonight? You guys want to watch a Christmas movie? Like, what do you want to
You
do?
got all your shopping done? You guys?
Close.
You, Kyle? JD?
I think I'm done. I think
Close.
I'm done.
You
I
should
got-
know if you're done.
No, stocking. I got stocking action.
Oh,
It
I
still
might
needs
have
to
to
take
stop.
place.
I might have to hit.
Yeah.
I got stuff to do still.
Okay, I
I
got
like
you.
to.
I'm just
I like to
asking.
let it. Let it ride.
I'm a Christmas Eve guy. That's what you know.
I
I'm
used to
quick
be.
then.
I used to be, but now I get scared now. I'm like, once Amazon Prime can't get it there on time,
Yup.
I'm like, dude, we're
That's my cutoff
we're
as well.
naked right now.
Yeah.
About the
We're
17th.
naked.
I give them a couple of day grace period in case there's a delay or something because the post office is racked this time of year. So I'm like, okay, I'll give it to like the 22nd. If it can't be there by the 22nd, then I'm going shopping.
The good news from my 3 kids to my girlfriend, all 4 of their birthdays are either in January or February. So if anything doesn't
Two
get
birds,
there
one
on
stone.
time,
Okay.
it just becomes a birthday gift.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
So real quick, I went to
know that one.
Trader Joe's
January
and I went to
birthday.
Safeway last night because I could not get over to my local Lucky California store. Love Lucky California. It's one of my favorite places. So I went to 2 different
Lucky California.
Yeah, do your shopping.
Yeah.
I went to 2 different grocery stores last night, and it was fun. It was crowded, obviously. A lot of people were there doing their shopping, doing what I'm doing. That's fine. Stop parking your cart in the middle of an aisle. Oh my God.
Oh, wow. That's a Kyle
Oh my
gripe.
God. It was an epidemic yesterday.
By the way, do you know
Move
what?
it to the pick a side.
There's
I
also
don't care which side.
There's a parking lot equivalent to this. Okay, America is too fat. Stop waiting for a parking spot and blocking the entire lane when you can just drive 30 more feet to the back of the lot and get a spot back
There's
there.
open spots all
Please.
over the back.
I don't want to see your turn signal. Just keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Absolutely. That gives me anxiety.
So,
100.
But don't act nowadays. They crazy out there. Just woosah. Yeah,
Like,
you know.
I just-
Because you say the wrong thing.
Sitting
to
on my
somebody.
horn.
Dude, I don't say anything to anybody.
Oh my God. Dude, I've seen a lot, Jay.
Well, I get frustrated going through the lanes, and then somebody else stops in front of me, puts the blinker on. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I just want to get in front of you so I can make a right and go as far away from everybody as possible.
I'm trying to get away from you, not steal your spot.
I work through it because I'm like, it's like you're saying. I know,
Depressed,
especially
man.
this week. Everybody's stressed. Everybody's got somewhere to be.
No doubt.
It's almost like those coaching decisions. Whatever they're doing, they've got their reason. The difference is it doesn't have to be a good one. Please, just don't be lazy. There is a parking spot. Just it takes some time. It's okay. None of your bosses are working this week, so just leave early so that you've got extra time for your errands. And please take the parking spots.
I'll have you know, our boss is very much working per my inbox.
Last mini gripe. I'm about my TV. And I've downloaded Netflix and Prime. But why did the Sunday ticket go to YouTube TV? There's just something else I got
2 billion reasons.
Can somebody answer? I have a question about this, and
Okay,
I don't know who
but
to
now
call.
there's something else I got to get.
I know. This is an issue for sure. If DirecTV no longer has Sunday Ticket, does it still have the DirecTV Red Zone channel?
I would think that
Or
would be
does that-
going with
think
it.
so.
Does that go
Yeah, they
with
would-
Sunday
That goes
Ticket?
with it, I
Probably.
would believe.
Yeah, because there's 2 different red zone
Yeah,
channels.
there is.
There's a
Siciliano
DirecTV
and
specific
Edson.
one.
The
and then
and
there's
that's the one I'm talking. Well, no, but if you have DirecTV, you can't you can't do the NFL Network one.
Right.
So
Correct.
is the DirecTV specific one going to still live on DirecTV?
It's a good question.
Or does it go away with Sunday Ticket?
So you get Siciliano or Hanson?
If you have DirecTV, DirecTV gets Siciliano.
Yeah, that's what I got. Okay, yeah. I didn't know Hanson was.
Yeah. But Hanson. Hanson's my man, dude.
Dude,
Hanson,
another thing you got to pay for, another app.
I know.
Streaming service.
I know. They did it. They officially did it. Because I used to look at it and go, I'm not getting all these apps. I'm going to stick with traditional TV. And now I've got traditional TV and all the apps.
I got so much
like,
stuff.
good Lord.
Maybe I'm a little behind the times and the smart TV is the answer to the question here, and I just need to maneuver it better. But I would pay whatever needs to be paid if I could just can I just get YouTube TV on my DirecTV?
No.
Can it just be channeled? I don't want to change the input.
I know,
and have a different remote.
But without changing your input, the answer is no.
Right.
But for $70 a month, you can change the input and watch YouTube TV.
It is out of control, man.
Yes, it is.
Just let me pay for what I want and put it on my TV.
That was the 70s and 80s,
One of my three TVs.
I think we'll get there eventually. JD's got an elite setup.
Are you guys here tomorrow?
Yeah.
You here tomorrow? Okay. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Here comes Guru and JD.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at bayareapanthers.com.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com. Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everybody? John Dickinson sitting in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl Guru Johnson here as always.
JD.
Been a minute, my man.
Let's keep it real. We talk on the phone. We text.
Of course, a lot.
Steiny get jelly. He been getting jelly lately. But yeah, we check in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But good to have the opportunity to be here sitting in for Steiny next couple of days. So we'll have a lot of fun. 888-957-9570. Phone lines open as well. A lot to get into. We do have Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30.
Okay.
So we are going to talk some football today. The 49ers and the Commanders at Levi's on Saturday. Cam Inman, our 49ers insider as well, is going to join us. So some 49er conversation toward the back end of the program, but we got a lot of Warriors and Giants. Goo, where do you even begin? Because, I mean, the Warriors 1-5 trip. They were down 40 at halftime. Wiseman and Patrick Baldwin put up some numbers, but the Warriors are coming home now 3 under 500 and hoping to get healthy. And I think the question we were just kicking around with Willard and with Kyle about the two timelines, I mean, it's becoming more and more clear on a night in, night out basis that the Warriors might have to take a look at tabling that.
Yeah, you know what? And we had Bob Myers on the executive show while he was in JD, and Myers was saying, basically alluding to just that. You know, they got to see what they got and what they don't have. But I'm just not used to the Warriors, you know, guys in that uniform going on the road and losing 2 games in the fashion that they did. They were those were no-shows. And I get you were without Wiggins. I get you were without Steph Curry. And, you know, I expect more. I'm not mad. I'm just blown away, especially last night with no Kyrie Irving for Brooklyn. And I'm up here at every bar, at every dinner I go to, talking about the young three with Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. And this is an opportunity. Yet I'm not blaming them, but I'm somewhat disappointed. And then Draymond Green, Dre, I love you, buddy, but these are the games that I'm looking at you to kind of check these dudes and get them going. And it just seems, just the night before. Sunday he was invested in Toronto, but it's like, Dre, it ain't just about getting buckets. I feel like I'm looking at you to set the tone.
You know what the difference was between the game
Minus
Sunday?
68 during 2-game trip, right?
The last couple. Yeah. I stopped counting.
Oh wow.
I did. I stopped counting. I mean, they gave up the third most points ever
91
in a first half.
and a half.
You're down 91-51 at that point. I mean, it was the 29-point margin in the first quarter was the biggest point differential in any quarter for any team.
Yikes.
It was the worst quarter that any team has had in terms of point differential.
Big deal, no
this
deal
season.
in John Dickinson's world.
It's a big deal. The whole thing is a big deal. The difference, though, just the one point that I wanted to make, the difference between the Toronto game and the last two games, and you're not going to like this, but it does play to exactly what we're talking about. You might like it. Yeah. I'm probably projecting on you a little bit. That was a game the Warriors identified against Toronto they could win early, and if you look back through who was playing and who wasn't, they went away from the young guys in that game. There was hardly any Kuminga.
That
there
was a
little bit of
Kuminga
Moody.
game. Yeah,
there was a little bit of Moody, and there was no Wiseman until the game was decided. And so it coincides with, and DiVincenzo got hurt and sick. Jermichael Green got sick.
To be fair, they were both.
Wiggins wasn't back. Okay. So to me, they kind of figured out how they wanted to play with the guys that they had, minus Wiggins and Steph, and then you took a couple more guys away, which meant more young players are going to have. That's the rat on the table, Goo. That the rat on the table is when the Warriors have been able to tighten the reins and go for it this season, it has directly coincided with the young players playing less minutes or barely at all.
So what are you telling me? I mean, it sounds like you're telling me they're unplayable, or if you play them, expect not to have much success. Because I'm going to say this to that. I'm looking at this road record before Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins went down, and we still didn't have answers. And there were a lot of times I was screaming on the same microphone to Steiny and yourself, Jay, give me more Wiseman. So you couldn't blame the youngsters at that juncture. But now after talking to Bob and watching this play out, and we're more than a quarter through the season, something in regard to reinforcement has to come the Warriors' way. And my question and dilemma, and I don't get paid to do this, JD, I need your help. What do you have that people will covet, and what do you have that people, how do you facilitate to get a PJ Washington in a Warrior uniform? Because now when I woke up this morning, I said, you know what? It's about Steph. It ain't about Wiseman. It ain't about Moody. It ain't about Kuminga. All these people calling in, Priest, I love you to death. Reality has slapped me in the face. You owe injured Stephen Curry, Clay and Dre, whatever you think where they're at in their career, you owe them the microwave player. Instant. You need instant offense, instant defense. You need a vet.
You need a vet at this point. You need another vet, at least one.
Because this thing could get off the rails if it's not now.
Well, Bob Myers was on with you guys yesterday, and Whitey was in for Steiny, and I think this is the perfect way to get into the conversation, to rerun one of Bob's answers, because he was asked about making a move. And so we'll play it for you. We got a couple people on the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Here's Bob Myers on assessing when it's right to make a move.
I think that we, at some point soon, in the next ever many few weeks, we have to decide what is the answer to that question and then what specifically is the answer to it. So I think right now we've seen we can play with a lot of the really good teams, but we've also lost to some teams we would think we could beat, and our record's our record. And that's not something we expected it would be at this point in time. So that's what we have to decide. And the ways to get better are internally or externally. That's pretty simple this time of year. There's trades, or there's your team plays better. We have guys that can play better, I believe that. And we haven't seen the best version of us, but that could be me just being too optimistic. We have to see it at some point. We're what? How many games in 32? I think something like that. So yeah, that's a good question. I'm supposed to be focused on that and not anything else. So that'll be my time will be spent on answering that.
All right. So I think when you look at the team when they've had Steph and they've had Clay back in the fold, when they've basically had everybody together, right? Yeah. They've had the starting five plus, let's say, Poole and DiVincenzo, who are the clear-cut 6 and 7 at this point. When they've had those players available, I think they believe that they are still a pretty good team. The starting lineup is among the best in the
plus
NBA.
Minus, if you're into that.
Plus minus was it. So I think there's almost two different ways of looking at it. You're looking at the starting group, and you're looking at what that group can do together, and then you're looking at the team you have when you start taking pieces away from that, and you're also looking at, well, when you're successful, how, are the young players really a big part of when you're successful? And the answer to that is no. For the most part, they haven't been. But I think it's interesting because what Bob Myers is getting at is that they're going to have to figure out in the next month if they're good enough to even salvage it. That's the question. Like, are they going to be? It's one thing to say that you think you have a high end with the main guys, but if you get 8-10 games under 500, like at that point, even bringing everybody back, like, can you go on Are you going to go on a 20-10 run in the final 30 games? Are you going to be, is it going to be something like that? 25-10 over 35 games, something like that to pull yourself back toward 500? Or do you focus more at that point on, player development and the guys that you have? But I think the one thing that's gone by the wayside, Goo, is you can't do both.
Okay.
You can't do both anymore.
Yeah, you know what, Jay? And I feel like you're in Boston with that green on. I'm going to just tell you this. I feel that, but when you're defending champs, ain't no puberty. Ain't no, nobody ever not goes for the back-to-back. You want to defend the throne. And that's what the Warriors are doing. Ben Affleck in the movie Daredevil could see once the starters came out the game, the guys on the bench from game one, there was no gelling. There was no cohesiveness. So now to me, as much as I was attached to Wiseman, Kuminga, who I think is not going anywhere, this is about, and we had Fitz on Monday, he was talking about, you know what, Goo? It's about what you just talked about, 7th, 8th, 9th, those guys.
Sure.
And right now, as much as I want to fight you and say, you know what, Jay, you're putting it at the wrong doorstep. These are youngsters. Bob Myers uses he used the word trade. So that's already on the table. And then I go back to what Steiny was saying last year before we thought they were going to win it, because we were all surprised. Iguodala, the big three, Dre, Clay, and Steph, kind of went to management and alluded like we need a veteran in here. We don't have enough reinforcement, but they did. But now I get 2020 vibes, and I had to pour myself a shot last night, a couple shots.
Yeah.
But I did it knowing this ain't 2020 Goo, because Steph's coming back. Hopefully Wiggins is back Christmas. My point to you is they're 5.5 back. I'm not panicked on the seeding, but you got to have, this is strength in numbers, and right now it's stress. And I said that a month ago, but now it's that again.
And it's not strength in numbers because they don't have the numbers. I mean, they just don't.
Or you got the wrong numbers.
They have 7 players that I think they trust right now. And
is JaMychal Green one of those?
No.
Okay.
No, but he's probably 8th if you had to include an 8, but I think he's been relatively inconsistent as well. Here's the other part of this. If you decide you're Bob Myers and you decide that you want to make a trade, well, who are you going to trade? And I think that's where you're talking about Wiseman. You're talking about Kuminga, and you're talking about Moody. And I'm not saying you're going to trade all 3 of them necessarily. I put Poole out of that equation because Poole doesn't make enough money this season to be traded for a big.
And
you're not trading him this year. Yeah, maybe in the summer or in the offseason, I could see that once he kicks in and he's a $30 million player in terms of the average. Then maybe you got some action there. But you're really talking about Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. And I think you're also talking about making trades that don't net you a star. Like anytime you think of trade the young guy, trade that, you're thinking about this. To me, it's more, would you trade one of the young guys for a role player or for a couple of role players?
So
would
when
you
I
trade
say
a couple
PJ
of,
Washington to you,
he's a role player,
right? But he ain't a star.
But again, I'll say to you what we were talking about in the crossover. is would you trade Kuminga for PJ Washington?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, no Warrior fan would want to do that, but that's the kind of move.
But
that
how
might be
desperate
on
are the
table.
Warriors trying to?
But if you think you can win a title,
they got to be thinking that, right? They got to be thinking they can.
Well,
you just did it last June.
I think that's what the next month is about, Goo, and why Bob Myers.
Well, it's not off to a good start
did.
then.
No, it's
because
not.
I'm gonna tell you what. For the people in the back, Goo, you keep harping on the road record, which out the gate was just awful. But now it's at 3-16. JD, I'm telling you, the 12-2, it's about to get tested. I don't care who's coming now. This version of the Dubs,
for sure,
has me on edge.
Well, that's
like on edge.
It should, because the one thing that I've heard too much, I think, over the last few days is, come home and everything's fixed.
You didn't hear that?
Like
no, you didn't, Jay. Not Curry away, no way.
Like he come home, you're still playing without Curry. You won one game
and
without
Wiggins,
and you've got good. Like the teams that they're playing coming in are not.
Some have already beat you.
And they're, you got Memphis is coming for you.
Ja talking a little too much for me, but you're
that's
right.
what they do.
Okay,
that's what they do. They got it.
He told the whole Western Conference, we got them.
They've got an obsession. They've got a Warriors.
Right.
They've got a Warriors obsession.
But Christmas could get ugly, right?
Well,
I'm worried.
It could get ugly, but it's also the point where you're hoping, if you're the Warriors, you got Wiggins back. You basically have you want everybody but Steph back on Sunday, and then it's go time. And then you're going to try to go 6-2 at home. Now, I think that's
I'm
probably
with you.
probably too tall an ask.
You're going to laugh at me? Give me 5-3 or 4-4.
Well, to me, 5-3 is like the only way you're making a dent in anything is if you go 5-3.
The phone lines are packed, but before you go grab them, I got to get this off my chest. Jay, I know how hard it is to make the NBA. I know, and I told Stein, I know there are no scrubs. We like to have fun, but I never thought in a million years this team would miss Bielitsa. It would miss Otto Porter Jr. And my goodness, I never will forget the show that happened after GP2 left. People were mad.
Sure.
I kind of smiled and giggled. They'll find another one. But, Jay, those were 3 big parts of this team that I took for granted. And right now, this season is the example, the epitome of veteran that you can trust to come in at any juncture of the game. They don't have that. Truly.
They and look, Gary Payton II is not played.
That doesn't I get that, but still you miss him.
You miss him.
Okay.
No, you miss what they haven't totally replaced what he provided.
I like Dante, but he ain't
Same thing
that.
with Otto Porter.
Right.
And Bielitsa to a lesser extent as well. There's no question about it. All right, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Real quickly here, the 957thegame.shop.com is live. Okay, so the perfect time of year, holiday season, grab gifts like our newest Brock Purdy shirt and hoodie. Head over to 957thegame.shop.com now for yours. Again, phone calls coming up here, 888-957-9570. We've also got Ross Tucker and Cam Inman as well. It's all sponsored by the Golden State Warriors here on 95.7 The Game. So let's get to the phones, and we'll start with Doug in Berkeley here on 95.7 The Game. What's up? What's up, Doug?
Hey, guys. I've been listening to you for last, I don't know, before you guys, came on. And there's a lot of talk. I'll try to be quick. I got a few points I'd like to make. I'm a Warriors fan, first and foremost. They're my team. But I'm also a sports fan. As a sports fan, I've seen, I know you guys have seen how difficult it is for great teams to repeat, let alone win a bunch of championships in a short period of time. The bickering starts like with Shaq and Kobe. Injuries happen. Complacency sets in. You get bad breaks. Other teams get better, or a combination of those things. We've been blessed in this Bay Area that we live in with great, great teams. We're used to the Dubs now. Remember when they weren't the Dubs that we're seeing now. We've got the Giants, the 49ers with Montana and Young, and now we're hoping again that they're going to be great. So we expect excellence every year, but that's just not reality. all these other teams, some of whom are good, are trying really, really hard also. And everybody goes after the champ. So
sure.
I just think we need to have our diehard, fervor about it.
Yeah.
But if we don't win this year, let me ask you this: if we don't win this year, but we win next year, would you take that? Would you have taken that
in a heartbeat? I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Yes, and thanks for the call, Doug.
Yeah.
But the issue is
Steph Curry. The guys are getting older. That's all. To
right.
Doug's point,
the guys are getting older. One, but it's also you're less apt to believe that you can count on the young players next year, because that's the thing. The young players are not trending in a direction right now where I think we're learning the answer that it's tough for them to be counted on this year. But wouldn't you say, Goo, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but wouldn't you say that they're trending towards how can you even look that they're going to have a big impact on it next year?
Okay.
You can't pencil them in.
Yeah.
Like if you're going into the offseason right now, you're not thinking I'm counting on this from Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. I'm thinking, how do I get better players in here than Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman?
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm in love, and you already know this. I've kind of accepted the reality of Wiseman. If you want to put Moody in there, that's fine. I think I'm the only one, and I know there's more Warrior fans that appreciate what he does. I get you.
I'm not writing off anybody's career.
No, and I know you're not, but Kuminga is the one that I'm like, Jay, those shoulders, the explosiveness. On a good day, he's a problem. He's the one I'm not getting rid of. But now, if you say, hey, Goo, let's double back, I can get you Kyle Kuzma, PJ Washington, just a plethora of guys that you need. Then at that point, I'd be like, you know what? See you later. But Kuminga, I'm sorry. That arrow's pointed up, Jay.
Xfinity Mobile text line, Goo, the 408. I love the revisionist history that turns Bielitsa into Tony Kukoc because JaMychal Green has struggled.
Yeah, and remember, I said he was slow foot Bielitsa, but he rebounded.
I think it's more about Otto Porter. He was a
stretch, and he could shoot. So could Porter.
Yeah.
Rebound, step out, stretch, shoot. They don't have that.
No, I think they thought they were going to get a little bit more of the shooting from JaMychal Green that they got from both of them, and it just hasn't been
and
there.
real quick, GP2 used to hit that corner three.
Mm-hmm.
He would take it.
Absolutely. And DiVincenzo's been a nice player. He's just a different player.
Let's put it around the table. Jordan Poole, I love you. He's regressed. For whatever reason. Give me that, Jay. Through 30-odd games.
I don't know that he's regressed.
What do you mean?
I don't know that he's regressed as much as he hasn't played well. And I think in particular on the road, I don't know what's going on there, but he's been really bad on the road and better at home. More efficient in a
trying
lot
to go too fast. The things you thought he had under. Regressed is like we watched 82 games.
Well, no, but regressed is also like he's taken a step back, and that's
how I feel.
Who he's become.
Okay,
you know what I mean? I guess that's my definition.
I'm not making any definitive statements. I'm worried about him.
I think it's fair to be worried about him. I think it's fair to be worried about, and he's definitely not playing as well as he did last year. And you wonder why are the reasons for that?
Somebody said I'm on too much eggnog. Kyle Kuzma.
What about Kyle Kuzma? Kyle Kuzma would be excellent for the Warriors.
Every time I see
PJ
him,
Washington would be excellent for the Warriors. Jay Crowder would be excellent
just playing
for the
with
Warriors.
these guys. The Warrior way too. You got to factor that in. Kyle Kuzma, boy.
There's plenty of guys that can help.
And they're young, relatively young still.
I mean, again. Any of those names,
don't blow by.
Any of those names, and those are younger options.
Right.
But
please tell me, I don't know.
What you have to ask yourself, Goo, is would you give up a Kuminga or a Moody or a Wiseman to get one of those players?
And the question is, do you think Steph would? Like, how much does he want that number 5?
I think Steph would be okay with it. I think
you think he thinks this team can do it. I honestly believe if Anna Surum. He'd be like,
I think he thinks the top 6 can do it or the top 7 can do it. Like, that's the conundrum. That's the thing that I keep coming back to.
It's a big one, though.
And you can hear it in Bob Meyer's voice.
Oh, you did.
It's can the players that are going to be out there for the next month play well enough to where the Warriors are close enough to get everybody back and make a run. But again, them making the run has nothing to do with the young players. It has to do with can you have all of your main guys in line to where you don't have to play the young players as much, because when the Warriors got hot after 3 and 7, it was because they were not playing the young players other than a little bit of Kuminga at all. When they win in Toronto, they don't play the young players hardly at all. They figure out a group of veterans that can get them through that night, and they win doing it that way.
Yeah, and I'll say this for what you said, just to stay afloat. My experience, forget just the Warriors. Like Bonte, you were NBA League Pass junkies. Nobody's really jumped off the charts. And with that said, JD, the Warriors are still only 5.5 back from the 1 seed. So they would really, or Steph's absence would be delayed, which is a fear of mine, for them to really have no shot.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like they could lose 5 in a row,
right.
and it still
can't happen. Can't happen. Like that's where this season is really. And again, I keep going back to Bob Myers, but that's where this season hinges right now. It's, can the Warriors come home and not get wrecked in these next 8 games?
How did they? You know what? I know we're against it. They beat Boston. JD, that shocked me. With no Wiggins and Curry played, I was shocked. How do you beat Memphis after these 2 showings?
I'm not saying you can't beat
we don't
Memphis.
know if Wiggins is going to be there, but hopefully he will be.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't beat Memphis. The Boston game was a shocker. It was. And the Celtics.
Was that more bad Boston?
Boston's
Tatum was in his own head, having ghost.
Yeah, some of it, but Boston's been bad since then.
Yeah.
So it's, I think a lot of it is that. All right, 888-957-9570. We got full phone lines. We're going to get to the phones here. Coming back as what's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. We've also got Ross Tucker and Cam Inman, and we are sponsored by Lucky, California.
The train is off the track, Jack.
For huge holiday savings, don't miss the Lucky 4-Day Sale. Today through Saturday, you can get incredible deals, including USDA Choice Beef Ribeye Roast, bone-in, whole, sold in the bag for $5.99 a pound. Limit 1. Happy holidays from Lucky.
Congratulations to Steph Curry, Sports Illustrated's Sports Person of the Year.
Curry with the ball, takes a 3 off the dribble, knocked it down straight on for about 28 feet. Curry, one dribble after half court. Curry! Back to Curry, relocation. Are you kidding me? Nobody in the association has scored more than Curry in a single game this year. He's got 48. The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. He might be setting a record that may never be broken.
Brought to you by Celebrity Cruises. Journey Wonderful with Celebrity's biggest offer of the year. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises semi-annual sale ends soon. Contact your travel advisor or visit Celebrity.com. Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto.
Bang, 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 bang.
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Could you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover Discover your unlimited future. Get the Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along, hour number 2. 888-957-9570. JD for Steiny. Guru's here as always. Remember, we are streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. Go to youtube.com/957thegame or twitch.tv/957thegame to see Steiny and Goo. And today, JD and my Slick Watts.
Slick what? Did somebody call you that, or you came up with that?
No, that's one. That's that's even
Downtown
before my time.
Freddie Brown.
Yeah. My OG Sonics.
That was
shirt.
the first NBA Finals I watched. Was the Sonics defeat the Washington Bullets in 1979? Big E was on, and that's when it came on at 11:30 at night.
Tape delay.
That's what you know why though. NBA wasn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, not till the mid 80s really. But yeah,
take that for data.
You can check that out.
Yeah,
breaking out the t-shirt special. This one
I'm
was
trying to be positive, Jay.
Yeah, you're trying to.
But really, this is. Man, where you at on the panic meter? The JD for the Warriors.
Panic. You got to be a little more specific
with everything. Like this little disclaimer they got out. Curry will be out 2 weeks. A few weeks, please. That man said 4 to 6 weeks was like that was even talked about. Did you hear him the other day? He said he couldn't even
he hadn't picked up a basketball.
Oh my goodness! No, he's really in pain though.
He said on the TNT broadcast to me, again, this is me reading through it, that he's going to be out the entire homestand and maybe even the entire road trip that follows the homestand. I mean, at that point, I think it would be.
I'll take a double.
January 22nd.
Oh my gosh, Jay.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, the entire Warrior season right now is hanging by a thread. So does that make
you're
high
right.
panic, low panic? It's hanging by a thread. You go 2-6 in the next 8, and you're banged up, and Steph's still not coming back for another 5 or 6 games at that point. I mean,
well, that's what I brought up because it looked like I triggered you.
You're probably not dead.
Yeah.
But you're fighting for, at that point, it's, hey, can you get in the play-in tournament as the 10 seed?
Right.
At that point.
But
like you're this close to that, Goo.
But that's why when I brought up Shasky not saying tank, it seemed like it triggered you because what if it was 2-6? What would their mindset be? Oh, if we get reinforcement in here and we got the chef, healthy Wiggins, here we go.
I think if they're healthy, they don't do that. But if a couple of guys that are currently healthy are out,
man, Jay,
and if something happens with Draymond and he's got to miss something and Clay's banged up, I mean these guys are showing up on the injury report. If Wiggins retweaks something, I mean we're not that far away. It's not time to do it now.
Right.
For crying out loud. I mean now's the time where you want to try and win as many freaking games as you can.
Dre's impact. This is no shade at him. When Curry's not there or when they're not whole. He's kind of just a guy, and it's not his fault.
Look, I came down Draymond's road
I didn't hear you
Philly game.
Oh, Friday.
Last night
Friday.
I didn't care. To me, like I'll lay it out for you real quick. We got a lot of people who want to talk on the phones. We'll get back to it. I despised him getting kicked out of the Indiana game.
Oh, that was Steiny and I didn't like it.
That was a joke. For Curry to get hurt and to get run in that game, that was a joke. And then there was an injury on the injury report. But for him to not play against Philly, the first game Steph was out, that was a bad look.
I'm with you,
That was
Jay.
a bad look. He comes back, he plays great in Toronto.
Yep.
As far as the New York and Brooklyn games, like I hear you on those, but to me,
it's not his. Yeah.
But to me, I'm not coming down his road on those because he played in the games, but they just didn't have enough. Like those games, I'm sorry, those games were over before they started. Without DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green,
I don't blame him.
They had no shot.
But his impact is minimal. It's almost minute when they're not whole or Steph's not. You know what I mean? And that helped. Like last night, I'm like Dre's out here.
He knew they had no shot.
Yeah,
I would have sat him last night.
The Knicks and Nets took bottoms. Like man. I ain't blaming you, Dre. It's just like we can't put Draymond's impact under the column of automatic when Steph or Wig are out. And that's scary, especially for this homestand.
I think you would have got a better Draymond Green the last 2 nights if DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green had played because you would have thought that you would have had a fighting chance.
You know what,
if
Jay? I'm
going
to
to
give you that because I just omitted that. Okay.
And I actually
I'm going to give you that. I'm
Like
gonna
those
give Dre
were L's. They had no shot to win either one of those games before when those games tipped off. They did
12.5-point underdogs last night against the Nets, and how'd that go?
And then it was ugly.
41-17. I've never seen
46-17.
Yeah, at 91 at half, it didn't even look right in the score box.
No, it didn't. It was ugly.
I'm gonna relax.
888-957-9570. Let's get to the calls. We'll start with Barry in Berkeley here, this segment on with JD and Goo. What's going on, Barry?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Barry?
Oh, hey, guys. How you doing? Just a couple comments. Number one, with Steph, I am a physician, and I've seen injuries. Steph is 34, right? Not 24. So it's going to take him twice as long to recover. Number two, Clay is his second year back. After the injuries, he looks like a head case. Number three, Draymond Green is playing like a guy who doesn't have a contract. Okay? And we know that's a problem. So he's going to be up and down. This team will not be in the Western Conference Finals. I will bet you that.
In the conference finals?
Yeah, the Western Conference Finals.
All right.
They will make the Western Conference Finals.
All right, Bear. Well, I mean, that's not exactly a crazy take at this point.
Well, yeah, because we don't know how healthy they're going to be, and we know as you get older, your bones heal different, your body is. But can we put it right on the table, Jay?
Sure. Let's do it.
Our partner, Steiny, he's, as the kids say, gone in and shared his thoughts on Clay and just he'll end up as he embarks on this comeback. But I do got to say, to the caller's point, I do look at Klay, and it seems like just me, something else is on his dome than the game. It's like there's another scoreboard. He's not moping, but he's down. And people could be like, "Dude, what the hell are you talking about?" But I do see it, and I wonder if I'm right, how much of that is part of him not getting the results that he wants. But Jay, I'm seeing the one-legged Dirk shots. I don't see as much the two-legged beautiful silhouette of him. The ultimate jumper. He seems like he's even on the bench, like something's going on upstairs.
He's not the same player, and I think he's struggling mentally with the fact that he knows he's not the same player, and he feels like he's hurting the team, which he is, and I think that's compounding matters. I'll say this for Klay, though. He got off to the horrendous start.
In November, he was fired.
And then there was the team meeting,
okay,
right, where the Warriors came to grips, and it sounded like Draymond came after him a little bit and said, Klay, you're being selfish.
Yep.
Me paraphrasing there. I think it was maybe a toned-down version of that, but it was heard by Klay Thompson.
Gotcha.
And Klay got on a run, and the Warriors got on a run.
He did.
And everything, to me, has been fine right up until the point where this last 2 weeks, basically, I think, where they've lost themselves because they lost Wiggins, and then they've lost other players. And so, to me, I think Klay's popped up on the injury report as banged up. Not making an excuse for him.
No, I'm not either.
But
I'm
I
rooting
think
for him. We all are.
The bad start was unacceptable in some ways because he was hunting and gunning, and it was just selfish. It was bad. But then he got himself together, and the team got themselves together. And I feel like what we've seen lately, again, these last couple of weeks, has been more it's been more just about the team overall not being good enough and him feeling he's got to do even more because Steph's out and he's incapable of doing it consistently, and then that's all getting in his head and he's getting frustrated about it. Like to me it's not as the last couple weeks are not as big a deal because the team isn't as good, if that makes sense. And you might say, well, hey, you got to play better because the team isn't as good. Well,
I saw him get hot. I was like, okay. And I told Snotty and the listeners, hey, when he shoots and when he hoists them up, I'm thinking they're bottoms. But now it's the body language and the stuff, even when he's sitting down, like, what's he going through?
No, it's a great point. 888-957-9570, Adam in San Francisco. Hey, Adam.
Hey, Gru. Hey, G. Thanks for having me on. I think you guys just hit the nail on the head. It's effort all around from everybody. And we know that Draymond has this tendency when Steph's not out there, not give it his all. And it's like, you are one of the leaders still on this team, whether you're out of Golden State after this year or not. But it's like, you got to act and play like you care. And when Steph goes down in Indiana, you get kicked out, and then it's just been all about effort. And Klay's been like this for a couple of years now, that he just wants to be his old self, and he's chucking everything, and he had the good November, and it's kind of just disheartening because it's like, we know how good you are. You won a fourth chip, but you have nothing to prove. Go back to playing that free, fun playing basketball of where you're not just hunting your shot, the shot's going to find you and you're going to find it in the rhythm of the offense, but he's just forcing everything. But why I wanted to call in that I'm getting kind of annoyed about is all day on Twitter, all I keep seeing is, oh my God, James Wiseman was so good last night. It's like, he had 30 points, great. We were down by 40 at one point. It's a blowout loss. You were a minus 12 when you were in there. You only had 6 rebounds. It's like, I'm sorry, but it's like, so what if you had 30 points? That you got blown out of the gym. And so to that regard, it's like, and what you guys were talking about earlier about trading for people and get Jacob Portal, get Kuzma. We need veterans, because what I thought was going to come into this season after Moody was averaging almost 30 in the summer league, and then Kuminga was finding his groove. It's like, we're going to be fine, but it just has not translated. And my basic point is just I think everyone needs to calm down about this Wiseman game, because I really don't think it means anything.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, and again, I self-anoint myself the biggest Wiseman advocate. Hey, that was a win for him. He probably watched the tape 2 or 3 times, and I don't know if he watches when he plays bad 2 or 3 times. But the bigger point in that statement is, Jay, I don't know if that 30 is something that the organization looks at him different, and how much progress that was in basically an open run game, open gym, because the game was over. But to his credit, I need you to decipher, what do you think it meant? Because I feel dirty, kind of feeling like the caller, like, damn it, James, of all the days for you to ball out point-wise, I'd rather you have 11 points in a close game and show that, that pterodactyl that you are down low, swatting passes and putbacks. But this was kind of the open run 30. But I sound like a hater.
No, it was he did things last night that we hadn't seen him do. So you have to give him credit for that. But
there still was dudes coming into his body and finishing. Where I'm like, get that out of here. And they're just coming at him in his chest plate. Like, I'm seeing that stuff still happen last night on the defensive end.
Sure. He's soft.
Is that what it is
He's
right
soft.
now?
He's incapable of being. And look, maybe it's not even fair to him because he's so young still and he's trying to develop, but he plays soft. He does. How can he not? He's 20 years old.
But he's 7'1".
Yeah.
260.
Well, not every 7-footer
I know.
is that kind of guy. Like here's the thing, as far as the 30. It showed you, like, it's better than not scoring 30. Right. But at the end of the day, did it really mean anything? I mean, I'm kind of with you. At the end of the day, to me, it was more, you got embarrassed, and it didn't really have much of an impact on the game.
And did you play better because you knew there was no like the dogs were off mentally?
And does it translate into, was there anything that you saw last night that translated into he needs to play more? Or he's going to play more, or he's earned that opportunity. And I think the answer to that question, honestly, was, not really.
I'm going to go Phil Super Negro on you. I'm going to throw a super knuckleball, and I'm going to doctor it. What if you start James on Christmas against Memphis? Little reward,
for
just to change it up.
For Looney?
Looney?
Who's one of your best players against Memphis?
It can be whoever you want, but just reward my man with a star Christmas Day at home.
No. Can't do it because that's a game you got to try to win, and you're hoping.
So the 30.
You're hoping.
So the 30 didn't sway you then.
You're hoping that you've got Poole and Clay and Wiggins like that. The hope is that Sunday at 5:00 when the Warriors tip that game off, that it's Poole and Clay and Wiggins and Draymond and Looney are all playing, and DiVincenzo's coming in off the bench.
Give him 15 to 20,
and Kuminga's going to have to play
because Jackson is on the other side. He could be a problem for Memphis. I like him.
Well, but
that's a big boy.
But that's the thing. Does Wiseman help you against those guys or hurt you? He hurts you.
Well, if he's going to be a warrior for the future, you got to help or, negate. Like, you got to go up and, who got the best of that one? It was kind of a wash.
But that's not the time to go through the learning process when you're talking about needing to get some wins.
I know we got calls. Last thing. I said I'm a JP fan, and I am, Jay, a Jordan Poole, and I still will never get over. I'm going to 2022 with this. I'll retire in 2023. When Kerr talked about Jordan getting D'd up by better defenders, like, I didn't like that because you're telling me when I was in the lab seeing this dude in his repertoire, in his box, his bag. I know you hate that, his bag. You're telling me now, it was a bag, but it wasn't a Gucci bag because it wasn't against top-tier defenders. So I'm like, nah, I seen this dude get everybody the business. With that said, I don't lump Poole in with Kuminga, and I don't think you're doing it either.
No, he's in a different category.
Okay, no doubt. And I'm still looking like, hey, did we give it to it too quick? But he's definitely not in the little 3 category.
Poole's a young player. Poole needs to play better. Poole is not in the same group as the lottery picks.
I got you.
Like Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody are in their own group. When I say young players, I'll clarify it just for those that haven't always heard me speak to. When I say young players, I'm talking about Wiseman,
Moody, and Kuminga.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Jordan Poole is trusted with the main group to help them win, even though he's a young. Hell, Wiggins is a younger player.
I'm clamoring for more Moody, but I'm not mad at Ty Jerome. But when I do see him, I'm like, if nobody can take your minutes and you ain't out there messing up, who am I to hate? Yeah, I want to see more Moody because I think he's more of the future than you are.
Sure.
But you're out there driving the car with no accidents, stopping it to stop.
Yeah, the issue there is, I mean,
take it from him.
Ty Jerome's a ball handler. Moses Moody's not. Ty Jerome makes more shots than Moody does, too, which you wouldn't think.
Oh, no, you're right.
And so he is trusted by the coaching staff at a greater level than Moody is, but they are different players.
Yeah.
They are different players. Jay in the Bay. Jay from the Bay next here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jay?
What's up, JD?
What's going on, man?
I appreciate you all the work you did in the finals, man. All the interviews and the time after that. I heard you in the Raptors after they won the championship, man. I'll always remember you for that. But,
appreciate it.
Hey, real fast, man. So I want to know: is it worth keeping? Out of all the youngsters, is Moody the best one that is the one that's probably going to leave? Or would you put like who's a better youngster between Jordan Poole and Moody? And I think Jordan Poole, you guys said maybe he isn't digressing, but maybe he's staying stagnant. He isn't making much progress at this point. And then my last thing real fast is what's going on with Andre Iguodala? Like he's supposed to be like some management, but then he has a player position like he's on the roster, but he doesn't play.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I
almost asked Bob that yesterday.
They're getting
it's
you'll
a
get
turnoff
another
for me. It's just like, dude, what are you really? If you were doing all that, I don't think the Draymond v. Poole even jumps off. I'll leave that there. But if what you're doing in your new capacity is all that, half of the stuff these youngsters would be further down the road, Jay.
It rubs me the wrong way.
You're supposed to be Yoda.
It rubs me the wrong way, but the Warriors are getting exactly what they paid for with.
But so I'm just saying, what do you think he's?
They all say they love him, and he helps.
Looked at me in the face and said, "Looney said Iggy." What's the other youngster? Moody said it.
It rubs me the wrong way, but I'm gonna trust them on that one. Okay. I feel like that's their bed. You know what I mean? So if it's
they
good,
need his ass on the court.
Do they?
And if you ain't gonna play, just say it.
Well, I mean,
he's getting ready. No, are you ready or not? That's where I'm at. Give your jersey to somebody that can help. That's where this is getting to.
Well, they do have too many roster spots that are taken up by unplayable players.
Oh, man.
In one form or another. That is a fact. Or untrustable players. Let's keep it going with Kareem in the Bay. What's going on, Kareem?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Talk to us.
Man, I'm just here to put my little 2 cents in on it, man. Basically, what I got to say, first off, let me clarify my statements by saying I am not a Warrior fan at all. By no stretch of the imagination am I a Warrior fan. However, I'm an avid fan of the sport basketball, and I know the sport a little bit enough to speak on it. I think one of the main things that we're seeing as a problem here is with the young guys is, for one, it's hard to develop when you are on a team that has championship aspirations and expectations. It's hard to constantly develop. They're not going to give you those growing pains of going out there and laying the egg 5 points here and 2 points there, 20 points there. They're not going to want to do that for you. They're not going to do that for you. That's one thing, as like they would on a bad team where you traditionally can grow in and you can go through those things, and it doesn't matter because it's all about trying to develop the young core. But and another thing you've seen like GP2 and a couple of those key guys that they've lost off their bench since last year from now. I think that's taken effect on their success as well. You got guys in their main core group, Draymond, Steph, not so much Steph, but maybe more so like a Clay. You see that they're just not the guys that we're used to seeing them be anymore. So that's all of that. I feel like has a effect on why they aren't what we think they were going to be this year. And I mean, I just gotta say, like if those young guys were given that time to be able to develop, they probably can be who they're going to be. And I'm pretty sure at some point or another in their career, they will show us exactly who they are. especially like a James Wiseman. But yeah, like they're just not given the opportunity right now at this time.
Thanks, Kareem. And I think there's no doubt the Warriors miscalculated the ability for these guys to contribute to this current team and develop on a minimal level. It's basically what we've seen is they either need to play a lot, which means the Warriors are not going to win a lot, or they need to hardly play at all for the most part to give the Warriors a chance. And to me, that's the biggest reason why this year has gone awry, even above Clay not being as good, Poole maybe not being as good, and some of the injury issues.
Great point, and I'll just say this to that. It's disappointing. It's got to be disappointing for him.
No doubt.
Because Bob, just like he wasn't despondent, but Bob even, the word trade came out of his mouth.
Well, he
like
knows.
Everything's on the table.
But this team's
Steph ain't going to stick around for this.
This team's not good enough to win a title. They're not, as they're currently constituted. They're not deep enough. They have a good enough top 6 or 7, but 8, 9, 10 are not good enough. And 8, 9, 10 were good enough last year. And that's why the Warriors were able to get it done. Real quick, Steve Kerr was on with Damon Arado last week. They asked him about Iguodala. Here's what he said.
He's going to play at some point, but we just don't have a date. I mean, the whole point is we just want him healthy in the playoffs. And he's working every day with our training staff. He's getting shots up. So the answer is yes. Just stop asking, and at some point he'll be back out on the floor, and then we can talk about him then.
There you go, playoffs.
Wow. He said, because Steve will be joining them today, David Arado at 5. But
There's
he was like, quit asking.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to.
Is that satisfactory? I know we're up against it.
Yeah, it was kind of like, hey, talk to me about something else.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk a little football coming up, but hold the line. We're going to get back to your phone calls as well. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. He joins us next right here on 95.7 The Game.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 gift card purchased. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
Sorry, Giants fans. The Grinch stole Correa.
They went out there and they look like fools right now. I need to hear from Farhan. I need to hear from Gabe Kapler. I need to hear from ownership, and they better do it sooner rather than later, because I'm going to be on their ass every single day. We come back from the new year, I will continue to be on the Giants' ass every single day until we get answers. I need freaking answers, because I ain't spending a dime until I get answers, Shasky. This is embarrassing.
We're figuring out what happened on 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery. What, doctor? Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
I'll take a double.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here, halfway through on a Thursday. 95.7 The Game shop is live. Perfect time to head over, get your holiday gifts like our newest Brock Purdy shirt and hoodie. Head over to 957thegame.com now to grab yours. All right, let's get to our next guest on the program, our first guest on the program today. On the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker as Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross, how you doing, buddy? John Dickinson for Steiny and Goose here as well.
Ross.
I'm doing awesome. You guys selling the Brock Purdy merch? That's amazing.
Yeah, grab yourself a hoodie. grab yourself a hoodie on your way out, Ross.
Dude, that isn't good. Like, honestly, I love stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, good for that kid. Good. I mean, it's just so awesome. As a guy that was undrafted, I'm going to try to not hold it against Brock Purdy. Everybody's like, oh, he's Mr. Irrelevant, Mr. Irrelevant. You know how many guys would die to actually get drafted? He got drafted. You know, somebody actually really wanted him enough to draft him. So good for him, though, man. I love the underdog. I love guys like Purdy that get the opportunity and play well. You know, I don't know if he's like a long-time starter in the NFL. Like, that will all play itself out. But he sure as heck has bought himself some years in the league, you know, with the way he's played, which is awesome. I mean, he's gonna make a real living of this for at least a few years, maybe for a long time. Maybe he's more than that. Maybe he's a starter. I'm pumped for him.
Yeah, and Ross, I mean, that's where I really wanted to start. I mean, Purdy Mania is here in the Bay, and you go back to the Seattle game a week ago, and he is able to play well in that environment. Not what it used to be up there, but the Niners had a good game plan and all of that. But what have you made of just his ability to continue to make plays in the context of the 49ers offense as he did in that Thursday night game?
So, first question. He's played 2.5 games, right?
Yes. Well,
11 quarters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much 3, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, because I just think it's amazing. I mean, that's still a pretty small sample size. But it's also a very rare sample size. I mean, it's small sample size, but it's the only sample size. And it's rare how well he's played given the circumstances. I guess my question for you guys is how much of it is just strictly Brock Purdy and how much of it is these 11 quarters have come on the end of what is like a 6 or 7 game win streak, right?
Yeah, they've won 7 in a row. It's a great question, Ross, and I'll say this. I thought up until the point, the inception of Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan's claim to fame was, I took Jimmy Garoppolo. He quarterbacked my team to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games, and now insert Brock Purdy, and as somehow Ross, he takes him to the Super Bowl. I was telling Steiny, this would, and I know this is not Kyle's goal, but man, how could you not look at him along with Brock? You already mentioned how great that story is. How could Kyle not just say, bow down and kiss my ring because I took Mr. Irrelevant to a Super Bowl?
Well, there's a lot to that. It would be very impressive. Honestly, man, the fact that, like, Nick Mullins, I saw him the other day. He's the backup in Minnesota, Beathard in Jacksonville. I mean, the real feather in Kyle's cap. And I'm to the point now where I really only think there's 2 teams that have a chance to go to the NFC, to the Super Bowl from the NFC. I just can't see the Vikings winning 3 playoff games. And I can't see the Cowboys winning 3 road playoff games. I mean, the Cowboys have won, what, like 2 playoff games the last 25 years?
You're right.
To envision them winning 3 on the road is kind of hard to do. I have a tough time picturing that. Right now, kind of feels like it's either going to be the Eagles or the Niners. And that would be a heck of a matchup. I think so far so good as far as Purdy's concerned, but they're still going to throw some new stuff at him these next couple weeks. You know, right now, when it's a young quarterback like this, defenses throw a bunch of stuff at the wall, you know, to try to see what sticks, right? I almost wonder, and I'm sure they do, but I wonder how much time they spend, you know, talking to the Iowa State coaches or other coaches in that conference, like the Big 12, to try to get a better feel for the things that he struggled with. I'm sure they're making those calls, you know?
Well, and the interesting part is this game with Washington coming up on Saturday. And, I mean, this would be the best defense that he's faced to this point, although you can run on them a little bit as well. And you know the Niners are going to want to do that. But what do you think Ron Rivera and Jack Del Rio and those guys will have cooked up for Purdy that may be a little bit different?
That's a good question. Really good question. And they are a good defense. So this will be a challenge for Purdy, and they're getting Chase Young back.
And it's almost a free look. They might end up playing him in a playoff game, too. So it's almost one of those looks that may set up the next look, if you will.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that, like anybody else, they'd like to be able to get to him with straight rush, right? I mean, you always – you don't want to have to bring pressure unless you have to bring pressure. I think people are going to try to do the same thing, which is try to stop the run so that you get Purdy in the obvious passing downs as much as you can, and then see if you can get there with your straight rush, because I don't think the Niners are necessarily a great pass-protecting unit. The problem is Kyle's doing such a good job with these bootlegs and with play action that even when they're kind of trying to get them to have to get these obvious passing downs and trying to stop the run, on these downs when they're loading the box to stop the run, they're hitting them with the boot. They're hitting them with the play action, and they're getting chunk plays out of it. So you're never really able to get in that position.
Ross, let me ask you this, because I'm with you. Dallas is out. I really believe, just as a fan, I want to see the Niners at Philly. You were an O-lineman, former NFL player. I was watching the Eagles-Bears game. I said, wow, when Hurts got tackled, I said, is that a separated shoulder? Because that's the play it would look like it happened on. He's out this Saturday against Dallas. But when you hear about, are you so sure that there won't be any residue of this particular injury and he'll be ready to go? How concerned should Eagle fans be about Jalen Hurts' situation?
Well, so there's a couple different things in play here, right? Number one, I'm not overly concerned about the shoulder injury as is, because he stayed in the game. And he actually probably played better than he had all game in the fourth quarter after the injury. So I think the shoulder's not that bad, right? However, there's a couple of different things. Number one, if they lose to the Cowboys, do they put him back in against the Saints after he's had a couple weeks to let it heal? Because I don't think they want to get it to the point where they have to beat the Giants in Week 18,
right,
to be able to get home field advantage and win the NFC East. You don't want to make it a one-game situation. So ideally Minshew gets them a win over the Cowboys, which would be amazing on Christmas Eve if he's able to do it. But let's say he doesn't, then do they put him in against the Saints or not? And if he plays against the Saints or not, what if he takes a bad shot in that game and lands on it? And he got another problem, Although at that point, if they win the game, he wouldn't have to play against the Giants. He'd have the bye. So he'd have 3 weeks again. The other part of it is something that Kyle actually was talking about this week, right? Which is he's not a big believer in having guys sit out a lot. Well, theoretically, if Minshew can beat the Cowboys Saturday, or maybe the Eagles just have enough faith in Minshew, or he plays well enough that they give Hurts more rest and they have Minshew play against the Saints the next week and the Eagles clinch. Is Hurts going over a month before he plays in that first playoff game?
Wow.
Yeah, it would be.
That would scare me a little bit, just in terms of the rust factor. That's a long time.
Yeah, their first playoff game would be at the earliest January 21st. It would be the 21st or the 22nd in that second week if they end up getting the bye. So they'd be a month away from basically today as far as that would go if he ends up getting shut down and not playing to that point. Ross, great stuff, my man. We really appreciate it.
Happy holidays.
Likewise, guys. Thank you for having me. See ya.
All right, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Good stuff from Ross.
They call me the worrier of the show. I really think the Eagles got action. I know you're looking at me crazy. They're better than the Niners, complete. The Niners are tested. I think this Hurts injury is more than they're letting on. I get it. But until I see it, I'll be like, okay, JD, I'm wrong. But, man, that looked like a separated shoulder. I'm not saying he has that. But just to say, it'll be 2 weeks, he'll be right back out there. It's just a toe. Nah. And if he gets hit again, facing this ferocious Niner D or whoever they play in the sim, I mean, man.
I think I would be worried about him not playing for a month. But that's the non-Niner game. Yeah.
Because if you lose to Dallas,
the only way the Niners are playing him is in the championship game.
And the Saints they got action still, so that they're going to come. They got a nice little. All it takes is one hit from anybody.
Right. They got a feisty defense. Yeah, it's probably the best way to put it. We saw that with the Niners.
A couple big plays got called back.
Yeah, they had action all over the field. Yeah,
your boy McCaffrey wasn't getting through them elevator doors. That D line was. Come here.
No doubt. Well, what do you think of this game against Washington? We'll get back into the Warriors conversation in just a minute. Cam Inman's
you kind of stole my thunder. I think it's Brock Purdy's biggest test as far as a complete defense. And the rat on the table to me, I'm actually getting juiced. Chase Young will be back for the Redskins.
Yep.
This could be a preview of the first Commanders. This could be a preview of their first round playoff match.
It could be.
Wow.
And it's interesting. We're going to ask Cam Inman about this when he joins us coming up here at the top of the 2:00 hour. But 3 versus 2 for the Niners, and who are you going to get? And is it Washington? Could it be the Giants? I think low-key Green Bay is not dead. I know our buddy Grandy was talking about Detroit as maybe being the toughest team.
Detroit got like something going on with them.
I'm not. I mean, this is not going to surprise you, but I think Detroit. I think they're frauds.
Okay, that's why
they might get in, but I think they're frauds. But there could even be a. Remember where you heard it first. There could even be a Green Bay Detroit Week 18 game for the final spot.
I would not watch it. Now I'm lying, but that would be awful.
What do you mean you wouldn't watch it?
Green Bay's lost enough to where it's done.
They're not dead. And
the things they need to happen can happen easily.
Absolutely. The Niners will help them.
A-Rod lives.
All they got to do is run the table. And I think if they run the table, they get in.
They're going to beat Miami at Miami this weekend. Nah. Saturday, Christmas
Eve.
Probably
not. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, but that's the game. I mean, they got to play the Vikings, too. So it's not like it's totally. I mean, they'd have to beat Miami, the Vikings, and
Speaking
Detroit.
Of which,
the last two are at home.
I know you're a student of the game. I don't want to be around, or I don't want to be living in the era and watching an era of football to where you're down 33 points and you can come back and win. I'm out.
Yeah, but come on. Mean an era? It's happened one time ever.
It should never happen unless you're playing Madden. And even playing Madden, it don't come back because you give up the sticks at 21-0 skunk. I watched all of it like Jeff Saturday, you're done.
It might not happen again for another 30 years. It hadn't happened in 30, and if it doesn't happen...
But I'm bothered that it happened once. Hey, guys, hang in there. We're only down 33.
Well, you think they thought they had a shot? Probably not initially.
Jeff Saturday, I wouldn't even get... That would have been my last Saturday messing with the coach. Jay, I wouldn't have showed up Sunday, Monday. I'd be like, you know what? Hire a real coach.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
It was really bad. But it was also outstanding for the Vikings. Like, there's two sides to it. Like, the Vikings kept playing. They get credit for that. They got stops.
Yeah.
There were 3 or 4 different plays where any one play goes against them, they lose. But they hit all of those plays.
But the guru computer's really telling you, when you get down 33, you're supposed to lose.
Sure. But it's not a guarantee.
Not anymore.
But not again.
They had to get 2-point conversions. Oop. 2-pointer.
But it's not
Colts.
It's not like this is the third time it's happened this season.
Yeah.
I'd be with you there, but it had not happened ever, but it hadn't happened anything close to it.
They had Dallas on the ropes a couple weeks ago, Sunday night game. They enter the fourth quarter. I've never seen this.
That was a game where it was like
they were down 2 points.
Yeah.
Dallas scored 33 points in the fourth.
That was a game I didn't watch.
What are the Colts doing?
Well, they're not very good.
Well, they need a coach.
They're not very
good. And I like
good.
Jeff Saturday on the mic.
They need a quarterback, I think, too.
They bench Ryan.
Yeah.
His arm is shot.
Yeah.
I hate the turf monsters when the blitz is good. Just take a hit, get hit, and they throw it away. I was like, all right, you're it.
I was actually glad. And look, this is not from a point of a fan, but I was actually pulling for the Vikings. I was pulling for the Vikings.
Why?
And because it makes it more interesting. It's just going to make it more interesting.
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, it gives the Niners something to play for. I still think the Niners are going to end up
Kirk
2.
Cousins, the Vine jumped him. I was like, he probably had to go to a Vine hospital early in the game.
Oh, he was out of commission.
Yeah, he was getting them Spadoni. I got him.
You know what? I felt bad.
And then he comes in off the top rope at the end.
I felt bad because I thought I said Vikings done to Steiny. But I'm always careful to go that crazy with him specifically.
Yeah.
But it was Vikings are a mess.
I tweeted out Niners 2 seed. So did Lombardi. But anyway.
But we'll see what happens. 888-957-9570. Let's keep it rolling here. Let's get back to some Warriors calls. We'll clean those up. We do have Cam Inman, who's going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. We got a lot of people that want to talk here.
Yeah,
so let's go to Sylvester in Austin. What's up, Sylvester? Hey, turn that radio down, brother.
How you doing?
Good, man.
I'm an OG.
There you go.
You good now?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm OG. I've been watching the Warriors longer than anybody in your show been alive. I love watching you guys. And I would say the only person making trades for is GP2. That's the only guy that can step in there and do what they need to do. Now, the math would dictate who they'd have to give up. But just don't give up Wiseman. But trade for GP2 before he plays his first game. You won't be able to get him after that.
Thanks for the call. Would you take GP2 back
in a Texas second
and the 3-year contract?
Yeah, man. He should have never been. Now that you got a glimpse of what life is, and it's not all totally Jay because he's not here, that dude could go take the ball from Dame Lillard, give it here. Chris Paul, give it here. He was a problem, and then start tapping into the corner 3. The relationship ended too soon. So to answer your question, JD, hell yes.
You got to see that he's healthy.
Oh, well. What's going on? This
the core muscle surgery. He was supposed to be back like a month and a half ago.
That's nothing to play with. That's that sports hernia stuff.
I mean, the reality is you would have loved to have kept him, but if you had signed him to that deal and he wasn't playing at all, that would be horrendous.
But yeah, we did
contract.
That game. Yeah, because if they signed him, he would have never got hurt. I get you.
What do you mean? What do you mean if the Warriors had signed him?
Like if they kept him. I'm the type of guy, just because he's a Warrior property, he doesn't get it. He doesn't go through this.
Why?
Just karma.
Well, other Warrior players.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can't say if they would have kept things happen.
Would you give up Wiseman for GP2?
No.
Come on, no.
And you love me for saying,
but
no.
that's the level of
like
they're on the same level in terms of what they're making. So you'd have to kind of factor that in. All right, Eric in San Francisco. Next here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Eric?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I'm calling because, I think the Brooklyn game kind of highlights the systemic failure from a drafting perspective. And that, I'm really sick and tired of people saying, the young guys, if they were put in a different situation, would really develop. Well, Wiseman was taken one pick ahead of where Mobley was taken 1 year later, and Mobley stepped right in. And, if we had Wagner instead of Kuminga, we'd be getting minutes out of him. Or if we took Trey Murphy instead of Moody, we'd be getting minutes out of him. I think really the systemic problem to the roster is that the Warriors deviated from their traditional norm of drafting college players with pedigree, going for guys who have limited experience and upside. And while they might develop into good players in 5 years, that just really doesn't meet the current franchise timeline. And so I think that if the front office had just stuck to what got them the championship in the first place, you look at Steph, 3 years, Clay, 3 years, Draymond, 4 years. If they just stuck to the college formula, maybe the upside in the long term isn't quite as high. But given the fact that championship windows only stay open for so long, if we didn't have this 2 timeline obsession, we wouldn't be in this problem today. I don't know. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts? I'll take the answer offline. Thanks.
Thanks for the call. It's all fair to bring up at this point.
Right.
And
Joe Lacob wanted his big man.
I think they went. I think there's a part, and the Warriors would never admit this, but I think there's a part of the organization that probably thought they were done winning championships with that other group.
Wow. And he brought up Mobley. I watch him play, Jay. I ain't telling you he's Lou Alcindor, but it's like, give me that, Wiseman.
Yeah, you'd love to have that.
Give me some Ayton. You would love to have that. Give me some of that, kid.
I mean, in hindsight, you go, sure, Wagner would be tremendous.
Player.
He'd be playing Halliburton. Trade back. Remember, it was, trade back.
I fought you on him. Your boy can play. And he could get others involved.
I mean, he was fourth on my board, if you remember going back to that.
I tried to fight you. I never said he was a scrub, but Halliburton, he can break you down and distribute.
I still can't believe that the one that gets me on Halliburton was that he was right there for Phoenix and San Antonio to take right before he ended up going to Sacramento. Neither one of them. I can understand. Right, the Warriors are picking at 2. Are you going to trade? You're not going to take him at 2 at that point. But he definitely could have helped.
On the other side, Jay, we got to get to, and I want your thoughts. We keep talking about Jordan Poole, a walking bucket. Dude, if I get another comment about his defense, I want you to just tell us what you see from Jordan Poole's defense.
Yeah, it's non-existent. Wow. I don't even need a full segment to.
Exactly.
He can't keep anybody in front of him. It's a turnstile.
How big of a problem is that then?
Well, because if you're
scoring 20 and you're giving up.
Yeah, but right now is not the time to be worried about Jordan Poole's defense, to be honest. I mean, it's bad, but it's like right now, like let's just get his offense going to where he's playing consistently.
Because they definitely didn't think of that when they gave him the bag.
They weren't thinking.
They gave him the bag. They knew his D was what it was.
Yeah, and I think they're hoping that it would improve over time, but like that's something to focus on now. I think is. Let's get the things that we know that he can do well, done correctly. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more phone calls. We'll switch gears. We'll get into the latest with the Giants, which continues to be ugly. And at some point between now and 3 o'clock, our 49ers insider Cam Inman will join us here on 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by the Golden State Warriors.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lucas may have done different already, but I think we should do that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final hour. John Dickinson in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as always. 888-957-9570. Lot to get into. Our thanks to Ross Tucker. We talked a little 49ers. We'll talk more 49ers tomorrow as they take on the Commanders on Saturday at Levi's.
You'll be there?
I'll be there.
Christmas Eve.
You know that. So looking forward to that and trying to make some sense of where the Warriors go from here off the 1-5 road trip and all of the injuries and what do we make of James Wiseman and his 30-point game last night. This Giants thing, though. Goo. It just continues to me, it's worse today than it was yesterday. And yesterday was bad, where the news breaks and everybody wakes up to, hey, Carlos Correa is going to the Mets.
And they don't even have the class, the guts, the wherewithal to even call a presser to explain what went down. And now
what's coming? I think they're hoping.
What do you mean it's coming? What's taking so long?
Well, I think
what do you mean it's coming? That thing should have been done the day of, when it got postponed and his family was in town ready to go to this thing.
You mean yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. Well, no, Tuesday I thought was
Tuesday was going to be the Correa press conference.
I would have done something video-like to with Farhan, hey, this is what went down. And this is why.
Well, he released a statement.
Another vague one. But, Jay, the Warriors are class personified. The Niners, they do what they do. This is a low. This is a dirty Bay Area low for a storied franchise. And if you tell me that the fans are clamoring for Mr. Johnson to sell, Farhan be let loose, this is what you do for that to be even on the table. But for you to sit there, and you're not the only one. Whitey was saying it yesterday, maybe Saturday. No, you read the room. Read the Bay Area. People are upset with pitchforks, and you're doing Kyrie Irving the double bird of, we ain't got to talk to you peasants. Well, that's how it's coming off.
They're going to have to address it here at some point in the next couple of days. I think they're hoping that they can regroup.
Christmas is Sunday. Christmas Eve is Saturday. Jay, are you really thinking that they're going to...
it wouldn't surprise me.
I would bet you right now.
I don't have anything in my inbox right now, but
it
wouldn't surprise me if there was a link that went out
let's
today
say this.
Or tomorrow
but don't
said,
you
hey,
still think
Farhan will be on
Jay?
Zoom.
Don't you think that's too... If I was running a business and I did the bait and switch and my fan base is up in arms...
I'll give you a couple of days. Something this bad,
yeah.
I'll give you a couple of days to catch your breath.
Okay, it's been a couple.
Yeah, so
Boris is talking.
We're right on the brink. Well, yeah, and I'm going to get to that because it was...
man.
It was...
This is...
What we know is they're about to have the press conference. The press conference is postponed. The Giants sent out that email. Then they put out the statement. And Boris did talk, the agent for Carlos Correa. And here's this my heart sunk as far as just how bad this is for the Giants. And this is part of the reason why I say it's worse today than it was yesterday. Here's Scott Boras on with Sportsnet New York.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room. And
so he came into your room?
Yeah, he came into my room.
And what was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly. We're very surprised.
Man.
You can play with me, but don't play with my family. When I trust you as an organization to keep your word and do what we agreed upon, and we're minutes away. I mean, I'm damn near at the podium. My family's family, and the Giants just are going about their merry way like nothing's happened. Like the people that last Friday I was here, I told you about the hearing Bonte talk about the season tickets, the deadline, how you use Correa as, we went and got something. But for you to even need 48 more hours or 24, how tone deaf can you be? And I'm telling you, Jay, you can do things in life to certain people to where you never get a second chance. And now Correa, okay, he's in New York. You can say, Guru, he got his wish. Whatever. He's happy to be in the Big Apple. He has a mouth. He has friends. This could hurt and sabotage the Giants if they want to get somebody else from the way, not that, hey, the medical we're out, just the way that they've gone about it. Boris said they ghosted him, basically.
The two worst looks for the Giants in all of this are future free agents. After they've been so desperate to sign a major free agent for so long, to have this happen with this player after they finally get a commitment to come, that to me could have years of, that could have a decade of ramifications attached to it based on just the way that they already reviewed as a franchise that didn't necessarily want to step up to the plate in the biggest way. Now they do, and then they get cold feet. They back out. It's because of the medical. That's awful. The other more urgent point to it is there's nothing really left to do on the free agent market. I mean, there was a report. I read a report earlier today that the top 15 free agents are all signed and done at this point. So the Giants missed out on everybody at this point because there's nobody left. I guess you could still get Conforto.
But, yeah, no shade at him, no shade at Haniger. This was supposed to be Judge. This was supposed to be Jermaine Dupri and Jay-Z and their classic song, Money Ain't a Thing, and you didn't even come in at 400, which I thought you could have, JD, if you really wanted to swim from New York. But to me, the worst part of this also is the diehard Giant fans that we work with and that we know thought they had something coming. It's not coming. And they don't even go to a microphone or a podium or do a video over an iPhone.
They will. And you can come at them for not doing it by now, and I think that's fair, but they will. I mean, this will be addressed at some point here.
Now, we had Myers on again yesterday. Why do you know an executive show? He said when you're dealing with this type of money, paraphrasing, Goo, the owner's always involved. So I'm so hurt for Giant fans. I would like to see Mr. Johnson sell the team to somebody that cares, like a new Joe Lacob that's out there.
Sure.
But Farhan, you just, you got hit by strays because you're a part of this. And Jay, I don't want to speak for you, but you said in the green room, behind closed doors, Farhan might be happy, but the way this went down, you lost the public's trust. I don't care if you bring in Fred Flintstone, Babe Ruth. You can never, to me, get that back. That's how monumental of an error and disaster this was.
Look, it's an embarrassment to the franchise. It's an embarrassment to the ownership group. It's an embarrassment to Farhan. It goes in the bungle category. There is a part of me, though, that does wonder if, you know what, Farhan, because if you look at it from taking a step back,
totally get it.
Who's the one person in the Giants organization above everybody else who you would think would be the least on board with the deal?
Yeah.
Farhan.
Yeah.
But I feel like this has been made to seem like it was more about ownership, right? And so in a way, I feel like Farhan is, well, he's going to have to come out and address it and wear it, and it's a horrific look for him. I think once you get beyond that, if you're him, and look, you're on the hot seat now. This is immediate hot seat. Like, I don't care who ultimately made the decision. He's on the hot seat right now. But I wonder if he feels, knowing his background as a executive in MLB, if he feels more comfortable now being able to go back to trying to sign and trade for players in a manner that suits him. The mid-level type guys, not necessarily the scrap heap guys, but the mid-level type guys, the fringe guys, the guys that aren't going to break the bank, the value plays. So I there's a part of me that I wonder if he's thinking, hey, you know what? I can get a lot done. I can get, everybody's going to be against me. Everybody's going to be against me, but I can build a team that come the middle of the year, I can salvage this thing because now I'm back into my sweet spot. I didn't really want Correa anyway.
But at what cost, Jay?
And look, he'll never say that.
What cost?
Well, yeah.
Like if Farhan is thinking and having those thoughts, what about what you lost with the fan base? Like, okay, you got your way.
Bad. It's legitimate.
You got your way, but at what cost did you get your way? Because we were not in the know. We're just speculating.
And I'm not saying he orchestrated it.
No, not
in
at
that
all.
Way.
But this is not, to me, if I were Farhan, this wouldn't be how I wanted to get my way and not get said player, because people are mad. And yesterday I told Whitey, everybody gets a blame.
Everybody should.
This is a stain.
It is the type of fail on top of the Judge fail. And look, they got used in the Judge thing, but that's fine. I think, as others have noted, and I think we can agree.
Hate the player, hate the game.
They wanted, they were cool with it. Like, they were cool with, because that's the only chance you're going to get to actually maybe get them, right? Going back to Judge. But when you miss out on Correa in this fashion and now you don't get anybody else, it is catastrophic. This is the point where a year from now, it could be Farhan's gone, Kapler's gone.
Right.
You're talking about who the face of the ownership group is going to be. I mean, I still think it's going to be the same people. It's just a matter of who is the man, who is the point person that actually gets a final say or the most say in the room among all of the different people that are in that room for the Giants.
We have national media. We got some excellent writers here in the Bay Area that cover the Giants. JD, I know you read and scour the net. There is not one article defending what the Giants are doing. There's not one.
It's indefensible.
Okay, but the worst part to me, and I'm going to come off this hill, you let me know, they're throwing the middle finger to their fans. Every second, every minute and day that goes by that they don't address this. They're saying, we don't give a damn what you think.
Wow. Grandy just handed something interesting from the San Francisco Chronicle.
Give us some good news, Grandy.
Ron Kroichek of the Chronicle. I'll just read this part of Ron's story. Carlos Correa's physical exam Monday raised alarms with the Giants, but Correa clearly wasn't expecting any complications. He went house shopping with his family later Monday afternoon in Lafayette. Correa, his wife, child, business managers enthusiastically looked at one house that his agent showed them. His agent, the real estate agent, wrote in an email to the Chronicle. So this guy, Jim Colhoun, not the former UConn coach, Jim Calhoun, but Jim Colhoun indicated Correa saw several houses on the tour, described Correa as gracious and delightful, totally kind to those joining him. He chatted easily, expressed excitement at the prospect of joining the Giants. Didn't work out. So, it sounds like Correa was fully on board.
Wow. That's just, you talk about.
What do you think the Giants thought the worst case scenario was going to be? Because that's the thing that because there are a lot of things that obviously went down, right? Okay. They agreed to terms.
Right.
They're going through the physical. He's coming out to the Bay. They're going to have the press conference. Something pops up on the medical. And I think where the Giants, and this is the part where I think they really should get crushed, is it's almost as if there was a belief that they were just going to be granted another day or two. Right, like even after as Boris has laid out that there was there's like a commitment letter that's not a binding contract, but it's like, hey, we've agreed in principle pending the physicals and all that had exchanged and all of that had gone down that path. But it was almost like when the Giants say they need more time. Well, how much time do you need? And then they don't even call back.
So
Boris is like, all right, I'm open for business, which he's doing his job, obviously, and he's as good as anybody.
I'm going to the club.
I'm going to go I'm going to go, because the one thing Boris can't have happen is Correa to lose $300 million. And so, he goes to the Mets and says, hey, you might still have an opportunity to Steve Cohen. Is Cohen sipping a martini in Hawaii?
Man, I read that. I'm going to say this. I'm on the other side of where you're at, Jay. I believe this guy could have had back acne, and the Giants threw a party like, hallelujah. They got cold feet. This was them being cheap asses. Days went by. I don't think they felt comfortable about the deal. Steiny brought up the greatest point that we went back and forth about, Jay, is the Giants were signing Correa for the wrong reasons. If you deem them wrong, I said they're right, just to make a splash and show that you could close a deal and bring a player to the Bay after Farhan just days before did that cockamamie, the city's dirty and the politics and all that stuff. That was a red flag then. And to me, if you're in love and you're happy with something you just made an investment in, the Mets showed you that the medical was BS. It was pre-baseball.
Well, they didn't
so
care.
It could have been back acne. Well, the Twins didn't care. They had the kid's medical, and they offered him $35. So the Giants got cold feet, and I believe it's Mr. Johnson. It could have been Farhan. But if I'm listening to Bob right, it's too short. Get in where you fit in. It's the owner's money. So he saw something. It was like a Hail Mary. Oh, give me that pay. What came up? Back acne. Well, we're done.
The one thing
we're done. And didn't even call him back. They didn't even have the
gutless. It's gutless. It's gutless.
How do you not tell somebody, you know what? We're rescinding this deal. Blah blah blah. How do you just go cold turkey?
Or even say, hey, there's something that's popped up on the deal.
give us
a day. Give us
a couple hours.
Give us until 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
And we'll get back to you and we'll try and figure this thing out. Like
that's what's this reeks.
Here's the thing I want to know. I want to know who is to blame here, truthfully, because I do think there's been a shift toward kind of absolving Farhan a little bit from this, and that's the part that
Ghostbusters. I'm spraying everybody.
But that's the part, and rightfully so. But I do feel like it's been the way that it's been presented to this point has been, well, ownership got cold feet. Ownership didn't want to spend. Ownership was looking for a way out. Ownership saw certain people crush it, and because people crushed the move or thought that it was too much, they got a little bit nervous about it. I want to know whether it was that or whether it was scenario
Jay.
that we laid out a couple of weeks ago, which was, hey, I could see Farhan saying, this is not, push comes to shove, Farhan saying, you know what, or the ownership asking Farhan, would you do this deal? And Farhan saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you guys want to do it, I'll do it. Because it just doesn't jive with
I'll do what my
Farhan's-
boss says. No doubt.
Because the whole big splash,
But it wasn't up to him, Jay.
$350 million player thing was
Richest contract in
above
history.
him.
For their franchise history.
But my point is, you would be making the move against Farhan's wishes at that point. So did they? So that's the part, because
keep waiting,
like,
though, Jay.
Farhan should not be able to skate on the notion that it was just ownership.
He's not. People are
if
calling
he
for
was
his
somebody
head.
that wouldn't have recommended to do the deal.
Well, I'll tell
Because
you
that
what,
deal
you are
is
right,
not
Jay.
in his repertoire.
This is
that
like-
deal
yeah.
is not. He would go sign 5 Jock Petersons
There's no
before
doubt.
he would sign a
believe
Carlos
everything you're
Correa.
saying. So that's why I believe it's the owner that nixed this. And I'm gonna say this is dirty pool. If I'm a Giant fan, JD, this was the day my team died until other people are running the show. But for you to sit up there and say it so well that you're waiting, Jay, I'm telling you guys, I will take all bets, and I hope I'm wrong. Nothing is imminent. They're not coming to the mic. And that's what makes this worse.
It's bad. It's really bad. 888-957-9570. All right, we're going to get to a call here in just a minute. Also want to let everybody know we are streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. As always, go to youtube.com/957thegame or twitch.tv/957thegame to see Snidey and Guru, or to see today JD and Guru. And also, a little bit of business here, Goo. Cam Inman is going to join us at 2:30. So coming out of the break at 2:30, Cam Inman will join us here on 95.7 The Game, now through Kyle Shanahan's.
Do you see him every game when you're at the Niner? You guys
I love
run
Cam.
into each other?
Yeah.
You eat?
Sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
They got a buffet there. Boy.
I'm more of a solo eater. Like, and this goes back to even, like, I don't know about you, but I'm more of a, like, I don't know what I'm eating. I want to just kind of think about.
I'm not a social eater.
Yeah,
I'm like
not
a dog.
either.
I
Like,
need to take the plate and go.
I just take the plate and I try to go find my, like I go to the table that nobody's at.
Thanksgiving, where'd Uncle Daryl go?
In that cafeteria setting. Like,
I need to get away.
Like, I might with you. Like, if we were at the game, I'd be like, "Ooh, let's go over here."
No doubt.
But and it's not that I'm being rude, but it's just I just want to kind of lock in.
I got it.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Leroy,
what's going on, Leroy?
Gentlemen, what's going on, man? Happy Thursday. You know, lifelong Giants fan here, and I'm just kind of happy that, you know, we didn't get Judge or Correa. And, you know, Goo, I've been saying the whole time, it's like, if I'm one of those stars, I'm going, man, if I get a single, if I get a double, if I get a triple, if I get a home run, who's going to be on base? Who's going to be on base? Who am I going to knock in? We got to build this thing from the bottom up. We got to go in. We got to retool. We got to rebuild. I know Giants brass hate to hear rebuild, but we got to rebuild this thing. And so, I mean, I'm glad we didn't get them. Let's just tear this thing down.
Let me ask you this, Leroy. Not to cut you off, but I'm not disappointed because, you know, we're dogs. But it doesn't sound – I get the baseball aspect. You don't want the player because you don't think he would have produced and the team would have still been whatever. But you're not – you don't feel lied to? You don't feel cheated?
I do, Goo, but this is Farhan's playbook. I remember when we first got Farhan, and I called you guys, and I was like, he don't do what we want him to do. I kind of liken it to Shanahan, where I want him to throw the ball more, but I had to subscribe to he's going to run it and he's going to play defense. So this is what Farhan does. So I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed, but I hope he could just build a better team to where stars would want to come here and go, hey, I got a lineup I can hit behind.
Happy holiday, Leroy.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he was all about the ball.
If you're talking about tearing it down and rebuilding, though, that's if the Giants are going into a rebuild, then it's fire everybody.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And then everybaez gone.
Because the
you're
youngsters,
starting over.
Kyle Harrison, they were already. This is when they were supposed to be Brian and Rizzo and Baez when they made all that.
And let's be honest, they're not they don't. The last thing they wanted to do was rebuild. That's why they were going after Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa. They wanted to be good now.
Yeah. You know what my biggest takeaway? I know we're up against it. Okay, if they don't say nothing to the public before Christmas, how do you have eggnog? How do you have dinner with your family? How do you ignore that your fan base is calling and begging you to say something? How do you that's out of the movie Major League.
I think they will. I don't know that and again, I haven't seen anything pop up in my inbox as far as a Zoom link or an availability.
Farhan's talking HIPAA.
Well, I think they will do something. And maybe it is Farhan talks to Susan Slusser or something like that, and it kind of one person gets it, or they do something with the beat writers.
But no presser, Jay?
I don't think there will not be a formal presser.
Oh, see, that's what anybody can come. That's what I was hoping
cameras. For. No, I don't think that's going to happen.
That'd be suicide probably, yeah.
888-957-9570. We got sophomore in Pacifica. We got Dan in San Francisco. We got Josh in San Francisco. They all want to talk Giants. So we're going to do that coming up, and that is all sponsored by Pfizer. We'll also sneak in Cam Inman on 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sorry, Giants fans. The Grinch stole Correa.
They went out there and they look like fools right now. I need to hear from Farhan. I need to hear from Gabe Kapler. I need to hear from ownership, and they better do it sooner rather than later, because I'm going to be on their ass every single day. We come back from the new year, I will continue to be on the Giants' ass every single day until we get answers. I need freaking answers, because I ain't spending a dime until I get answers, Shasky. This is embarrassing.
We're figuring out what happened on 95.7 The Game.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at bayareapanthers.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Growing up, you were always warned not to get carried away. But in the world of Corteo by Cirque du Soleil, it's all a part of the festivities. Join us in the mysterious space between heaven and earth for the world-class acrobatics, imagination, and humanity of Corteo, a joyous celebration of life. Join us at the Chase Center from August 23rd to August 27th. Corteo thanks its official partner, Air Canada. Get carried away and find your tickets now at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this December with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 200 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. Actually, you don't even have to touch them. With Skechers slip-ins, they just step in and go. Plus, they're so easy, they could be the first shoes your kids can put on by themselves. And Skechers slip-ins are great for older kids too. They're quick, easy, and fun. The secret is a unique comfort pillow in the heel that helps your child's foot slide securely into place and cradle it in comfort. Plus, they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable, so you can keep them looking newer longer. Get Skechers slip-ins, the "Where have you been all my life" shoes for your kids or for mom and dad today. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Cloudy skies in Alameda, highs near 57.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson, JD for Steiny here on 95.7 The Game. Let's get to our 49ers insider for the San Jose Mercury News, East Bay Times, Bay Area News Group. Cam Inman joining us here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Cam?
Happy holidays. Just popped out of the 49er locker room, and the gift that are in everybody's locker are some Sonos speakers from Trey Lance, and then the linemen are very excited that he also gifted them custom suits that they're currently getting fitted for.
Wow.
So, and then, which prompted my question, kind of a smart-ass one to them, was, well, what did Brock Purdy get you? And good old center Jake Brendel replied, wins. I said, oh, very good.
That's wow. I love it.
Great answer there for sure, Cam. Let's. What is your sense of the Niners win the division. This is a longer stretch between games. They were able to get it done Thursday. They're playing on Saturday, which is a little bit different, but maybe less different for them, obviously, with the Thursday game than the rest of the league and Washington included, who played on Sunday night. But is there any sense of concern over a possible letdown for the Niners, knowing that the division is in hand and 2 versus 3 is going to be determined as far as seed over the last 3 weeks? There's nothing really that they can do other than hold serve for this week. Could there be a little bit of a letdown, I guess, on Saturday? Is there concern there, Cam?
I think the question that we've kind of been asking them is, would there be an intentional letdown? Would they kind of relax a little bit, like you said, knowing that they're at least the 3rd seed, and they could win out and still not get up to the 2nd, but they could. So every indication I'm getting is these guys are all, nothing's changed whatsoever, that they're going all out to win. And kind of another indication of that is that they're going to activate Javon Kinlaw so he can play Saturday for the first time, since he had to take the last 3 months off with knee issues. So he's only practiced 2 days, but Shanahan sounded confident enough that they're going to activate Kinlaw, which is helpful because Washington has a pretty strong running game. And, they also, it's kind of a sneaky team. Like I'm a little bit more wary of Washington than I was even going up to Seattle with the Niners, even though how bad they've been. I think Washington, they're fighting for playoff survival, and they got a pretty strong defense. They got a great coach in Ron Rivera. And then as much as they run the ball pretty well, they've got 3 pretty solid wide receivers if Taylor Heineke can get enough time to get the ball downfield to him.
Cam, always a pleasure. Happy holidays. I got to say this to you, man. It's football for me 24/7. I'm always excited about a game. But again, I'm more excited to see another 4 quarters of Brock Purdy. And you and JD talked about it. Washington has a pretty damn good defense. Yeah. Has anything changed since the last time we spoke about your assessment of Brock Purdy, like where this thing is going and what he's actually doing?
It's becoming the Purdy phenomenon, I'd say, because he's done no wrong. He's just won games, and the nature of him doing it and playing through an injury we can't really see, but we can kind of feel, through him, and just he's battling and he's not able to just sling it like crazy, but it doesn't impact him moving in the pocket, and he knows he's got to kind of wiggle his way out of jams. And that one play in Seattle where he goes down in the backfield and then gets back up and throws a pass, it's just like teammates see that. It's like there's so much beyond the measurables of a quarterback who might be a tall 6'4" gunslinger as opposed to a 6 foot last draft pick who is fighting for everybody's respect and knowing his place in the hierarchy here, that he wants to get the ball into the playmaker's hands and run an efficient offense, which he's doing so well because it's just like Shanahan he knows what to do. And I don't want to say with a limited quarterback because that's unfair to Brock, but he's not asking Brock to, do a zone read or do the option like Trey Lance would, right? He's asking him to run an offense that's similar to what Jimmy Garoppolo ran, and he's fitting it to a T. And so he's won 3 games, right, essentially, coming in for Garoppolo against Miami, and then the last 2 starts, and it's like, well, when does it end? When does the Purdy phenomenon end? And I don't have an answer for that because I can see them winning out this regular season, and then you get in the playoffs, and who knows what goes on in the playoffs. There will be tougher defenses, sure, higher stakes, more pressure, but I don't sense that the pressure gets to Brock at all. He just kind of, and it's not a, I guess you could say swagger because it's not saying it's like bravado or something. It's a long-winded answer, but the guy it's a lot of fun to watch, isn't it? For a 3rd quarterback in a playoff run, it's amazing.
Cam, I'm going to give you the 4 possible first-round opponents. I want you to rank them in order of teams that would give the 49ers the most problems to the teams that would give them the least amount of problems. All right, here we go. New York Giants, Washington, Green Bay, and Detroit. Rank them.
From the toughest to the easiest or easiest to the toughest?
Easiest to toughest.
I think Green Bay honestly would be the easiest. And it's like, just because I know they have Aaron Rodgers' number, I just don't think it's a very good team. And I think Detroit is very hot, but I'm still having a hard. It's like they're doing really well, and if they make the playoffs, I don't know if I buy into them then either. And then what are we left with? The Giants and who else?
Giants and Washington.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like. Then I would say the Giants would be next. I say Washington would be the toughest. I mean, this could all change in about 48 hours or whenever they play them, because maybe Washington's not as good as I think they are. But I think Washington's a strong team. I'm not sold on the Giants. I'm not really sold on that many teams in the NFC. I mean, I guess I am sold on the Philadelphia Eagles defense and some of their playmakers on offense, and that's something that would come to terms in the fourth week of January, I guess, is when the NFC Championship game would be. So, but I think this has been the case all season, JD, is like we look at the NFC and think it's wide open. And it's like, well, why not the 49ers? And that's proven true, even though they're on their third quarterback.
Cam, it's such a violent sport, man. I just and I said this to you months ago, but I just think of Javon Kinlaw and the specimen that he is, but yet there's something in his body that keeps him from on the field. I'm excited to see when he gets back. When do you expect him back? And then also, what have you heard from Debo?
Well, Debo was just rolling dice in the locker room and having a lot of fun.
Little Joe back though.
He's loud in there doing it. He's pretty fun. You know what? He's done that a lot this season. But he was working on the side on the field in practice, which is a great sign considering 2 weeks ago he was getting carted off. So I think he avoided major injury. I don't think they play him until the playoffs unless he just wants to shake off some rust, which I don't think he would. I think they'd wait till the playoffs. But it's trending really well with him. Kinlaw is I just talked to him at his locker, and he is he's raring to go. And Shanahan said he's going to play Saturday, and that the knee responded well in practices this week, just as it has over the last couple of weeks as he's been rehabbing. So Kinlaw's got this amazing confidence in his strength, and just think he can manhandle anybody. And it's exactly the mentality you want out of a big giant on the interior, especially a guy coming back. I mean, you don't want him, favoring the knee or anything. He seems ready to contribute, but he's not like saying, I'm going to come in there and dominate and be better than anybody on the side. He says, I'm just going to come in and contribute however they want me to. And he's excited. I mean, he's been working 3 months to get this knee right again after ACL surgery last November, a year and a half, or 13 months ago. So it'll be nice to see him, and I think that he's going to be necessary going forward, because they've lost some depth there on the interior with Kevin Givens and Hassan Ridgeway getting hurt in the last month.
Cam, great stuff. Enjoy a rare Friday off, and we'll talk to you. Well, I'll talk to you on Saturday. We'll talk to you next week on the show.
Okay. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, guys. Thanks. Be well.
You too.
All right. Sounds good. Cam Inman. Appreciate it here on 95.7 The Game.
Little dice game.
Back to Little Joe.
Yeah. Little Joe.
888-957-9570. We're all sponsored by Pfizer, everything we're doing here in this segment. And also want to let everybody know that the 95.7 The Game shop is live. 95.7 The Game shop.com live. Perfect time. Holiday season. Grab your gifts like the newest Brock Purdy shirt and hoodie. You can get that now. Head over to 957thegame.shop.com for yours.
Speaking of gifts, I got you one. I'll give it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll do a little
exchange. All right. Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't feel compelled to give me anything, but yeah, I'll get you. I'm one of those.
No. That's what you when you say that. Like, come on. When you say, "Hey Jay," I mean, you may not have got me anything yet, but see, that's an easy one for you. Jay, hey, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Jay. I got you something. Man. You may not have really even got me anything.
No, but
what you're saying is,
I'm not the type
JD,
of guy that would
go to the store and get me something.
Can I share something with you?
Sure, of course.
So I know you don't listen to Stoney and I every day, but last week,
a lot of days,
I was having some fun. My Union City upbringing, and I was just telling them to pick up hoop.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, sometimes I'm in a gym and there's like an hour and a half wait or 2 hour wait if you lose. So if the score is 5-4, we're down, Jay, I'll say it's 4-5. You know what I mean? Just to see if somebody. dude, Steiny just it hurt him. It hurt his heart. But the vitriol that I've gotten on social media, I'm a cheat. Like, I don't do it all game.
So you give the wrong score? Wait, what?
Like, if I'm down and
So you just basically you call it out, but you
they were up, baby, just to see who's checking.
Right.
But it's not all the time. You got to be savvy when you do it.
Sure.
But he just went off. You're that guy, Stoddy. But dude, my mentions have been on fire with. It's kind of getting to me, just like you're a cheater.
So
like,
if it's
it's all about survival.
So if it's really 5-4, you're down, and there hasn't been a point in a minute, you might score and be like, up 7-5.
That's just like, hey, and then you get caught, but you don't really get caught because it's a harmless. Oh man, I didn't know. But Steiny took it like I was breaking into homes and cars. And some people, you're like, you cheat, kind of, late night and looking at my mentions. Like,
I don't think I'm down with that.
Yeah,
but
you're different. We're different.
But I also
it's survival.
I mean, I don't know. It's foul, but it's not like
and I only break it out when I need it.
Egregiously foul. Yeah. But I would be the guy that'd be like, nah, it's 5-5.
You ever play dominoes with a cheater? Oh, give 15. And
Of course.
Just to check.
Yeah.
That's me. Yeah.
But but you also, I mean, I'm kind of with you on the let's see who's paying attention because I would always be the guy that was paying attention.
That's really what it was about. And it went down cheater central. But yeah, you're right. Just see who's paying attention.
But if you're intentionally doing it, like I'm taking these points if nobody says anything.
Oh, Jay, there'd be sometimes like I should be on the news.
Wow,
yeah.
510. Wow, Guru, you're a cheater. That's awful. On the Xfinity mobile text line, 650. If you ain't cheating, you're not trying.
That's it. I need that shirt. Yeah.
So there you go. Mm-hmm. You got a good one today. I know it's not the first time you've worn that shirt.
Hey, somebody pointed it out. I went in on Iggy, and I'm wearing them on my body. I got a nice shirt that fan made this.
You've had that on before, yeah.
But with that said, the Golden State Warriors, I'm worried about Christmas. Like I said, you can lose, then you can get blown out, Jay. And I'm just you're not hearing anything in regard to Wiggins?
I think he's got a shot to play on Sunday. I know it sounds like you're more. To me, I think Wiggins.
Well, the re-aggravation of whatever is what scares me with these two dudes.
But yes, and I think that's why the Warriors have been so cautious with him. But going back to before the Toronto game, so this would have been a week ago Friday.
Okay.
So they played Philadelphia a week ago tomorrow. So
ESPN.
They played Philadelphia, and Steve Kerr said that there was a chance that Wiggins could play against Toronto at that point.
Okay.
And so then he came up, I think, as doubtful or out the next day on the injury report. And then he was doubtful for the games in New York. But to me, the fact that it was even on the table, that I think they're already. I got you. I think they've already been 3 or 4 games cautious.
So relax is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, I think he's got a shot. Unless somebody else has gotten sick, and you never know when things are going around in a locker room and everybody's in closed spaces. But I feel like I think the target is that everybody but Steph is available on Sunday. You get DiVincenzo back and JaMychal Green and Clay.
I've been huffing and puffing.
Dre and everybody.
As
Wiggins.
much as I say,
and then you got
JaMychal doesn't fit in. He plays hard, but I'll say this: without the services of Dante and Green, that's not why they lost in the fashion they did. But that hurts this team, Jay.
888-957-9570. Let's sneak in sophomore in Pacifica. Right. We kept him on hold. We appreciate him holding through Cam. And he joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, what's going on, sophomore?
Hey, good conversations, you guys. And I think the Giants are making like a strategic error, not a tactical decision on one player. They're making themselves think. Like, who's going to want to come? San Francisco, it has its pluses and minuses as a market. But who's going to want to get into deals with people who can't finish? Who lack courage, who lack aspiration, and really they're making themselves now look out to lack integrity. Who wants to leave Scott Boras in a very gentlemanly way, making you sound like crap to everybody, as the voice of the situation? Bay Area sports very competitive, and we've seen the Warriors pull the trigger big time with KD years ago. We've seen the Niners just this year pull the trigger, kind of a more medium-sized effort, but awesome with Christian McCaffrey, and then, the Purdy coming up to meet him with them on. A lot of skilled people there. And then what do we got with the Giants? Controversy, misdirection, indirection, not following through, making players feel bad and look bad. Oh, yuck. You know, what ugly mess. I'm going to start looking into the earthquakes and the sharks if this keeps up.
Appreciate the call.
Speaking of which, we had a big one in the Union. The house shook.
That one at
3.6.
Oh, I missed. Yeah, I didn't feel that one out. I didn't feel that one in the
You're never ready
creek.
for it, man.
I felt the one
Friday,
the
Philly game.
The one at there was one at 3 a.m.
I was out.
Well, I woke up for that one.
Okay.
I can't remember. They feel like there've been a lot of them.
Yeah.
Too many of them.
Yeah.
Lately. And obviously the one up in Humboldt.
I'll say this about the Giants. When you talk about the class act that the Niners are, the Warriors, I mean, the bar is so high. And this is no shade. I was born in Oakland. You know I love the A's. But when you talk about the A's, you know what comes with it. You know that the powers that be are not with it. They don't want to put nothing back in nothing. You know what I'm talking about, Jay. The Giants have took a page out of that book with this fiasco.
Yeah, unfortunate. I know Jeff Passan of ESPN had reported in a story that dropped while we were on the air here.
Okay.
Just a little bit of new information that there was a leg injury from 2014, a leg injury that the long-term stability of Correa's leg from an injury in 2014. That's what was quoted in that.
Who signed him?
The Mets.
Yeah.
The Mets.
Well,
So some concern over that.
Yeah. Whatever.
And look, we'll see. I know the Giants can't get into the specifics on the medicals and all of that, as Farhan let everybody know, but they are going to have to, as
if they could get Reynolds
explicitly
from
as they
Pittsburgh,
can.
I know we talked about it with Willard and Kyle. I know a household name. He's not a household name, but he can play.
Can you get Reynolds, though?
But, I don't think they can get anything.
Like, do they have a prospect? Like, are you giving up Luciano or Harrison for him? And could you? And that's number one. The part two is, could you get him for anything less than that?
I would try the latter first, and I don't think the Pirates want a top prospect, and they want a pitcher. So it would be up to the.
So
now
Harrison.
So would this fiasco make the Giants feel like, hey, we could get Reynolds? People will forget. See you later, Harrison.
Yeah, probably not.
No.
I mean, Harrison, you want a guy that would figure to be at the top of your rotation.
I cannot believe we
In a
thought
couple
Judge. Remember, I talked to you. I text you. I sought you out.
I bought it. I bought it. Hook, line,
and I
and
love
sinker.
you. And it's no, we
I
all
bought
did.
it.
You said, "Goo, I feel like he's coming."
It was a great job by Judge and his camp.
Dude, it was.
Really for the whole
And now
season.
we're here.
Because the whole season it felt like it was off
Yeah,
between
no
him and
doubt.
the Yankees.
Booing
It wasn't
and,
just
yeah,
it
letting
wasn't the video. If anything, the video flipped me the other way.
Okay, gotcha. But still,
But-
look at this.
Yeah.
You went to bed thinking you got your version of.
Well, and Correa to me was for the Giants. Correa was the next best.
Crawford
he
was going to third.
He was the number 2.
Yeah.
Like
Crawford's happy? Hey, honey, guess what? How'd your day go? I'm playing short again.
Not really, because I think Correa is one of the players that him being inserted into the lineup would have allowed Crawford to be more productive, drop down and be more productive.
And what's funny is your boy's playing third in New York.
If he's got to bat 5th.
Correa.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Lindor's going to still play short.
He's younger than Crawford.
But that to me, I didn't really care
This
about.
is a bad week.
It has not been good.
Yeah.
It's not good right now for the Giants. It's not good right now for the Warriors, although not as catastrophically bad.
And
for the
they're
Warriors.
defending champs.
Yeah. And there's still some hope.
No doubt.
And
the
Niners
yeah,
are rolling.
yeah, no doubt.
The Niners, it's almost doesn't matter what they do.
Who doesn't belong? And right now it's the Giants.
Right now it is the Giants. There's no doubt. And is it salvageable? I mean, that's something that we can probably
Bonte said he wasn't going.
Examine.
But we'll see. But
Wasn't going
to one game.
To one Giants game?
Yeah. I don't think he's by himself.
I could see that until they're good.
That's how hurt. I'm hurt for him.
Until they're good.
Yeah.
I would give them. I believe them. I'm not coming down his road. I believe
if there are
them.
more people,
but if they
I
were,
feel like
but if
that.
they were in a pennant race, come
You think he would
August,
go?
absolutely.
He said his daughter loves ball, so I said that would be his out. He said, "Look, baby Chaz, he'd take her to the playoff game." But man, Jay, this was a bad week.
All right, what's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Damon and Ratto are next, and Warriors head coach Steve Kerr is going to join the show. That is at 5:00. Also, Tom Verducci, with all the dirt on what happened and what went wrong with Carlos Correa, he's coming up with Damon and Ratto at 4:15. So, yeah, Damon and Ratto next right here on 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, not a gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper.
It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you right now, San Francisco Giants, this ain't going away. This isn't one of those, we're just going to lay low for a news cycle or two and see if the anger doesn't blow out of town as fast as the promise of Carlos Correa being your starting shortstop for the San Francisco Giants basically blew out of town. This is not going away until answers have been provided from the San Francisco Giants themselves. And right now, they are looking like incompetent cowards. I've chosen a lot of words, Ray, in about 20 years of broadcasting to describe the San Francisco Giants at times. At times, I've said boring. I've said disappointing. I've said, they're not connected with the realities of the game of baseball. I believe I've also described them as world champions in my time here. Those are two words that were used to appropriately and correctly describe them at times. Incompetent cowards is a whole new billing that the Giants never really earned. I mean, even the angriest fans out there weren't right saying, this team's a dumpster fire. It was a huge reversal of fortune last year, going to 81-81 after winning 107. But the 81-81 by definition can't be a dumpster fire. Fans are mad. And incompetent and cowardly are two words that absolutely are apt descriptions of the San Francisco Giants at this particular time.
Incompetent I can go with. Cowardly I'm not sure because I think it's more dishonest. I mean, they led Carlos Correa on. And then, however it is they came to the conclusion that they didn't want to do this, they bailed on an agreement. That's dishonesty, and that's what's going to hurt them far more than the transitory anger of fans, because that means now whatever business they try to do in the free agent market, or really in the player acquisition market, period, is suddenly going to be tinged by the fact that. Yeah, you remember when they jerked Carlos Correa around because they got worried about the money? That's the real damage here. It's not cowardice that's killing them. It's the fact that they're disingenuous.
Well, it's some cowardice in terms of not being able to step on up and explain what exactly happened. And there's also the cowardice of scared money don't make none. Sports is a never-ending series of calculated risks. It goes to infinity. Calculated risks go to infinity in sports. And it feels like the San Francisco Giants do not want to be in the calculated risks at this price point, which means you're not even a really Major League Baseball team. You're a mid-league baseball team.
You're the Pirates.
This is I won't even go that far. But this is some Milwaukee Brewer nonsense. Basically, the San Francisco Giants are the Milwaukee Brewers with a waterfront ballpark at this point in time.
The reason why they're the Pirates, though, is because they've made it clear now that money is a huge object for them. Everybody thought, now that COVID's over, that, they've got to be bold, and they chose not to be. And I think their off season has been a series of erratic jerks and shifts so that nobody was sure who they were until suddenly this thing happened, and they chose the worst possible way to bail out of it, because all the narratives seem to suggest that they're the ones who walked on this deal, not Correa.
Not at all. It wasn't even close. Carlos Correa was absolutely, in his own mind, a San Francisco Giant. On his own social media page, he changed the banner to Oracle Park's marquee. He thought he was a San Francisco Giant to the point where he had gone out of his way to start house hunting. He went out of his way to not just bring himself, his wife, and his kids, but his wife's parents were all flown in. Scott Boras is someone you just do not want to. There's a chain you don't want to jerk around. And they jerked around Scott Boras, and he said so on, this is Sportsnet New York. Scott Boras is in New York to introduce, again, since he represents basically every single high-profile free agent in baseball, Scott Boras was in New York today as Carlos Rodon is being introduced to the New York Yankees.
Mets.
Carlos Rodon is a New York
I'm sorry.
Yankee.
I brain farted.
It's all right.
I corrected you for no good reason. I am ashamed. I should leave.
No. What you've done, though, is you've earned the Christmas Carol. Eat it, Ray. Suffer. Sing along is your penance. Come on, sing along, Ray.
I hope your kids throw up in your stock.
Oh, they love that. So this is Scott Boras at the Carlos Rodon New York Yankee introductory press conference, and he was asked about what happened with the disintegrating Carlos Correa deal. And here is basically Scott Boras pouring gasoline on the entire San Francisco Giant front office and organization.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room. And
so he came into your room?
Yeah, he came into my room.
And what was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly. We're very surprised.
Yeah. Frankly, we were all very surprised. And the thing that the Giants are trying to pin this on is an injury that predates his major league call-up. So what the Giants have is a concern over an injury that has not affected a single at-bat of a career that is now, 7 years, 8 years long? It didn't prevent him from, winning World Series, didn't prevent him from winning Rookie of the Year. And all of a sudden, the San Francisco Giants doctors invent a way to get out of the Carlos Correa deal. And I truly believe that they invented that way to get out of the deal because that was the marching orders that they were given from someone above them. Who that someone is, who it was, this is to be debated. This is to be sort of figured out. But I completely believe that there is nothing medically wrong with Carlos Correa at all, except for this completely invented by the San Francisco Giants, gave no other team any pause in doing business with this man at any point in time in his career. They made this up.
I don't think it's about the doctors, though, because all they can do is examine the guy and report their findings. I think this is all about Charlie Johnson because the buck stops with him. He's the guy who runs this operation, even though he lives in Florida.
He runs the team doctors, too.
Well, but the team doctors can't do anything that's unethical, and that includes, saying that you can't sign this guy. All you can do is present findings. And the fact that they're saying it's 2014 suggests to me that Charlie Johnson didn't want to go through with this deal. He either changed his mind or suddenly didn't like the amount of money they were spending for him. And it makes you wonder if he would have objected to the Aaron Judge deal too. Because either way, those are both contracts that were going to take him almost to his 100th birthday, which means he probably wasn't likely to see the end of them. And however it happened and however his mind got changed, there's no advantage for Farhan Zaidi to pull the plug on this deal on his own. So he's not the culprit. Greg Johnson's not the culprit because all he is Charlie Johnson's son and the supervisor of the team's business operations. This can only be Charlie Johnson. His choice, and whenever he made it, it still means that he's the one who pulled out of a deal. And when you pull out of a deal, whether you own the team or whether you're just the head of baseball operations, that follows you around. And so, I think we know who did this, and I think we know why. I think the medical thing is just the dodge.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but when you say it's the doctors, I don't think the doctors had any. All they did was
they followed Charles Johnson's orders, and Charles Johnson said, "You give me a reason to get out of this deal. I pay your salary. Part of your job today is to be the human shields that I'm going to duck behind, that this franchise is going to duck behind to get out of this deal."
He doesn't have to do that, though. And
but
they
he's
don't
enough
have
of
to
a
be
coward.
All
he's
he
enough of an image-conscious coward.
All he has to do is just pull out of the deal and then use the doctor's report as the front. I don't think he had to order the doctors to find something, because all he would have had to do was just say, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want this. Doesn't even have to involve the doctors. I think this is the elaborate shield they're putting up. But I don't think the doctors came and said, you can't pass this guy. I think that's nonsense.
It's a stunning turn of events. It is one of the biggest reversals of fortune in the history of free agency. Not just Major League Baseball, not just the Giants, but any sport. No sport has ever seen a player of this caliber, this ilk, get his chain jerked around to the point where you're not just jerking the guy's chain. It's the entire family that you're jerking around. He was ready to be introduced as a San Francisco Giant. And the fact that the Giants let it get to the event horizon of, fly in your entire family into the city and put everyone up in a 5-star hotel. The fact that they let it get that far is a ripple of bad business that will follow them as they are currently constructed for years with all the players still in the room. We have an awful lot to get into today. I've got some inside dope to share with you from inside the Giant clubhouse. I can tell you conclusively, without identifying who, but I do know that among those losing faith in the San Francisco Giants are San Francisco Giants players. So I got that to share with you today. We got Tom Verducci stopping by at 4:15, Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. We had a great conversation early in yesterday's abbreviated show with Juwan Jennings that we're going to jog past you in our 5 o'clock hour as well. He was fantastic. So all of that is around the corner. Don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto, man, there are times where I basically feel like the job is to explain to fans why you don't need to be as angry as you are. I'm almost here today to tell you that as a Giant fan, you need to be even angrier than you are at this franchise, because this scuttling of Carlos Correa's contract could haunt them for 20 years.
He's never looked better than he does today.
Carlos Correa?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a saint. Are you kidding?
He's the greatest bargain in the history of sports.
Damon and Ratto, brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Journey wonderful with Celebrity Cruises' biggest offer of the year. Enjoy 75% off your second guest, savings of up to $800 per stateroom, and up to $800 onboard credit. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises' semi-annual sale ends soon. Call 1-800-CELEBRITY, contact your travel advisor, or visit Celebrity.com. Offer expires January 31st, 2023 and applies to non-refundable deposit rates and select sailings. Additional restrictions apply. Ships registry, Malta and Ecuador.
From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They
want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, the final chapters, a new limited series, streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with the Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Excellent to have you here this afternoon. Ray's final show of the year. I'm already getting emotional. Woof. Boy, am I going to miss you.
Calm down.
The merch store is open, baby. 957thegameshop.com. Hopefully we don't have any Carlos Correa gear up there. Or if it is, put it on the sales rack.
It's a plain white T-shirt.
Yeah, that's look, the sales rack is where the entire San Francisco Giants are apparently going to be built from going forward, because this isn't just one of those this is not one of those shrewd business moves. This is not one of those everything is business as usual until something becomes unusual, and something became so unusual we had to back out in the 11th hour. This isn't business is big and nasty and leaves people with hurt feelings all the time situations. It's not. This is bordering on personal. And before San Francisco Giants, take the field next year, before they even play the national anthem, they should have to play this over the loudspeaker for every home game, because this is the way that they will be talked about by every single agent and by every single player going forward under the way they are currently built in the Johnson regime in the Farhan era. Scott Boras talking about how close this was to happening, to the point where how could this not be personal? This is Scott Boras today on New York Sportsnet.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room. And
so he came into your room?
Yeah, he came into my room.
And what was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly. We're very surprised.
I think Scott Boras is going to sit down, just jump right into good faith negotiations with the San Francisco Giants without being a little skeptical or leery the rest of the way. Like, if you guys aren't going to go the full extra country mile for Carlos Correa, who even with the completely made up problems that your doctors are diagnosing, has the 4th best WAR in the history of the position of shortstop across the entire history of Major League Baseball before his age 28 season.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many disconnects here. It's hard to know where they begin. If money's a problem, they should never have been playing in the Aaron Judge end. But money apparently wasn't a problem then. Then they're playing in the Carlos Correa end. And when they're talking about the number of years and the money they're talking about, why did it take them this long to get cold feet? There's clearly a communication issue here, just for starters, between San Francisco and Florida. Florida being where Charlie Johnson lives. It can't take this long to make up your mind about how much money we can spend or choose to spend. So that's number one. Number two, if there's a medical issue, they don't even have to go through any kind of charade. They can just go, you know what? He flunked our physical. So we don't even have to go through this. We don't have to call anybody. We don't have to do anything. I think it seems pretty clear, unless some new evidence comes out, that the people in San Francisco were ready to do this deal. And Charlie Johnson said no, either because of the money or because of the years or just because he was in a bad mood. But it's the only way that any of this makes sense, because Farhan Zaidi's job is now infinitely more difficult because he's been made to look
ridiculous,
feckless. Greg Johnson, who, is basically just there to see how things are going and then report to his father, he clearly, backed Zaidi on this, and he's made to look ridiculous. And the only person left in this pyramid is Charlie. And
who is ridiculous?
Well, he is now. I mean,
he's shoveling money into Herschel Walker's furnace. He's a big Lauren Breitbart, whatever her name is, fan. Like, this guy, he doesn't bet on anything but the losers lately.
Yeah, he's had a bad year. But this is more than all that. This is basically being disingenuous to the point of being dishonest. Either you're going to tell your people yes, or you're going to tell them no, and you're going to do it a lot quicker than they did.
How is Scott Boras not negotiating directly with him if he's the money guy? Do you think Scott Boras is jerking around with middlemen?
Because he's not answering any of those phones. He just,
Well, it's time for the old man to tap out then.
Well, then that's an excellent point.
And so,
if he's not, if this is all he's going to do from here on out, he will find that owning this baseball team is a very unpleasant, if profitable, thing. And if all he's doing is just cashing money, then
it won't be unpleasant.
Then they are the Pittsburgh Pirates.
So one of the things that I have to tell you, one of the things I have to tell the audience, and again, I cannot tell you where I got this information from, so you're either going to be like, all right, Damon, I'm going to take you at your word, or you can be skeptical here. I don't care if you believe me or not, but here's what I know, is that there is a current San Francisco Giant right now who really doesn't have a deal with the San Francisco Giant, who would like to very much end his career in a Giants uniform and not take triple the money to go be a Baltimore Oriole. Last name rhymes with Smelt. And
I wonder who this is.
And he can't get the Giants on the phone. The Giants do not have any sense of urgency about their negotiations. And if it's all because there's a doddering old man who can't bring his eyes up from Fox News long enough to make a phone call, take a phone call, and get a deal done, it's starting to sort of come into focus where the broken apparatus is in these negotiations. It's a time issue. The Giants don't spring on anything. They're a day 3 participant in free agent negotiations, right? I mean, that's pretty much how it's felt over the last since Charlie Johnson took over. They don't appear on the, very first Hot Stove League show coming, the free agency's officially open. We got 3 players signed. One of them is going to the Giants. That never happens. This team waits forever to call back free agents, their own players, people that have been career San Francisco Giants. There is no sense of urgency in any way the front office operates, and I've got that from people who are dressing inside the clubhouse.
The only question that I would have in response to that is it the people in San Francisco or is it the guy in Florida? And it's looking more and more like the people in San Francisco, they might want to do some things, but they have to clear it with the guy in Florida, and the guy in Florida is not clearing anything.
Here's the deal.
Because there's no
Farhan should be resigning today then, right? Shouldn't he?
Well, yeah, except they don't have many of these jobs, and maybe he's just going to go, okay, these are the conditions I'm working under now. I mean, he might just, grit his teeth and grind through it, because there are other owners like Charlie Johnson, and there are more owners like Charlie Johnson than there are like Steve Cohen. So he might just decide, you know what, this is now a really crummy job, but it still pays really well.
We'll talk more about Steve in a second here. 888-957-9570. This is Mark in San Francisco. Hello, Mark.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing today?
Very well.
I just want to say, man, I honestly, truly believe that Gabe Kapler has lost the Giants locker room. And I feel like there are many signs that point to that. The first one is that scruff that he had when he was pulling out, I forget who it was, Sam Littell or some reliever, some powerhouse guy that they love to use. But anyway, he was pulling him out, and we all remember they had that little stare down and argument and whatnot. And I think that speaks volume, man, because if you ever hear Gabe Kapler talking in an interview about the team, he's always talking about this organization, this team, never us, our team. When you hear Bochy talk, it was always us, our team. I made a mistake. Gabe I had this feeling like he tries too hard to be this dominant figure within a locker room, and that just rubs a lot of guys off. Like,
so, Mark, I can tell you definitively that half the clubhouse likes Gabe Kapler, the other half, the veteran half, really doesn't. They think he's a little bit of a preening schmo, and they've met smarter baseball men. They've met people who handle situations better. Again, Gabe Kapler is so far to the extreme end of political correctness that really doesn't play in the clubhouse as much as, there is no dumber group of athletes who just want to be told what's what, and I mean this with all due respect, than major league ball players. They don't want things couched and landed the right way. Like a major leaguer doesn't give a damn that, we don't pinch hit for, we pinch hit with, which Gabe made such a big deal out of this. All they care is that they're not getting their at bat and someone else is. Gabe Kapler has issues in his own clubhouse that need some massaging and revolving, and you're right about that, Mark. But this has absolutely nothing to do with Gabe Kapler, this issue with Carlos Correa. Nothing. Carlos Correa and Gabe Kapler are not two things to complain about equally here. There will be times and reasons to wonder whether or not Gabe is the right guy for that player or that player or that player, but it's got nothing to do with the issue at hand. As a matter of fact, he is the only guy, Ray, that I'm willing to excuse and exonerate from any guilt of this. This isn't business done in his office.
No, well, it's also not done with him in the room. I mean, this is
right. They tell him who's on the team, not the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. And beyond all the rest of that, Gabe Kapler is, like most managers, pretty much just an adjunct of the front office anyway. Between the lineups he puts out, the strategies he employs, the pitching that he uses, and the order in which they're used. It's the off season. The manager is, he may as well be fishing. I mean, he has to go to organizational meetings, but for the most part, he's off till the 1st of February when he's got to get spring training organized.
Right.
So, yeah, Gabe Kapler's not the issue.
No, Gabe doesn't enter the picture until everyone's in Scottsdale.
And more to the point, he's not really a good stalking horse for why the Giants aren't winning. We just saw what the new business model is. Even if it wasn't the old business model, the new business model is we're not spending money. Pure and simple. We're not spending money. So if you're not spending money, then do what the Pirates did and don't get involved in free agency. Don't bother. Because if that's how you're going to do this, don't say we will not be outspent. Because this time, they got outspent by the Yankees. But, okay, Aaron Judge gets to decide. They didn't get outspent by the Mets. The Mets spent less to take Carlos Correa than the Giants said they were willing to spend to get him. So this is now more not about losing race to offer a guy the most money. It's about bailing out of a deal that you've already made. That's it.
Yeah,
and that's more than we can't afford it. It's we don't want to.
Someone from the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line said, I thought that Buster Posey was supposed to bring credibility to the Giants front office. No. Buster Posey's there to bring likability to the ownership group. But
he's more likable now than he was.
Look at it this way. Buster Posey doesn't do anything to help the Giants run any more than the medallion on your hood helps your car engine go. He's just a medallion on the hood. And I say that with all due respect. Obviously, if Buster would ever asked about anything baseball, he would have the right answer. But he is nothing more than the pretty girl that you might want to talk to in the corner of the room if you were a free agent.
But he's also not empowered to be that, even if he has baseball expertise to provide. It's not business expertise, because that's what we're talking about.
Right.
This is not about baseball at all. So, Buster Posey's not part of this either.
No, not at all.
It's the first two texts we've gotten are for two guys who had nothing to do with this deal.
888-957-9570. This is Adam in San Francisco. Hello, Adam.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me on, guys. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. What do you got?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Paul Correa and what's going on here, because I'm a lifelong Giants fan, and went to Canada with my parents and brother, and now I'm taking my own kids to Oracle, and it's going to be kind of hard to go to games now. You can't even trust the team. How does something like this happen? And is it Farhan's fault? Is it the owner's fault? Where do we place the blame?
Well, it's
the owner's fault.
Pretty much what we're talking about today. And Ray and I, who we don't agree on much, I think both absolutely have the right person to peg this on. Well, this comes from down on high. Negotiation. Look at it this way. Ross Stripling, whatever you need, Farhan. Sean Manaea, whatever you need. Haniger, all right, well, we're going to make enough money to where we'll check in with a younger Johnson. But when you're talking about an amount of money that you normally spend on a skyscraper, that's when you bring in, the big decision maker. And unfortunately, for the San Francisco Giants fans, the decision maker seems to be a hard to get a hold of, perpetually cheap, frugal, doesn't really want to win douchebag in Florida. So that's rough. It's a tough place to be operating from.
Yeah. That's how this boils down, unless the Giants have a elaborate song and dance that is more persuadable than the evidence we have so far, which is they had a deal and then they bailed. And the only guy who can bail out of that deal is Charlie Johnson.
Yeah, this goes right to the desk that says the buck stops here, and it stops on Chucky's desk.
No bucks for you.
Yeah. Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Guru, as Whitey was in yesterday. And Bob Myers had this to say about how ownership does matter when it comes to getting deals done on high.
And I think 90% or more of GMs clear these things with their owner because the money is so big now. It's not, I think in the past, not that the deals were small, but you're talking about $300 million, and you're talking about what happens if you get it wrong or right. Owner engagement has probably never been more than it is now, because I think when you buy a team for $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion, you're going to be involved in your team for the most part. That wasn't always the case. 25 years ago, teams were going for $100 million, $200 million. Still an absolutely crazy amount of money for most people, but that's different. This is going to sound bad to say, but there was a lot of people that could buy a team for $100 or $200 million 15, 20 years ago. There's not a lot of people now that have $3, $4 billion to buy a team, a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team. So the people that do want to know what's going on, and I get that.
The thing is, the Giants are currently in the hands of this ownership group because an ownership group that did care died. That's why it's Charlie Johnson now.
Yeah. I mean, look, I get why you would be leery of spending that much money and that many years, but that's a decision you have to make at the outset.
Right.
Because I refuse to believe that Farhan Zaidi did this deal on his own without talking to anybody.
There's a reason why Jillian doesn't go to Versace to start her shopping trip, because she knows that we can't afford that. So we don't even bother shopping in that store.
Well, maybe
we go
you
to
should
stores
work harder.
We go to stores that, amen. But hey, whose side are you on here, Ray?
I'm just saying, is she worth Versace or not?
There is no, there's no woman in the world worth Versace. It's ridiculous.
Money don't make money.
No, that is ridiculous. First of all, we have signed the free agent. But no, look, that is unless you are galactically wealthy, don't even bother walking in here store. So we don't even bother walking in there. It's the same reason why I think of my next car and I don't pop on into Lamborghini to start browsing. That's just not going to happen. So we're going to start walking on the lots that I know that should I actually be interested in something, my wife isn't going to beat me over the head with a frying pan if I went ahead and actually bought it.
I mean, the dynamics are really pretty simple here. Either Farhan Zaidi went off on his own to do the Correa deal because he felt lousy about not getting Judge, which seems unlikely. He talked to Greg Johnson, said, I want to offer this to Correa. And Greg Johnson said, fine, without clearing it with his father, which is also plausible, certainly more plausible than Zaidi going off on his own. Or Greg Johnson went to his father. His father said, yeah, go ahead, and then changed his mind and just said, get out of this. I don't want to do it. And if it takes that long to make up your mind about 13 years and $350 million, you're not engaged. You're not paying attention. Because that's a simple yes or no.
So we're eating at the French Laundry tonight? I can answer that question at the speed of light.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a no. We're not going there tonight.
And if you say yes, to me, as soon as the other side is notified, we can go with that. Your word needs to be your bond.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like the deal all of a sudden, you have to go, you know what? We're in, so we're in.
You can't not support the deal you put on the table.
Exactly. And that's, so they either don't communicate well enough, they do communicate, but it takes them too long to make up their minds, or they got sheet jerked by their own guy. Those are the only possibilities at this point.
888-957-9570. We have calls lining up, and as soon as we return, we will start taking those calls. But just to add a touch more personal insult to the injury of this whole thing, Ron Kroichek in the Chronicle today said that Correa clearly wasn't expecting any complications. As a matter of fact, he went house hunting with his family on Monday afternoon over in Lafayette. Correa, his wife, his child, and business managers enthusiastically looked at one house listing, and the agent wrote an email to the Chronicle saying that Correa saw several houses on his tour, described Correa as gracious, delightful, totally kind to those joining him. He chatted easily and expressed excitement at the prospect of joining the San Francisco Giants. 17 hours later, the Giants abruptly postponed the news conference to introduce Carlos Correa as their $350 million man. If you are on hold, you are coming up next. Another man who wrote yet another magnum opus about how this all fell apart, Tom Verducci from the pages of Sports Illustrated. He'll be joining us at 4:15. We've got Steve Kerr joining us at 5 o'clock. Don't you go anywhere. You want to get in line, get there. 888-957-9570. And I really mean this. Normally, I feel like it's my job to tell a sports fan in the Bay Area, you don't need to be as angry as you are. My job today is to tell you, you need to be angrier than you actually are if you are a San Francisco Giants fan. I really mean that. This should piss you off maybe more than any result, any Dodger game ever produced, because this is your own organization doing that to its own credibility. Damon and Ratto here, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink, it's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
For whatever Christmas vibe you're feeling, the free Odyssey app has the music you're looking for.
Celebrate the season with Odyssey with pop Christmas classics.
Women of Christmas, Alternate Christmas, R&B Christmas, Santa songs, and more.
Christmas is on the Odyssey app. Download it now, search for holiday stations, and celebrate the season with Odyssey.
That's AUDACY. Odyssey.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's fantastic having you here today. If you are still at work, if you're in front of your computer, oh my gosh, you can actually watch this thing. We are on YouTube. It's happening on Twitch. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd want to watch this.
Very simply, if you're watching this at work, you're risking being fired to watch these two mopes. Don't do this.
But then they
save
would,
your job.
They would miss another dazzling display from you.
It's well worth it to keep your job.
Keep your job. Thank you for listening. Keep tuned in. Don't get in trouble. If you're listening from home,
just use earbuds. You don't have to watch us.
There you go. There you go. This is Yoki from San Francisco. He says, I would like to ask Damon and Ratto, despite all of this, the Giants still have a team to put together. So where do they go from here? Nowhere. Nowhere exciting. No, seriously, nowhere exciting. I mean, I'm throwing names at you. Michael Conforto, he's an above-average right fielder coming off a lost season injury. He's also a Scott Boras client, so I don't know how quickly they're going to get back to the San Francisco Giants, should they actually be interested in him. Jurickson Profar is a name. Adam Duvall is a name. Will Myers is no longer a name for them to even consider. He is re-signed or signed with some. Who did he sign with today? Will Myers signed with someone today.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
The Reds have stepped on into free agency with a big Will Myers signing. Craig Kimbrell, go ahead, get him. Like that. Here's the thing. Where the San Francisco Giants go from here is the bottom of the random bin to find whatever they can find. And look, that's the one thing Farhan actually does well. And it's a good thing because that's where he is shopping now. You can find a decent gift at the dollar store. But you're shopping at the dollar store. Right, yeah, you're shopping at the dollar store. Yeah. And if you need someone let's see. So the Giants, realistically, need a legit leadoff guy. They need a 3-hole hitter. They need a 4-hole hitter. They could use someone in the 5-hole, the 6-hole. They could use a DH. They could use an awful lot in the back end of their pitching. Carlos Correa on his own solved none of these problems, but he was also going to be a human that other humans who play Major League Baseball might want to come play with one day. And there doesn't seem to be any urgency from anyone who's got options to attach their careers to the San Francisco Giants. And if that was like this before this Carlos Correa thing happened, how it's going to be after is going to be a case study. This could get horrifically bad for the Giants going forward.
Let's go A's.
Is that the new team slogan?
That's the one I'm promoting. As far as Conforto goes, even though he's a Boras guy, if in some arbitrary artificial universe, the Giants were the team that offered the most money, Boras is nobody's fool. He would sign that deal with the Giants tomorrow.
Sure, he's going to get his client his best.
Because Boras is not going to have hurt feelings about this. He just knows it's part of the deal. I get to punish you when you do that, though. And he's not going to withhold Michael Conforto's chance to play baseball 2 years after his last game, just out of spite.
No, but I don't think
he doesn't hate Charlie Johnson.
But do you think he's looking at the Giants as a eureka anymore? Okay, so if the Giants are on the hook right now offering you $2 million, before we immediately pivot back to them and say, yes, let me do a little bit more shopping around the store for you, Mikey.
But he's going to do that anyway. He's going to try to see what kind of, market he can build for Conforto. And if the Giants are the only option, or if their offer is better than anybody else's, Boras will play nice and go, yeah, absolutely.
Do you think the tie goes to the runner, though, anymore here? Let's say there's two equal offers. You telling me that Boras would go out of his way to steer a client to the Giants now after this?
No, but what he would do is tell Conforto, okay, you make the call, I'll make the deal. I don't, I work for you ultimately. And I'm not, even though I had an unpleasant dealing with these guys before, if you want to play in San Francisco, we'll make that happen.
Keith Law was writing about this mess. And he says, as for the Giants, I don't see an obvious path to contention for them with all the top free agents gone and nowhere near enough impact in their system to boost the team this year or allow them to swing a blockbuster trade. Reacquiring Brian Reynolds, who might be the best player available in a trade, isn't going to make this team a contender, and it might end up setting the Giants back rather than moving them forward. Keith Law went on to also write, at this point, as frustrating as it must be for Giants fans, the plan should be do nothing. At least nothing big. They do have prospects coming, if not immediately, and they will have money to spend next winter when free agent market could include Manny Machado, Rafael Devers, and a certain two-way player who, if you believe the gossip, strongly prefers to play on the West Coast. I know this is cold comfort, but all is not lost for the Giants in the long term. And I would agree with that. This is not a completely without merit organization, but the stain on them and the process of going about adding elite players in the middle of their careers is now, they are defined by their inability to do that. We still are now living in a world where the Giants have not signed a major free agent since Barry Bonds at any position.
But that's not what the issue is. It's the issue that the Giants seem reluctant to wade in big money waters anymore.
Yes, they do.
They made their run at Judge, didn't get him, and then the Correa disaster suggests to me that Charlie Johnson doesn't want to spend money, and he's not very likely to change his mind at age 90 than he is now when he's 89. Those are not malleable minds when it comes to big money guys like Manny Machado, who's probably going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of $400 million. I don't see how the Giants are involved there unless Charlie Johnson has decided, screw it, you can't take it with you. Go ahead, Greggy, spend all you want. I don't see that happening.
No, he's decided absolutely against that, as a matter
So
of
yeah,
fact.
I think the Giants have pulled themselves out of the market, not the other way around.
Ryan in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. Ryan, hello.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I can't tell you how incredibly pissed off I am at this whole entire Giant situation. I mean, I honestly think it is Johnson, the owner's fault. I just feel like Farhan didn't sell him Carlos Correa, especially after how they failed with Aaron Judge. But that's my personal opinion. I'm just calling you guys to let you know how really pissed off I am as a Giants fan.
You should be. I mean, there's no other way to tell you that you shouldn't be. There's no putting lipstick on this. There really isn't. This is as bad of a moment that the Giants have ever had in terms of the business of baseball, right? I mean, baseball happens. Like, oh, I can't believe you dropped that can of corn down in Florida, and now all of a sudden the Giants aren't going to the World Series. Or, you lost to the damn rally monkey. That's baseball. That's baseball. Baseball happens on a baseball field. This is not baseball. What you're looking at is something that is so abstract, so unseen before, it really does not have a comparison point in any sport. There really isn't a comparison point in any single sport. There's never been a free agent quite the ilk of Carlos Correa who was led not only into the church, but down the aisle and up on the altar to only see the entire thing called off. And again, this is the third time this hour I'm going to play it. I don't think we can play this enough. Here's Scott Boras explaining how embarrassing this whole thing really should be for the San Francisco Giants. And that's why maybe they're so radio silent on this, because team loves to hear itself talk, ain't said nothing since Scott Boras said this.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room. And
so he came into your room?
Yeah, he came into my room.
And what was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly. We're very surprised.
I mean, Boris is measuring twice and cutting those words once. You can feel him wanting to be a little angrier than he actually is in that soundbite.
Well, he doesn't have to be angry, though, because he wins. because he got Correa signed at essentially the money that the Giants were going to pay. I think he's angry about the wasted time,
Absolutely.
but that doesn't affect the 5% he's going to get. I think more to the point, he's trying to make the Giants pay and just say, here's the deal, guys. You embarrassed us. We're going to embarrass you. And they didn't embarrass Boris, because Boris, it's not like this was the only deal out there. It only took him 4 hours to call Steve Cohen and say, hey, are you done burning money yet? No? I got a shortstop for you. And, according to Verducci, the negotiations took like 3 or 4 hours, which means that he knows that Steve Cohen wanted to do business and he got it done. So he's not angry about what happened, with the Giants, because it doesn't affect him. He's angry that his client got taken for a walk.
And his client's family.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is, don't involve the family if you don't think you're going to do this. And that's where this leads to Charlie Johnson, because Farhan Zaidi's not doing that. Okay? He's just it does him no good in any way to be the guy who pulls the plug. He might have been the guy who had to say we're pulling the plug, but that wasn't his choice. And I don't think it's Greg Johnson's choice either. This is Dad. And Dad said yes, then he said no, or he never said anything. They assumed everything was fine, and then he said, oh, wait a minute, I don't want to do this now. And the stuff about the doctor and the physical is nonsense. He didn't pull out because of some 2014 injury that he probably suffered, or any of the injuries since then. Charlie Johnson didn't want to pay $350 million, period. He bailed out.
Why was there like 9 days of waiting then? Again, to let this go on 9 days to the morning of the introductory press conference and then let everyone know when clearly there was a decision made independent of any doctor results at all that this was going to have its plug unpulled. Why it took so long to pull the plug is an answer only the Giants can really have, and those cowards haven't said a peep. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Someone said, well, maybe Scott Boras is the one the Giants don't want to deal with.
Then why did they talk to him in the first place?
Yeah, and beyond that, that's like that basically saying we would like to sign free agents, but we don't want to deal with Scott Boras. Would be the equivalent of saying, it's time for me to really embrace religion if it weren't for all these crucifix and Bibles. Like, it comes with the package.
There are teams that don't deal with Boras.
Well, cheapest. Obviously, there's no reason for the A's to ever call Scott Boras.
Okay, but the fact is, it took 9 days for them after dealing with Boras to suddenly decide that they didn't want to deal with Boras. No. This is either Charlie Johnson sat on the decision for 9 days and Farhan Zaidi thought that was consent. Then it turns out that it's not. Or Charlie Johnson changed his mind at the last minute. And for no better reason than, I don't want to pay this money for this many years for this guy. Period. Pull out of the deal.
Do you realize that you're calling the Giants the new Pittsburgh Pirates, right?
I have several times.
You realize that the Mets spent more money in free agency in one pen stroke on Carlos Correa than the Pirates have spent since 2010. So if you're right, if the Giants are now the Pirates, and they've got a lot of track record build up to where this you might be the Pirates thing, you can retroactively place that accusation somewhere else on the injured list if you want. It's they have not behaved in the manner of a free agent, of a team that really seeks elite free agents in years.
Which is all true, but this must be said for the Pirates. They don't pretend like they want to wade in those waters.
No.
I mean, the Giants said they would. And they acted like they would until the last minute when Charlie Johnson, more than anybody else empowered to do this, pulled out. And the medical thing, that's why I'm not saying he ordered the doctors to do anything, because he doesn't have to. He can pull out for any stupid reason. I don't think this is about the doctors. I think this is about Charlie Johnson getting cold feet about spending money.
Right, but have you ever seen anyone of that ilk, of that tax bracket, say, "Oh yeah," and tell everyone that I'm to blame? They're the biggest bunch of shirking responsibility jackholes there are, which means he basically is using the team doctor's Fugazi, he can't play baseball safely diagnosis as a human shield to jump behind.
But what I'm saying is they didn't give him the he can't play baseball diagnosis. They're using that as they saw some things on the physical. But the fact is, when you're talking about this kind of money, Farhan Zaidi knows exactly what the physicals are. I mean, he's talked to the Twins about this stuff.
Of course he has.
And the Twins were ready to give him 10 years. You know, that's also been documented. So this isn't about the medical. This is about come up with a reason that doesn't say my boss pulled out.
Tom Verducci is going to join us in less than about 10 minutes from right now. He wrote a very interesting article about all this in Sports Illustrated. We'll ask him what this means for the Giants, not only in the situation that they're in, but going down and looking at their reputation across all of Major League Baseball, which has to be severely damaged today. More damaged than it's ever been in any point in time you've ever rooted for the San Francisco Giants. I really do believe that this is one of the darkest chapters in the history of this franchise.
I can't rank all their dark chapters, but in the modern era, it certainly is. I mean, people who wanted to make fun of Brian Sabian, you know, and even Peter McGowan, who I had no use for, at least when they said they were going to do something, they did it.
Yeah.
This is when Harmon Burns said he was going to do something, he did it. When Bob Lurie said he was going to do something, he did it. This is about your word. And you can dress this up any way you want, but if you can't guarantee your word, you have a hard time operating. Even in baseball, where your word is worth less than in most places.
Mr. G in Napa. You're on 95.7 The Game, Mr. G.
Happy Hanukkah. Happy Christmas. Bah humbug, Ray. I don't want to be completely contrarian, but
Mr. G, you're going to have to call back. The Christmas reception is not what it is or should be on your phone. We'll get you back up front when you get back in. Charles, South City. What's going on, Charles?
Thank you for taking my call. I just want to talk about how 2023 could possibly pan out for the Giants, attendance-wise. Well, with no superstar like Correa or anyone else that's off the board in free agency, you have no spark in the clubhouse, and it's just my opinion. I'll make this as quick as possible. Without a spark like Carlos Correa in the clubhouse, you have no one to light that fire under the guys to, you know, really make them excited to go out there and perform out there on the field. And, well, without that, who's really going to be showing up to the ballpark? This is an embarrassment, you know. Instead of Battle of the Bay, you might as well just call it Battle of the Attendance.
Well, what we really have is a group that wants to go to war with who they turn around and see. They're not going to be worried about who isn't in there. They're going to be worried about who is in there. And they're going to find out that there isn't enough in there to have any realistic shot at finishing better than third place in the National League West. Not just this year, but for several years going forward.
The thing that you know, I when fans complain, you know, I'll never do this again. Well, they always come back. They've never not come back. You know, if the Giants ever figure out a way to win, and it's not going to be anytime soon, like you said, they'll be back. But for right now, the real damage is not with the fan base. It's with the business that they've chosen to operate in, which is the acquisition of major league players.
That's why I keep on saying, man, you should be angrier than you actually are as a fan, because this is the first time where it's not just your buddy who's drunk at the end of the bar saying, I don't like this bullpen. This is much deeper than that.
No, but you know what? Rather than be angry, which only raises your blood pressure and kicks up your heart rate, stop caring. Don't go.
Yeah, nihilism is not the choice either.
No,
Apathy
find another
is not
team.
the
There are
choice.
29 other options. Look for a team that is interested in winning and says, when we will not be outbid, you can believe them. Root for the Mets. Root for the Phillies. Root for the Padres. They're all there. Pick another team till the Giants show that they're worth your loyalty. Because this is a two-way street. You don't have to be loyal to a team that's not loyal to you.
Here's the thing. You can still root for the Giants. They can still be your hometown team that you're going to be ready to come back to, but I would be incredibly reluctant to give them my hard-earned cash.
Well, that's where it starts.
Incredibly reluctant. Yeah, I also think that baseball is, because of how pretty baseball fields are and how much I like a sunny day drinking beer and eating hot dog and just smelling the grass. Like, to me, baseball doesn't have to be a winner take all. I'm only interested if I think we're going to be awesome situation. I grew up a Chicago Cubs fan, for goodness sakes. Like, I was prepared to go into an awful lot of losing seasons in my life. You got a beautiful ballpark, but you should probably care less. Just for self-preservation, for yourself, you should start caring less about the Giants or start attaching an awful lot more value to, ain't it pretty here? Then I'm only going to be happy if we beat the Dodgers and Padres and win an awful lot. Because the winning awful lot portion of this franchise now officially seems to be in its rearview mirror as long as Charles Johnson is owning them.
You can buy a beer much cheaper and sit out in the park and enjoy a nice day.
Hey, go to a San Jose Giants game. Go
watch the A's. Why not?
Well,
I mean, you don't
also
have any loyalty to them, but at least
price.
the beers are cheaper.
Not really.
No, they're significantly cheaper.
No, significantly definitely doesn't attach to that. They're not significantly cheaper. As a matter of fact, I would even say if you're spending more money at a Giants game, you still get more value and bang for your buck than you do over there. So if
all you're after is a nice day in the park,
then go to Golden Gate Park.
Well, I also suggested that. All I'm saying is it's okay not to care about these guys. It's okay to just walk away for a while. You know, you are not required as a fan to always follow that team. This is basically about being a savvy customer. Let's go A's.
This is Gabriel from the Outer Sunset. What's going on, Gabriel?
Hey, just checking in on the usual Bay Area sports drama. I'm a big Giants fan, big Warriors fan. Both teams are kind of going through a rough spot. I just wanted to talk about the Correa thing. I'm not that sad that he's personally not going to be on the team. I think there was issues with the timing. I mean, the time length of the contract and his injury history. But yeah, like you guys are saying, the image of the front office is just tarnished. I mean, agents are going to mess around with us. Scott Boras has played us like a fool. And for some reason, they're just letting Scott Boras have the mic and have...
Scott Boras hasn't done anything wrong. Dude, blaming Scott Boras is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
They're not saying anything because they have nothing to say.
Yeah.
That's why you're getting silence from them. Because if the scenario is as we describe it, that Charlie Johnson pulled the plug at the last minute, the worst thing you can do is answer any question that could lead somebody to draw the same conclusion. And if your story is not convincing, they'll reach that conclusion anyway. So they're actually better off saying nothing.
More calls coming up. Tom Verducci around the corner. Damon and Ratto. We got Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. Don't you go anywhere. This is quite an afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Sorry, Giants fans. The Grinch stole Correa.
They went out there and they look like fools right now. I need to hear from Farhan. I need to hear from Gabe Kapler. I need to hear from ownership, and they better do it sooner rather than later, because I'm going to be on their ass every single day. We come back from the new year, I will continue to be on the Giants' ass every single day until we get answers. I need freaking answers, because I ain't spending a dime until I get answers, Shasky. This is embarrassing.
We're figuring out what happened on 95.7 The Game.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at bayareapanthers.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Congratulations to Steph Curry, Sports Illustrated's Sports Person of the Year.
He's a 4-time NBA champion, a 2-time league MVP, a member of our 75th anniversary team, and for the first time ever, he's an NBA Finals MVP. The 2022 Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP award goes to Stephen Curry.
What does it mean to you to finally get this Finals MVP?
I mean, I hear all the conversations, I hear all the chatter, we hear all the chatter. At the end of the day, it's about what we do on the floor. Ain't gotta talk about it, just gotta go do it, and that's what this is about.
Brought to you by Celebrity Cruises. Journey wonderful with Celebrity's biggest offer of the year. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places, like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises semi-annual sale ends soon. Contact your travel advisor or visit Celebrity.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF. for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
San Francisco weather, mid-40s and cloudy tonight.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome on back. What a dark day for the San Francisco Giants, because this isn't just a baseball story. This is a business of baseball story. You know, baseball is baseball. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes it rains, and that's the way it goes. The phrases incompetent, unwilling to spend, egg on their face really weren't phrases you could use to describe the San Francisco Giants until about 24 hours, 48 hours ago, when the big fish that they landed was so thrown back that the next fishing boat to pick them up was the New York Mets, and everything you thought about Landon the Great White just went completely away. As Giants fans were waking up to check their Twitter timelines, they couldn't believe it. Tom Verducci, one of the best scribes baseball has inside of Sports Illustrated, documented what he knew in terms of how this fell apart, how the deal with Carlos Correa disintegrated, and it's very good to have him here on with Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom. How are you?
I am well. Thanks for having me, guys.
So, you know, every time probably someone brings you on to talk about a baseball player, they ask you, can you compare him to someone? Can you give me a comp for who you think he might be one day? Tom, can you give me a comp for anything business-wise that you think relates to what the San Francisco Giants have gone through with Carlos Correa?
No, there's nothing on this scale. I mean, listen, I remember back in the day, Aaron Seeley thought he had a job with the Orioles, and they flunked him on the physical. He went to Seattle, pitched for a while. The Mets did it with the draft pick from Vanderbilt, Kumar Rocker. Yorvi Torrealba. I mean, nothing as earth-shaking as this. I mean, you're talking about a deal over $300 million, one of the premier shortstops in the game. So, no, I don't even know if it's happened in other sports, guys, but nothing on this level in baseball that has ever happened.
Based on all the information that you provided and that other people have provided, this all seems to go back to the owner of the Giants, Charlie Johnson. Is there anything that suggests that it could be any other explanation than him just pulling out at the last minute?
I agree. I mean, these decisions are made at the ownership level. I mean, listen, the medical people can look at it and say, you know, we have some concerns here. This guy did break his fibula, had some ligament damage 8 years ago. Maybe there's something we saw in the physicals and the medicals that say, you know, there's probably an issue coming up down the road at some point. You know, every doctor, I think, is going to look at it a little bit differently. It's not an SAT test where there's just one answer. But the fact is, the doctor is not making the decision to get out of the deal. I mean, it's up to the owner to say, you know what, I trust your opinion. I'm going with you that we can't possibly get into this length. Or you say, okay, you've established what the risk is. I'm aware of that. I know that this guy's played 8 full seasons in the big leagues without that injury ever coming back and being an issue. And we're going ahead with it. So, yeah, I would not put this on the doctors if that's what you're asking. I mean, this has to be an ownership decision.
Tom, well, I just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that the doctors are culpable in any way. I'm wondering if there's anybody culpable other than Charlie Johnson himself. I guess I'm asking
I wouldn't think so. Yeah, no, I wouldn't think so. Again, it's too big of a decision. I mean, again, is he going to take input from Farhan, anybody else in the front office, call around to, I don't know, other people in baseball who may have been in something like this position? Possibly, but I can't believe this is deferred to, even someone as high up as Farhan. I think this has to be an ownership decision. I think it's that big.
Tom Verducci here on 95.7 The Game. So the Giants front office and their reputation today is what?
Well, listen, I think being charitable, you'd say they're being very careful. I mean, this is something that's understandable to people in baseball, that once medicals get reviewed, there's a reason why people reach agreement, and you always hear pending a physical. It's not a rubber stamp. Now, most of the times it is. It turns out, to be pro forma, but, you do have to go through these medicals, and especially at this length of contract. So the hesitation would be understandable just on face value. But I think the other element here, guys, is that Steve Cohen was waiting there. The baseball has never seen an owner with as much money as Steve Cohen has. And he's not just in the New York market. It's not just that he has a team that hasn't won the World Series since '86 and he grew up rooting for that team. This is a guy who spends millions, if not billions, on artwork, and he's got the millions, if not billions, to spend on his baseball team. And we've not seen that dynamic in Major League Baseball. You're talking about one sport where there are really no guardrails. It is the most open, free market of the four major sports. And it's being tested like never before because we've never seen an owner this rich before. And, oh, by the way, also motivated. So I don't know if the Giants thought about this. I guess they did when it sounded like they were unofficially hemming and hawing. Hey, we need more time, telling Scott Boras, we need to, our doctors and medical people need more time to look at this. We can't go ahead with the press conference. We're going to release you from our letter of agreement so you can talk to other teams. They must have known at that point he was gone, if only because, the Twins had offered a 10-year deal. But the fact is they had to know that Steve Cohen was out there. And, I mean, nothing says 2022/23 baseball like the fact that Scott Boras is calling up Steve Cohen, who's vacationing in Hawaii, eating dinner and drinking a martini, and says to him, do you have 3 olives for a third baseman? Now, $100 million now is 1 olive. So Steve Cohen on vacation drinking his martini basically says, yeah. And 4 hours later, Correa is a Met. I mean, it's unbelievable how quickly it all worked out against the Giants, but that's what happens when you have a suitor like Steve Cohen of the Mets sitting there.
Tom, you wrote that in agreeing to give the Giants more time for a medical review, Boras says he asked the Giants to decide around 1 or 1:30. And by 1 o'clock, the Giants informed Boras they were not prepared to execute the letter of agreement. Have you, in the past, talking about other marquee free agents that the Giants found themselves bridesmaids to be, instead of actually wedding themselves to the free agents, has an issue of response, timing, a lack thereof, ever come up in all of the conversations you've had about why the Giants have not been able to sign a marquee free agent position player since Barry Bonds himself?
Yeah, I haven't heard that. And it was interesting you mentioned the Bonds because that ownership group officially hadn't even taken over yet. They actually had a deal in place. I guess that would be the inverse of dragging your feet. I mean, they couldn't wait to get that done. But no, I have not heard that. In this day and age and the way negotiations are conducted now, a lot of these things are being done by Zoom. You don't have as much in-person meetings with clubs as you did pre-COVID, actually, and those practices are going forward. So things seem to be move along, I think, quicker when deals come together now than they used to. But specifically the Giants, no, I don't know that they have finished second on somebody because they just weren't quick enough on the draw.
As a practical matter, and this is not a hard data question, but sort of just an opinion, how much damage have they done to their future ability to shop in the free market based on the way they pulled out of this? Not the fact that they, didn't sign Correa, but the fact that they waited till the last minute and seemed to bungle the entire process. How much damage have they done down the road, and for how long?
I mean, I think the damage is minimal. I'll go back to the Orioles because it seemed like they always had a higher threshold on what concerned them in medicals than other organizations. And agents knew that. And you just sort of bake that into the calculus when you're talking to a team. That, hey, they're going to go tooth and nail over this. They're going to raise some issues because you guys know you can find an MRI on any pitcher who made 30 starts and probably find something in his arm or shoulder. So that's the only comp. And again, I don't think it was stop people, but you go in sort of wary of the history. I still think it comes down to the deals you offer players. It always comes down to the best deals and offering the most money. And I think the Giants are at a point right now where they have a hard time convincing players, and this goes back to Aaron Judge, that you're going to have a chance to win every year starting now. That's the biggest thing I hear from players. And sometimes it's eyewash because the deal just is so much money that they have to take it. But players do want an opportunity because most of them, when they get to that point, are in their 30s. They've already made enough money. You're not providing or establishing yourself in the big leagues at that point. So you're looking for a place to win. And right now, and especially without Correa, the Giants are not able to tell people, we're going to win every year that you're signed here as a San Francisco Giant. I think that's a bigger deal than what happened with the medicals.
So I want to be able to understand what you just said. Is you don't think there's any long-term damage in the way they pulled out? That in fact, they're simply going to have to be able to establish the thing that we just offered you. We intend to stand behind, even though we didn't do it for Correa.
Yes, I don't think there is long-term damage there. Now, listen, if something else comes out that, really harms the reputation even more, because don't forget, the Giants and Farhan specifically, they're limited. They can't really give you chapter and verse of what happened, what the doctors saw because of HIPAA laws, because just it's not the way teams operate in terms of releasing medical information about a player, especially one that's not quite theirs. So they can't really explain to all the Giants fans out there who are wondering what exactly happened. They can't really tell you. So you have to go by, in terms of the amount of narrative that's been established, the story from Scott Boris's side. It's just the way it is. I'm not saying it's fair, but unless something else comes out on the Giants side that they somehow were grossly negligent here about paying attention to details or maybe on the timing of things, because it did seem to take a while to come up with a response to Scott Boras about the medicals. Barring that, I don't think there are long-term issues right now.
Tom Verducci, Sports Illustrated, where do you think they go from here? I mean, they're all of the fancy cars have already been sold at auction, so now you're, in the Ford Escort, sort of lesser than free agents. I mean, we were talking about, Michael Conforto, who's a Scott Boras agent. Like, good luck with that right now. Jurickson Profar, Adam Duvall, maybe Craig Kimbrell, take a flyer there. What do you think the Giants are doing today to improve their baseball team since they just walked away from a studly shortstop?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I like their pitching. There's still Nathan Eovaldi out there, but I would agree with you. You look at, most of the top free agents are gone. They're off the board. Conforto is an interesting case. Yeah, he's a Boras client. I get it, but that was a serious shoulder surgery that he had. You're really going deep into the medical files with a guy like Conforto. We know it's an injury that prevented him from playing an entire season. So that wouldn't stop me, though, if I were the Giants. He's worth at least looking at, because they do need more bats. I'd be concerned, too, about their defense, guys. I mean, you guys saw it last year. It was a poor defensive team, and now you're talking about a game. And the Giants pitchers put the ball on the ground as much as anybody. You're talking about a game without shifts. And the Giants, for years, were really good about dialing up the accuracy and having people in the right place at the right time. You can't do that. Without the shifts and pitchers who put the ball on the ground, and as poorly as the defense was last year, I don't know where they go with that as well. So, listen, we know that the Padres are a really good team. But the whole National League, actually, if you look at the flow of talent this winter and what went into the American League, what went into the National League, I mean, there's no doubt the National League got the bulk of the talent on the free agent market. And the top of the division, not the division, the league is absolutely stacked. So it's a high bar for the Giants to get to. Now, in a short period of time, it worked against them that this was a very fast-moving free agent market. We typically have a lot of premier guys out there after the end of the year. It's not the case this year. So I don't know where they go, but whatever their option is, it's not good.
This is a more of a league owner's question. Given the kind of money that not just Steve Cohen, but John Middleton and Peter Seidler and some other guys threw around this winter, Do you think there is any enthusiasm among the owners for trying to figure out a way to curtail either spending or lengths of deals? Because it seems like this was the market on steroids.
Yeah, I agree, Ray. I mean, the length really surprised me. The game had gotten away from that, but now I understand, obviously, a lot of this is essentially an accounting trick to amortize the cost over more years so that the average annual value against the luxury tax number isn't as high. I get that, but, there's bills to pay down the road. Even if you're trying to reduce that tax figure, you're still paying guys in their late 30s $25 to $40 million. But to answer your question, I think the answer is not so much payroll or tax thresholds, because, that Steve Cohen threshold they talked about at 293, I mean, he just blew by it. I mean, that wasn't in the way at all. So to me, that's not the answer. You're probably looking at, within 5 years, certainly within 10, expansion to get to 32 teams and expanding the postseason field even more, because that becomes the governor against spending so much money that you can put together a $500 million team, and yet the postseason is still a crapshoot. I mean, look at the teams, the 6 teams that won the most games last year. 5 of them, one won the World Series, the Astros. They were terrific. But the other 5 went 6-16 in the postseason. The Mets went out. The Dodgers went out. All these teams are going out quickly with high payrolls, which shows you that, to me, the governor is on the field in short series in the postseason. Now, as a fan, you might not like having, now we have 12 in the playoffs. It's 14 teams in the playoffs out of a 32 team, or 16 teams in the playoffs out of 32, whatever the number is. That's sort of the backstop against putting together a super team. I mean, a team like the Marlins, how do they compete against the New York Mets? They really can't. So they have to get in the back door into a postseason. And I guess the encouraging part for those teams is last year we had an NLCS, which neither team had won 90 games, the Phillies and the Padres. That, to me, is probably the future of the sport, that more teams get in, and you take your chances in the postseason, but you can't compete against these behemoths over 162.
One last question for me, and it has nothing to do with any of this, but this story just broke a minute ago. An arbitrator has reduced Trevor Bauer's suspension and basically making him available for the 2023 season. What do the Dodgers do about that? Do they bring him back? Do they pay him off and release him? How do you think this plays out?
Well, first of all, it affects their bottom line, because I think their plan was to get under the first luxury tax threshold and reset their tax rate. As a third-time offender, they would be taxed at 50% above, rather than getting it back down to 20 for 2024 by getting under the first tax threshold, which I think is 233 this year. I don't know if it's possible now, because Bauer's number is close to 40, if not over 40. So you've got that to deal with. But I'd be surprised if the Dodgers welcome him back and he's got a Dodger uniform on again. I just think it's so difficult for them to put him back in the Dodgers uniform, tell their fan base, we know this guy was suspended for a year, and not that all is forgiven, but we want to move forward. It's hard to move forward with the amount of information that's come out from that case. So it's a difficult call to think whether he's going to be pitching for the Dodgers again, but I think odds are probably more that he will not than that he will.
Tom, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Tom Verducci is Sports Illustrated here on 95.7 The Game. If you're a Giant fan, I guess you got to hope he's right, that this isn't going to linger over this team. I don't think Tom is in touch with how damaging this could truly be for the Giants going forward, and I think he's a little out of touch with how damaging this actually was for current San Francisco Giants. The clubhouse lost faith in this franchise over this move today. Oh, yeah, 2 days ago, whatever.
Yeah, I think that's certainly part of it, but I think the point he was trying to make is if they want to get back into the market and talk and actually spend the money they were talking about spending, I could see where free agents would go, well, it's the biggest offer, I'm just going to take it. What I question is whether the Giants are going to swim in that end at all, having, having lost on Aaron Judge, and I'm presuming that they, negotiated with him in good faith, and then the not quite good faith with which they handled the Correa thing. I wonder if, in fact, the new marching orders are, we are not swimming in that end at all. And if this is the way that the baseball market is going for top-end free agents, that they might just pass on it.
So welcome to the Oakland Giants?
Not quite that bad yet, but you mentioned the Brewers. The Brewers are not afraid of spending money, but they've never waded in this deep a pool.
Right.
That may be who they become. But I don't think he's out of touch, because I think he was answering a different question, which is, could the Giants get back into the free agent market, splash cash around and get guys? I think they probably could, but they'd have to assure the people they're dealing with that they're not going to pull the offer at the last minute.
Right. I mean, how are you going to do with your bar of gold bullion? Well, probably just fine if you're willing to give me that bar of gold bullion. Yeah. Without that, there's
the first big signing will be difficult, but the second big one won't be if you take care of your business in the first one, is what I suspect he's saying, and I'm inclined to agree.
Charles in Redwood City, you're on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for waiting, Charles. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Happy holidays, fellas.
Back at you.
First off, I'm going to say thank you. I'm an Oakland Athletics fan, and I'm looking at the ESPN bottom line, and I see that the Mets signed Carlos Correa. So I'm like, what? I look up on my phone, and the first thing I thought when I read the story was that the Giants just out Oakland Athletics. I was like, that was a John Fisher move right there. And I'm kind of surprised because for a few years now, I've been saying I wish the A's had the Giants ownership, because we would have kept Josh Johnson, we would have kept Matt Olson, yada, yada, yada. That's what I've been saying. And now looking at this, I do think it's damaging to the Giants' reputation, because, I mean, no matter how they spin it, no matter how good they play it from the media standpoint or in their clubhouse standpoint, everybody's going to know that it was a bunch of BS. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't think they will never be able to sign another free agent again. You know what I'm saying? But I just think that it's just kind of like I agree with you to where I say it's damaging to their reputation, as far as maybe another free agent looking at them and saying, are they, I'm going to go over there to a team that's going to kind of play games. They kind of play games.
Yeah, no, look, the Giants are living in a world that they never really lived in before today, even without landing the marquee free agent. Thank you very much for the call. Even without spending the top dollar for the top player at any position, they'd never had the whiff of cheap about them. This makes them smell cheap. It really does. And again, stop promising me dinner at French Laundry if we ain't going there. And this team promised its fans, you're going to be eating one of the finest meals free agency is serving.
More to the point, though.
Probably just another point, but go ahead.
No, it's on top of yours, because I'm not disagreeing.
So you say additionally.
Additionally, well, more to the point. I'm adding to the point. Okay. I'm not undercutting you.
Come down my road. I'm frisky, Ray.
Oh, I'll leave now. I don't care.
Go ahead.
It's how they did the Correa deal. It's not just that they're cheap. It's that they're indecisive, if that's the kindest interpretation you want to put on it. And they are clearly not interested in being a team that outbids everybody else, if you want to put on the more evidentially provable thing. It just, they said they weren't going to be outbid. They failed, and then they undercut themselves. So are they incompetent? It certainly looks that way. They certainly don't have a very good communications net. And are they trustworthy to other players and agents? Right now, no.
And maybe the most damaging thing,
more to the point,
they've damaged their own status with their own fans. Fans that would go way out of their way to make excuses for why this player maybe didn't show up, this, that, the other thing. The Giants don't do an awful lot of damage within their own tribe. They have really shaken their own tribe in this decision. And there's no doubt about that. People are pissed, and they should be.
If they get Manny Machado back if they sign Manny Machado next year, they'll get those fans back. The problem, I think, is Manny Machado's going to look at him and go, how do I know you're going to deal square with us?
Well, why would I sign with you? Exactly. Why am I going to leave a team that knows more about you than maybe you know about yourself to come and lose with you against the team that is better that I'm now leaving to take more money to come here? By the way, Shohei Ohtani, I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear about his $700 million price point that now the Giants can go out of their way to afford. And this is all one big, going to get to Shohei Ohtani. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about Aaron Judge ever again. This is the team that cried wolf, but their wolf was a free agent. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr joins us at 5. Until then, we have your phone calls coming up next here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area,
telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
'Tis the season for grilling, and Kingsford's signature flavors makes holiday grilling more special by making everything taste more delicious. That's good. Made with 100% real spices, Kingsford's signature flavors come in multiple forms and can be used on any charcoal or pellet grill. So try basil, sage, and thyme for your Thanksgiving turkey and cumin chili for your Christmas prime rib. Kingsford signature flavors. Flavor you can see, smell, and taste. Find at HomeDepot.com.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We cannot spend the entirety of today's show wondering where the Giants' credibility has gone. We know where Carlos Correa is going. He's going to the New York Mets. Apparently, that medical was today. If that doesn't scuttle that deal, boy, we know that the Giants are lying about why they didn't get into bed with Carlos Correa. It sounds like this is a ownership issue. The Golden State Warriors got some issues. We're going to be talking to their head coach in 10 minutes from right now. Steve Kerr joins us live at 5. And Ray and I, at the beginning of yesterday's show, had an incredible conversation with Juwan Jennings of the San Francisco 49ers. And to end today's show on a good note, he was wonderful. Like, Juwan Jennings is the best interview we've maybe done from inside the 49ers locker room all season. And we've had a few good ones. We've had a couple of duds, too. But he is outstanding, and we're going to have that for you before it's all said and done in our 5 o'clock hour. So keep it right here. Let's quickly say hello to Micah in Mountain View before we get into the sobering realities of a boring conversation about baseball luxury tax, but there is something to it that you'll all want to hear. This is Micah, Mountain View. What's up, Micah?
Hi, guys. So first of all, happy holidays. Hope you guys are doing well.
Right back at you.
I just want to say that, I still think, we're obviously, every Giants fan is obviously upset about, how this offseason's been so far. But I still think we got to, support the team for what we have and just stay strong with what we have. And sure, there are a ton of additions that I think this team needs with bullpen and defense. And I think if we look at last year, a lot of the games we lost were a lot of defensive issues. And I think if we add some defensive pieces,
like maybe the best shortstop in baseball.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think the offense and the pitching just also had their off days. Like, the pitching was good, the offense was bad, and sure, Carlos Correa would have solved a lot of our problems. But I think just for what the team we had, being 81-81, a lot of the stuff was defensive issues. And I think there are still pieces that are players that are free agents right now that could still help improve the defense on this team.
Jerks and Profar, maybe. That's the only guy that I think could be versatile, who could be an upgrade defensively at a couple of positions, but you know, you know what would have really upgraded this defense behind Logan Webb is Carlos Correa at short and Brandon Belt going over to the hot corner at third. Brandon Crawford. Ray, turn your mic on. But yeah, that would have helped. That would have helped.
But the problem here is not that they passed on Correa. The problem is the way they did it.
Right.
You can make a baseball judgment that he's too expensive or there's too much term. That's defensible. But to tell him, yeah, we're good, yeah, we're good, yeah, we're good, and then at the last minute say, no, we're not good, and then contrive any reason for it. You don't just do that at the last minute. It's lousy business practices.
Yeah, somebody said this is not just a money issue with Correa, it's a human issue. You don't treat people that way. And here's the thing, even if you are going to treat people that way, like that's the price of doing business in a savage industry, right? You can jerk around me in any radio negotiation. I'm an old enough salt in this business for nearly 20 years now that you ain't going to surprise me with nothing. There's no amount of last-minute contractual douchebaggery I haven't seen, experienced, or even might have initiated once or twice myself. That's just the way it goes. The minute you start bringing my wife into it, the minute you're saying, fly in your mom and your kids for the party that we're about to throw you, and that doesn't happen, that is where things get personal and nasty. And again, Scott Boras said that is what happened. The Giants just didn't screw over Carlos Correa. They screwed over La Familia Correa and even the in-laws.
We were all in the hotel in San Francisco. He had his parents there, his brother, his wife's parents. It was certainly a roller coaster for the Correa family.
Was he in the room with you, or you called him in his room?
I called him to my room. And
so he came into your room?
Yeah, he came into my room.
What was his reaction?
He was obviously surprised, as we all were, frankly. We're very surprised.
Ray, the only time anyone's allowed to ever put my family on a roller coaster and me be cool with it is at Magic Mountain. That's it. We better be at Disney for that to be happening.
Yeah, it's not so much that they screwed Correa over, because, yeah, that is also the cruelty of business. But once you commit to bringing the family in, you don't get to back out unless you find out something about the guy you're about to sign that makes him a legal risk.
Right. You better find a few grams of cocaine in his pocket.
Yeah. While he's taking the kids to school. That's the thing. It just, they made up their minds well ahead of time, and they kept with that, and they kept with that, and they kept with that. And at the last minute, somebody, Charlie Johnson, said, no, we're not doing this.
I really do believe that, it went in the wind on December 13th that they had agreed with Carlos Correa. So we're talking 9 days ago. And in the subsequent 48 to 72 hours after the news getting into the wind, their phone did not ring. They did not start selling corporate suites and season tickets at the rate that they would have expected Aaron Judge to sell those things. And since it was basically the same price tag for a player that's not doing those things, that's when the ultimate ownership group, that is Charlie Johnson himself, said, well, wait a minute. So I'm going to make the same amount of money. I'm going to make more money without Carlos Correa than I would with him, based on how our phones are not ringing. And let me get to where Joe Sheehan basically accused Major League Baseball of no longer being a fan-friendly experience at all. And he's right about this, because Steve Cohen is, so totally disrupted the way teams go about spending. He said that, and this is luxury tax. This is some real nerdy baseball stuff. But basically, owners may have sensed the possibility that someone could come and disrupt their spending. So they quickly dubbed something called the Cohen tax, where the tier gets penalized if a team goes $60 million above the initial tax threshold of $233 million in 2023. At a 60% rate for every dollar over $293, Cohen's Mets were going to be subjected to a repeater penalty, which becomes so oppressive that even a guy as rich as Cohen would officially step away. This is before they signed Carlos Correa. He says, make no mistakes about it. Owners have built in a system designed to aggressively penalize teams that invest in their product, and by contrast, reward teams that do not.
But that's always been true. It was true when George Steinbrenner was spending outlandish sums of money for the time. The truth is the people who want those principles about luxury tax invoked are people who don't spend money anyway. The guys who do spend money, will get to a point where they just go, well, you know what? In for a dime, in for a dollar. I mean, it's Joe Lacob's theory too. It's I want to win so badly that I will blow up your salary structure because that's not my salary structure. And the notion that the guys who want luxury taxes and they want repeater taxes and those are all the guys who they're not low revenue guys. They're just cheap guys. But they don't understand that there are people who didn't buy this just for the money. They bought it for the ego. And Steve Cohen is deeply that. And nobody in New York's complaining about him right now. They'll complain about him if they don't win. But they're not complaining about him now. They want to see their owners spend money. And the people who want the luxury tax don't want to spend money, and they want to be protected from burdens that come with not spending money.
Somebody says on the text line, who gets the money from the luxury tax? The other owners. The other owners. They split that pie amongst themselves.
Yeah, and the guys who have the lowest payrolls get more money than the guys who. So it's it's ass backwards because the people who are trying to impose the remedy don't understand that the guys who don't care about the remedy are going to blow through any tax system you've got.
Stephanie in Emeryville. Hello, Stephanie. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, 1 second. I was just getting my mail out of the mailbox.
Anything for me?
It's something from the IRS. I don't think you want it. Neither do I.
I'll throw it out.
Speaking of taxes, Stephanie, that's the worst tax there is. That's worse than luxury tax.
Absolutely worse than luxury tax. The one thing that I wanted to say, to your point about the way things are being done, which is such an excellent point, is that what the Giants did is called bad faith bargaining. That negotiation practice to bargain in bad faith is kind of sums up everything of what we're saying. And I just wanted to put that point out there as a term to be used going forward, because that's the piece that is egregious. That's the piece that lacks integrity, is that when you go into something and you're bargaining in bad faith, then you're absolutely right. People are going to question what the outcome is going to be in the future.
Yeah, I think this is going to haunt the Giants going forward, Stephanie, and thank you. Hopefully that IRS envelope doesn't scare you too much when you actually open it. Let's welcome everyone into their 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Steve Kerr is going to be joining us here soon and shortly, I am sure. Talk about who's left. Like going to the ballpark, who's really going to want to go out and support this team? Well, I broke it down a little bit, and I'm sure you'll dicker with some of the percentages I used here because it's sort of your nature, Ray. But
I'm a bad person. I get that.
That's okay. It's all right. Well, we'll get to all that because, of course, Steve Kerr is right on time as always. Brought to us by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Steve, thank you very much for joining us. And I'll tell you, whatever heat you might feel put on you guys lately, send a muffin basket over to the Giants. We got pissed off fans over this Carlos Correa thing. How are you?
Well, I'm doing well. I just met my granddaughter for the first time today. I just became a grandpa 3 days ago. So, yeah, forgive me, but I don't really care that much about the Giants or Correa.
Nor should you, or even your record or your road or that road trip. Tell us about her. Little nugget. What's her name?
Her name is Eleanor, little Ellie.
It's my grandmother's name. My grandmother on my father's side, Eleanor. I love that name.
Fantastic. Yeah, my son Nick and his wife Kendall, they just while we were on the road, she gave birth, and I've been looking at photos the last 3 or 4 days, and I couldn't wait to get home and So met her today for the first time. Just amazing.
That's wonderful. Did you bury your nose right in her head there? Nothing smells better than a baby's head.
There's nothing like a newborn, just the scent of a newborn and the warmth, and it's just beautiful.
So this is the best 3-day break you guys have ever had.
Yes, no doubt, and a welcome gift coming off of a long, difficult trip.
Absolutely. God, I even feel bad about asking you about what the hell went wrong on that road trip now, because I just want to talk about how exciting this moment is for you and your family. Grandpa Kerr, is this your first foray into the official title of Grandpa Kerr?
First grandchild. So,
wow.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
By the way, you're a young-looking. The NBA might have aged you, but not like a grandfather level age. Like, you're still a good-looking young man, Steve. I can't believe you got grandpa status on you now.
Yeah, well, we keep playing like we have been lately. It could change quickly.
The Rumpelstiltskin beard. So let's just start here. What happened in Brooklyn? What was that?
Yeah, that was tough. The last 2 nights were really, really tough, and we're just we're in a kind of in the depths right now. Where you got injuries, you got sickness, you just tough schedule. It's all coming at the same time, and this is generally something that every team goes through, or most of the teams in the league. You just you sort of hit that the low point, and you got to dig your way out, and we'll do that. I think you guys remember last year in March we lost 9 out of 11 games, and a few months later we were celebrating the championship. So we know how to dig our way out. We know that navigating an 82-game schedule is it's a process. It really is a long haul, and you just have to keep working and keep plugging away, and we'll turn it around.
Early in the year, by your own admission and everybody's eyes, you played pretty poor defense, and then it seemed to get better. And now on this road trip, that clearly has fallen back. Is that simply a function of not having all your players, or are you getting back into some bad habits?
Well, the last 2 nights, I thought there were some bad habits. I think overall, in general, over the past month or so, we've been much better defensively than we were early in the year. But last night, the turnovers early, just they were teeing up 3-point shots early in that game, and the NBA is all about the three these days. And you let a team line up 4 or 5 3-point shots, different guys, just lining them up unguarded because they're playing off turnovers. It can turn into a long night quickly, and that's what happened. And once a guy gets hot, or in this case, once multiple guys get hot, it's you're in some trouble because Brooklyn played really well anyway last night. The ball was moving, and they played with great energy and pace, and everything was clicking. But like I said, I thought we helped them out, especially early in the game with our turnovers.
Let's talk, I guess, about the one bright spot last night, which was James Wiseman putting up a career-high 30 points. And even though, Brooklyn wasn't even really playing much defense, and they don't play a lot of defense at the rim, even when they are playing defense. And there's also the caveat of, the whole point is Wiseman's got to fit in with the Warriors, and you're not quite the Warriors in games where Steph Curry is not playing. How do you and Bob go about evaluating that evening or attaching any, real house credit to what you just saw from James Wiseman?
Well, I think the big thing is, we're just looking at James's development, and we felt like, watching him in Santa Cruz, seeing him grow, seeing his defensive progress, we feel like he's made strides, and so it's great for him to get some significant minutes and be able to let loose and gain some confidence with a 30-point night. I mean, we know he's perfectly capable of scoring. He scores. He gets the ball in the paint. He's obviously, he's got great touch around the basket. Those little 5-foot hooks, those little putbacks, and then he's so athletic and long that anything close to the rim, he's dunking. So we know he's got that capability, but just because of the way the year has gone for him, not getting much playing time, I thought it was a great night for him to really feel good about his progress, and this is just another step in the journey for James.
Has he bought himself more steps along that journey with the Golden State Warriors on this upcoming, let's call it the 8-game homestand here, or might he be back in Santa Cruz?
I think we're really approaching this kind of day to day with James because we'll see what happens roster wise. Jermichael being sick, I mean that puts him out of the rotation. Obviously, it puts James in, but you just take it game by game because if Jermichael's back and James were to be out of the rotation, then why not have him play 35 minutes in a game in Santa Cruz the next night? So I think that's how we're looking at it. We're just there's no set schedule or plan. We're just taking it day by day.
Did you see from him last night on the defensive end and the other nuanced areas of the game that you've wanted him to work on? Did you see enough evidence there that he's getting it?
I think we saw evidence periodically during the trip. I thought his defensive minutes against Philadelphia were really good. I know he only played 7-8 minutes, but he did a great job of kind of playing cat and mouse against pick and roll, which is what you want your big to do. It's what Draymond does so well, and meaning you have to guard the ball handler coming downhill at you and the roll man who's coming towards the rim, and you got to keep the ball handler guessing. And he did a really good job of that, being in the right position and making sure he was calling out the right coverages. And so there have been strides for sure. And then I didn't think any of our guys were clicking defensively last night as a group. We didn't find any combinations that gained much traction in the game. So when you give up 143 or whatever it was, you're never going to sit here and rave about the defense.
Steve Kerr with us on 95.7 The Game. Jonathan Kuminga plays himself, up the stop market, and then it seems like he'll do something, and he's back to 5 to 8 minutes. At what point would just riding through the pain of development outweigh the amount of you just want to see more before you grant those minutes? And I guarantee you it is your right to be stingy with minutes, but as convoluted as the whole team is come together right now, can you afford to be that stingy with someone who does have so much raw talent, the investment that you've made in him, and you just need to keep on developing?
Well, the only I think 5 to 8 minute game he had was Toronto when he got hurt and banged his knee and didn't play in the second half.
Okay.
And, so
that was an ouch more than it was a discipline.
Yeah, that was just he was out injury wise, and if you look at the last month, I mean I think he's probably averaging about 20 minutes a game. So, but like all young players, there's going to be highs and lows, and I think J.K. has had a really good month. He's taken on this defensive role for us, where he's guarding the best guys. He's taking advantage of the opportunities and gaining valuable experience, having to guard. Whether it's Kevin Durant last night or Siakam at times, Van Vliet in Toronto. He's guarding great players, James Harden in Philly. So this is great experience for him. But the progress isn't linear. We know that. There's going to be good nights, and then there's going to be tough nights, and that's all part of it.
What do you like most about Moses Moody? What still concerns you the most?
Well, he's he understands the game well, and he's a good shooter, and he's got good size and length. So he's progressing, and he's had some really good moments. He was good last night, and it's really the same story with all these guys. It's it's development, it's experience, it's racking up the reps, because that's what it takes to learn how to win in this league and to be part of a winning group. But it just doesn't happen overnight, and it takes a lot of experience. And so the more experience these three guys gain, the better they're going to be, the better we're going to be.
How quick was the transition last night from, man, this game sucked, to, hey, I'm a grandpa, I don't have to care?
Yeah, I did look at my phone as soon as I got to the locker room and looked at photos, so that made me feel better. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is what we do for a living. We've been so lucky to coach. Our staff has been part of this great run, coaching incredible players and winning championships. But when you lose, especially when you lose badly, it hurts. It stings. We're all competitors. That's why we do this, and we love it. But the lows are low, so you gotta get through that.
The saving grace of all of this slow start, frustration, injury, defensive, lack thereof, that has sort of defined you, is that the West is not running away from the Golden State Warriors, and that's a good thing. Bob Myers was just on our midday show yesterday, and basically said that you're sort of in the precarious, unfamiliar position with trying to figure out who you still are, a good third of the way in here, for a team that has been defined by identities of, greatest shooters of all time, a defense-forward franchise, and culture personified. How odd is it to be in this unfocused moment in your franchise's history?
Yeah, it is a little odd, but it's it's part of it. I mean, we've had a really interesting few years. We had all the injuries 3 years ago, worst record in the league. The next year, it was like we were trying to find ourselves again, and we lose in the play-in game. Then we win the championship, and now here we are, trying to defend, but not having gained the traction that we need yet at this point in the season, and also trying to raise 5 guys who are really young players who are trying to find their way in this league. It's a process, and it's one that's really exciting and fun, but not without its challenges. So that's what we're trying to tackle organizationally, and I feel like the organization is so strong. The leadership of Bob and Joe, and obviously the internal leadership with Steph and the players on our team. I mean, we have a great thing going, and this is just a really challenging time, but it's all part of it.
Have you, to the extent that you've paid attention, given that your plate is already plenty full with your own team, have you started to piece together in your mind the teams in the West that you think are going to be really good wall to wall, or is it still too much of a crapshoot?
No, I mean, I think you can tell. The teams that have been good the last couple of years that are on the rise, Denver and Memphis stand out automatically. I mean, Jokic is just ridiculous. The guy's so good.
The line the other night.
Yeah, and they've done a great job of building their roster around him. I thought they got better, this summer. Memphis is just growing with a young core that's really impressive. Those teams are going to be tough. I mean, we experienced that against both teams last year in the playoffs, how difficult it was to beat both of them. So, and that's just scratching the surface. There's depth across the West, but that's a good thing for us because, as you said, everybody's kind of beating each other, and when even though we're where we are in the standings, we're not too far behind where we need to be. So there's plenty of time for us to get going.
This 8-game homestand that's coming up, if I sold you 4-4 right now, would you buy it?
I'm not answering that question. That sounds like a headline. Later today or tomorrow. So
Grandpa Kerr says we're going to lose.
Right.
All right, then I knew that was a little bit loaded. So let me re-ask. What is your overall? What do you want accomplished in this 8-game homestand that is beyond the topic of did you win, did you lose?
Yeah, I mean, can we get healthier? Can we get Dante, JaMychal, Wiggs back. And I would, Wiggs is close, and hopefully, given that Dante and Jermichael are dealing with illnesses, they won't last too long. But let's get those guys back, fortify our group, and then let's try to find some consistency. I think the biggest thing the last couple of weeks, we've just been inconsistent. We've had some tough losses, we've had some really good wins. Can we be more consistent? And that, to me, that means better offensive possessions, less chaos. You saw the chaos last night with some of the turnovers. That just directly impacts your defense. And so, I talk about connecting the game all the time. That's what I'm looking for on this homestand. Can we settle down offensively and limit the turnovers, and then allow our defense to get set up and connect the game? And that, if we do that, then we're going to win our fair share and be ready for when Steph comes back.
When you start winning your fair share, is that when you bring your grandchild to the podium with you?
I hadn't given that one any thought, but yeah, that's a possibility. We'll see.
I mean, it could be a litmus test. I mean, people can go, "Oh, you brought out the grandkid. He must be in a good mood."
That's right. In a good place.
When I was a kid, the Golden State Warriors did not play very much on Christmas Day. What is this, a decade of Christmas days for you now? 10 years in a row playing on Christmas Day. Have you developed any pre-Christmas Day game traditions? Is there like a white elephant gift exchange where no one can spend more than $15, or does the NBA only give Minks and Gucci's?
I think sometimes the guys within the team will do something, just the players. But, for the most part, I just really enjoy Christmas games as long as they're at home. If you're on the road, it's tough. It's brutal being on, and we've been on the road the last 2 years. So this is a welcome relief to be home this year on Christmas Day, and the games are fun. I mean, you still have your Christmas morning with the family, and in the afternoon you head down to the arena, and everybody's excited. And so I really enjoy Christmas games.
So, gift basket for Taylor Jenkins the day before?
Probably, given that he is, poor guy, is going to be in a hotel room somewhere. But that's the breaks. But that's what happens. It's a sign of respect when they schedule you for Christmas. And I played a lot of Christmas games, as a player, and it's a big day for the NBA. And this year we're going up against the NFL, which will not be easy. So it'll be interesting to see how the ratings all play out.
And finally, why didn't you sign Carlos Correa?
Yeah, that was my fault. What's funny is Bob Myers and I were walking into our hotel in New York and just a few days ago, and we were getting on the elevator, and Aaron Judge walked out of the elevator, and we made eye contact and said hello, and Bob said, "What happened? We almost signed you. What happened?" And Judge just smiled and shook his head and walked off. But everybody told me what a phenomenal guy he is. It was cool meeting him, albeit very briefly.
Did Judge meet with Curry? Did maybe Curry ruin this?
Yeah, let's blame Steph.
Maybe it's Steph. Maybe it is Steph. Steve, congratulations to you, your entire family. Give baby Eleanor our very, very best. Maybe Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, that'll
Grandpa.
mean a lot to her.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, and thank you so much for joining us as always. We hope it is a wonderful Christmas Day and a win on Christmas Day for the Warriors.
I hope so. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Steve Kerr. You're on 95.7 The Game. Grandpa Kerr.
Shamelessly using a grandchild.
Human shield.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's so tactical of him.
That's great. That's great. New baby, man. So new baby used to officially wash over me like, oh, very nice. Congrats. No big deal. Let's move on. Fatherhood. It changes you. Changes the way you think about things. It really does.
I'm a father. Now I don't care again. I've done it. I've done enough fathering. That feeling comes and then it goes.
Well,
once they hit teenage years, you regret a lot of the things you did earlier, like have them in the first place.
No one gets more sentimental than you, Ray.
Hey, I'm merely reporting the facts.
Are you going to? How about this? Could you promise everyone tonight that when we sign off, you'll give a wonderful Christmas greeting?
They'll get the greeting they deserve.
It's not going to go well. It's not,
hey, they knew the job was dangerous when they took it.
It's just not going to go well. I think we all realize that. Let's have this real quick then. It's almost time. Ray, you've only got 40 more minutes in your entire work year.
Hell yes.
Sing a little. Just for the kids.
The kids?
Good for Eleanor.
No. What's Eleanor done for me? Wow. Eleanor is 0-2. Tell her to get a win in before she starts popping off.
Wow.
Hey, once she shows up, she's held to the same standards as everybody else.
It ain't easy being a defending champ. It really isn't. To get back to those San Francisco Giants. Who's going to games? Who's going to really be signing up for the team as it is currently constructed? Because there are some things that are officially now working against the Giants. And one of them is the angriest Giants fans have ever been. The other thing that is actually working against the Giants is the overall declining interest in the sport of baseball at large. Beyond that, in an area that has been financially blessed enough to not really worry about the amount of money that you're going to drop on a day at the ballpark, you know, if a large group of people in the Bay Area used to march under the I don't care how much it costs, we got it umbrella, there are fewer people under that umbrella today than there were 2-3 years ago. It's just the way the world's working, man. I mean, for the first time ever, tech is getting a haircut in terms of, you know, layoffs and hiring freezes. It is not the endless growth in all directions that it used to be. So who is still going to be in this ballpark? You know, to the casual fan watching his or her money, the Giants have become quite an extravagance. It's one of the most expensive days in any yard around Major League Baseball without nary a Major League Baseball at-bat to be offered by the guys wearing the home team uniform. This is, by the way, this is not a criticism. This is just a reality. The Giants are at a price point of, holy mackerel. That's their price point.
But that price point is explainable if you're producing a winning team.
That's right.
The problem that they've got is that they have to explain how they won 107 games and their attendance fell off last year. And because their attendance fell off again this year by another 800,000. So the trick they've got to figure out is if you can no longer sell the ballpark and you're not sure you can sell results, what can you sell? The only thing that's left is dropping prices. And that's the last thing I think they want to do, or the last thing they will do.
Well, they're going to drop prices on that resale market for sure. I mean, I today am already getting bombarded with an email, you know, from the Giants, 2 games, $40, upcoming season of, or 2 games for $25 each, and applies to a 40-game span of windows, and you choose those games. And, there's going to be how about this?
When they get to 40 games for $2, then they can talk to me.
Right, but there are going to be better deals to walk into that ballpark than you've probably seen in the last few years. So if getting in on the cheap is part of it, that's going to be part of it.
They're going to have to reinvent the walk-up market because I don't think people are going to buy tickets very far ahead of time.
Who's officially still in? I think 40% of any night's attendance are made up of these two groups. You got
lunatics and nutcases.
No, but hey, maybe we can work both of those definitions into what I'm about to describe. 20% of any crowd, I don't care if the attendance is sold out or there are only 10,000 people here tonight. 20% of that in-ballpark attendance are what I will call the blue blood baseball fans. They are here because it is baseball season and results are not nearly as important as being in the ballpark because I'm a Giant fan and I got cash. There are the blue bloods. The blue blood baseball fans are going no matter what. 20%, 2 out of every 10 people probably tick that box at a Giants game. There is going to be 20% of that crowd that is what I call the baseball tourist. And let's be totally honest, that ballpark is one of the cathedrals that this game offers. It is not just part of the tour for people in San Francisco. It's part of the tour for any baseball fan who wants to go around and see all the great baseball stadia in America. It's officially one. And even though the on-field product might make you hold your nose, the game day experience at that ballpark is as good as any game day experience in anyone's ballpark, the actual game in front of you being played notwithstanding. But the game day experience, the straight up, how clean is this place? How gorgeous is it still? How friendly are the ushers? And how quickly can you get your whatever you're buying at the concession stand and get back to your seat? That place borders on perfect. It really, truly does. It is a wonderful place to go see a baseball game. So you got 40%, I got cash, I'm a fan, I'm here no matter what. Or 20% of them, and then the other 20% is the baseball tourist, the person who went out of their way to see the ballpark independent of the team playing in it.
I think we have a pretty good idea of what their bedrock crowd is because we saw it last year, and it's about 22,000. So that's about half the ballpark. That's when that's the lowest you can go, and you've never been lower than that. I think they had the second lowest crowd ever at a game last year. I think you could safely say that that's your bedrock. Now, what we'll see is how much lower that is this coming year, because if you start seeing 17s and 18s, you'll know that about 4,000 people have walked on their season tickets. Everything after that can be any sort of sliding scale you want. But that what they really look at more than anything else is what's the minimum number we can rely on? And usually that's season tickets because they don't do walk-ups very often anymore. And that's why I'm saying they have to build that back up. They have to make it fashionable for people on a warm sunny afternoon in June. Just blow off work at 11:30 and walk over to the yard. That's what they've got to figure out. And because they haven't had to do that for most of the life of the stadium, that's going to be the biggest non-baseball task they have, which is to make people think, yeah, I'd like to kill a day at the yard.
And having to do that now in a more empty than ever before, still downtown San Francisco, is harder to do. Like, it is the wrong time to be searching in a dark room for that light switch.
Yeah, but what else are you going to do? You're just going to wait for the season ticket base to erode? You have to figure out a way to get new faces in that new place. That's the problem they've got. And they have to rethink not only their strategies for luring people, and 2 games for $40 isn't. They've tried that before. They have to figure out a way. And if it means playing more day games, then that's what you do. But they have to make going to a Giants game.
They can't just schedule more day games. That is a television deal.
It might be, but you know what? They're gonna show those games no matter what. That's just a given, and they're not going to give any rebates to NBC Sports Bay Area because NBC Sports Bay Area needs the Giants more than the Giants need them. If the Giants could take their television costs in-house if they wanted to, they've got to figure out a way to make the Giants seem like a nice way to blow 3 hours.
You know what the best shot the Giants have is that Joe Lacob decides to buy them. And they can, Charles Johnson is out, Joe Lacob buys them, and then he starts the Giants Warriors Regional Sports Network.
That would work, but I've always thought that Lacob thought that the better bargain was in Oakland. And I think he might still view it that way because the Giants aren't.
He wants programming people are going to watch.
Hmm?
He wants programming people are going to watch. Nobody watches and consumes the A's. It's just.
But, he's the guy who bought the bad team and turned it into the good team. So let's see his genius again.
So 40% I think is going to be there. Like I said, 20% money don't matter tonight, blue blood baseball fan. 20% baseball tourists, part of the tour, fans in from out of town. They're going to be there. And they don't care that the Giants stink because they were either there to watch the visiting team or just to take in the park. That leaves 60% of the fans, I think, out. Starting with the 10% of the money don't matter tonight blue blood crowd, but they're there for the event. Again, there's not going to be events there anymore. There's not going to be a cool thing to do. Baseball games will not be hard to come by. This is really exciting. You got to be there, or you got that fear of missing out. That no longer applies to the San Francisco Giants. You are cordially invited to miss out on all of the dog days of summer based on the way this team is bought right now. 30% of the money does matter crowd. I really do like baseball, but I also like the Warriors. I also like the 49ers. And by the way, my kids get the number one vote here, and there ain't a group of kids voting, let's go see a lousy baseball team anywhere. Maybe the money that you have already sort of budgeted for we're going to go see some sports, kids, gets spent on the Warriors or the Niners. And you just ain't going to be going to the ballpark, even though you're a baseball fan and the kids want to go. That money's been spent somewhere else. Again, the Giants have never had a more precarious place in terms of sports hierarchy than they do right now in the Bay Area. 10%, right? So we're at, what do I got? I got 40%. I got another 20% of who ain't showing up again. 10% of those are the people that you bring. There's a lot of people who really didn't want to be here tonight, but they are. That's the way crowds work. The people that you bring, who, even though they didn't really want to be at a baseball game, they still are going to go buy a beer or a soda or a hot dog or a foam finger or whatever the stupid thing that they want to say, I was there. But 10% of the people that you bring, your buddy, your girlfriend, your grandma, your cousin from Chula Vista, the kid next door, whoever the other is in the group. Well, that other ain't bothering coming now. They're not going, hey, we got a free pair of tickets here at work. Anyone want them? Email goes out at 11, 3 o'clock that afternoon. They're still unclaimed. Can't give these things away is about to be the realm that the Giants are operating in. And then the other 10%, Ray, was out anyway. San Francisco Giants could have signed Aaron Judge, Carlos Correa, Jacob deGrom, Justin Verlander, Kate Upton could have been on the poster, and they weren't coming anyways. Because guess what? There is no such thing as 100% capacity anywhere anymore. 10% of everything you've ever seen, met, 10%, they ain't coming back. Like the pandemic just took 10% of the country and said, you're probably going to stay home now for the rest of your life, ain't you? And they're like, yeah, we're comfortable doing that. So you were operating at best at 90% capacity to begin with because 10% was just out anyway. So this team has a serious, serious image problem, and the angriest their own fans have ever been at them, maybe in their existence, is officially right now. And it's not because people are unreasonable and they're always angry these days. No, this is an actual reason to be angry at your team.
And in any event, the customer's right anyway, no matter what the reasoning is. Whether they're angry or not, and they won't be angry for very long, but they just won't care. Because the one thing that's truest about Bay Area attendance at sporting events is if you're good, they'll figure out a way to show up. But if you're not good, they're not going to come and boo. They'll stay home, or they'll go to the wine country, or they'll go to Tahoe, or they'll garden, or they'll, take their kids on a field trip. They'll do any number of things, but they are not going to go and spend their money on a substandard product. They're not going to care how Carlos Correa didn't get landed. They'll just move on to I got other stuff to do.
Right.
I mean, there are places that, like, the Mets are going to sell out every game. That I guarantee that. The Cardinals will always sell out every game because they always have. The Braves will sell out every game because they're coming off, the 2-year hangover of the World Series. The Phillies will probably sell out. But that's based mostly on performance, except in the case of Seattle or St. Louis, where they come anyway because it's religion. No, the Giants have to figure out ways to get the casual fan back, because the hardcore is the 22,000 that show up every night. It's when you can't get from 22 to 30 that they had a problem doing last year. That's where the crisis is, and that's why you start trying to rebuild the walk-up crowd. The notion that this is a thing you can do on a day when you just don't want to work on the quarterly report. Grab a couple of guys from sales and just go down to the park and get hammered.
Mr. G in Napa. We'll go back to you one more time here, Mr. G. Got about a minute. What do you got?
I'm so sorry, guys. AT&T is not my favorite. Ironically, that was, I think, the name of the park. Hey, the blunder of this whole thing is embarrassing, as Pat Gallagher would say. You got to overcome it. Got to make it better. Give them a sticker on your shirt. I gotta say, well, I want to bring reality. The notion of chasing the $300 million players does not work. It works 20% of the time. It works 20% of the time. If you go back and look from 2009, the last time the Yankees won, till last year, 8 of the 10 teams won, arguably, with homegrown players. So if you want to get in love with that hottest of hottie, go for it. But it doesn't work.
But here's the thing. When you don't have homegrown players coming through, what's your choice? Just a bunch of losing seasons? There is also a direct correlation in what was your payroll and did you reach the playoffs? That's how baseball also works.
Yeah, the truth is the original plan was to just hold serve until the army of great young minor leaguers comes up. Hasn't shown up yet. None of them have. They're a myth. That's why they said they were going to be active in free agency. And that's why the failures that they've had this winter are more damning. Not the Judge failure, because that's not really a failure. They were a stalking horse. The Correa failure speaks to their competence. And the Giants had always been able to sell the fact that they knew what they were doing by and large.
Yeah.
They can't do that now.
Look, homegrown players are great. Everyone loves to root for someone that they raised themselves. But until then, you go ahead and you get some talent in here when you were a handful of actual major league talent away from being a playoff team just last year. Again, everyone wants to call it a dumpster fire. They were 81-81. Carlos Correa, all by himself, probably brings you to 86 wins. Now you're just a heartbeat away from there even. Look, we will have more on this. Well,
I won't.
No, you won't. But we will have more with Juwan Jennings, who joins us next from inside the 49ers locker room. Don't you go anywhere, and then Ray will leave you all with your hearts ablaze with a special holiday greeting. Here on 95.7 The Game, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, Charge not a dime up front and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
The entire Bay Area media is taking the time off, and we, the two linchpins of this station, who are carrying things, are actually in here working our you-know-what's off.
Willard and Dibbs from 9 to noon.
If I'm Farhan, I look at my boss and I go, hey, boss, do you want to fire me now or tomorrow?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Damn it, James. Of all the days for you to ball out point-wise, I'd rather you have 11 points in a close game.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
I've chosen a lot of words, Ray, to describe the San Francisco Giants at times. And right now, they are incompetent cowards.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We go inside the 49ers locker room presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Today, we're very happy to say hello to Juwan Jennings in his second season with the 49ers, and we have watched his role and importance with this team grow by the game, and he's been so important, he's gone on to earn the nickname Third and Juwan, which, honestly, Juwan, thank you for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. It's a pleasure to have you on, and I got to tell you, I think you got one of the best nicknames in the NFL. You got to like Third and Juwan, right?
Oh, yeah, I love it. I love it. You know, I used to always think about, like, what's my nickname, you know, a lot of these guys have nicknames, and then it just kind of came to me. And so, yeah, I love it, man.
It's fantastic. And I tell you, you have been fantastic in that situation. And the team, obviously, is just on a roll right now. Tell us how you're feeling and the vibe in that locker room.
Man, it's amazing. But knowing this team, we feel like we just got a lot of work left out there, and we just take one game at a time. That's the formula for this whole season, and so we're just going to keep doing that.
Juwan Jennings of the 49ers here on 95.7 The Game. You talked about being a piece of the puzzle, the fill-in role that you've done for Deebo Samuel. Both you and Ray McLeod have just had some huge moments over the last couple of weeks. How satisfying is it to step up and answer the bell when your number gets called?
And it's extremely, that work pays off. It makes you happy, to the heart. But, you know what comes with this. Our teammates go down. Nothing about that is fun. You got to go into a game, with them in your mind, hoping they're, healing up, to the best of their ability. That's like you go into the game with a lot of emotions, but at the end of the day, you have to, do your job for your teammate. And so to go out there and, make the plays that we've made, the team, and especially with some of the guys that's going down, it means a lot, especially to go out there and clinch that playoff win, knowing that gives our guys even more time to come back. It means a lot.
Juwan Jennings, again, in his second season now with the 49ers. Can you tell us a little bit what it's like to be a wide receiver in Kyle Shanahan's offense? Does that have a list of golden rules or priorities, laws of the position, if you will? Like, what does the Kyle Shanahan wide receiver manifesto sound like?
We express jumping off the ball. That's one thing that we always express, jumping off the ball, running as fast as you can. And, secondly, just going into our meetings, and Kyle just like an offensive guru, so the plays that he makes, we just go out there and we practice them and, make them come to life.
Are you going to be in line for a carry at any point in time this season? It feels like everybody wears a lot of hats. You still don't have an NFL carry. Are they saving you for a big moment?
Hey, man, I'm not complaining. Whenever my number's called, that's the only thing I worry about. But until then, I'm just trying to do my best for this team. And, like you just said, man, we got so many playmakers at any moment, man. Anybody can take it to the house.
Now that you guys have a playoff spot locked up, do you or would you anticipate starting to scoreboard watch more just to see what the Vikings and Eagles and Cowboys are doing? Or do you even have time for that on game day?
Well, I actually was at one point once we clinched. I'm like, okay, cool. So, now, these other teams, they get to play on Sunday because, we played on that Thursday. So I'm like, yeah, we get to watch some football and see what Minnesota does. And then they were down. And so I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Like, it's perfect. Like, we're going to go into the number 2 seed. And then they came all the way back. And so I'm done with that. Like, I'm not worrying about it no more. I know I shouldn't have.
Juwan, what did you think of that Vikings comeback? I mean, that thing was ridiculous.
It was amazing, man. It was amazing. You know, I couldn't believe it, bro. But that's something like, man, just knowing what guys put into this, you know, their job, man, you know, couldn't be nothing but happy for them. You know, they had a great time, a great flight back home, or if they was at home, just, you know, it was a great team win. But yeah, man, I'm focused on our end. Whenever they see us, shoot. Just know that that's not a possibility with us.
Juwan Jennings. Yeah, Juwan Jennings here on 95.7 The Game. Look, I think that there's always brotherhoods within brotherhoods on football teams. I mean, it's obviously like you got offense, defense, you got your SEC guys, your Big Ten guys, you got your position groups, and beyond that, you got your draft classes, and then maybe even beyond that, you got seventh rounders uniting in power. Can we talk about Brock Purdy here? And you know, is there a difference between training camp Brock, regular season Brock, and now NFL superstar Brock Purdy?
Well, from my own eyes, from what I've seen, I can't tell you that I've seen anything different. You know, I will say from being in the NFL and just experience, the game's probably slowed down a lot for Brock, you know, but I'm not a quarterback, so I'm sure he's a lot more stressed back there than I am, you know, lined up at wide receiver. But, man, Brock just been very consistent, and I could just tell, you know, from the day one he got in, behind Trey and Jimmy, man, he's just always been learning and soaking it up. And whenever the time, you know, whenever his time, when his number's been called, he's always stepped up to the plate. And so, man, you know, seeing Brock, what he's done now, and I'm so proud of him, and that's what he does. In my eyes, that's what Brock Purdy does.
Drake Jackson, it just posted online. It looked like an April Fool's almost rookie dinner bill was placed down for the rookies this year. Juwan, were you at that meal?
Nah, that's D-line, man.
D-line only? D-line only takes care of those guys? When you were up for your rookie meal, tell us about that night.
I didn't have a you know big rookie dinner meal. I was 7th-round draft pick, so they took it easy on me.
They took mercy on you. That's good.
Yeah,
Is it only the guys with the big signing bonuses get stuck with the bill?
I feel bad for them.
Well, I tell you, man, it's been great watching what you have turned into, what you've developed, what this season has become for the 49ers. I'm also a huge college football fan. Like, I love traditions, man. Running through the T in Knoxville is, of course, one of them. What was your favorite part about being a Tennessee Vol?
I like the town. I like the people the most. As far as when I say people, just like the people who live in and around Knoxville. You know, those fans and just everyday citizens that go to work and love Tennessee football. You know, they go out their way to make other people smile, and I think that's just the Southern culture that's built into everybody's head, and they live that there. That's what I like the most.
Very cool, man. I tell you, the way that the Niners been going, a lot of football fans been smiling around here lately. We want to make you smile back. Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef, Juwan, are going to send you 10 pounds of prime steaks, and you get to choose.
Yeah, I need it.
Yeah, you get to choose the cut. Do you want the ribeyes, the porterhouses, or the New York strip steaks?
Oh, I'm gonna get the strips. I want the New York strip steaks.
Strip it up for you, Juwan. Keep stripping the paint off these other teams on the way to the playoffs, man. Thank you very much for joining us today. Happy holidays to you, man. From all of us to all you guys. Very Merry Christmas.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, and thank you for having me on here, man. Happy holidays to y'all, too.
Juwan Jennings, I'm telling you, great guy. Ray, I got a personality detector. Guy's got some.
Well, offer him meat. He'll do anything for you.
Sure. Well,
you should ask him to cut your lawn.
Who wouldn't these days? Those are delicious steaks. Again, thanks again to Juwan Jennings for joining us. And look, that's it. That's it for you, Raimundo.
Hell yes.
Merry, Merry Christmas. May your stockings be hung by the chimney with care. I hope Santa brings you everything you want.
Well, we're leaving at 6, so let's get out of here.
There you go. Merry Christmas. Ray, tell the audience Merry Christmas.
Yeah, don't do anything stupid.
There you go. That's as close as we're going to get from a season's greeting from Ray. I'll be back tomorrow with a little style. How about some Allen Styles on a Friday afternoon? In the meantime, thank you very much to Steve Kerr for stopping on by. Tom Verducci, good stuff as we went inside the burning fire that is the San Francisco Giants right now. And we'll be back tomorrow to wrap up the entire year. Jingle, jingle, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.